The young man possessed a rare talent for creating duplicates of himself. Yet during his martial arts training, he discovered that this gift might hold an even greater secret. The levels of martial skill are divided into 5 stages: beginner, minor achievement, major achievement, subtlety, and perfection. The voice of the one-eyed instructor, Sun Yin, thundered through the martial arts hall. This middle-aged man, as solid and imposing as a mountain, with a face as unyielding as iron, was the instructor of the martial arts class at Luching No. 3 High School. He exuded a sharp, commanding presence, his gaze sweeping across the room like lightning. Lao Wang, you have the duplication talent, so your training speed is twice that of others. Your body-tempering fist should have reached major achievement by now, right? Zhang Wei spoke with a hint of envy. Wang Heng glanced warily at Sun Yin in the distance and lowered his voice. It's not that easy. The duplication just gives me twice the training time. Sun Yin's voice rang out again. Next, I'll demonstrate the body-tempering fist at the major achievement level. Qinli, you're the only student in class who has trained the body-tempering fist to this level. I'll suppress my strength to match yours. Instructor, I don't think that's necessary, Qinli replied arrogantly. With only a month left until the college entrance exam, it's impossible for them to reach major achievement with their talent. This prodigy from a martial arts family, with a level talent, naturally looked down on ordinary students. Wang Heng and Zhang Wei stood aside, watching Sun Yin showcase the perfect body-tempering fist. Every move was precise and powerful, yet incredibly natural. His movements flowed seamlessly, demonstrating exceptional control. Just as Wang Heng was about to start practicing, Qinli suddenly blocked him. I heard you practice with Li Shui every night? His threatening tone echoed in the hall. Quit that job today. Why should I listen to you? Wang Heng suppressed his anger. This sparring job was crucial for him, allowing him to earn money to support his family. Because I'm stronger than you. Qinli clenched his fist, his knuckles cracking. In this world, the strong are revered. Weaklings like you should know your place. Li Shui is out of your league. In the end, under the instructor's watchful eye, Qinli had to leave. Wang Heng began practicing his punches, each strike accompanied by a whooshing sound, like thunder crashing. At that moment, his desire for power reached its peak. With a determined gaze, Wang Heng focused inward, sensing the changes within his dantian. Suddenly, a message appeared in his mind. Current number of duplicates, 1. Breakthrough to the next level to gain 10 more duplicates. In the mystical ceremony known as martial awakening, official martial artists harness the spiritual energy of the universe to awaken the latent potential within students, precisely measuring their innate talents. Wang Heng was the rare, fortunate 1 in 10,000, possessing a unique and supreme talent duplication. The duplication talent not only grants the original body the same combat prowess, but also offers an almost immortal characteristic. Even if a duplicate is destroyed, the original can regenerate it. Among martial artists with this talent, the most renowned is the war god-level powerhouse, Ogris, from the International Chamber of Commerce. His fearsome strategy often involves the self-destruction of his duplicates, striking terror into the hearts of his foes. As news of Wang Heng's talent spread, it caused a sensation throughout the campus. School leaders eagerly sought to meet him, and he quickly became a prominent figure. However, behind this glory lay a harsh reality: his cultivation aptitude was only level. This fact cast a shadow over his future. If not for this, prestigious schools would have already extended their offers, sparing him the worry of college entrance exams. After all, with such a low cultivation aptitude, even possessing duplicates, it is challenging to unleash their full potential. Ogris's strength comes not only from his duplicates, but also from being a war god-level fighter himself. With his level talent, Wang Heng's future, at best, might only reach the level of an advanced warrior. At this level, even with an immortal duplicate, he could hardly pose a threat to a general-level fighter, let alone the exalted war god level ones. Yet, Wang Heng's eyes revealed a different light. As he absorbed the information that surfaced in his mind, his heart brimmed with anticipation. To outsiders, his duplication talent seemed to allow only 1 duplicate. But he alone knew the true terror of his talent. Every minor breakthrough would increase his duplicates by 10. Every major breakthrough would cause a surge of 100. This was fundamentally different from Ogris's single duplicate talent. When Wang Heng first learned this, he was stunned. At this rate of growth, once he became an official martial artist, his duplicates could number in the hundreds or even thousands. The mere thought of hundreds or thousands of duplicates training simultaneously was astonishing. Even with his level cultivation aptitude, the sheer number of duplicates training together would accelerate his progress at an unprecedented speed. Of course, Wang Heng understood the principle of the tallest tree catches the wind. He never disclosed the truth about his duplication talent to anyone, not even his closest friends. In the martial arts hall, Wang Heng swung his fists, sweat streaming down like rain from his forehead. Unaware, he maintained a steady rhythm, punch after punch, without the slightest slack. With only a month left until the college entrance exams, time was of the essence, and he needed to break through his current level swiftly. Just wait and see. One day, I'll make everyone see me in a new light. Wang Heng's eyes flashed with determination, his punches cutting through the air as if to shatter all obstacles. As evening fell, the setting sun dyed the horizon a deep red. Classmates gradually left the martial arts hall, leaving Wang Heng alone, still drenched in sweat as he practiced. His solitary figure in the sunset's glow looked particularly lonely. Old Wang, you're staying for extra practice again? Zhang Wei approached, his tone a mix of helplessness and admiration. My cultivation talent isn't as good as yours. Without extra practice, I wouldn't even get into an average martial arts college. Wang Heng replied between breaths, continuing his punches. Despite his fatigue, his voice was filled with resolve. Zhang Wei's cultivation talent was C, ranking him among the top in the class, with a punch force already at 410 kilograms. The entry requirement for ordinary martial arts colleges was a punch force of 400 kilograms, with passing grades in cultural subjects, which wasn't difficult for them. All right, I'm heading off. Remember to wait for me tomorrow at school. Zhang Wei waved goodbye. As his classmates departed, the martial arts hall fell silent, with only the sound of Wang Heng's punches echoing through the empty space. An hour later, Wang Heng finally concluded his training. He wiped the sweat from his forehead with a towel so soaked it could have been wrung out. After a 10-minute rest, he approached the punch force testing machine nearby. Boom. Wang Heng took a deep breath and struck the target with a powerful punch, producing a dull thud. The screen displayed a number, 397 kilograms. He followed with several more punches, with the screen showing 395 kilograms, 398 kilograms, 393 kilograms. I'm getting close to the intermediate apprentice level, Wang Heng said, a smile spreading across his face as he looked at the numbers, feeling the fatigue lift slightly. The pre-martial artist level is divided into 3 sublevels based on punch force. Those below 400 kilograms are junior apprentices. 400 kilograms to 700 kilograms is the intermediate apprentice range, and 700 kilograms to 1,000 kilograms for advanced apprentices. Wang Heng eagerly anticipated advancing to the intermediate apprentice level. At that point, his duplicate count would increase by 10, giving him 11 duplicates in addition to himself, equivalent to 12 people training simultaneously. His cultivation speed would then skyrocket. Even though my cultivation talent is lacking, quantity can lead to qualitative change. I refuse to believe that I cannot become a strong fighter. Qinli, just you wait. Wang Heng clenched his fists, his knuckles turning white with the strength of his grip, veins bulging on his arms, reflecting his inner anger and defiance. Especially Qinli's comment, I'm better than you, cut into his pride like a sharp blade. Qinli, you're right. This is indeed a world where strength reigns supreme. But you got one thing wrong. Wang Heng is definitely not a weakling. In Wang Heng's eyes burned a fierce fire. It was a yearning for power and a steadfast belief in his future. As a low-rent housing community, Binhu Complex has pushed land use efficiency to its limits. The narrow spaces between buildings make the complex resemble a deep canyon, with sunlight struggling to penetrate through the layers of obstructions. In this forgotten corner of the city, residents strive to maintain their lives. Wang Heng's home is on the 19th floor of a 45-story residential building. Standing at the bottom, he took a deep breath and resolutely chose the stairs over the elevator. The elevators in low-rent housing require a card for payment, and since the resurgence of spiritual energy, many outdoor power facilities have been damaged by beasts, straining the city's power supply and causing electricity prices to soar. Saving on elevator costs has become a necessity for the residents here. Wang Heng sprinted up the stairs, seeing this climb as an excellent opportunity to train his body as a prospective martial artist. He soon reached the 19th floor, slightly out of breath, and knocked on the door. The door opened to reveal a youthful face, his sister, Wang Kiki, whose eyes sparkled like stars, and her face beamed with a bright smile. You're back, brother. Dinner is ready. Thanks for your hard work. Wang Heng affectionately ruffled his sister's hair and stepped into their cozy home, which was filled with the aroma of food, instantly dispelling his day's fatigue. Xiaoheng, you're back. Their mother, Lu Yuru, was in a wheelchair, her face gentle with a warm smile as she handed him a glass of water. Wang Heng quickly took it and drank it down, feeling a wave of happiness and contentment. This was the cool boiled water his mother prepared for him every day, knowing he would be thirsty after running home from school. Is Dad not back yet? Wang Heng asked, setting down the glass. Dad said he'd be late today and told us to start eating. Wang Kiki replied, her voice full of understanding as she brought over a bowl of rice. Let's eat, then. No need to wait for him, Lu Yuru said, handing over the chopsticks with loving eyes. Wang Heng didn't hold back and began eating heartily. He was already planning to head to Li Shui's house as a sparring partner after dinner. With his mother's disability and his sister's youth, the family's burdens all fell on his father's shoulders, making life quite tight. This motivated Wang Heng to work even harder, not only in his training, but also in earning money to help with household expenses. Remembering Qin Li's threats from earlier that day, anger flared within him. To Qin, the young master, the wages for sparring might be insignificant, but for Wang Heng, That salary carried his family's hopes, and every penny was invaluable, not to be taken away lightly. After 3 bowls of rice, just as Wang Heng was about to clean up, there was a sudden knock at the door. That must be Dad. Wang Keek's eyes lit up, and she ran to open the door. The door opened, and a middle-aged man, reeking of sweat, entered. His shirt was soaked with sweat and his clothes were covered in dirt, making him look utterly exhausted. This man was none other than Wang Heng's father, Wang Tao. He trudged into the house with heavy steps, his face lined with wrinkles filled with dust. Dad! Wang Heng suddenly stood up, the chair screeching against the floor. He reached out to grab some bowls and chopsticks for his father, but Wang Tao gently waved him off. Don't worry about it. Sit down first. I have something to tell you. Wang Tao managed a weary smile. Wang Heng reluctantly sat back down, a slight frown on his face, feeling a vague sense of unease. At that moment, Wang Heng's sister, Wang Kiki, dashed to the kitchen, her little hands skillfully serving rice for their father. The kitchen echoed with the crisp sound of dishes clinking together. Wang Tao took a deep breath, his gaze resting on Wang Heng. He paused, seemingly choosing his words carefully, before slowly speaking. The college entrance exams are coming up. I didn't want to pressure you, but I heard that tomorrow is the deadline for registering for either the liberal arts or martial arts track. He paused again. Have you really decided to pursue martial arts? With your academic grades, you could easily choose the liberal arts. His voice was filled with deep concern. He continued, becoming a martial artist is extremely dangerous. In this era where monstrous creatures run rampant, humanity faces the threat of extinction. Once you become a martial artist, you must accept the state's summons, and the mortality rate is terrifyingly high. Wang Tao's words were laden with worry for his son's safety. He would rather his son live a safe and peaceful life than be thrust into a perilous situation. The room fell into a brief silence, broken only by Wang Keek's footsteps as she served the meal. Wang Heng lowered his head in thought for a moment, then looked up at his mother's legs, his voice tinged with bitterness. Dad, is being an ordinary person really safe? He pointed to his mother's legs, his voice low. It's ironic, isn't it? Mother's legs were crushed by the corpse of a beast that fell from the sky. Ordinary people are as fragile as ants when facing these creatures. Even a dead beast can easily take an ordinary person's life. A flash of anger and defiance crossed Wang Heng's eyes. He continued, from that moment, I vowed to become a martial artist. In this high-stakes world plagued by beasts, not being a martial artist makes survival a luxury. Only by possessing great strength can one carve out a chance for survival in this cruel world and protect everything they hold dear. He looked directly into his father's eyes, his voice resolute. Dad, I don't want our family to be hurt again. Wang Tao opened his mouth, but said nothing in the end. He knew Wang Heng had made his decision, and as a father, all he could do was silently support him. The room fell into silence once more, with only the aroma of the meal wafting through the air. Sensing his parents' concern, Wang Heng added, Dad, Mom, don't worry. I have a duplication talent. Even among martial artists, my ability to protect myself is top-notch. Wang Tao sighed deeply, a hint of helplessness in his eyes. All right, since you're determined to take this path, I won't stop you anymore. The child has grown up and developed his own opinions. As a father, Wang Tao can only advise but cannot forcibly change Wang Heng's decisions. He looked into his son's determined eyes, feeling both comforted and worried. Wang Heng was indeed right. With his talent for duplication, his ability to protect himself was much stronger than other martial artists. This realization offered Wang Tao some solace, yet a father's concern lingered. Father, you go ahead and eat. I'm heading to a classmate's house, Wang Heng said after a brief rest, preparing to leave. Wang Tao nodded silently, knowing his son was going to be a sparring partner. Although it was just his duplicate going, the thought of such a young child shouldering family burdens filled him with guilt and heartache. Around 7 in the evening, Wang Heng left home, sprinting towards Li Shui's upscale villa neighborhood. Running at full speed, he estimated it would take him about half an hour to get there. As night deepened and streetlights gradually lit up, Wang Heng's figure darted through the lights like a swift breeze. While running, Wang Heng furrowed his brow, his mind swirling with thoughts. The threat from Qin Li was indeed troublesome, and he was quietly contemplating how to handle it. His father earned only about 10,000 yuan a month, while he could make 500 yuan an hour as Li Shui's sparring partner. Training for just an hour a day would bring in 15,000 yuan a month, a significant income for Wang Heng's family, and he was determined not to give it up easily. Fortunately, Qin Li, being a wealthy young master, didn't come to the school dojo every day. Like Li Shui, he had hired a professional martial artist as a private tutor and usually trained at home. However, Qin Li enjoyed showing off, visiting the school to flaunt his progress whenever he made a breakthrough, satisfying his vanity. Wang Heng planned to get updates on Qin Li's activities through Zhang Wei to steer clear of him. As long as he remained cautious, things should be manageable. With these calculations in mind, Wang Heng maintained his pace, his eyes shining with determination and his heart focused on one goal: becoming stronger. Moments later, Wang Heng arrived at a villa complex. Under the moonlight, the villas were arranged in an orderly fashion, exuding a sense of tranquility and luxury. The fresh air was tinged with a faint floral fragrance, creating an environment so beautiful it was almost intoxicating. What was even more reassuring was the presence of professional martial artists as security guards, ensuring top-notch safety. Wang Heng approached the gate and said to the guard, "I'm going to building 27. The guard gave Wang Heng a sharp look and then pointed the camera at him. Moments later, a pleasant female voice came through the intercom. "Let him in." "All right, ma'am." The guard promptly allowed him to pass. Wang Heng stepped into the community, recognizing the voice as belonging to Lin Yu, Li Shue's personal trainer, who was a warrior-level martial artist. He quickly recalled the hierarchy of martial artists in his mind: warrior level, general level, and god level, each divided into beginner, intermediate, and advanced sublevels. Reaching the general level was already quite an impressive achievement. Even the arrogant Qin Li had a father who was merely a general-level martial artist. Soon, Wang Heng reached his destination. Led by a servant, he entered the villa's basement training room. The sight before him was astonishing. A spacious area filled with an array of advanced equipment, more complete than the facilities at the school's martial arts hall. Under the bright lights, the expansive space exuded a professional atmosphere. Wang Heng was envious, secretly longing to have such a training room one day. Suddenly, the sound of intense combat echoed through the training room, resonating powerfully. Wang Heng focused his gaze and saw two women locked in battle. One had a ponytail and wore a black martial arts outfit. Her legs were long and straight, and her face was delicate and beautiful. It was Li Shue. Her movements were as agile as a swallow, each motion filled with vitality and energy, her eyes showing determination and focus. The other was the more mature Lin Yu, wearing a red martial arts outfit, her long, wavy blonde hair flowing with her movements, adding a touch of allure and charm. Her actions were graceful yet powerful, captivating to watch. Li Shue caught sight of Wang Heng entering, and her eyes lit up. She quickly called out, "Wang Heng, you're finally here. Hurry and bring out your clone." Lin Yu paused her movements and teased with a smile, "What? Am I not a good enough sparring partner compared to this guy?" Her tone was playful, without any hint of reproach. Li Shue explained, "Sister Lin, your martial arts skills have already reached perfection. The gap between us is too large, and I can't gain much from being completely suppressed by you. Wang Heng's level is similar to mine, and sparring with him can help me advance to a higher level. All right then, you two go ahead and practice. I'll take a break over here." Lin Yu smiled, greeted Wang Heng, and then sat down on a nearby sofa. Li Shue eagerly turned to Wang Heng, urging, "Quick, where's your clone? It should be fully recovered from last night, right?" Wang Heng shuddered at the memory of his clone's battered state from the previous night. If not for his ability to create a clone, he would never agree to be the sparring partner for this seemingly pretty but actually fierce girl. Every time they sparred, his clone ended up severely damaged, a sight that was truly chilling. Fortunately, the clone can absorb energy on its own, so even if it's damaged, it only takes a night to fully recover. And if it's killed, it can be reborn in just 3 days. With a thought, Wang Heng caused a subtle ripple in the air. In an instant, a figure identical to him appeared out of thin air on the nearby open ground. This clone had a stern expression and vacant eyes, resembling a finely crafted doll. "Wang Heng, it's always astonishing to watch you give birth," Li Shue teased, her eyes gleaming with envy. Wang Heng nearly choked on his own words, his face instantly turning red. He helplessly corrected her. "How many times do I have to tell you? This isn't giving birth, it's summoning." Li Shue blinked innocently and retorted, "It's pretty much the same thing, popping out a person from your belly." Wang Heng was left speechless. He immediately controlled the clone to throw a punch at Li Shue. The strike seemed fierce, but was actually harmless. After all, Li Shue's punching power reached 760 kilograms, far beyond what Wang Heng could withstand. In every spar, Li Shue would deliberately hold back, otherwise, Wang Heng wouldn't stand a chance. This disparity in strength frustrated Wang Heng, but also fueled his determination. Leaving the clone to spar with Li Shue, Wang Heng turned and walked towards Lin Yu nearby. "Sister Lin," he greeted respectfully, eyes full of admiration. Lin Yu occasionally guided him while training Li Shue, and Wang Heng was grateful for this free private tutoring. Lin Yu smiled and asked, "Wang Heng, how's your training going? Have you broken through 400 kilograms in punching power?" Wang Heng shook his head, slightly disappointed. "Not yet, Sister Lin. I tested today, and my punch is around 395 kilograms, just a bit short." Lin Yu comforted him. "Don't worry, there's still a month before the college entrance exams. You'll break through 400 kilograms and get into a martial university without a problem." Wang Heng pressed his lips together, calculating inwardly. Graduates from ordinary martial universities usually only reach warrior level. Elite graduates might become warrior generals. The top 2 schools can even produce war god level figures. Wang Heng naturally aimed for the more prestigious institutions. "Here, take this." Lin Yu suddenly took out a small green bottle from her backpack and tossed it to Wang Heng. Wang Heng caught the bottle, examining it curiously. It seemed to be a container for some kind of pills. He had heard that scientists, by studying the inner cores of demon beasts, had created pills that could enhance training and speed up recovery. However, these pills were extremely precious, beyond Wang Heng's wildest imagination. In this bottle is a body-refining pill, something I had left over from years ago. Take it, and it'll boost your strength by dozens of kilograms, Lin Yu said with a mischievous glint in her eyes as she handed a small green glass bottle to Wang Heng. Wang Heng was taken aback, his eyes widening in disbelief. He instinctively took the bottle but quickly pushed it back as if it were burning hot. A body-refining pill. I can't accept this. It's too valuable, he stammered, his face a picture of internal conflict. Wang Heng recalled the information he'd seen at the martial artist mall. A body-refining pill was worth 1,000,000 yuan, regarded alongside the body-refining milk as one of the top-tier potions for aspiring martial artists. Such a precious item was not something he could easily accept. Despite his intense desire, Wang Heng held firm to his principles. Help between friends was one thing, but this far exceeded the boundaries of friendship. Just take it, stop with all the fuss, Lin Yu insisted, stuffing the little green bottle into Wang Heng's hands before turning to leave. She waved a hand dismissively, her tone playful and challenging. I'm off for a shower. If you dare, bring it back to me in the bathroom. Lin Yu's graceful figure disappeared behind the bathroom door, leaving Wang Heng standing there helplessly, clutching the small green bottle as if it were a hot potato. Just then, Li Shui approached from a distance, noticing Wang Heng's dilemma. Just accept it. A mere 1,000,000 yuan is nothing to someone like Sister Lin, a warrior of her rank, she advised. Wang Heng shook his head with a rueful smile. It might be nothing to you guys, but to me, it's an astronomical amount. Li Shui replied with a hint of impatience. You're such a fuss budget, like a girl. If it feels too valuable, pay Sister Lin back when you earn enough. Or do you really have so little faith in yourself, thinking you can't make 1,000,000 in the future? Taking a deep breath, Wang Heng grappled with his thoughts. 1,000,000 seemed unattainable now, but considering his potential talent, he resolved that once he became a martial artist, he would earn even more. All right then. Wang Heng finally relented, pulling a pen from his pocket to quickly scribble an IOU. Here's an IOU. Help me give it to Sister Lin. Li Shui rolled her eyes as she took the note, well aware that this was the only way Wang Heng would feel at ease. An hour later, Wang Heng left Li Shui's villa, his duplicate body battered and bruised. Despite his unsteady steps, his eyes shone with determination, as if he could already see the promise of a hopeful future. Lin Yu finished her shower, flicking her damp long hair, sending sparkling droplets tracing graceful arcs through the air. She was dressed in a form-fitting white silk nightgown that accentuated her graceful figure as she slowly walked out of the bathroom. Scanning the training room, she noticed only Li Shui remained. With a slight smile, she asked, has Wang Heng left already? Li Shui sighed helplessly and handed a note to Lin Yu. Yes, he's gone. I can't believe that guy. He even left you an IOU. Instead of taking the IOU, Lin Yu flashed a mischievous smile, her eyes fixed on Li Shui. Since you provided the body-tempering pill, you should keep the IOU. But what I'm curious about is, has our Li family's little princess really taken a liking to that poor guy? Her tone was full of teasing, as if trying to uncover some secret from Li Shui's reaction. Hearing this, Li Shui's cheeks flushed with a rosy hue, her eyes filled with playful reproach. Sister Lin, what nonsense are you talking about? She shot Lin Yu an annoyed glance, her heartbeat unconsciously quickening. Seeing this, Lin Yu laughed even more freely. Oh, you're getting flustered. Could it be true? She deliberately teased Li Shui, her eyes full of amusement. Unable to hold back any longer, Li Shui shouted, Sister Lin, take this. She swiftly launched a punch, cutting through the air with a dull sound. The force behind it far exceeded what one might expect from an ordinary person. If Wang Heng were present, he would surely be amazed by Li Shui's true strength. As Lin Yu nimbly dodged, she continued to tease. Wow, using your power-doubling special ability just to spar with your Sister Lin. You must really care about that, Wang Heng. Li Shui retracted her fist and glared at Lin Yu, her tone firm. Sister Lin, if you keep talking nonsense, I won't talk to you anymore. I just feel that Wang Heng and I are similar. Neither of us wants to bow to fate, so I want to help him. Hearing this, Lin Yu suddenly fell silent. She understood Li Shui's situation well, a girl from a prominent family, often unable to choose her own marriage. The price of enjoying wealth and privilege was often an arranged marriage for the family's benefit. In this high martial world, only immense strength could break such shackles. Looking at Li Shui, Lin Yu saw a reflection of someone striving to take control of her destiny through relentless training. After a moment, Lin Yu looked at Li Shui with pity and softly said, Silly girl, with your family situation, if you want to control your own fate, you'll need to become a warrior of godlike prowess. Li Shui responded with determination. I know. Her eyes shone with a resolute light, as if she was ready to face any challenge that lay ahead. Li Shui clenched her fist, her gaze sharp as a blade. Her voice was firm and powerful, as if making a vow. This college entrance exam, I'm aiming for high university. Either I become a war god, or I die among the beasts. Her words hung in the air, filled with a determination that seemed to permeate the atmosphere. Lin Yu heard this and furrowed her brows, a mix of surprise and confusion on her face. High university? The Great Sea City is a real meat grinder. It's said that the mortality rate for students there is as high as 50. As someone from a prominent family, shouldn't you aim for Jing University? The cultivation resources there are much richer. Li Shui shook her head, her gaze as firm as iron. Jing University is too comfortable. There may be more resources, but to become a war god-level powerhouse, you must undergo life and death trials. I've researched it. High University has produced more than 3 times the number of war god-level powerhouses compared to Jing University. Her words were like they were carved in stone, exuding an unwavering resolve. Lin Yu looked at Li Shui with concern, letting out a soft sigh. You, sigh. The Great Sea City was such a dangerous place that even she dared not venture there lightly. It was said that every year it faced beast tides, and even war god-level powerhouses risked falling. Her eyes were filled with worry, yet she understood that Li Shui's determination was unshakable. Wang Heng stood not far away, glancing back at the luxurious villa area with a complex expression, muttering to himself. I've truly met a benefactor this time. Although a quenching body pill might mean little to Lin Yu, for him, it was an immense favor. This gratitude was deeply etched in his heart. With his mindset adjusted, Wang Heng quietly vanished into the night. At 9 o'clock in the evening, Wang Heng carefully unlocked the door and tiptoed into the house. He glanced at the bunk bed and saw his father already sound asleep on the top bunk. Wang Heng quietly entered the bathroom, shut the door, and quickly stripped off his clothes. He took out the hard-earned quenching body pill from his pocket, took a deep breath, and swallowed it whole. Though he couldn't afford the quenching body pill, he had thoroughly researched its usage online. It was said that the first use was the most effective, capable of completely expelling impurities from the body and providing a thorough cleansing. Wang Heng held his breath, patiently waiting for the effects to kick in. His heart raced, filled with both anticipation and anxiety, unsure of what would happen next. His eyes were full of anticipation, and his hands clenched involuntarily. A few minutes later, a sudden surge of heat exploded within him, like a blazing fire. Wang Heng was slightly startled, but excitement quickly took over. A warm current surged through his meridians, flooding his entire body in waves. As his body temperature rose, Wang Heng noticed black impurities beginning to seep from his skin. These foul-smelling substances were a sign of deep purification. He immediately rushed to the bathroom, turned on the shower, and thoroughly washed himself with hot water. After the hot water washed over him, Wang Heng felt completely renewed. Every muscle seemed to have been tempered, and his overall strength had significantly improved. Just then, a message suddenly appeared in his mind. Breakthrough to a minor realm. Increase in the number of avatars by 10. Wang Heng was overjoyed. After taking the body refining pill, his punching power finally surpassed 400 kilograms, advancing him to the intermediate apprentice level. Even more exciting was the increase in the number of avatars by 10, bringing the total to 11. This meant he could not only accelerate his training, but also enhance his own strength by merging with the avatars. For each avatar he merged with, his strength increased by 10. After a quick calculation, Wang Heng realized his power had doubled. Assuming a base punching power of 400 kilograms, after merging with 11 avatars, the power increase reached 110. 400 kilograms, 110, 840 kilograms, and this was a conservative estimate. The effect of that body refining pill exceeded expectations, and my punching power is likely already over 400 kilograms. After merging all the avatars, I might even break the 900 kilograms mark. Wang Heng thought excitedly, his face alight with enthusiasm. The strength he had long awaited had finally arrived as promised. The next morning, Wang Heng arrived early at the school martial arts hall. The expansive space was empty, with only his solitary figure present. He took a deep breath, eyes wide open, and suddenly threw a punch. The sound of air being sliced through echoed loudly as his fist landed heavily on the target of the testing machine. Boom! After the loud noise, Wang Heng retracted his fist, his gaze fixed intently on the screen of the testing apparatus. 447 kilograms. This number made Wang Heng's eyes widen instantly, his mouth agape in disbelief, as if he could fit an egg inside. The increase of 50 kilograms from the previous day was astonishing, almost dreamlike. Wang Heng calculated silently. At his current level, even with all-out efforts in his usual training, it was difficult to increase his strength by even 1 kilogram. Yet, a single body tempering pill had brought about such an incredible effect. No wonder Li Shui's punching power was so high. He continued pondering. Qin Li's high punching power was understandable, given his level cultivation talent and various auxiliary treasures, making his progress naturally rapid. However, Li Shui and his friend Zhang Wei both had sea-level talents, yet their punching power differed by nearly double. Zhang Wei was around 410 kilograms, while Li Shui had reached 760 kilograms. This disparity made one reflect. The old saying, "the rich pursue martial arts," holds true. Wang Heng speculated that Li Shui must treat body-tempering pills like candy in her daily routine. Fortunately, such treasures have the best effect upon initial use. Afterward, the body develops antibodies, and the effects gradually diminish. Otherwise, people like him would find it even harder to stand out. 447 kilograms. If I integrate 11 avatars, my punching power could reach 938 kilograms, Wang Heng quickly calculated. This figure was not only enough to gain admission to an elite martial arts university, but even the two top schools were within reach. Last year, the admission standard for these two schools was 900 kilograms, and even if it increased this year, his strength would still be more than sufficient. This realization filled Wang Heng with excitement. As far as he knew, graduates from the two top schools could at least reach the primary warrior level. Qin Li's family was merely a warrior-level family. Perhaps in the future, the Wang family could join those ranks as well. Suppressing his inner excitement, Wang Heng decided to research the two top schools' information thoroughly in the evening to decide which one to apply to. This happy dilemma was something he had never dared to imagine before. After adjusting his mindset, Wang Heng moved aside to start practicing his punches. Coach Sun Nian often said that to become a powerful martial artist, one must never become arrogant or complacent over a bit of achievement. Wang Heng deeply agreed with this, so he continued to focus on his training. He slowly raised his right arm, the movement appearing gentle yet containing astonishing power, as if drawing on immense strength. Each motion was infused with his understanding and pursuit of martial arts. Wang Heng stood in the center of the martial arts hall, fully focused on practicing his boxing techniques. Every move he made was filled with power and precision, the force of his punches creating a slight breeze. Sweat dripped from his forehead, sliding down his cheeks and forming small puddles on the ground, but he remained oblivious. As his practice deepened, Wang Heng's breathing became more rapid, yet he maintained a steady rhythm. He continuously recalled Coach Sun Nian's demonstrations in his mind, adjusting his movements accordingly. Remarkably, as he practiced, the 11 avatars within his dantian were also training in sync, bringing a wave of tenfold boxing insights that propelled his skills to new heights. Suddenly, Wang Heng felt an unprecedented sense of exhilaration. Every movement was imbued with power and rhythm, as if he had become one with the boxing form. His fierce punches seemed to tear through the air, exuding an intimidating aura akin to an awakened lion. At that moment, a booming voice shattered the silence of the martial arts hall. "Good job, kid. I just arrived and already see your boxing has reached the advanced stage." Coach Sun Nian strode into the hall, his face alight with surprise and admiration. Wang Heng was startled by the unexpected voice, and his movements came to an abrupt halt. He quickly turned, spotting Sun Nian, and respectfully saluted. "Coach." Sun Nian nodded in satisfaction. Very good, very good. If you can advance your boxing to the advanced stage before the college entrance exam, even if you only get into a regular martial arts university, you'll receive special attention. You might even become a warrior-level martial artist in the future. Wang Heng felt a surge of joy, but was suddenly overcome with a hint of worry. His punch strength had always been low. If he suddenly excelled during the exams, would it attract unwanted attention? Would he be taken to a lab for research? After pondering for a moment, Wang Heng decided to reveal part of the truth. He looked at Sun Nian and said, "Coach, there's something I've been hiding from you." Sun Nian raised an eyebrow, laughing. "Oh, what's that? Don't tell me your boxing has already reached the subtlety level, huh?" He chuckled at his own thought, knowing that the subtlety level was beyond the reach of a prospective martial artist. Wang Heng took a deep breath and said, "Coach, I discovered that after merging with my avatars, my punch strength doesn't just increase by 10, but by 100. This statement was like a bombshell, causing Sun Nian to widen his eyes in shock. "What? Really?" Instructor Sun Nian stood at the edge of the field, his eyes keenly fixed on Wang Heng. He was secretly calculating that Wang Heng's punching power was around 400 kilograms. If the amplitude reached 100, wouldn't it directly double? 800 kilograms of punching power is the threshold for elite martial arts universities. If this were true, their class would produce another top student, which would be a solid achievement. "Instructor, it's true," Wang Heng said, striding confidently towards the testing machine nearby. Sun Nian immediately understood, quickly following with eyes full of expectation. Wang Heng stood still, took a deep breath, and secretly fused with 10 avatars. He could feel the power surging within him like a tide, approaching a 100 increase. After gathering his strength, Wang Heng let out a low shout and launched his right fist at the testing machine like a cannonball. Boom! A loud noise erupted as the testing machine shook violently. The numbers on the screen finally settled. 894 kilograms. Sun Nian's eyes widened with surprise and joy. "Not only did it double, but your natural punching power actually reached 450 kilograms." Wang Heng calmly explained. Someone gave me a body-tempering pill yesterday, which added 50 kilograms to my strength. He thought to himself that it was no big deal if people knew. After all, it's quite normal for a genius to receive early investments. Sun Nian's eyes gleamed with excitement. You've encountered a benefactor. But more importantly, your avatar talent has mutated, which is equivalent to having a talent that doubles your strength. He looked at Wang Heng with the intensity of someone seeing a rare gem. 894 kilograms of punching power. With a month left until the college entrance exams, breaking 900 kilograms was within reach. Sun Nian was thrilled at the thought that their class might produce a top martial arts candidate for the two prestigious universities. This achievement would be monumental. With this in mind, Sun Nian patted Wang Heng on the shoulder, his tone barely concealing his excitement. Wait here, I'll inform the principal about you. Since you have a chance to get into the two prestigious universities, the school will definitely provide you with support. Wang Heng was momentarily taken aback, not expecting such benefits from revealing his strength. On reflection, if he could get into the two prestigious universities, it would indeed greatly enhance the school's reputation, and a reward from the school would be reasonable. He couldn't help but feel a sense of anticipation, calculating the possible resources he might receive. The principal's office door burst open with a loud bang. Sun Nian rushed in, his face brimming with uncontrollable joy. Principal, great news, he shouted, his voice echoing in the office. The principal looked up, his gaze first landing on the now slightly warped door before turning resignedly to Sun Nian. He sighed and said, "Can't you just open the door normally?" Sun Nian grinned, unconcerned, and replied, "Principal, you know I'm a rough guy from the army, not much for rules. If the door's damaged, just dock my pay." The principal rubbed his forehead, clearly not satisfied with this response. Suppressing his annoyance, he directly asked, "What's going on? Hurry up and tell me. I don't have time for your nonsense." Sun Nian's expression suddenly turned serious. He looked the principal in the eye and solemnly asked, "Principal, do you remember the kid who was discovered to have a doppelganger talent during the martial awakening?" The principal's eyes lit up with a flash of recollection. He nodded and said, "I remember. His name is Wang Heng. What's up? The doppelganger talent is a top-tier special ability." He paused, then added, "When Wang Heng was discovered to have this talent, it indeed caused quite a stir in the school. It's just a pity that his cultivation talent was so poor, he might struggle to even get into an ordinary martial arts university." Sun Nian's eyes brightened as he excitedly said, "Principal, I just found out that Wang Heng's power increase after merging with his doppelganger isn't 10, but 100. The principal stood up abruptly, incredulous. "A 100 power increase? Are you sure? That would mean his power doubles." Sun Nian nodded repeatedly, quickly saying, "I just witnessed it myself. Wang Heng's punch strength has reached 894 kilograms. Oh, and Wang Heng mentioned someone gave him a body-tempering pill, so his own punch strength is already around 450 kilograms, and with the doppelganger, it's 894 kilograms. 894 kilograms, the principal murmured, repeating the number, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He knew what this meant. Lu City Third High might soon produce a martial arts champion. The principal confirmed again, "You're sure his doppelganger boost is 100? Sun Nian nodded firmly. "I saw it with my own eyes. If you don't believe me, Principal, you can come to the martial arts hall right now, and I'll have Wang Heng test his punch strength in front of you." The principal waved his hand. "No need, I believe you." He knew Sun Nian, being from the army, was steady and wouldn't lie about such things. Seizing the moment, Sun Nian suggested, "Principal, this kid has a chance to get into the top 2 universities. This is a great opportunity to bring glory to our school. Shouldn't we support him?" The principal pondered for a moment, then nodded in agreement. "Indeed, we should support him. How much do you think we should reward him?" Sun Nian shook his head. "Don't give him money. The kid's family is poor, and I heard his mother is disabled. If we give him money, he'll probably use it to help his family, which won't do much for his strength improvement. We should reward him with body-tempering pills and body-tempering milk instead." The principal's eyes showed approval. A truly filial child. He thought for a moment and made a decision. "All right, give him 2 body-tempering pills. As for the body-tempering milk, after school, take him to your training room to soak in it until the day before the college entrance exam. Any expenses, report to the school." Sun Nian's face broke into a bright smile. "Great, thank you, Principal." Sun Nian hurried away, eager to share the good news with Wang Heng. Meanwhile, the school's martial arts hall was bustling with students, the sound of fists cutting through the air and sweat flying, creating a lively scene of practice. Wang Heng stood among the crowd, deeply immersed in mastering the advanced stage of the body-tempering fist. With each punch, he felt the surge of energy coursing through his body, his muscles and bones resonating in harmony. The effectiveness of this physical training amazed him, and he estimated that his current training speed might have reached a club standard. Thinking about his 11 clones practicing simultaneously, Wang Heng couldn't help but feel a surge of excitement. This would make his training speed comparable to that of a level genius. He envisioned a future where, upon reaching the advanced apprentice stage, his number of clones would increase by 10, and should he become a martial artist, he would gain 100 more. His eyes gleamed with ambition as he imagined a path leading to a galaxy of infinite possibilities. While Wang Heng was lost in these promising thoughts, Zhang Wei suddenly spoke up. Old Wang, I feel like your martial arts have improved a lot. Wang Heng turned to Zhang Wei, who was looking at him with curious eyes, and smiled slightly. I had some insights from sparring with Li Shui yesterday, and today my martial arts finally reached the advanced stage. No way you've mastered it? Zhang Wei's eyes widened in shock. That's incredible. He compared this to their classmate Qin Li, who had also reached this level, but had exceptional talent and numerous resources. Wang Heng, on the other hand, had no special conditions and only a D-level talent, even below his own. Such remarkable progress was truly unbelievable. Seeing Zhang Wei's thoughts, Wang Heng encouraged, keep pushing yourself, and you might reach the advanced stage before the college entrance exams. Inspired, Zhang Wei gritted his teeth, determination burning in his eyes. I'll take your word for it. Starting today, I'll train an extra hour. With that, he resumed his practice with renewed vigor. Observing Zhang Wei's reaction, Wang Heng chuckled to himself. He understood human nature well. As the saying goes, you fear your friend living in hardship, yet also fear them driving a luxury car. While Zhang Wei was genuinely happy for his friend's progress, he also felt a considerable pressure. This mix of joy and anxiety perfectly reflected the depth of their friendship. After years of training together, Zhang Wei's punches had always been stronger than Wang Heng's. However, the current situation made Zhang Wei feel a bit uneasy. Watching Wang Heng tirelessly practicing nearby, Zhang Wei couldn't help but think that Wang Heng's technique seemed to have reached a new level, and the effects of his body strengthening were evident. It wouldn't be long before Wang Heng's power matched his own. This thought served as a wake-up call for Zhang Wei. He quickened his training pace, his fists leaving trails in the air. Yet, Zhang Wei was unaware that Wang Heng's abilities had already quietly surpassed his. At that moment, the dojo's door opened, and instructor Sun Yin appeared. His gaze swept across the room before settling on Wang Heng. Sun Yin gestured for Wang Heng to come over. Noticing the instructor's signal, Wang Heng stopped his practice and turned to Zhang Wei, saying, "You keep practicing. The instructor is calling me." With that, he wiped the sweat from his forehead and quickly headed towards Sun Yin. Sun Yin led Wang Heng through the corridor to his office. Once inside, he closed the door and retrieved a small green glass bottle from a drawer, handing it to Wang Heng. Wang Heng's eyes lit up instantly. The small green bottle was exactly like the one Lin Yu had given him the night before, likely containing the legendary body-tempering pill. His heartbeat quickened with excitement. Seeing Wang Heng's slightly excited expression, Sun Yin smiled and said, "Wang Heng, I've discussed with the principal. The school has decided to sponsor you with 2 body-tempering pills and 28 days of body-tempering lotion." Upon hearing this, Wang Heng's joy was almost overwhelming. It really was the body-tempering pill, and 2 of them. He suppressed his excitement, bowed respectfully to Sun Yin, and said with a slightly trembling voice, "Thank you, instructor." Sun Yin waved his hand with a gentle tone. "No need to thank me. It's all your own merit. Keep working hard. If you can get into one of the top 2 universities, even if your talent isn't the best, you still have the chance to become a general-class warrior. At that point, a general with an indestructible avatar would surely be a formidable force." Wang Heng nodded solemnly, his eyes shining with determination. "Instructor, rest assured, I will continue to train diligently and never slack off." "I believe you." Sun Yin nodded with satisfaction. He knew that Wang Heng always trained an extra hour after school each day. With such dedication, how could he not become stronger? Suddenly, Sun Yin remembered something and added, "Oh, by the way, as for the body-tempering lotion, there's too much to give you directly. After school each day, come to my training room. You can use the lotion there until the day before the college entrance exam." Wang Heng expressed his heartfelt gratitude once more, then carefully put away the small green bottle containing the 2 body-tempering pills. Filled with excitement and anticipation for the future, he left the office, eager to start a new round of training. After leaving Sun Yin's office, Wang Heng immediately immersed himself in practicing martial arts. He didn't rush to take the second body-tempering pill, knowing well that the effects of the one he took last night hadn't been fully absorbed by his body. Based on his online research, the optimal interval for taking the body-tempering pill should be more than 3 days to achieve the best results. Wang Heng took a deep breath, planted his feet firmly in a horse stance, and clenched his fists tightly. He punched forward with force, the wind from his fist slicing through the air with a sharp current. Each punch was accompanied by a deep, powerful shout, as if he was channeling all his strength into it. The latest version of the body-tempering fist had a unique and exquisite way of exerting force. Power started from the soles of his feet, transmitted through the legs, and gathered at the waist. The waist acted like a flexible pivot, rotating to drive the upper body, further concentrating the power. When punching, the shoulders relaxed, The arm muscles tightened instantly, like a fully drawn bow releasing an arrow, with the fist wind whistling out. Simultaneously, breathing was perfectly synchronized with the movements, exhaling with the punch, inhaling when retracting, integrating breath and strength into one. Every move was precise and continuous, focusing all the body's power to explode at a single point, achieving the best body tempering effect. As Wang Heng practiced, his 11 avatars were also training in sync, giving his body an 11-fold tempering effect. Various insights into martial arts constantly emerged in his mind, further advancing his martial arts prowess. Time passed slowly, and sweat poured down like rain, soaking Wang Heng's clothes, yet his movements showed no signs of slowing. Suddenly, a loud shout came from outside the martial arts hall. Wang Heng. Following that, Qin Li strode over with determination. Wang Heng looked at Qin Li calmly, speaking with ease. Qin Li, what's up? His stance was as steady as a mountain, showing no retreat. Before yesterday, he might have felt intimidated by Qin Li, but now he not only surpassed Qin Li in strength, but also equaled him in martial arts mastery, both reaching the level of great accomplishment. His improved skills gave him the confidence to face Qin Li directly. Qin Li squinted his eyes, staring fiercely at Wang Heng, like a hungry wolf. You still dare to see Li Shui? You must have guts. Did you take my warning yesterday as a joke? Wang Heng sneered, refusing to back down. Who do you think you are? Li Shui's elder? A school authority? Why should I listen to you? Qin Li's eyes widened with rage. How dare you speak to me like that? I want to see what gives you the confidence. Nearby, Zhang Wei sensed trouble brewing and quickly stepped in to mediate. Young Master Qin, let's talk it out. The instructor is already here, right in the office. Get lost. Qin Li, in a fit of anger, turned and kicked Zhang Wei in the abdomen. The kick was as fast as lightning, hitting Zhang Wei hard in the stomach. Zhang Wei cried out in pain, his body flying over 3 meters before crashing to the ground, clutching his stomach in agony. Seeing this, Wang Heng was furious and rushed over to help Zhang Wei up. Zhang Wei, are you okay? Zhang Wei, sweating from the pain, responded weakly, I'm fine. At this moment, the students practicing nearby gathered around, and even the instructor, Sun Yin, who was in the office, came out upon hearing the commotion, frowning as he asked, what happened here? Sun Yin's gaze shifted between the fallen Zhang Wei and Qin Li, who appeared nonchalant, his brows furrowed. Qin Li crossed his arms and casually explained, Instructor, I was just showing Zhang Wei some moves. Who knew he was so weak that he couldn't even withstand a single kick from me? Just then, a cold voice cut through the air. Wang Heng helped Zhang Wei to the side, his eyes blazing with anger as he stared at Qin Li. Well, then, let me have a taste of your teaching, Qin. Zhang Wei quickly grabbed Wang Heng's arm and whispered, forget it, you can't beat him. However, Qin Li spoke up first, a disdainful smile on his lips. Sure, it's not every day Wang Heng is this eager. I'll give you a free lesson. He turned to Sun Yin, his smile growing brighter. Instructor, Wang Heng's asking for this. Don't discourage his enthusiasm. Sun Yin's gaze lingered between the furious Wang Heng and the smug Qin Li. He gave Qin Li a long look and nodded slowly. All right, I permit you to spar. Before today, Sun Yin would have stopped this conflict. But now he knew Wang Heng's skills surpassed Qin Li's. It was the perfect opportunity to teach the arrogant Qin Li a lesson and curb his overbearing attitude. In the past, Sun Yin tolerated Qin Li because he was the top student in the class. Offending Qin Li might have led him to transfer to another school before the college entrance exams, risking Sun Yin's achievements. But now, with Wang Heng as a promising candidate for the top universities, Qin Li's importance had significantly diminished in Sun Yin's eyes. Wang Heng stood calmly on the sports field, his gaze fixed on Qin Li, who was approaching with a smug smile and a gleam of confidence in his eyes. Wang Heng, since the instructor has already agreed, let me show you what a true mastery of the body-refining fist looks like. Qin Li's voice dripped with sarcasm. As the distance between them closed, Qin Li's body suddenly tensed, like a drawn bow. When he was just a step away from Wang Heng, he leaped up, his right leg striking out like lightning. The kick was swift as thunder, slicing through the air with a sharp whistle. Although the body-refining fist is renowned for its punches, it also includes intricate leg techniques. Qin Li particularly favored using his legs to attack opponents, relishing the feeling of standing victoriously with his foot planted heavily on an opponent's chest, looking down on those he had defeated. Just like Zhang Wei, whom he had kicked flying moments earlier. In Qin Li's eyes, Wang Heng's strength was no different from Zhang Wei's insignificant and worthless. He was certain that since he could easily defeat Zhang Wei, dealing with Wang Heng would be a breeze. Watch out, Zhang Wei shouted anxiously from a distance, having realized that Qin Li's kick was even more ferocious than the one aimed at him, clearly intended to seriously injure Wang Heng. With college entrance exams looming, a severe injury could mean Wang Heng missing his chance. The onlookers couldn't help but cast sympathetic glances at Wang Heng, assuming he was doomed. However, at the critical moment, a thunderous collision echoed across the field. Bang! Wang Heng's arm sliced through the air like lightning, his hand forming a precise knife hand strike that intercepted Qin Li's attack in midair. The clash of muscles was deafening, and the force rippled outward. In a split second, Wang Heng had managed to block the seemingly unstoppable strike. How is this possible? Qin Li leaped back, shock filling his eyes. The spectators were equally stunned, their eyes wide and mouths agape, unable to believe what they had just witnessed. An indescribable tension filled the air. When did Wang Heng become so powerful? This question echoed in everyone's mind, including Qin Li's own. In the midst of everyone's shock, Wang Heng strode forward with a gaze as sharp as a blade. His eyes locked onto Qin Li, a mocking smile playing at the corners of his mouth. Qin Li, it seems your skills aren't all that impressive. No wonder Li Xuan never spared you a glance. You seem more like a toad lusting after a swan. Wang Heng's words were like arrows, striking Qin Li's sore spot. Hearing this, Qin Li clenched his fists tightly, veins bulging. He glared at Wang Heng, gritting his teeth. Arrogant fool. If you can keep up with my speed, your martial arts must have reached a high level. But if you think that alone can match me, you're gravely mistaken. Wang Heng sneered, beckoning with his finger. Weren't you going to teach me a lesson? Just talking here is useless, come on. If you seek your own demise, I'll oblige. Qin Li roared, his eyes blazing with anger. He resolved to crush Wang Heng with overwhelming force. In an instant, Qin Li shot forward like an arrow, crossing several meters in a flash. He swung his fist like a dragon, cutting through the air with a roar, aiming straight at Wang Heng. This was the killer move of the tempering fist cannon fist. The power of the cannon fist was astounding. Qin Li focused all his strength into one point, like a cannon ready to fire, unleashing tremendous power with his punch. He was confident that even if Wang Heng could block this punch, he would still be severely injured by sheer force. Yet, facing Qin Li's formidable punch, Wang Heng's eyes narrowed, showing no sign of retreat. He quickly calculated. Although their martial arts were on par, Qin Li had more experience from training with professional fighters. A direct confrontation might be tough to win quickly, but Qin Li's attempt to overpower him provided an opportunity. Wang Heng instantly merged his 10 clones, concentrating all their power into his right arm. As Qin Li's fist approached, he countered without hesitation. Bang! The collision of their fists produced a deep, resonant boom, shaking the air around them. Qin Li felt a massive counterforce surging toward him, numbing his arm and forcing him back several meters. Impossible! How is your strength so great? Qin Li stared at Wang Heng in disbelief, pain from his right arm draining the color from his face. Wang Heng smirked coldly. You're just too weak. Before the words were fully spoken, he lunged at Qin Li like a leopard. After 3 steps, Wang Heng suddenly accelerated, gathering his strength once more, his fist cutting through the air with even greater force than before. Another cannon fist. Qin Li was terrified. This punch was even more fearsome than his own. He gritted his teeth, mustering all his strength to throw up his fists defensively. Boom! Another loud crash, and Qin Li felt his arms go numb as a tidal wave of force hit him. He was sent flying again, slamming into the wall behind him, which instantly cracked. Qin Li fell to the ground, struggling to get up. The surrounding students were dumbfounded, as if they were in a dream. The once arrogant Qin Li was now being thoroughly beaten by Wang Heng. That's enough for now. Someone, take Qin Li to the infirmary. Sun Yan's voice broke the stunned silence. The students snapped out of their daze, looking at Wang Heng with disbelief. Those who knew Wang Heng were aware of his strength, but how had he become so powerful overnight? Not far away, Zhang Wei was also stunned, unable to believe his eyes. He thought to himself, he had been worried about his friend driving a Land Rover, but now it seemed like Wang Heng had jumped straight onto a rocket. It was unbelievable. Sun Yan noticed the students' confusion and explained, Wang Heng's punch strength hasn't increased much. It's just that his clone ability has mutated. After merging with his clones, his power increases by 100. He didn't want to stir up too much commotion, so he offered this explanation. A 100 power increase, that's like having a talent that doubles your strength, one student exclaimed. Having a clone ability is impressive enough, but to have it mutate, that's incredible luck, another student said enviously. Some began calculating Wang Heng's strength. Wang Heng's punch is around 400 kilograms. With a 100 increase, his punch now exceeds 800 kilograms. That's more than enough to get into an elite martial arts university, and with more effort, he might even make it into one of the top 2 universities. The surrounding students gasped. The top 2 universities. It's been years since anyone from Lu City High School had been admitted to either. Could this be the year the record is broken? After the showdown with Qin Li, Wang Heng once again became a prominent figure at Luqing No. 3 High School. The campus buzzed with discussions about the thrilling battle, and students' eyes gleamed with excitement and awe. Standing in the center of the playground, Wang Heng was surrounded by a chattering crowd of classmates. Their gazes were filled with envy and curiosity, with some even daring to reach out and touch the sleeve of his shirt, as if hoping to absorb some of his power. 2 years ago, Wang Heng had gained fame for his talent in creating clones during his martial awakening. However, his moment of glory was fleeting, as his lack of further talent and cultivation soon pulled him back into obscurity. This time was different. Wang Heng proved his worth with undeniable strength, leaving no room for doubt about his potential. Wang Heng, how did you do it? A small-framed boy pushed his way to the front, asking with admiration. Wang Heng smiled slightly, choosing not to answer directly. His gaze moved past the crowd and landed on Zhang Wei, who was nursing a sore stomach nearby. A wave of guilt washed over him, and he quickly made his way to his friend. Zhang Wei, how are you feeling? Want me to take you to the infirmary? Wang Heng asked with concern, ignoring the admirers trailing behind him. Zhang Wei forced a smile. I'm fine, feeling much better now. Especially after seeing Qin Li get beaten so badly by you. Wang Heng couldn't help but smile as well. The satisfaction of defeating Qin Li surged through him, erasing the humiliation of past threats. Despite being only 16, the youthful fervor made him relish the feeling of righteous retaliation. Just then, Coach Sun Yan's voice interrupted their conversation. Wang Heng, Zhang Wei, come with me. The two boys exchanged looks, but quickly followed the coach. As they walked, Sun Yan said without turning back, to my training room. I'll let you soak in the body-strengthening serum. Zhang Wei, this is a one-time thing, thanks to Wang Heng. Body-strengthening serum? Zhang Wei nearly stumbled in surprise. That's worth 200,000 a session. Seeing Zhang Wei's puzzled look, Wang Heng briefly explained the school's sponsorship. Zhang Wei was initially envious, but soon genuinely happy for his friend. That's awesome. With the school's support, you'll definitely get into one of the top 2 universities, Zhang Wei said excitedly, patting Wang Heng on the shoulder. I, Zhang Wei, have a future warrior-level brother. The two boys exchanged smiles and followed the coach, stepping toward a hopeful future. Upon arriving at instructor Sun Yan's training room, Wang Heng and Zhang Wei were immediately captivated. In the center of the spacious room stood a massive bathtub that caught their attention. Sun Yan expertly retrieved a barrel of body-refining liquid and poured the blood-red substance into the tub. Instantly, the entire bathtub turned a vivid red, and the previously calm surface began to bubble intensely, as if it were boiling. Eagerly, the two shed their clothes and jumped into the tub. Although it was their first experience, they had seen plenty of related videos online, especially those featuring beautiful women soaking in the body-refining liquid. The warm liquid enveloped them completely, and every muscle seemed to be gently caressed. This feels amazing, Zhang Wei exclaimed, lying back in the tub with a look of pure bliss. It feels like my whole body is relaxing, just like being massaged by a beautiful woman. Wang Heng found the analogy a bit odd, but had to admit the sensation was indeed more intense than any massage. His tired body quickly rejuvenated, and he could even feel his muscles strengthening. I heard this body-refining liquid is extracted from the essence of powerful beast blood, Wang Heng explained. The instructor only poured one barrel, but it might contain the essence of over 100 beasts. Zhang Wei nodded in agreement. They say the effect is similar to body-refining pills, and the first use is the most effective. I reckon it could increase my strength by several dozen kilograms. Despite their modest backgrounds, the wealth of information available online made it easy for them to learn. Wang Heng calculated silently that with this body-refining session, combined with the 2 body-refining pills he had taken earlier, his basic punching strength should surpass 500 kilograms. As a newly promoted intermediate apprentice, his next goal was to reach advanced apprentice status, which would allow him to add 10 more clones, increasing his strength by an incredible 200. By the way, Wang, Zhang Wei suddenly asked, with your current strength, getting into one of the top 2 universities should be no problem. Which one are you going to choose? Wang Heng shook his head. I haven't really thought about it much before. I'll do some research tonight. I think you should choose Jing University, Zhang Wei grinned. I heard it has the most beautiful women. In every martial arts university beauty ranking, half of the top 10 are from Jing University, while Hai University has very few. Wang Heng sighed. Your perspective is unique. I'm going to train and get stronger. Women are just distractions that slow me down. You're so boring. Zhang Wei pouted. Soon, the liquid in the bathtub gradually turned clear. Zhang Wei stood up excitedly, swinging his fists. I feel full of power now. This must have given me a significant strength boost. What are we waiting for then? Wang Heng quickly dressed. Let's head to the martial arts center and test it out. With that, the two left the training room, eager to head to the martial arts center to test the results of their body refining session. The school bell rang, and the martial arts hall quickly emptied, leaving only instructor Sun Yan waiting alone. He had anticipated that Wang Heng and Zhang Wei would come to test their punching power, and when he saw them enter, he enthusiastically waved them over. I knew you two would show up. Come on over. Wang Heng and Zhang Wei exchanged a glance, their eyes filled with eager anticipation. With their newfound strength, they were naturally impatient to test their skills. The two of them quickly approached the testing machine, and Zhang Wei turned to ask, do you want to go first, or should I? Wang Heng waved his hand with a smile. You go ahead. Confident that his enhanced strength would secure his admission to the 2 prestigious schools, he wasn't in any rush. Zhang Wei nodded and stepped up to the testing machine. Taking a deep breath, he tensed his muscles and delivered a powerful punch. With a loud bang, his fist struck the target. Instantly, the screen displayed the number, 445 kilograms. Seeing this number, Zhang Wei was overjoyed and couldn't help but celebrate with a fist pump. Sun Yin nodded approvingly. Not bad. You've increased your strength by 30 kilograms. It seems you haven't been slacking off in your training. Remember, the effectiveness of the body tempering lotion is proportional to your efforts. Only with diligent practice can it achieve the best results. Hearing this, Zhang Wei was even more excited and urged, Old Wang, it's your turn. Wang Heng stepped forward and stood before the testing machine. He took a deep breath, focused his energy, and then unleashed a powerful punch. The numbers on the screen quickly jumped, 503 kilograms. This number astonished everyone present, even Wang Heng himself. Zhang Wei exclaimed, Old Wang, you've increased by over 50 kilograms. He recalled their previous conversations, knowing that Wang Heng's punching power had originally been around 450 kilograms. Wang Heng was equally surprised. I didn't expect it to increase by so much. Sun Yin, deep in thought, explained, didn't you take a body-strengthening pill last night? It seems the effects haven't been fully absorbed, and they were further enhanced by the body-tempering lotion, leading to such a significant increase. Wang Heng suddenly understood, a look of realization crossing his face. Sun Yin patted Wang Heng's shoulder and earnestly said, All right, you two should head back now. Keep up the hard work. Wang Heng, with a serious expression, solemnly promised, Don't worry, instructor, I won't slack off at all. Zhang Wei quickly chimed in, Same here. After bidding farewell to Sun Yin, the two of them left the school together, filled with hope and determination for the future. In the opulent villa of the Emperor Garden, Qin Li lay in a spacious bathtub, his body enveloped in a warm restorative bath that slowly healed his injuries. Although most of his wounds had healed, sharp pains in his arms reminded him of his recent defeat. With a grim expression, Qin Li clenched his teeth. Wang Heng. The name echoed in his mind like a sharp dagger, wounding his pride. Losing to an opponent he once underestimated was a humiliation that almost suffocated him. He reached for the smart bracelet on the edge of the tub, his slender fingers quickly dialing a number. Soon, a respectful voice came through the bracelet. Young Master Qin, is there something you need? Alang, I've heard you have quite a few pseudo-warriors among your men. Qin Li's tone was calm, but his eyes gleamed with a dangerous light. Alang replied with disdain, Just a bunch of cowards too scared to advance to real warriors, scraping by under my command. He briefly explained the current state of the war between humans and beasts, and how some people deliberately suppress their abilities to avoid conscription. A vicious glint flashed in Qin Li's eyes as he revealed his target. Someone has offended me. He's a student at Lu City No. 3 High School, named Wang Heng. He then provided detailed information about Wang Heng. Alang immediately understood. Got it. I'll have someone keep an eye on him. Wait. Qin Li interrupted, a cold light in his eyes. Don't alert him just yet. Keep him under surveillance and take action the day before the college entrance exam. Alang instantly grasped Qin Li's intent, admiringly saying, You're truly wise, young Master Qin. They both knew missing the college entrance exam could ruin a normal person's future. Without the training from a martial arts university, Wang Heng's prospects would be bleak. As night fell and the city lights came on, Wang Heng returned to the villa where Li Shui lived after dinner. As soon as he stepped through the door, he felt the intense gaze of two pairs of eyes. Lin Yu and Li Shui were staring at him, as if he were a rare animal, making him feel uneasy. Why are you looking at me like that? Wang Heng asked, puzzled, with a slight frown. Lin Yu walked over, sizing him up with a teasing tone. Little Wang, you've been hiding your talents well. I was worried you wouldn't get into the martial arts university, so I gave you a body refining pill. Li Shui snorted in disapproval. Lin, he's just playing the underdog to catch us off guard. Probably read too many online novels and thinks he's the protagonist. Faced with their skepticism, Wang Heng had to fabricate a lie. Lin, Li Shui, it was after I took that body refining pill and advanced to an intermediate apprentice that my abilities changed. Humph, who knows if you're telling the truth, Li Shui insisted. Lin Yu laughed, trying to ease the tension. All right, let's give him a break. You might end up being university classmates someday. University classmates? Wang Heng echoed, casting a curious look at Li Shui. He remembered her punching strength was only around 760 kilograms, and even with recent improvements, reaching 900 kilograms before the exam seemed nearly impossible. He looked at Li Shui with confusion. What's with that look? Li Shui's sharp gaze swept across Wang Heng's face, instantly seeing through his thoughts. With a slight disdain in her voice, she scoffed. Do you think you're the only one with a special gift? Wang Heng awkwardly chuckled, pondering silently. Indeed, in this vast world, many have awakened special talents, and he wasn't the only one with the ability to create clones. But Li Shui's words seemed to imply something. Could it be that she also? Just then, Lin Yu's voice interrupted Wang Heng's thoughts. Xiao Wang. Actually, Li Shui has the ability to double her strength, which is somewhat similar to your power amplification through merging clones. Hearing this, Li Shui proudly raised her head, her eyes sparkling with confidence. Double her strength? Wang Heng's eyes widened in surprise. He recalled how merging 10 clones resulted in a 100 increase in his power, which was indeed akin to doubling his strength. Suddenly, Lin Yu's previous comment about him and Li Shui possibly becoming college classmates took on new meaning. Wang Heng quickly calculated. Li Shui already had an impressive punching power of over 700 kilograms. If doubled, wouldn't she easily reach the level of a professional martial artist? Getting into the top 2 universities might be a breeze for her. Wow, who knew our class was full of hidden talents? Wang Heng exclaimed, a hint of amazement in his eyes. However, Lin Yu's voice came again, this time with a note of caution. Xiao Wang, although merging clones can double your strength, remember, don't rely too heavily on this trick. Why not? Wang Heng asked, frowning slightly. Lin Yu patiently explained, when you merge with your clones, their immortality ability becomes ineffective. You must understand, the reason the clone talent is considered top tier is because of its immortality, Li Shui added from the side. In short, you're picking up pennies and losing pounds. Wang Heng suddenly realized, his mind racing for solutions. To him, this wasn't a major issue. After all, he had numerous clones and could simply keep one in reserve. Moreover, as long as he became strong enough, he wouldn't even need the clone's immortality ability. At that moment, Lin Yu suddenly changed the topic, asking, by the way, Xiao Wang, have you decided which of the 2 top universities you want to attend? Li Shui's curious gaze turned towards Wang Heng. Meeting her eyes, Wang Heng asked directly, what about you, Li Shui? Of course, High University, Li Shui replied without hesitation, her eyes shining with determination. High University produces more battle gods. Wang Heng was taken aback, recalling the information he had looked up the night before. Someone from a prestigious family like Li Shui would typically choose Jing University. After all, Hai University is located in the perilous coastal city of Hai, while Jing University offers richer cultivation resources. Sensing Wang Heng's confusion, Li Shui explained, my goal is to become a battle god-level warrior. Jing University is too comfortable. With my cultivation talent, I could at best become a senior warrior there. Lin Yu shifted the topic back to Wang Heng. What about you, Xiao Wang? Wang Heng smiled. My cultivation talent is even worse than Li Shui's, so High University it is. Lin Jie, you guessed right. It looks like Li Shui and I will continue to be classmates. In reality, Wang Heng had already decided on High University after learning about the many wealthy and martial families at Jing University. He vividly remembered how just being a sparring partner for Li Shui had already gotten him into trouble with Qin Li, a martial family member. Going to Jing University would likely bring even more complications. Wang Heng wanted to focus solely on cultivation and avoid getting entangled in complex relationships. Moreover, High University is closer to Lu City, which was another factor since his family is there. Smart choice, Li Shui smiled upon hearing this. Choosing High University is definitely the right decision. Having a familiar face at High University made her happy too. Let's start training, Wang Heng said, summoning a clone and walking towards Li Shui. Today, my boxing technique has reached mastery. I will definitely defeat you. Oh really? Li Shui's eyes sparkled with a hint of mischief, eager to begin. An hour later, Wang Heng collected his bruised and battered clone and left the villa in frustration. He muttered to himself, Li Shui has no sense of martial ethics. When she couldn't beat my clone, she immediately used her talent to double her strength. A week flew by in the blink of an eye. Wang Heng stepped into the school's martial arts hall once more, approaching the familiar testing machine. He took a deep breath, muscles tensing, and delivered a powerful punch to the target. Thud! A dull impact resounded, and a number flashed on the screen beside him. 575 kilograms. Seeing this number, Wang Heng's eyes showed a glimmer of excitement. The progress over the week was indeed remarkable, but he knew it was mainly due to the 2 body refining pills and the daily soaking in the refining lotion at the instructor's place. However, he also realized that the effect of the pills was gradually diminishing. He recalled that the last time he took a pill, his strength increased by only a dozen kilograms. If he took another, the gain might only be in single digits, which was hardly worth the high price of the pills. Wang Heng pondered to himself. No wonder people online said that 3 body refining pills were enough. Of course, exceptions like Li Shui, who came from a wealthy family, existed. He knew Li Shui took a pill every day, even if it increased his strength by only half a kilogram. Such extravagant consumption was probably beyond even Qin Li's means. Wang Heng couldn't help but wonder about Li Shui's powerful background. He only knew Li Shui was from the capital, but the specific family was a mystery. As Wang Heng was lost in thought, Zhang Wei walked over. He glanced at the number on the testing screen, and a look of envy appeared on his face. Old Wang, you've improved again. Zhang Wei genuinely praised. Wang Heng modestly replied, it's all thanks to the body refining pills. Zhang Wei suddenly chuckled and said, You've improved so quickly that you've scared Qin Li into not coming to school. Wang Heng smiled slightly at this. Ever since he defeated Qin Li last time, that guy hadn't shown up at school. In the evening, the scene shifted to the training room at Li Shue's home. The room echoed with the sounds of intense sparring, as two figures engaged in a relentless duel. Upon closer inspection, it was Li Shue and a clone of Wang Heng. Meanwhile, Wang Heng himself was sparring with Lin Yu, who was suppressing her strength to guide him. Sister Lin, your control over your strength is incredible, Wang Heng remarked in awe amid their fierce exchange. It feels like your punches are heavy, but when I block them, they're so light that I nearly cough up blood. Despite his full effort, Wang Heng remained at a disadvantage, especially with Lin Yu's fluctuating punch strength making it difficult for him to cope. Lin Yu chuckled and explained, this is the micro-level realm of martial arts, where you can control each ounce of strength at will, strong when you want, weak when you choose. Wang Heng mused, I think I get it. Ancient martial artists had a similar concept, something about lifting light as heavy, lifting heavy as light. Exactly, Lin Yu nodded approvingly, then added, the next level, the perfect realm, is what ancient martial artists described as harmony between man and nature. Wang Heng gave a wry smile and said, knowing these concepts is one thing, but truly understanding them is incredibly difficult. Lin Yu shook her head and said, that's because your combat experience is too limited. Sparring alone, without any life-threatening situations, won't improve your martial arts. Wang Heng understood this reasoning, but he currently had no opportunities for real combat. Unfortunately, I'm too weak to hunt beasts outside the city, he said, sounding a bit dejected. You'll have those opportunities once you enter university, Lin Yu reassured him. Wang Heng's interest was piqued, and he curiously asked, will the university arrange real combat for us? Lin Yu stood in the center of the campus and explained to Wang Heng. Every university has a demon lock tower, which contains numerous captured beasts. These creatures are carefully selected by the school's top authorities for students' combat training. Wang Heng frowned, puzzled, and asked, a demon lock tower? Why not just take students outside the city to hunt the beasts? Isn't that redundant? Lin Yu rolled her eyes at Wang Heng, with a hint of exasperation in her voice. Do you think this is a video game? Do you expect the beasts outside the city to conveniently line up from weakest to strongest, waiting for you to hunt them? She patiently explained, the beasts migrate and change locations. If you rashly leave the city and encounter high-level beasts, you might face complete annihilation. Only when you reach your third year, and your skills are strong enough, will you be allowed to hunt outside the city. Wang Heng suddenly understood and was about to speak when a figure crashed heavily next to him. He looked closely and realized it was his own clone, battered and bruised. Fuming with anger, Wang Heng turned to Li Shue and demanded, Li Shue, isn't it a bit unfair of you? Always using your strength-doubling talent to bully my clone. What's the point? Li Shue snorted dismissively, retorting, who said I used my strength-doubling ability? Lin Yu, standing nearby, brightened up with excitement. I didn't sense the power fluctuations of a formal warrior just now. Xiaoxue, have you perhaps achieved mastery in your martial arts? Li Shue allowed herself a rare smile and nodded in acknowledgement. Yes, I just had an epiphany and finally broke through. After speaking, she shot Wang Heng another fierce glare. Wang Heng awkwardly smiled and quickly said, congratulations on mastering your martial arts. Humph. Li Shue huffed proudly, turning her head away. In truth, Wang Heng admired Li Shue greatly. He understood that while physical strength could be enhanced with various rare resources, advancing in martial arts required personal insight. Among their classmates, 3 had reached martial arts mastery. Qin Li progressed quickly due to his B-level training talent. In contrast, both Li Shue and Zhang Wei had C-level talents, which were only slightly above average. Several classmates with similar talents hadn't achieved martial arts mastery like Zhang Wei. As for Wang Heng himself, he knew his breakthrough to martial arts mastery was due to training with 11 clones simultaneously, producing a powerful cumulative effect. Although effective, this method made him respect even more those like Li Shue who achieved breakthroughs through their own efforts. Lin Yu's words hit Li Shue and Wang Heng like a heavy blow. Her straightforward tone carried a subtle hint of reluctance. Xiaoxue, your martial arts have reached a high level. To further improve, you need real combat practice. There's no point in me staying here any longer. Li Shue was taken aback, and tears welled up in her eyes as she choked out, Sister Lin, I can't bear to see you go. Her hand instinctively clutched Lin Yu's sleeve, as if that could keep her mentor and friend from leaving. Wang Heng stood by, feeling a mix of emotions. He understood that Lin Yu, as a private coach, was there to teach Li Shue martial arts. However, reaching the advanced level required more than just instruction. Watching Lin Yu pack her bag with ease, he couldn't help but lament how quickly time had passed. Lin Yu turned with a faint smile on her face. Well, all good things must come to an end. Besides, you're both about to head off to college. Parting is inevitable. Her tone was light, but her eyes betrayed her reluctance to leave. Take care, Sister Lin, Li Shue called out, her voice filled with gratitude and reluctance. Wang Heng quickly added, "Thank you for all your guidance, Sister Lin." His voice was low, filled with deep respect. With her back to them, Lin Yu waved. "Haha, keep at it. I'll be waiting for you to graduate, and then we'll hunt down some monsters together." Her voice lingered in the air, full of encouragement and anticipation. As Lin Yu's figure gradually disappeared, Wang Heng felt a wave of loss. He reflected on the invaluable guidance Lin Yu had provided. As a warrior-level mentor, her insights were far more precious than those of their regular instructor, Sun Yin. Wang Heng silently vowed to improve himself and not let Lin Yu down. Taking a deep breath, Li Shui turned to Wang Heng. "Wang Heng, I'm going to focus on improving my martial strength, so I won't need a sparring partner for now." Her eyes shone with determination. Wang Heng chuckled inwardly, thinking she probably meant to invest heavily in her training. But he maintained a smile and said, "All right, see you at the college entrance exam. Let's aim for high university." Li Shui nodded, her tone reminding him, "Yes, make sure to improve your martial strength too. The entrance exam might not be difficult for us, but the competition in college will be fiercer." "Got it." Wang Heng nodded seriously, then turned and left Li Shui's villa. Walking home, Wang Heng was filled with anticipation for the future. "High university," he whispered to himself, as if already envisioning the vast opportunities it held. Everything hinged on the entrance exam in June, and he was determined to give it his all in these final days. Over the next 20 days, Wang Heng maintained a high level of enthusiasm for his training, never slacking off despite his previous achievements. With the help of the body-refining lotion, his punching power skyrocketed at an astonishing rate. On this particular day, Wang Heng stood in front of the testing machine at the school gym, took a deep breath, and tensed his muscles. He then delivered a powerful punch to the target. With a loud boom, the numbers on the screen froze at 601 kilograms. "Finally broke 600. Wang Heng exclaimed with a delighted smile. Tomorrow was the entrance exam, and even with just 10 fusions, his punching power could reach 1,200 kilograms, enough to make him stand out in the exam. As Wang Heng was packing up to leave, an unexpected visitor appeared. A man in a black suit and sunglasses approached him. Wang Heng immediately became alert, his eyes fixed on the stranger as he subtly reached for his smart wristband, ready to contact his instructor, Sun Yin, if necessary. The man in the suit stopped 5 meters away, maintaining a safe distance. "Don't be nervous. I'm Li Shui's bodyguard," he said calmly. "Li Shui's bodyguard? I've never seen you before." Wang Heng remained cautious. Noticing Wang Heng's subtle movements, the man in the suit remained unfazed. "I'm a bodyguard who stays in the shadows. I'll keep it brief. I came to tell you that someone has been watching you secretly. With the exam tomorrow, you should be careful." After saying this, he turned and left, clearly uninterested in the assignment. Wang Heng was taken aback and quickly dialed Li Shui's number. "Hey Wang Heng, what's up?" Li Shui's voice came through the wristband. Wang Heng got straight to the point. "Someone claiming to be your bodyguard just approached me, saying I'm being watched." "Oh, you mean Uncle Zhang?" Li Shui's tone became serious. "Actually, ever since Sister Lin left that night, my bodyguards noticed someone following you. Since they haven't made a move yet, I asked Uncle Zhang to investigate quietly." "Thanks, but did you find out who's following me?" Wang Heng asked. Li Shui replied. "It's a low-level apprentice thug, reportedly working under Brother Lang, the owner of the Scarlet Bar." "Did you offend this bar owner?" Wang Heng shook his head, denying it. "I've never met anyone named Lang, or even been to a bar." "Just be careful," Li Shui warned. "These people have been watching you. I was puzzled before, but now I suspect they might try to make a move before the exam." Wang Heng's expression changed as he quickly realized their malicious intent. They wanted him to miss tomorrow's exam. Fortunately, Li Shui had warned him in time. "I really appreciate your help." Wang Heng sincerely expressed his gratitude. "Do you want me to have Uncle Zhang escort you home?" Li Shui asked with concern. Wang Heng shook his head and said, "No need to worry. Since they want to make a move against me, I'll just wait for them. Don't forget, I have a double." Li Shui instantly understood Wang Heng's plan and softly replied, "Haha, that's true. See you at the college entrance exam tomorrow." With that, she ended the call. After hanging up, Wang Heng turned back to the martial arts club. Inside the changing room, he quickly summoned a double, and the two exchanged clothes. Wang Heng pinched the stiff face of the double, instructing it to keep smiling, and quietly commanded, "Smile." He then directed the double to leave the school. Wang Heng disguised himself with a hat and sunglasses and quietly followed his double. He vigilantly observed his surroundings and soon identified a suspicious character, a young man with striking yellow hair, wearing headphones, casually following the double on a bicycle. A few minutes later, the double walked into a secluded alley. Suddenly, a cacophony of shouting and cursing erupted. Hiding in a corner, Wang Heng, through his double's perspective, saw the ambushers, 18 thugs, all at an advanced apprentice level, each capable of delivering punches with a force of at least 900 kilograms. One older thug had mastered his boxing technique. The group swiftly attacked the double. Despite Wang Heng's mastery in boxing, the overwhelming numbers and the steel pipes they wielded quickly brought the double to the ground, unable to rise. Wang Heng's expression darkened as he watched his double's plight. If not for Li Shue's reminder, it would have been him taking the beating. Even if he could merge with the double to boost his strength to 1,200 kilograms, handling such an ambush would be difficult. Wolf brother. Wang Heng pondered. I don't even know this wolf brother. Someone must have hired him. He quickly identified the mastermind Qin Li. Clenching his teeth, Wang Heng thought. Qin Li's move is ruthless. Missing the college entrance exam would make it hard for me to rise quickly. Retake the exam? The martial arts school doesn't allow it. This guy wants to completely cut off my path. After the thugs left, Wang Heng entered the alley, retrieved his battered double, and hurried home. Meanwhile, in Imperial Garden, Qin Li was smugly reviewing the photos sent by Wolf Brother on his wristband. He sneered. Wang Heng, this is what you get for opposing me. Let's see how you enter the exam room tomorrow. Just a poor boy trying to go against mutterly foolish. On June 7th, the college entrance examination day arrived. Outside the gates of Luqing No. 3 High School, a sea of students and parents gathered, among whom a line of armed military personnel stood out. Several cameras were set up at the perimeter, focusing on the school entrance, while reporters were poised for action. We are now at the entrance of Luqing No. 3 High School. According to the school staff, the martial arts exam will begin with a power test at 8 a.m. this morning. Let's see if Luqing can produce a top martial arts scholar who can get into one of the two prestigious universities. A handsome reporter, Yi Deo, was reporting live to the camera. At the school gate, the scene was both warm and lively. Son, do your best. Don't worry, Dad. Your son has the potential of a war god. At the pinnacle of martial arts, I am unparalleled. With me and Bei, the sky is the limit. I, Yu Fei, have never been inferior to anyone. This college entrance exam will be my leap to greatness. Amidst the bustling crowd, Li Shue, accompanied by several bodyguards, slowly walked toward the school gate. She looked around, searching for Wang Heng, but due to the ban on smart devices during the exam, she couldn't contact him. Li Shue, long time no see. Qin Li stepped out of a luxury car from a distance and approached her quickly, followed by a group of bodyguards. Li Shue glanced at him indifferently and did not respond. Unperturbed, Qin Li maintained a gentle smile and asked, Li Shue, which elite martial arts university are you planning to attend? How about we go to Jiangnan Martial Arts University together? It's said to be the best after the two top universities. Who told you I was going to an elite martial arts university? Li Shue replied mockingly. Qin Li was taken aback. To his knowledge, Li Shue's punching power was about 750 kilograms a month ago. Even if it increased to over 800 kilograms this month, it wouldn't be enough to enter the two top universities. She'd have to settle for an elite martial arts university. Li Shue ignored Qin Li and turned to Zhang Wei in the crowd. Hey, Zhang Wei, why isn't Wang Heng with you? Miss Li, I'm looking for him too. Zhang Wei shook his head. We agreed to come to school together yesterday, but I couldn't wait any longer this morning and came by myself. What is he up to? It's almost 8 o'clock. Hearing this, Qin Li's eyes gleamed with schadenfreude. Maybe he overslept. Li Shue, you might not know, but ordinary people like him get nervous at big events. Don't look down on people. Old Wang wouldn't get nervous. Zhang Wei glared at him. Hey, you've got guts. Qin Li squinted, his eyes cold. I've always had guts. In the exam-heavy area maintained by the military, Zhang Wei stood tall. He knew well that anyone causing trouble here, regardless of their background, would be disqualified, and in severe cases, face imprisonment. Qin Li gave Zhang Wei a deep look, then turned to Li Shue. Li Shue, let's go inside. It seems Wang Heng won't make it. Who said I wouldn't? A familiar voice came from behind Qin Li. Wang Heng, dressed in sportswear, emerged from the crowd. Old Wang. Zhang Wei greeted him excitedly. You almost missed it. Li Shue walked over as well. Qin Li stood there, incredulous, watching Wang Heng, who appeared unscathed. He had assumed Wang Heng should be lying in a hospital bed by now. Old Wang, why are you just getting here? Zhang Wei asked as they walked into the campus. As Wang Heng passed Qin Li, he said meaningfully, I wonder which scoundrel sent someone to beat up my double yesterday, scaring me into insomnia. I almost overslept. Hey, young Master Qin, do you know who that scoundrel might be? Qin Li's facial muscles twitched. How would I know? Maybe you offended someone. He then hurried into the school, realizing that the people sent by a Lang had mistakenly attacked Wang Heng's double. He regretted that after today, he would no longer have the chance to deal with Wang Heng, a genius poised to become the top martial arts scholar. Someone even his warlord-level father couldn't afford to provoke. Was it him? Li Shue asked softly. Who else could it be? Wang Heng smirked. What are you two talking about? Zhang Wei asked, puzzled. Wang Heng patted his shoulder. Don't overthink it. Just perform well and don't get too nervous. Old Wang, you're underestimating me. How could I, Zhang Wei, get nervous? I have countless doubles, unbeatable fortune, and will surely shine this time. Where did you get doubles? Don't you know? Every class in the world has a student named Zhang Wei said smugly. Wang Heng and Li Shue exchanged a glance, speechless. At 8 o'clock sharp, students entered the classroom one by one to test their punching power. Those emerging from the classroom showed mixed emotions. Some were happy, others disappointed. Zhang Wei, how did it go? Wang Heng asked eagerly when Zhang Wei came out. Zhang Wei flashed a bright smile, full of pride. 465 kilograms. Not bad. Wang Heng was thrilled for his friend, as this score was more than enough to get into a regular martial arts university. Wang Heng. Soon, the exam proctor called his name, and Wang Heng quickly headed to the classroom. As Wang Heng stepped into the classroom, his attention was immediately drawn to a massive machine. This testing device was over 3 times larger than the standard model and was said to be an advanced piece of equipment used exclusively by Martial Arts University. It could accurately assess not only the strength of aspiring martial artists, but also the power of fully fledged warriors. Wang Heng recognized the colossal machine at once, having seen videos of it online. Candidate, you have 1 minute to prepare, and you are allowed only 1 punch. A voice with a strong presence resounded from behind the testing machine. Wang Heng nodded in acknowledgement, walked up to the device, and began to focus his energy. Typically, the results from a single punch test are not very precise, as candidates can easily make mistakes under pressure. However, this challenge was intentionally set by the Ministry of Education. A martial artist's mental fortitude is just as crucial as physical prowess. If one gets nervous during an exam, how would they handle the ferocity of beasts? Failing an exam could still lead to becoming a martial artist, but panicking in the face of a beast could be fatal. Therefore, the country would not invest resources in training martial artists who lack mental resilience. Meanwhile, in a conference room, the principal of Luqing No. 3 High School, Instructor Sun Yan, an official from the Ministry of Education, and a brigadier general from the military were intently watching the monitor displaying the candidates testing their punching strength. This Qin Li is impressive, with a punch force reaching 810 kilograms, and his skill level is quite advanced. With his great cultivation talent, he is sure to become a warlord-level martial artist in the future, the education official praised. The brigadier general responded with a smile. I think Li Shui is even more remarkable. Although her cultivation talent is only C, she possesses a unique ability to double her strength. Once she enters one of the top 2 schools, her future is limitless. The principal and Sun Yan nodded, having already heard about Li Shui's special ability, and were not surprised by her performance. You might not know this, but this young girl Li Shui is from the Li family in the capital, the education official suddenly revealed. Could it be the Li family with a war god-level powerhouse? The brigadier general asked in surprise. Exactly, the education official confirmed. No wonder her cultivation talent is only C, yet she can increase her punch force to 860 kilograms. With the meticulous training from the Li family, there's no doubt she'll become a high-ranking warlord, the brigadier general analyzed. Plus, with her ability to double her strength, her combat power could rival that of a peak warlord. Such strength could earn her a general's position in the military, guarding a region. Old you, it seems your No. 3 high school is going to gain quite a reputation. The education official congratulated the principal. Principal Yu's eyes gleamed with unconcealed joy as he humbly replied. It's all thanks to the guidance of the education leaders. I'm just doing my duty. Principal, it's Wang Heng's turn, Sun Yan suddenly whispered. Principal Yu immediately straightened up, his eyes fixed on the screen with a burning gaze, which naturally caught the attention of the others. Old Yu, is this student exceptional? Can he compare to Qin Li? The education official asked curiously. Just wait and see. Principal Yu teased, further piquing their interest. By this time, Wang Heng was ready. Taking a deep breath, he recalled the power techniques of the body-tempering fist and delivered a powerful punch to the target of the testing machine. Boom! With a loud crash, the machine shook violently, and a bright red number appeared on the screen, 1,200 kilograms. Seeing the number, a smile spread across Wang Heng's face. Admission to the top 2 schools was assured. In the conference room, the education official and the brigadier general abruptly stood up, staring in shock at the number on the screen. 1,200 kilograms? How is that possible? Does he also have a strength-doubling talent? The brigadier general asked in astonishment. A prospective martial artist's strength shouldn't exceed 1,000 kilograms. It seems he has a special talent as well, right, old you? The education official looked at Principal Yu. Principal Yu chuckled and explained, this kid's name is Wang Heng, and during his martial awakening, he was found to have a duplication talent. Duplication talent? The brigadier general was once again shocked. The education official eagerly inquired, Old Yu, what's this kid's cultivation talent? Principal Yu sighed. His cultivation talent is a bit lacking, only grade. The education official shook his head in disappointment. What a pity. If he had a great cultivation talent, the country would invest heavily to train him to a war god level. Wait, something's not right, the brigadier general suddenly remarked in confusion. Even with a 10 power increase from merging his duplicate, his punch force shouldn't be 1,200 kilograms. Principal Yu explained, his duplication talent mutated, allowing him to gain a 100 power increase after merging. His original punch force should be around 600 kilograms. Mutated? What a shame. It's truly a shame, the education official lamented again. Principal Yu also sighed. I just hope that once he enters one of the top 2 schools, he can eventually become a high-ranking warlord and contribute to the country. Very difficult. The brigadier general shook his head. With a grade cultivation talent, the typical upper limit is a high-level warrior. Advancing to a warlord is extremely challenging, let alone a high-ranking warlord. The education official nodded in agreement. Not necessarily, Sun Yin interjected. Although his cultivation talent is a bit lacking, his comprehension is not weak. Like Qin Li and Li Shui, he has mastered the fist technique to a great level. Oh, then there's still a chance for him to break through to the warlord level. The brigadier general's eyes lit up. As they continued their conversation, Wang Heng had already left the classroom. After the college entrance exam, Wang Heng walked out of the exam hall and immediately ran into Zhang Wei and Li Shui, who were anxiously waiting for him. Zhang Wei couldn't wait to ask, "Old Wang, how did it go?" Li Shui also looked at him curiously, her eyes filled with anticipation. Wang Heng beamed with a bright smile and excitedly said, 1,200 kilograms. This number exploded like a bomb among the three of them. Zhang Wei was so thrilled he almost jumped up, patting Wang Heng on the shoulder. Impressive. Now the top universities will be fighting over you for sure. Wang Heng glanced at Li Shui, thinking to himself, still can't compare to Miss Li. Her punch force is around 1,720 kilograms. He marveled secretly, realizing that even without the effect of doubling strength, Li Shui's basic punch force was 860 kilograms, wondering how many body refining pills it would take to reach such a level. Sensing the rising excitement, Li Shui reminded them, don't forget about the liberal arts exam. It would be embarrassing if you fail the cultural subjects. Wang Heng snapped back to reality and nodded quickly. Right, right. Let's not get too full of ourselves. The three then headed towards the liberal arts exam hall. Unlike the college entrance exams from 1,000 years ago, today's exams were completed in one day, ending only at 9 in the evening. As they walked out of the school gates, the three of them finally breathed a sigh of relief. Zhang Wei looked relaxed. The questions weren't too hard this time, easier than the mock exams. Wang Heng also felt hopeful about passing. Li Shui checked the time and said, Wang Heng, I have to go back to Kyoto. See you at High University on September 1st. With that, she left under the escort of several bodyguards, getting into a luxury car. Wang Heng waved goodbye to the departing car. Zhang Wei nudged him enviously. I'm really jealous that you get to go to college with the goddess. Honestly, are you two already? Wang Heng rolled his eyes at Zhang Wei. What are you thinking? Reading too many novels, huh? With Li Shui's family background, how could she possibly be interested in me? Focus on becoming a martial artist instead of daydreaming about unrealistic things, he said, and then turned to leave. Although Wang Heng had some feelings for Li Shui, he knew they could only be friends at most. Dating? He didn't have the time or energy for that now. In this dangerous world, if he didn't become strong, even survival would be a problem. With the rare talent of duplication, he was determined to devote all his time and effort to improving his strength and creating a stable and happy life for his family. Meanwhile, at Imperial Garden, Qin Li had already returned home. He heard about Wang Heng's punch force from his classmates, and the news hit him like a heavy blow to the heart. 1,200 kilograms. When he heard the number, Qin Li nearly flipped the table. What was even harder for him to accept was that Li Shui's punch force was over 1,700 kilograms. Li Shui has been hiding her talent for doubling strength all along. No wonder she mocked me when I invited her to join the elite martial arts university. Qin Li gritted his teeth, his eyes burning with jealousy. He couldn't help but think. Wang Heng and Li Shui's cultivation talents were clearly inferior to his, so why did they both awaken special talents? Just then, Qin Li's smart wristband rang. Seeing the caller ID, he hesitated for a moment before answering. Dad, you called? Qin Li's father, Qin Zhan, spoke through the wristband. I just got word that there's a genius named Wang Heng at your school, with a punch force of 1,200 kilograms. Qin Li scoffed. Didn't expect that guy's reputation to reach you too. In Lu City, it's rare to have a top scholar, and all the major forces are paying attention to him. Even if I wanted to ignore it, I couldn't. Qin Zhan's voice was as cold as ice, coming through the phone. Qin Li shrugged, speaking lightly. Just a little friction. He then detailed his grievances with Wang Heng to Qin Zhan. On the other end, Qin Zhan listened and was furious. You call that a little friction? You nearly ruined his college entrance exams. This is a deep-seated hatred. If he had the ability to retaliate, he would have done so already. Qin Li scoffed. Him? He just got lucky and awakened a cloning talent. With his level of cultivation talent, he will never become a warlord. How can he threaten me? Foolish. Qin Zhan scolded harshly. If he only got into an ordinary martial arts university or an elite one, he might not pose a threat. But he's attending one of the 2 top schools. You have no idea how formidable the resources are there. Qin Li frowned, a hint of unease in his voice. So what do we do? I've already made an enemy of him, and it's too late to deal with him now. With his martial arts exam results, many are watching him. Who would dare make a move against him now? At least you're not completely hopeless. Qin Zhan's voice softened. The exams are over, and it's too late to change anything. We can only apologize and make amends to dissolve this enmity. I'll handle this matter. I'm coming back tomorrow. Don't cause any more trouble in the meantime. After the call ended, Qin Li's face was dark with anger. Apologize to Wang Heng? To him, it was a huge humiliation. But he didn't dare defy his father. Outside, he was the powerful Qin scion, but his arrogance depended entirely on his warlord-level father. Grinding his teeth, Qin Li growled, "Get over here now. I'm in a foul mood." His fists clenched tightly, knuckles turning white from the pressure, clearly struggling to suppress his inner rage. Qin Li was seething with anger, his brow furrowed. He lifted his wrist and quickly activated his smart bracelet, dialing a familiar number. "Hello," he said in a low voice, practically squeezing the words through clenched teeth. A sweet, melodious female voice soon came through the bracelet. "Young Master Qin, please hold on, Shuer will be there shortly." Meanwhile, in an ordinary household in the Binhu community, the atmosphere was filled with joy and excitement. Wang Heng had just returned home to announce his martial arts exam results to his parents and sister. "Bro, you're amazing," Wang Kiki exclaimed, jumping up with excitement. "That's the top score in the martial arts exam. It's been years since someone from Luqing achieved that." Wang Tao's face beamed with pride, but he soon appeared thoughtful. "Xiaoheng, are you planning to go to Jing University or Hai University?" "Better choose Jing University," Lu Yuru interjected, a hint of worry in her eyes. "I heard that Haisher isn't very safe." Wang Heng smiled easily. "Mom, I'm going to college, not the front lines. How dangerous can it be at school? Besides, Hai University is closer to home, making it easier for me to visit you." "It seems you've already decided on Hai University," Wang Tao realized. Wang Heng nodded in agreement. "I've done my research. Most children from wealthy families choose Jing University. For someone like me from a common background, going to Jing University might lead to suppression. Plus, Beijing is full of powerful figures, and it's easy to accidentally offend someone important. It's more sensible to opt for Hai University." Wang Tao nodded thoughtfully. "You have a point. It's better to keep a distance from those rich kids." He recalled various rumors he'd seen online. Whether you're stronger or weaker than them, trouble is easy to attract. It's a class issue, hard to resolve. The best way is to steer clear. The family sat around the dining table, enjoying this rare moment of togetherness. However, Wang Heng wasn't aware that his reputation had already spread like a whirlwind across Luqing. Even more surprising, with his punch strength data uploaded to the Ministry of Education, Wang Heng's name had already appeared on the admission lists of various martial arts universities, drawing widespread attention. In the admissions office of Kyoto Martial Arts University, the college entrance exam results were still being finalized, but the martial arts assessment data had already been quietly transmitted to various universities. As a leading institution, Kyoto University was among the first to receive this valuable information. At this moment, the head of the admissions office, Zhang Hongtao, was leading a group of teachers in meticulously organizing the profiles of students whose punching power exceeded 900 kilograms. Inside the office, rows of computer screens flickered with data. Zhang Hongtao's eyes scanned the numbers quickly, understanding that behind these seemingly similar figures lay vast differences in potential. Particularly noteworthy were those geniuses who surpassed the 1,000 kilograms threshold, as they had already transcended the limits of a quasi-martial artist, often possessing extraordinary special talents. "Director, I found a student with a doppelganger talent." A young teacher's excited voice suddenly broke the office's silence. Upon hearing this, Zhang Hongtao immediately set down his files and quickly walked over to the teacher. "Let me see," Zhang Hongtao said as he took the information sheet and began to read carefully. Name, Wang Heng. Age, 16. Gender, male. Punch strength, 1,200 kilograms. Special talent, doppelganger. It is reported that his doppelganger has mutated, and the power amplification after fusion is 100. Training talent, grade D. Skill level, mastery in body tempering fist. Family, ordinary civilian family. Has used 3 body tempering pills and 1 month of body tempering milk. Zhang Hongtao's brows furrowed as he read. He shook his head, disappointment evident in his voice. His training talent is just too low. Even with the school's concentrated resources, he would at most stagnate at the warlord level, with no hope of advancing to a war god. As for Wang Heng's 100 power increase after merging with his doppelganger, Zhang Hongtao paid little attention. He explained, once the doppelganger merges during a battle with a beast and falls, both perish together. This essentially sacrifices the doppelganger's immortality trait. The most important aspect of the doppelganger talent isn't boosting combat power, but its undying nature. The teacher beside him, unwilling to give up, interjected, "Director, achieving the warlord level is still impressive. A high-level warlord with a doppelganger is a formidable force." Zhang Hongtao shook his head in disagreement. With his grade D training talent, how many resources would it take to cultivate him to a high-level warlord? With such resources, we might be able to nurture a war god-level powerhouse by investing in other students. The teacher still seemed reluctant, as the doppelganger talent was exceedingly rare. Hesitantly, he asked, shouldn't we at least try to recruit him? After a moment's thought, Zhang Hongtao made his decision. I'll send him a message inviting him to join Kyoto University. As for the reward, just offer the standard 100 credits. Only 100 credits? That might not be enticing enough, especially if another university offers more. The teacher began to argue. Zhang Hongtao interrupted. 100 credits are sufficient. Kyoto University isn't lacking in students. Besides, with his training talent, without our focused cultivation, even becoming a warlord would be extremely challenging. With Zhang Hongtao's words, the discussion came to an end. The other teachers, seeing this, returned to their tasks, continuing to identify other potential outstanding candidates. The next morning, sunlight spilled onto a patch of open ground in a neighborhood. Wang Heng was there, diligently practicing his martial arts, sweat dripping from his face. Suddenly, his smart wristband emitted a crisp ding, interrupting his routine. Wang Heng paused his practice, raised his wrist, and gently wiped the sweat from his forehead before opening the message he had just received on his smart wristband. Wang Heng was checking the messages on his smart wristband when an invitation from Zhang Hongtao, the admissions director of Kyoto Martial Arts University, appeared on the screen. Hello, I am Zhang Hongtao, the admissions director at Kyoto Martial Arts University. We would like to invite you to join our institution. After you register, we will reward you with 100 credits to support your training plan. Wang Heng furrowed his brows, recalling the information he had previously reviewed. Inside martial arts universities, there are stores where items can only be purchased with credits, with 1 credit equivalent to 10,000 yuan. Although 100 credits are equivalent to 1 million yuan, they seem insignificant compared to the several million yuan in support he had received from Lucheng No. 3 High School. Is Kyoto Martial Arts University really so stingy? Wang Heng thought to himself, realizing that they might not value him highly. It seems my training talent is holding me back, he concluded quickly. While his cloning talent was rare, his training aptitude was indeed low. However, they didn't know that his talent for cloning wasn't limited to just one. Wang Heng shook his head and turned off the smart wristband. He wasn't particularly disappointed by Kyoto University's lack of attention, as his goal was High University. Just as he was anticipating news from High University, an incoming communication request from instructor Sun Nian popped up. Hello, instructor, what can I do for you? Wang Heng answered the call. Sun Nian's familiar booming voice came through the smart wristband. Wang Heng, Qin Li's father contacted me. He wants me to mediate and resolve the conflict between you and Qin Li. What do you think? Resolve the conflict? Wang Heng thought with a cold smile, but maintained a calm tone as he replied. Instructor, Qin Li and I just have some minor disagreements. Since we won't be attending the same university, there's no need for us to cross paths again. Sun Nian's voice carried a hint of confusion. Wang Heng, that's what I initially thought too, but Qin Li's father is willing to offer 1 billion yuan and have Qin Li apologize to you in person. Is there something more between you two that I don't know about? Wang Heng paused for a moment, recalling the conflict with Qin Li that had unfolded right under Sun Nian's nose. This sudden proposal for reconciliation, along with the staggering compensation amount, undoubtedly cast a mysterious shadow over the entire incident. Sun Nian understood that the conflict between the two was merely the jealousy of teenagers, but when he learned that Qin Zhan was willing to pay 1 billion, he realized something was amiss. He frowned, deep in thought. Qin Li must have done something that made Wang Heng extremely angry. Otherwise, Qin Zhan would never offer such an astronomical sum. 8 billion. Wang Heng's heart raced upon hearing this. The amount was astronomical to him, enough to completely change his family's situation and buy numerous precious items beneficial for his training. That Qin Li's father was willing to offer so much money was beyond Wang Heng's expectations. Seeing Wang Heng's shocked expression, Sun Nian said slowly, Wang Heng, although I'm not sure what happened between you two, it seems the Qin family is genuinely sincere this time. If you're willing to resolve your grudge with Qin Li and take this billion, it would greatly aid your future martial path. He paused, his tone becoming serious. Moreover, your parents and family are still in Lucheng. Sometimes, you need to learn to be forgiving. It's important to let things go when possible. Remember, even a cornered dog will jump over a wall. The last sentence was a subtle reminder. Wang Heng suddenly realized. Indeed, while he wasn't afraid of Qin Li's retaliation at Haida, his family was still in Lucheng. If Qin Li really sought revenge, wouldn't they be defenseless? He couldn't possibly move his entire family to Haisher, where beast tides were common, could he? After much consideration, Wang Heng said in a deep voice, all right, for the instructor's sake, I'm willing to talk with them. Sun Nian smiled with satisfaction. Good. Then come to Junshan Tower near the school tomorrow. I'll have Qin Zhan book a private room. Don't worry. With me there, you won't be at a disadvantage. Of course, I trust the instructor. Wang Heng replied respectfully. He knew that Sun Nian had always treated him well. Moreover, as the top martial arts student in Luqing, his status would ensure his safety in the city for the time being. In front of the Junshan Tower, Wang Heng arrived early, hiding in the shadows and waiting patiently. When he saw Sun Yan's figure appear, he immediately stepped out to meet him. Instructor, Wang Heng called out, waving from a distance with a cautious smile on his face. Sun Yan saw right through Wang Heng's careful demeanor, a slight grin appearing at the corner of his mouth. You've been waiting a long time, haven't you? Wang Heng grinned, a hint of mischief in his eyes. Better safe than sorry. Sun Yan nodded approvingly. That's right. Such caution is necessary. You'll need to be even more careful when facing monsters in the future. The two walked side by side into the Junshan Tower, led by a maid to a tasteful private room. Inside, two men were already waiting, one of whom was Qin Li. The other was a burly middle-aged man who bore some resemblance to Qin Li, clearly his father, Qin Zhan. Upon seeing Sun Yan and Wang Heng enter, Qin Zhan immediately stood to greet them. Instructor Sun, welcome. His gaze then shifted to Wang Heng, his smile unwavering. You must be the top martial arts scholar of Luqing, Wang Heng, correct? Wang Heng nodded politely. Hello, Mr. Qin. Once everyone was seated, Qin Zhan instructed the staff to serve the food. The table quickly filled with delicacies Wang Heng had only ever seen online, their aroma tantalizing. Despite his appetite being piqued, Wang Heng maintained a calm demeanor. Sun Yan also refrained from eating, and once the servers had left, he looked directly at Qin Zhan. Mr. Qin, let's get straight to the point. I'm just a witness here. Qin Zhan respectfully replied. Thank you for coming, Instructor Sun. Although Sun Yan was only a senior warrior, his background as a retired martial artist from the Defy City Defense Force was significant. Qin Zhan stood, turning his attention to Wang Heng. Young Wang Heng, I'm aware of the situation between you and Ali. It's my fault for not guiding him properly. I apologize on his behalf. With that, he downed his glass of wine. Then, Qin Zhan shot a stern look at Qin Li, who had no choice but to stand, bow, and raise his glass to Wang Heng. Wang Heng, I was wrong before. I sincerely apologize to you. Seeing the once arrogant Qin Li now bowing his head in apology brought Wang Heng a sense of satisfaction. However, he remained expressionless, clearly not ready to accept such a light apology. Qin Zhan seemed to understand this as well. He took out two cards from his pocket and placed them in front of Wang Heng, who couldn't help but be drawn to them. Young Wang Heng, Qin Zhan explained with a smile, this is an anonymous bank card with 1 billion, and a Tianhai Martial University recharge card with 10,000 credits. I hope this gesture can make up for the harm Ali has caused you. 10,000 credits. Despite Wang Heng's efforts to stay composed, a flicker of shock passed through his eyes. Wang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the two cards in front of him. A credit card for academic credits at High University? 10,000 credits, equivalent to 100 million. Along with the check, Qin Zhan had essentially given him 200 million. Such generosity left Wang Heng momentarily dazed. He took a deep breath, trying to calm the turmoil inside. Then, he carefully placed the two cards into his pocket and slowly stood up. Meeting Qin Zhan's gaze with determination, he spoke steadily. Mr. Qin, I fully appreciate your sincerity. With my instructor here as a witness, I can clearly state that my grievances with Qin Li are now resolved. From now on, as long as he doesn't provoke me, I won't seek trouble with him. With that, Wang Heng picked up his glass and drained it in one go. Qin Zhan's face broke into a satisfied smile as he chuckled. Good. Young Wang Heng, you're straightforward. You're all young. It's natural to have some competitive spirit. But in the end, you're classmates. Who knows, you might fight side by side against beasts in the future. Come, eat, eat. After leaving Junshan building, Wang Heng bid farewell to Sun Yan and returned home alone. Meanwhile, in the private room at Junshan building, Qin Li leaned against the window, his gaze dark and fixated on Wang Heng's departing figure, his fist clenching unconsciously. He turned to his father, his tone puzzled and slightly discontented. Dad, didn't we agree to give him only 100 million? Why give him an extra credit card for High University? Isn't that equivalent to giving him 200 million? Qin Zhan sipped his wine and shook his head. You're mistaken. What I truly wanted to give him was that High University credit card. The 100 million was just an addition. Seeing his son's confused expression, Qin Zhan continued. With his martial arts scores, he only has two options, Beijing University or High University. And I want him to choose High University. Pouring himself another glass, Qin Zhan's tone grew cold. From what I know, High University has the highest student mortality rate among all martial arts universities. He downed his drink in one gulp and said coldly, young people tend to hold grudges. Although this time Sun Yan witnessed the resolution of the feud, who knows if he might seek revenge on you later. Guiding him to High University, there's a chance he might die there. Only the dead pose no threat to you. Qin Li finally understood his father's strategic foresight but still had doubts. But Dad, what if he doesn't choose High University? Qin Zhan chuckled lightly. That card already has his name on it. According to High University's rules, credit cards cannot be refunded or transferred. I don't believe a poor kid from a humble background would forego 100 million. Qin Li realized his father was executing a brilliant plan. In fact, Qin Li also believed that a poor kid like Wang Heng would never willingly give up a billion. Frowning, he pondered for a moment before saying to his father, Qin Zhan, "Dad, what if he didn't die at Haida?" Hearing this, Qin Zhan's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He said slowly, "So, from now on, you should praise him in front of your classmates. Isn't he quite popular right now? You can arrange for some reporters to interview you and talk about how well you get along." Pausing for a moment, a shrewd glint appeared in his eyes. "You can also bribe some classmates to join you for the interview." Qin Li was taken aback by his father's words, unsure of how to react. Seeing this, Qin Zhan continued to explain, "He just accepted 2 billion from us, so he definitely won't reveal your enmity." As he spoke, his gaze shifted to a corner of the cabinet not far away. "And do you see that?" Following his father's direction, Qin Li looked over. At first, he saw nothing, but as he got closer, he noticed a hidden pinhole camera. "Dad, what's this?" Qin Li asked in surprise. Qin Zhan chuckled with satisfaction. "Our negotiation with that kid was all recorded. If he ever dares to target you, you can expose him and ruin his reputation. With this leverage, as long as he's not an idiot, he won't seek revenge on you in the future." Hearing his father's explanation, Qin Li couldn't help but admire him deeply. "Dad, your planning is impeccable," he sincerely praised. Looking at his son, Qin Zhan's expression turned serious. "Ollie, we are martial artists, but that doesn't mean we are brutes. You must always consider the consequences and never act impulsively," he advised earnestly. "Especially since you're about to attend Jiangnan Martial University, where many have backgrounds better than yours. You can't afford to offend anyone carelessly." Qin Li listened to his father, a sullen look appearing on his face. "Don't worry, Dad, I'm not stupid. I won't offend people I can't handle," he muttered, then shifted the conversation. "As for Wang Heng, who could have known his clone would mutate? I originally thought he could at most get into an ordinary martial arts university." His tone filled with regret. Qin Li realized the danger of underestimating opponents. If he had known Wang Heng's true strength, he would never have provoked him. This lesson taught him the risks of belittling others. 200 million. Wang Heng returned home, still in disbelief. He sat on the edge of his bed, repeatedly checking the balance on his smart bracelet, the long string of zeros making him dizzy. He had acquired 200 million so easily. As for resolving his feud with Qin Li, Wang Heng couldn't care less. He chuckled, thinking, "Even if I wanted to take revenge on Qin Li, I currently don't have the means to do so. No wonder they say the college entrance exam can change your fate." Wang Heng thought sincerely. The exam results weren't even out yet, and he had already gained 200 million because of it. Of course, this was also due to his own abilities. If he weren't strong enough to get into those 2 prestigious universities, the Qin family wouldn't have been frightened into making amends. Ultimately, strength is the key. Wang Heng's gaze turned sharp as he began planning the use of this immense fortune. This 200 million. The scholarship portion couldn't be touched for now, so with the remaining 100 million, he decided to allocate 20 million to improve his family's situation and use the rest to enhance his abilities. While he liked money, too much of it was just a number. Besides the part meant to improve his family's life, Wang Heng planned to invest it in boosting his own strength rather than indulging in luxury. During dinner, the usual domestic atmosphere filled the room. Wang Heng looked at his father, who was picking up food, and suddenly said, "Dad, let's buy a villa." Wang Tao's chopsticks paused midair, his face full of astonishment. His mother, Lu Yuru, also stopped chewing, looking at Wang Heng in surprise. His sister, Wang Kiki, however, laughed and teased. "Brother, are you confused? How could we afford a villa? Do you have the money?" "I do," Wang Heng replied confidently, opening his smart bracelet and showing his family the bank notification. Wang Kiki widened her eyes and leaned closer to the screen, stammering, "Brother, how many digits is this?" She couldn't quite make out how many zeros there were. Wang Tao was also shocked, staring at the numbers, and asked in a deep voice, "Xiao Heng, where did you get so much money?" He counted carefully, and it was indeed a billion, a staggering amount. "Dad, this is a reward from the government and the school. It's completely legitimate," Wang Heng quickly explained. This was the story he had prepared in advance with his instructor, Sun Yin, since he couldn't tell his parents about the issue with Qin Li. "Why would the government and school give you so much money? Even if you excelled in your studies and brought honor to the school and Lu City, it shouldn't result in such a large reward." Wang Tao was not easily convinced. Wang Heng put down his chopsticks and said seriously, "They hope that I can look after Lu City in the future. After all, I have a doppelganger. Once I become a warrior of general rank, I can send my doppelganger to guard Lu City." But it's still too much. Wang Tao felt the money was a hot potato. Wang Heng smiled and said, "Dad, you underestimate me. I'm a warrior with a doppelganger, and it's fearless. When I become a general-ranked warrior, I'll be much stronger than other warriors of the same rank. This is like an investment in my future." To be honest, a month before the college entrance exam, the school already provided me with 2 body refining pills and some body refining lotion, worth millions. Upon hearing Wang Heng's explanation, his parents gradually relaxed. However, Wang Tao still advised, Xiao Heng, even though we have money now, there's no need to buy a villa. A larger apartment will do. Dad, I'm not buying a villa for luxury, but for your safety, Wang Heng explained with a serious expression. Villas have basements. In case of a beast tide, you can quickly hide in the basement. A shadow passed over Wang Heng's eyes as he recalled the last beast tide he experienced. Although the monsters didn't breach the city, and the flying beasts were all shot down, the falling beast corpses destroyed many skyscrapers, killing many people. The scene still haunted him to this day. Living in a high-rise building, if a beast tide ever occurred, there would be no time to escape. This thought was like a thorn, deeply embedded in Wang Heng's mind. He constantly imagined his parents and sister panicking in the tall building. In contrast, the advantages of a villa were evident. The basement provided immediate shelter, and the security team, composed of skilled martial artists, significantly increased the safety level. In September, Wang Heng was set to leave for Dahan City, but his family's safety was his greatest concern. After careful consideration, he decided to arrange a safer residence for them. Faced with his son's insistence and detailed explanation, Wang Tao eventually agreed to the proposal. Early the next morning, Wang Heng began the process of purchasing a villa. His efficiency was astonishing. By the afternoon, he had moved his entire family into a fully renovated villa. As they opened the door, the spacious and bright interior immediately caught their eyes, and smiles naturally spread across everyone's faces. After dinner, Wang Heng eagerly went to the underground training room. Although the room was still empty, without any training equipment, the nearly 300 square meter space was enough to satisfy him. Standing in the center of the room, he lightly punched the air, relishing the ample space. Glad that he no longer had to worry about finding a place to practice boxing. Just then, Wang Heng's smart bracelet emitted a soft beep. Looking down, he saw a text message notification about a bank deposit. Your account ending in 3243 received a deposit of 20 million at 1835 on June 9th. Remaining balance, 110,012,843 yuan. 20 million. This sudden influx of money left Wang Heng momentarily stunned, with countless questions flashing through his mind. Who was this? Could it have been a mistake? As he was still puzzling over the situation, his smart bracelet lit up again, indicating an incoming call from an unknown number. Wang Heng thought it might be the sender realizing their mistake and calling to resolve it, so he quickly answered. Hello, is this Brother Wang Heng? A rough male voice came through the bracelet. This is Alung from the Blood Bar. It was my fault for not investigating thoroughly last time. This 20 million is my way of apologizing. I hope you can be magnanimous and forgive me this once. Wang Heng suddenly understood. It was the same Alung who had attacked his avatar before. After a moment of contemplation, he replied, Since you've put it that way, let's consider the matter settled. Wang Heng understood well that reconciling with Qin Li had opened a new door for him. This approach of turning hostility into friendship could also be applied to underground forces like Brother Lang. He calculated that although he wasn't afraid of these people, his family was still in Luqing, which required careful consideration. At that moment, his smart bracelet buzzed with Brother Lang's excited voice. You're straightforward. Brother Wang Heng, feel free to visit my bar anytime. It's on me. Wang Heng remained composed and replied calmly. No need. I'm about to start university and need to focus on my training. However, I hope that after I leave Luqing, Brother Lang can look after my family. Brother Lang immediately assured him. Rest assured, your family will be like my own. If they get even a scratch, I'll cut off one of my fingers. Brother Lang knew that forming a connection with a prodigy like Wang Heng was a rare opportunity. Despite having many men and often flaunting his power, he was merely an ant in the presence of true strength. Wang Heng succinctly ended the conversation. You're too kind, Brother Lang. I need to practice my boxing, so let's leave it here for today. All right, I won't disturb your training then. Brother Lang wisely ended the call. Looking at the recent deposit of 20 million, Wang Heng couldn't help but feel amazed. Just a month ago, he was worried about a million, and now he was a millionaire martial artist. This all proved that with enough strength, wealth would naturally follow. With this mindset, Wang Heng opened the martial artist mall to purchase auxiliary items for his training over the next couple of months. His goal was clear, to reach at least the advanced apprentice level. After all, students from the top two schools had a minimum cultivation level of advanced apprentice. Wang Heng knew his cultivation was still lagging, and he couldn't rely on merging avatars like he did during the college entrance exams. He silently resolved that to advance as a martial artist, he needed to increase his punching power to at least 900 kilograms. In the coming days, he would dedicate himself entirely to training, striving to reach this goal before the semester began. Wang Heng searched through the martial artist mall for a long time and finally found only two treasures that could help refine his body: the body refining pill and body refining lotion. He recalled Li Shuem mentioning that the martial arts competition would offer some special treasures that couldn't be purchased elsewhere. which confirmed what he had read online. Every martial arts university has a unique mall with many rare items that can only be bought with credits. This is one of the reasons many people strive to get into a martial arts university. After careful consideration, Wang Heng decided to purchase the body refining lotion first. He ordered 60 portions, enough to support 2 months of training, just in time for when he would enter Haida University. He then added 10 body refining pills to his cart. Although the pills had little effect on him now, 10 was likely his limit. Unlike Li Shui, Wang Heng couldn't afford to consume them like candy. At checkout, the 10 body refining pills cost him 10 million, and the 60 portions of body refining lotion required 12 million. Wang Heng watched as the 20 million he just received was quickly spent, feeling a sense of amazement. Although a martial artist's strength can lead to quick earnings, the spending is equally astonishing. The next morning, the martial artist mall efficiently delivered the goods. Wang Heng immediately began intensive training, and with the help of the body refining pill and lotion, his punch strength steadily increased. However, his mastery of the martial arts seemed to hit a bottleneck after reaching a certain level, making further breakthroughs difficult. Wang Heng recalled the words of instructors Sun Yin and Lin Yue that only through the tempering of real combat could one elevate their skills to a micro-level. Although he initially thought he could forcibly break through with the efficiency of his duplicates, it proved not to be so simple. Real combat training. Wang Heng pondered. If I can elevate my skills to a micro-level before entering Haida, I can definitely stand out among the freshmen. He considered sending his duplicates to hunt beasts outside the city since they could revive after death, and any insights gained would be relayed back to him. However, aspiring martial artists are strictly prohibited from leaving the city to hunt beasts without military permission. Wang Heng suddenly thought of his instructor Sun Yan, who was a retired soldier and likely had connections with the military. He contacted Sun Yan but was met with a stern reprimand. Sun Yan pointed out that Wang Heng's primary task now was to increase his punch strength, not focus on skills. He reminded Wang Heng that with his mediocre cultivation talent, spending time on skills would significantly delay his promotion to a formal martial artist. Sun Yin emphasized that after becoming a formal martial artist, he would learn more powerful martial skills, making it easier to break through skill levels. Wang Heng was enlightened by these words, realizing he was about to stray from his path. He gratefully apologized to Sun Yin and promised to focus on enhancing his punch strength. Sun Yin further explained that although Wang Heng's college entrance exam punch strength was 1,200 kilograms due to his merged duplicates, his actual punch strength was only 600 kilograms. Most students entering the top 2 universities have a punch strength of over 900 kilograms and quickly advance to formal martial artists. In the days that followed, Wang Heng devoted himself entirely to refining his body. 3 days later, he received a notification from Sun Yin that the admissions director from Haida University had arrived at Luzhou Third High School. Wang Heng immediately went to the school and met Principal Yu, instructor Sun Yin, and a middle-aged man he didn't recognize Su Qinghua, the director from Haida. Wang Heng respectfully greeted everyone present, demonstrating a humble and courteous attitude. This composed demeanor impressed both Principal Yu and Su Qinghua, who understood that such qualities are crucial on the path of martial arts. In the principal's office, sunlight streamed through the floor-to-ceiling windows, casting a warm glow on the antique wooden furniture. Wang Heng sat in a comfortable leather chair, facing Principal Su Qinghua, who wore a gentle smile. Su Qinghua, with his hands clasped on the desk, looked at Wang Heng kindly and said, "Wang Heng, I've heard from Instructor Sun that it seems Beijing University has already approached you." Wang Heng instinctively glanced at Sun Yin, who stood nearby. Sun Yin gave a barely noticeable wink, and Wang Heng immediately understood his intention. Clearly, Sun Yin had deliberately withheld the specifics of Beijing University's offer, merely hinting that they had reached out first, intending to emphasize how much they valued Wang Heng. Wang Heng quickly weighed his options and decided to speak the truth. "That's right, Beijing University did contact me, but I turned them down. I prefer Hai University." This statement caused Sun Yin's eyes to widen in surprise, his face full of confusion. He muttered to himself, "Didn't I signal you to seize the chance to raise your worth?" However, Principal Yu revealed an unexpected but approving smile. As the head of the school, he had long seen through Sun Yin's little ploy. More importantly, he understood that Wang Heng currently lacked the leverage to negotiate, and following Sun Yin's advice might leave a negative impression on Su Qinghua. Upon hearing Wang Heng's response, Su Qinghua's face lit up with a satisfied smile. "Haha, it seems my trip wasn't in vain after all." He felt a sense of triumph, as Hai University often found itself overshadowed by Beijing University in recruitment matters. Wang Heng's decisive refusal of Beijing University was undoubtedly gratifying for him. "Wang Heng," Su Qinghua continued, "originally, we at Hai University planned to reward you with 500 credits, but I personally see great potential in your future, so I'm giving you an additional 1,500 credits." Wang Heng immediately stood up and sincerely thanked him. "Thank you, Director Su." Although he had already received 2 billion from the Qin family, The 2 million credits still filled him with gratitude. Moreover, these 2,000 credits far exceeded Beijing University's offer. Su Qinghua waved his hand, his eyes bright as he looked at Wang Heng. 2,000 credits is actually not much. Do you know the difference between how Hai University and Beijing University cultivate talent? Wang Heng honestly shook his head. Su Qinghua smiled and explained. Beijing University follows an allocation system for nurturing talent. After you enter, they use extensive data to predict your future prospects and then determine your potential level accordingly. The higher the potential level, the more resources you receive, and vice versa. He looked at Wang Heng meaningfully. Even though you didn't tell me what Beijing University offered you, I can roughly guess based on your data. Wang Heng gave an embarrassed smile, while Sun Yin awkwardly lowered his head, relieved that Wang Heng hadn't followed his suggestion. Do you know how Hai University cultivates talent? Su Qinghua asked, his tone turning serious. Wang Heng shook his head again. Su Qinghua solemnly declared, competition. Competition. Wang Heng's eyes lit up, as if he had an epiphany. Su Qinghua continued to explain. At Hai University, we don't care about your innate talent. Whether your cultivation talent is class or you have a top-tier special talent like your awakened clone ability, we treat everyone equally. Competition is the core of our training system. As long as you're strong enough to defeat all your peers, you can earn more cultivation resources than they do. Su Qinghua's words were like a powerful stimulant, striking directly at Wang Heng's heart. Defeat the senior students and gain more resources for cultivation. This simple statement made Wang Heng's blood race. He took a deep breath, his eyes glowing with determination. Competition is the fairest challenge, regardless of talent or family background. Only strength matters. Wang Heng mused, a slight smile appearing on his lips. His multiple avatars were undoubtedly a significant advantage in this contest. Hai University. I made the right choice this time. Wang Heng clenched his fist, full of confidence. As the sun set, painting the sky in hues of red, Wang Heng opened the door to his home, clutching the hard-earned admission letter from Hai University. He carefully placed the letter on his desk, his gaze lingering on it. September 1st marked the beginning of a new journey. However, Director Su's final advice made Wang Heng frown slightly. Improve your strength quickly, but don't advance to a formal warrior before registration, he muttered to himself, puzzled. Then, with a wry smile, he shook his head. My punching power isn't even at the advanced apprentice level yet. How could I possibly become a formal warrior so soon? Pushing aside distracting thoughts, Wang Heng assumed his stance, ready to begin his daily boxing practice. Just then, his smart wristband vibrated, displaying a call request from Li Shui. Wang Heng was taken aback. It was the first time Li Shui had reached out to him since the college entrance exams. Hello, Li Shui. Wang Heng answered quickly, unable to hide his delight. Wang Heng, I heard you've received your admission to Hai University? Li Shui's familiar voice came through the wristband. Yes, I just got it today, Wang Heng replied with a smile. Did the instructor tell you? Yeah, the instructor asked about my plans today and mentioned you when they found out I'm also heading to Hai University, Li Shui explained. Wang Heng shook his head helplessly, suspecting the instructor was still trying to play matchmaker for them. If you don't mind me asking, Wang Heng hesitated for a moment, curious. What kind of package did Hai University offer you? Li Shui said softly. A reward of 1,000 credits. Wang Heng's lips curled into a slight smile, a hint of pride flashing in his eyes. Hee, my reward is 2,000 credits. However, 1,500 of those credits were personally awarded to me by Director Su, he said with a touch of boastfulness in his voice. Upon hearing this, Li Shui gave a knowing smile. You're lucky. Director Su comes from a humble background. Whenever he encounters promising students from similar backgrounds, he always offers some credits to support them. Wang Heng suddenly realized and felt a wave of gratitude toward the director he hadn't yet met. To receive a sponsorship of 1,500 credits upon their first meeting was truly rare. He silently hoped there would be more good-hearted people like this. Suddenly, Wang Heng remembered a question that had puzzled him earlier in the day and quickly asked, by the way, Li Shui, there's something I'm curious about. Director Su specifically advised me not to become an official warrior before registration. Why is that? Li Shui smiled gently and explained, oh, you're talking about that? I know the reason. You should understand that when your punching power reaches 900 kilograms, you can practice the Guiyuan technique, allowing you to absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth to become an official warrior. However, the power you have after becoming an official warrior differs if you break through at 900 kilograms compared to 999 kilograms. Wang Heng frowned slightly. I've read about this online, but as far as I know, once your punch reaches 900 kilograms, it's tough to improve further. Li Shui nodded in agreement. That's true. Reaching 900 kilograms makes further progress difficult. But that's for independent warriors outside. At Martial Arts University, they've developed a special cultivation method known as the martial body. This technique allows students to cultivate a powerful, unique physique while still in the pre-warrior stage, breaking through limitations and bringing a senior apprentice's punch power close to 1,000 kilograms. Wang Heng's eyes lit up with surprise. There's such a technique? He finally understood the purpose behind Su Qinghua's parting advice and felt a surge of anticipation for his upcoming university life. Inside the training room, Wang Heng sank comfortably into the soft sofa, continuing his conversation with Li Shui. His eyes shone with curiosity as he listened intently to Li Shui explaining the various benefits of cultivating a martial body. Li Shui's voice came through the smart wristband, tinged with excitement. Once you cultivate a martial body, the benefits go far beyond the ordinary. From what I know, some powerful martial bodies can grant people abilities akin to special talents. Wang Heng's eyes widened in surprise. Really? That amazing? Li Shui nodded affirmatively. Though Wang Heng couldn't see her, the confidence in her tone was unmistakable. I know of a martial body called the Xuanwu Divine Body. Once fully cultivated, it can double one's strength. What? Wang Heng sat up abruptly. Isn't that just like your strength doubling effect? Li Shui sighed softly. Exactly, which is why Director Su emphasized it so much. Missing out on cultivating a martial body would be a lifelong regret. Wang Heng nodded thoughtfully, then frowned and asked, if martial bodies are so powerful, why doesn't the country promote them more widely? Resources are the issue. Li Shui explained with a hint of helplessness. Cultivating a martial body isn't easy. It requires talent and a lot of precious resources. Take the Xuanwu Divine Body, for instance. It requires the brain matter of a demon king. How are independent martial artists supposed to acquire that? Hiss. Wang Heng drew in a sharp breath. He recalled the classification of beasts, levels 1 through 9, with anything beyond that being a demon king, equivalent to a human god of war. The fact that the cultivation resources for just a potential martial artist required demon king brain matter explained why the country hadn't promoted the martial body cultivation methods. Even if they did, independent practitioners couldn't afford it. Li Shui's voice pulled Wang Heng back to reality. All right, it's too early to think about all this now. Your punch strength hasn't even reached 900 kilograms. You don't even qualify to cultivate a martial body. Wang Heng chuckled wryly. Ouch, that hurts, my friend. My punch strength is already at 880 kilograms, Li Shui said proudly. You better step up during the summer break. Wang Heng smirked. I can't compete with a big spender like you. I'll just keep practicing my punches. Goodbye. Goodbye. After ending the call, Wang Heng fell into deep thought. He began to wonder if he had been too conservative. Instead of saving money for university, he might as well use it during the summer break. He still had 12,000 credits, so he wouldn't be short of money at university. Li Shui was right. The key during the summer was to improve his punch strength as quickly as possible, aiming to reach the advanced apprentice level and increase his punch strength to 900 kilograms. As his strength grew, opportunities to earn money would naturally follow. Spending. Spending. Wang Heng decided, opening the martial artist marketplace on his smart wristband. This time, he was bold, purchasing 80 body tempering pills, spending 80 million. After this significant expenditure, his bank balance was down to 8 million, which he planned to leave for his parents, as their daily expenses had increased since moving into a villa. Wang Heng calculated. Including the ones I bought before, I now have 90 body tempering pills, enough to take one every day. He never imagined he would have such a luxurious day. This significant investment made him more focused on his training. With the help of body tempering lotion, no matter how tired he was, a soak would restore his energy for the next day, allowing him to continue sweating it out. Under the nourishment of the body refining lotion, Wang Heng's body quickly absorbed and refined the body refining pills. Day by day, his punching power grew rapidly, like a sprout breaking through the soil. On August 30th, more than 2 months later, Wang Heng stood in the martial arts hall of Lu City No. 3 Middle School, ready to bid farewell to instructor Sun Yin. He was set to leave for High University the next day, but at this moment, he wanted to use the school's testing machine to assess his progress. After all, the expensive equipment was beyond his reach. Sun Yin stood expectantly by the testing machine and recalled, I remember during the college entrance exam, your punching power was 600 kilograms. After 2 months of training, I wonder how much you've improved. Wang Heng took a deep breath, gathering all his strength into his right fist. With a loud boom, the testing machine displayed the scarlet number, 690 kilograms. In just 2 months, you've increased your strength by 90 kilograms. Looks like you've been consuming those body refining pills diligently, Sun Yin remarked with a smile, his eyes flashing with approval. Wang Heng scratched his head sheepishly. I spent all the compensation money from the Qin family. Sun Yin patted his shoulder and said earnestly, you did the right thing. For us martial artists, strength is fundamental. It's better to convert money into power than to just hold on to it. Wang Heng nodded thoughtfully, then respectfully bowed to Sun Yin. Instructor, I'm leaving tomorrow. Thank you for your guidance over the past 3 years. Keep it up. I look forward to the day you become a general, Sun Yin encouraged. Wang Heng turned to leave, but just as he stepped out of the hall, he suddenly looked back, his eyes gleaming with determination. Instructor, I forgot to tell you, my goal is to become a war god. Sun Yin was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. Good kid. It seems I underestimated your ambition. Watching Wang Heng's figure fade into the distance, he was filled with emotion. Once, he too dreamed of becoming a war god. However, after a lifetime of battles, he remained at the level of an advanced warrior, unable to break through to the rank of general. Wang Heng, keep pushing forward. The future belongs to you young people. Sun Yin silently prayed. If Wang Heng, with his talent for cloning, could become a war god, it would be a tremendous asset to the entire Great Xia Kingdom. On August 31st, Wang Heng bid farewell to his family at Lu City's New Bridge International Airport and boarded the flight to High City. Through the cabin window, he watched Lu City shrink in the distance, his eyes shining with confidence. Next time I return, I'll be a certified martial artist, Wang Heng vowed to himself. The opening of the university's doors marked the beginning of his journey as a martial artist. He was full of confidence for the future. At the pinnacle of martial arts, there would surely be a place for Wang Heng. The once bustling economic and trade hub of the Xia Kingdom, the city of Defy has now transformed into a formidable fortress against the oceanic beasts. As Wang Heng stepped off the plane, he was greeted by military martial artists from all over the country. Despite their varied accents, they shared a common mission. The city's high military casualty rate had compelled the nation to summon reinforcements from all corners. Young man, it's impressive that you dared to apply to High University. Train hard. The future defense of our country rests on your shoulders, remarked a passing soldier, who nodded in approval upon learning that Wang Heng was a new student at High University. Wang Heng returned their gaze with respect and admiration. The High City was known as a meat grinder, a fact widely acknowledged. Those who still chose to come here were undoubtedly true warriors, unafraid of sacrifice for the nation's protection. At the airport entrance, a banner reading, Tianhai Martial University, new student registration stood out. A bus was parked by the roadside, and new students were lining up to register. Wang Heng spotted the admissions director, Su Qinghua, and quickly joined the queue with his luggage. Students presented their admission letters, signed in, and boarded the bus one by one. As one bus filled up and left, another took its place. Soon, it was Wang Heng's turn. Director Su. Wang Heng greeted respectfully, handing over his admission letter. Su Qinghua smiled. Ah, Wang Heng, you arrived rather late. Your group is the last batch of students. After signing in, Wang Heng curiously asked, Director Su, how many new students do we have this year? 1,500. Su Qinghua replied. Wang Heng was surprised, so few. He was aware that other martial universities had tens of thousands of new students, with even Beijing University having over 5,000. Su Qinghua sighed. It's too dangerous here, fewer students dare to apply to High University. He continued to encourage. However, this is good news for you. Fewer competitors mean more resources for your training. Wang Heng nodded in thanks and boarded the bus. He found an empty seat and closed his eyes to rest. Around him, he could hear his fellow students chatting. I heard there's a very talented campus beauty in our batch, with a talent for doubling her strength. She's got the highest punching power among the freshmen. You're talking about Li Shui, right? The young princess of the Li family, the war gods of the capital. I didn't expect her to come to High University. Finally, our High University has a beauty ranked in the top 10 of the Martial University Beauties list. Wang Heng wasn't surprised that Li Shui was the center of attention. He also overheard discussions about other notable figures, Xie Yuanhao, with class training talent and potential to become a war god, Fu Yuhan, who had reached the micro-level in body-tempering punches with incredible insight, and Yu Xiaowei, who awakened a special invisibility talent, envied by many male students. Wang Heng mused, High University truly is a gathering of geniuses. In Luqing, he and Li Shui were the brightest stars, but here, their brilliance seemed somewhat dimmed. With the arrival of the last student, Su Qinghua boarded the bus as well. Let's go, he instructed the driver, then addressed the students. Welcome to High University. You'll spend at least 4 years here, and I'm confident you'll grow to love it. Su Qinghua then explained the arrangements for new students, the accommodation for tonight, the requirement to reach the campus by 8 a.m. the following morning, and the necessity to be on the field by 8:30 a.m. to avoid expulsion. He also distributed maps of High University, urging everyone to familiarize themselves quickly. A student asked, Director Su, why are we going to a hotel instead of the dormitory? Su Qinghua explained, High University operates on a competitive system. Even dormitories are assigned based on strength. The strong live in better places, while the weak are relegated to less desirable ones. How do we compete for dormitories? Are we going to fight? Another student inquired. Su Qinghua shook his head. At 9 a.m. tomorrow, the school will first test your punching power, skill level, and actual combat ability. Dormitories will be assigned based on these results. Hearing this, anticipation filled the air. As geniuses, they naturally did not believe they would be outdone by others. Upon arriving at the hotel, Wang Heng quickly completed the check-in process, his ID card flashing briefly across the scanner at the front desk. He tapped his smart wristband to send a brief message to Li Shui. Just arrived at the hotel. Almost instantly, Li Shui's reply popped up, her words filled with urgency. The competition tomorrow is extremely fierce. I've received some insider information and sent it to you. You can prepare in advance. Soon after, Wang Heng's wristband buzzed continuously, with a flurry of messages and illustrations pouring in. He swiftly scanned through the materials, quickly gaining a clear understanding of the upcoming test. The test primarily covered three aspects. First, the real combat power test, held at the legendary Demon Lock Tower. The 18-story tower housed beasts of varying levels on each floor, and it was said that those who could pass were as strong as a war god. Next was the strength test, conducted at the equally towering War God Tower. Those who passed the 18-story challenge would gain power comparable to a war god. Finally, the skill level test took place in a virtual arena, a space jointly created by all martial arts universities. By wearing the virtual helmet provided by the school, one could enter this realm where everyone had the same physical attributes and relied solely on their skill level for battle. After reading the information, Wang Heng couldn't help but feel deeply moved. The Demon Lock Tower, War God Tower, and the virtual arena all conveyed a clear message competition. In addition, there was the most intense stage of competition, the Haida Points ranking. This list was divided into 4 sub-rankings corresponding to the 4 academic years, with higher scores leading to more generous rewards. Haida used outright incentives to encourage students to compete with each other, making it difficult not to grow stronger in such an environment. Wang Heng committed this information to memory and then went to rest. He needed to recharge and prepare thoroughly for the test the next day. The next day, September 1st, Wang Heng woke up at 7 on the dot, had a simple breakfast, and then left the hotel, heading towards Haida. Standing once again in front of Haida's gates, he was still awestruck by the grandeur of the architecture. On either side of the gate stood 4 towering columns, with mysterious glimmers flowing faintly across their surfaces, exuding a powerful aura. The wide plaque above, inscribed with the words, Tianhai Martial University, was bold and vigorous, as if formed by the forces of nature, shimmering with a peculiar light. As Wang Heng approached the gate, he was overcome by a feeling of insignificance, like an ant. Just as he was lost in thought, a voice laughed from behind. Impressive, isn't it? Turning around, Wang Heng saw 2 identical young men smiling at him. The one on the left introduced himself. I'm Zhao Hai, and this is my brother Zhao Lei. We're both freshmen this year. Zhao Lei nodded in acknowledgement. Wang Heng quickly returned the gesture. I'm Wang Heng, also a freshman this year. He was secretly amazed at the rarity of twin brothers, both gaining admission to Haida. Zhao Hai warmly invited. Since we're classmates, let's go in together. As the 3 of them passed through the gate, Wang Heng felt a chill run down his spine, a sense of danger prickling his skin. He glanced at the Zhao brothers, who appeared unfazed. Zhao Hai explained. It said that this gate is forged from the bones of a demon king, which is why it carries a strong malevolent aura. Everyone passing by feels it. Zhao Lei added. It's meant to constantly remind us of the threat posed by beasts. Wang Heng suddenly understood why the gate felt so extraordinary. The 3 arrived at the school's athletic field, or rather a massive plaza, which was already teeming with people. Many freshmen had already gathered. Among the crowd, Wang Heng spotted Li Shui, surrounded by a group of admirers, drawing significant attention. Zhao Hai couldn't help but glance a few more times and remarked, the Li family's little princess is quite popular. But it's no surprise, given that it's rare for Haida to have a beauty on the martial arts university's beauty list. Suddenly, Zhao Lei pointed at a young man not far away. Look over there, brother. Following his gaze, Wang Heng saw a young man in a gray tracksuit. With striking features and an imposing presence, no one dared to approach him, as if enveloped by a chilling aura. Wang Heng squinted, sensing the danger emanating from him, and asked, who is that? He seems quite formidable. Zhao Hai's expression turned serious as he whispered, that's the only one in our freshman year with inscrayed talent and cultivation, a super genius named Xie Yuanhao. Zhao Lei added with envy, with inscrayed cultivation talent, as long as he survives, he's destined to become a war god. Zhao Hai then pointed in another direction. Fu Yuhan is also here. A small group of girls was gathered there, among whom a girl in a blue dress stood out. Although not as beautiful as Li Shui, she had a unique charisma, especially her eyes, which resembled a deep, tranquil lake, seemingly calm but profoundly mysterious. Zhao Hai explained. Fu Yuhan is the only one among the freshmen who has advanced her skills to the micro level, a super genius. As more freshmen arrived, school leaders made their way to the podium. When the principal appeared, the crowd fell silent instantly, as his entrance was truly astonishing, walking step by step through the air. Wang Heng stared in disbelief, asking, warrior gods can't fly, right? Zhao Hai watched the principal standing in the air, his eyes full of admiration. Warrior gods indeed can't fly, but those beyond the warrior god level can. Beyond the warrior god level, what is that? Wang Heng inquired further. He could tell that the twin brothers came from a distinguished background and knew many secrets unknown to him. I don't know that either. Zhao Hai shook his head. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heng gazed at the white-haired elder standing proudly in midair, his eyes filled with longing. What martial artist wouldn't yearn to fly? Line up. The booming voice of the middle-aged teacher with a square face echoed across the square as soon as the principal arrived. The students on the field immediately responded by forming neat lines, just as the principal steadily ascended the podium. Hello, students. Let me introduce myself. I am Huo Wenshan, the principal of Tianhai Martial University. This elderly man, with his white hair, was full of vigor and spoke with a strong, clear voice. He scanned the crowd with his eyes and got straight to the point. The teaching philosophy of Tianhai Martial University is competition. In the days to come, I hope you will give it your all and show your true abilities. Remember, the stronger you are, the more cultivation resources you can obtain. Huo Wenshan succinctly announced. In the first year, there will be no division into departments, only 2 classes, one for boys and one for girls. The boys' class will be led by teacher Zhuo Wenbin, and the girls' class by teacher Teng Qingwan. With that, he swiftly ascended into the air, leaving the audience astonished by his brief speech. Zhuo Wenbin immediately took over, saying, I am Zhuo Wenbin. Boys, line up and follow me to the virtual hall for skill level testing. Meanwhile, Teng Qingwan began organizing the girls. Girls, follow me. We're heading to the Demon Lock Tower first. Soon, Wang Heng followed the boys' group to an imposing building. This 4-story virtual hall had each floor corresponding to the freshman to senior years. They entered the first floor, where a spacious conference room awaited them, with neatly arranged chairs and a large screen hanging prominently in the center. Zhuo Wenbin raised his voice. Take your positions and put on the virtual helmets to enter the arena. Remember, your skill level, strength test, and actual combat ability will all contribute to your points. Tests are conducted on the first of each month, and credit rewards are given based on rankings. Rewards will be issued immediately after the test. Everyone quickly took their seats and donned the virtual helmets. Wang Heng found himself in a futuristic platform surrounded by the vastness of cosmic space, a breathtaking and dreamlike scene. A mechanical voice sounded. Scanning information. Smart bracelet bound. Information confirmed. Wang Heng. Freshman. Welcome to the virtual arena. You currently have no ranking. Would you like to begin the assessment? Wang Heng stretched out his arms, feeling the realistic sensations of the virtual world. He quickly assumed the starting stance of the body refining fist, his movements agile and fluid, as if he were in the real world. Begin the test. Wang Heng said in a deep voice. As soon as he finished speaking, the surroundings plunged into darkness. In an instant, light returned, and Wang Heng found himself in a vast arena. All was silent, with no one in sight. The assessment will begin in 3 seconds. 3, 2, 1. A mechanical countdown echoed. As the final number fell, the outline of a beast gradually appeared. It bared vicious fangs, its body covered in blood-red fura level 1 blood wolf. As the blood wolf took form, its scarlet eyes locked onto Wang Heng. The fierce killing intent was almost palpable as it lunged at him. Instead of retreating, Wang Heng advanced, meeting it with a punch. In this virtual setting, his physical abilities were impressive. His punch force reached 1,000 kilograms, and his speed was 25 meters per second, matching the blood wolf. Utilizing the body refining fist at its peak, Wang Heng quickly defeated the blood wolf. However, the battle was far from over. 10 more blood wolves materialized, surrounding Wang Heng. The pressure increased sharply, yet Wang Heng remained calm. The battle lasted half an hour before he managed to take down all 10 blood wolves. Then, 100 blood wolves appeared simultaneously. This is it. Wang Heng chuckled wryly, knowing he couldn't pass this level. The 100 blood wolves charged like an overwhelming army. Despite his best efforts, Wang Heng lasted only a few minutes before being overwhelmed. Battle over. Skill level, peak. Score, 85. Current rank, 12. The cold mechanical voice announced the results. Back on the initial platform, rows of numbers floated before Wang Heng, recording his test scores. 85 points, currently ranked 12th. Wang Heng frowned in thought. The score wasn't ideal, as many had yet to complete their tests, especially his female classmates. Once the final results were in, his ranking was likely to drop further. As expected of High University, Wang Heng thought. He had just completed the body tempering fist test, and despite reaching the grand accomplishment stage, he couldn't even make it into the top 10. He removed his virtual headset, sighed, and exited the virtual arena. Wang Heng, did you finish your test? How did you do? Zhao Lei asked eagerly from beside him. Wang Heng glanced at his smart wristband and replied frankly, 85 points, currently ranked 12th. Oh, now it's 15th, and still dropping. He smiled wryly as he watched his ranking continue to decline. Zhao Lei looked envious. You're much better than me. I'm at the same grand accomplishment stage in fist techniques, but I only got 72 points. He turned to look at Zhao Hai, who was still wearing his virtual headset. My brother hasn't finished yet. His score will definitely be higher. Wang Heng nodded and turned his gaze to Zhao Hai as well. Zhao Lei continued. My brother has great insight, just a bit shy of reaching the subtlety stage. He should definitely make it into the top 10 this time. Soon, Zhao Hai removed his headset. Wang Heng didn't need to ask, because the virtual hall screen already displayed the top 10 scores. Zhao Hai third place. Score, 98. That's amazing, Wang Heng genuinely praised. This score surely secures a spot in the top 10. Zhao Hai modestly waved his hand. This is just testing the level of skill. Next is the test for strength and actual combat ability, where I can't compare to you. Yeah, Zhao Lei agreed. Wang Heng, you have the talent for splitting, and after fusion, your strength increases by 100. When it comes to strength and actual combat ability, you definitely surpass us. Listening to the brothers, a glimmer of anticipation shone in Wang Heng's eyes. Indeed, the upcoming tests were his strong suit. He thought to himself that probably only Li Shui could surpass him in that area. In the virtual hall, the moment the last student completed their test, Wang Heng's gaze was instinctively drawn to the leaderboard. His name was prominently displayed at the 375th position, and this result left him with mixed feelings. High University is truly full of hidden talents, Wang Heng mused to himself. I'm only ranked 375th among the boys. Once the girls complete their tests, I might drop below 500. He looked around and realized that everyone here had once been top scorers in their college entrance exams. But here, that title seemed to have lost its luster. Wang Heng was deep in thought when Zhao Hai's voice snapped him back to reality. Wang Heng, it's time to go. At that moment, the boys' class teacher, Zhuo Wenbin, had already led the other students out of the virtual hall. The next test was the Tower of the God of War, designed to assess the student's strength. Thinking about his power after merging with his clone, Wang Heng felt a surge of excitement, anticipating the chance to showcase his abilities. Before long, the group arrived in front of a towering structure. The massive tower rose like a divine sword piercing the sky, creating an awe-inspiring visual impact. Facing the students, Zhuo Wenbin introduced with a booming voice, the Tower of the God of War has 18 levels. Each entrance is protected by a defense shield. You must break through the shield with all your strength to advance to the next level. Even if you can't break through, give it your all to accurately assess your strength. The students nodded in agreement and entered the tower in sequence. Due to space constraints, each batch could only accommodate 100 people, but with just a few hundred present, everyone would soon get their turn. Wang Heng, Zhao Hai, and Zhao Lei were in the third batch. While waiting, they overheard conversations from students who had completed their tests. Which level did you reach? The third level. I couldn't get past the fourth. Our punch force is just over 900 kilograms, barely enough for the third level. Zhao Hai analyzed. The third level corresponds to the advanced apprentice stage, and the fourth is the limit for a Kwasa warrior. It's said that only those who have trained in martial bodies can make it past. Zhao Lei added. Wang Heng, your strength after merging with your clone has reached warrior level, and with Li Shui's talent for doubling strength, it seems only you two can get past the fourth level. Soon, the three of them reached the entrance of the first level. A purple defense shield stood in their way. One student threw a punch, creating a crack just big enough to pass through. Wang Heng and his friends followed suit, each delivering a punch. The crack vanished quickly, but Wang Heng swiftly slipped through. They advanced effortlessly to the third level. However, many students struggled to break through the shield to the fourth level, eventually withdrawing in frustration. The sound of fists colliding with the defense shield echoed continuously. Wang Heng took a deep breath, ready to face his challenge. Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, the two brothers, relentlessly pounded on the purple defense shield, their fists generating gusts of wind, yet failing to make even the slightest dent. Beads of sweat formed on Zhao Hai's forehead as he panted. It's no use. This shield is too strong. It must take at least 1,000 kilograms of force to break it. After a few more attempts, he shook his head with a wry smile and turned to Wang Heng. It's up to you now. Zhao Lei's eyes sparkled with anticipation as he watched Wang Heng. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heng closed his eyes to focus, instantly merging with his 10 internal avatars. Suddenly, he felt a surge of power coursing through his body, his muscles taut and his blood boiling. He swung his fist with a gust of wind, striking fiercely at the purple defense shield before him. With a crisp crack, a fissure appeared on the shield. Wang Heng's eyes lit up as he seized the opportunity to slip through the gap. He glanced back at the Zhao brothers, whose eyes were filled with envy. Wang Heng gestured to them with a wave before turning and ascending the staircase. Soon, Wang Heng reached the fourth floor. He stood alone in the vast hall. The girls' class had yet to take the test, and among the boys, only his strength exceeded 1,000 kilograms. A bright smile spread across Wang Heng's face, and he felt a surge of joy in his heart. I've finally become number one this time. As a young man, Wang Heng naturally had a competitive spirit. Previously, when tested on skill mastery, he ranked over 300, which left him feeling a bit down. But now, leading in the strength test filled him with elation. However, Wang Heng was also aware that his top spot was temporary. Once the girls' class took the test, Li Shui would undoubtedly surpass him. After all, Li Shui's base strength was already higher than his. and with the same multiplier, he couldn't match her. Yet, Wang Heng was not discouraged. He calculated that his punching power had already reached 690 kilograms, and with a bit more effort, he could advance to his senior apprentice. At that point, his number of avatars could increase by 10. Then, surpassing Li Shui was only a matter of time. With this thought, a determined glint appeared in Wang Heng's eyes, and a slight smile played on his lips, filled with anticipation for the future. At that moment, a glint of confidence flashed in Wang Heng's eyes. Once he merged all his avatars, his power would surge to 210 of its original strength, nearly doubling. How could Li Shui possibly compare to such a terrifying increase? Wang Heng walked resolutely to the entrance of the stairs leading to the 5th level. Facing the purple defense shield, he launched a fierce attack without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. The continuous pounding echoed through the empty corridor, yet the shield remained unscathed. Even with a force of 2,000 kilograms, it seemed impossible to break through. After several attempts, Wang Heng, panting heavily, finally decided to give up. Although he couldn't reach the 5th level, there wasn't a trace of disappointment on his face. After all, he was firmly in the top position among the new students. Even if Li Shui completed her test, he would comfortably hold the 2nd spot. This ranking was enough to earn him the school's generous rewards. Look, it's Wang Heng, someone exclaimed from the crowd. I can't believe there's someone in our class with the rare avatar talent. And his power increase after merging is 100. That's practically like having a talent that doubles your strength. However, amidst the cheers, some whispered, but I heard from teachers that his cultivation talent is only level. Breaking through to a warlord in the future might be tough. As Wang Heng exited the War God Tower, he instantly became the center of attention. He had anticipated this scene, knowing that the top 10 students' information would be publicly displayed. Zhao Hai approached with a smile, followed closely by his brother Zhao Lei, both congratulating Wang Heng. Wang Heng, you're the talk of the freshman class now. Humbly, Wang Heng replied, it's just a temporary lead. Once you all become official warriors, I might not be able to keep up. You do have a good sense of self-awareness. Zhuo Wenbin commented as he approached, his sharp gaze fixed on Wang Heng. He earnestly reminded, remember, the realm is the essence of a warrior. Even if a warrior's strength increases tenfold, it can't match a warlord's might. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Zhua. Wang Heng nodded respectfully, not daring to argue. Zhuo Wenbin waved his hand, signaling everyone to follow. Let's go. Next, we're heading to the Demon Lock Tower. The female students have all completed their tests, he said, leading the group toward the tower. The final test for the new students was about to begin. The Demon Locking Tower loomed before them, even more grand and imposing than the Tower of the God of War, as if it could pierce the very clouds. Its structure exuded a chilling and eerie aura, and the faint roars of beasts could be heard from within. Wang Heng felt a shiver run down his spine. This was not like the simulated data of the Void Arena, but real, living beasts. Zhao Hai explained with a serious expression, the beasts imprisoned here are all real. Wang Heng couldn't help but become solemn as well. This was his first time facing such creatures up close. Previously, he had only seen videos of them online, and the beasts that descended during the beast tides had long since become lifeless, no longer posing a threat. Zhuo Wenbin's voice rose above the crowd. Line up. The testing at the Demon Locking Tower is slow. Only 10 students can enter at a time. The crowd quickly formed 10 lines, and Wang Heng found himself 32nd in his line, meaning he would have to wait for a while. While waiting, Wang Heng's smart bracelet suddenly alerted him to an update in the Void Arena rankings. To his surprise, his ranking was steadily dropping. He quickly realized this must be due to his female classmates testing their skill levels. Zhao Lei, staring at his bracelet, suddenly exclaimed, this Fu Yuhan is incredible. She's already climbed to 1st place. Zhao Hai smiled and explained, she has a microscopic level of skill, so being first is quite normal. Before Zhao Hai could finish, Zhao Lei shouted again, bro, your ranking has dropped to 7th place. Zhao Hai's expression changed as he hurriedly checked his bracelet. Wang Heng also looked down to confirm, and found his ranking had plummeted to a dismal 422nd place. Half an hour later, the rankings finally stabilized. Wang Heng's final position was 517th, a result that left him feeling immense pressure. He realized it wasn't just about his talent, but also his lack of comprehension. For a warrior, comprehension is crucial, especially when breaking through to higher levels, as greater comprehension increases the chances of success. Those who become gods of war are invariably geniuses with high comprehension. Wang Heng tried to console himself. Luckily, I have my avatars. As long as there are enough of them, even comprehension can transform from quantity to quality. Beside him, Zhao Hai let out a long sigh of relief. Phew. Finally stabilized. His ranking had dropped from 3rd to 9th place. Zhao Lei teased, bro, you're now 9th. That's not very stable. You might be overtaken next month. Zhao Hai scolded him with a stern face. You should worry about yourself. You're ranked beyond 900. Zhao Lei pouted, clearly having given up on competing in skill levels. Seeing this, Wang Heng reminded them, "All right, enough. It's almost our turn." At that moment, batches of students were exiting the demon locking tower, and it would soon be Wang Heng's group's turn to test. However, Wang Heng noticed something strange. The students coming out were cursing under their breaths, and they looked as if they had just taken a bath, with their hair still wet. When battling with mythical beasts, it's inevitable to get some blood on you. What surprised Zhao Lei was that the demon locking tower actually had a bathroom, making it convenient for people to wash up. Standing at the bathroom door, Zhao Lei blinked in astonishment. What's so strange about that? Zhao Hai shrugged, his tone slightly dismissive. After all, we're at school. We can't just have you running around covered in blood. That would ruin the school's appearance. Wang Heng frowned, his intuition telling him that things weren't that simple. He quickly raised his wrist and checked the rankings of the demon locking tower on his smart bracelet. The results stunned him. Fu Yuhan was ranked first, not the familiar Li Shui. This discovery sparked a hint of doubt in Wang Heng's mind. Li Shui had the talent of doubling her strength, with her punch reaching an astonishing 1,800 kilograms. Even if Fu Yuhan had advanced skills, it logically shouldn't surpass Li Shui. What was more puzzling was that Li Shui didn't even make it to the top 10. Just as Wang Heng was about to delve deeper, the announcement for the next batch of assessments came over the broadcast. They no longer had time to ponder and had to follow the crowd toward the demon locking tower. The students who had already completed their tests eyed them with strange looks, as if watching lambs being led to slaughter. Upon entering the demon locking tower, Wang Heng noticed that each floor had 10 rooms. He and 9 others each chose a room to enter. As soon as he stepped inside, the door behind him closed with a click. The room was spacious, about 500 square meters, but dimly lit. Wang Heng cautiously surveyed his surroundings, noticing congealed bloodstains on the walls and floor, with a strong scent of blood in the air. Suddenly, a mechanical voice echoed in the room. The first level assessment of the demon locking tower begins. As soon as the words fell, a deep growl came from the opposite side. Wang Heng saw a robust, lion-like mythical beast step out from behind iron bars. It stared at him with eerie green eyes, like a fierce wolf, its gaze sinisterly fixed on him. Wang Heng immediately assumed a defensive stance, clenching his fists tightly. Although he didn't feel a lethal threat from this beast, facing a real mythical creature for the first time, he dared not be careless. It should be a level 1 mythical beast, weaker than me. Wang Heng quickly analyzed in his mind. A level 1 beast corresponds to a beginner apprentice level, with strength below 400 kilograms. Even without merging with my avatar, I can handle it. Despite this, Wang Heng remembered instructor Sun Nian's warning. No matter what kind of mythical beast you face, always handle it with caution and never let your guard down. The beast finally couldn't hold back and lunged at Wang Heng. Before its sharp claws could reach him, a foul wind had already hit his face. Wang Heng's pupils contracted, and his muscles tensed, ready to face this real test of life and death. Wang Heng frowned deeply but dared not hesitate, his entire body tensing in an instant. Clenching his right fist, he channeled all his strength into his arm like a tidal wave. In a flash, his fist shot forward like a cannonball, aiming straight for the beast's head. Bang! This punch carried the terrifying force of nearly 1,400 kilograms, after Wang Heng had fused with 11 clones. The moment his fist collided with the beast's head, it was as if a thunderclap exploded in the air. In the next second, the beast's head burst apart like an overripe watermelon under the onslaught of this violent power. The joy of victory barely had time to surface on Wang Heng's face before he was hit by a nauseating stench. The beast's exploded head spewed a large amount of viscous blood, drenching Wang Heng from head to toe in an instant. What the hell is this crap? Wang Heng couldn't help but curse, hastily wiping the blood from his face with his sleeve. However, his clothes were also soaked with the beast's blood, and the wiping only made things worse. The acrid stench filled his nostrils, and his stomach churned, threatening to make him vomit. Just as he was about to retch from the disgust, a cold mechanical voice suddenly rang out. Examination for the second level of the demon lock tower begins. The voice was like a splash of cold water, snapping Wang Heng back to his senses. He forced himself to suppress his discomfort and watched warily as the iron bars opposite him slowly rose. 10 beasts identical to the previous one emerged in a line, charging at him. Wang Heng's expression was as dark as a stormy sea. Although these beasts were only of the first level and posed no real threat to him, the nauseating blood made him loathe them. He silently cursed the Academy's higher-ups for their twisted sense of humor, but knew this was not the time for complaints. Roar, roar, roar. The beasts charged at him, their claws leaving white scratch marks on the ground. Wang Heng took a deep breath, fought back the urge to vomit, and clenched his fists as he plunged into the midst of the beasts. Each of his punches was precise and powerful, but every time a beast fell, the splattering blood churned his stomach. Despite this, he gritted his teeth and continued the nauseating battle. Inside the demon lock tower, Wang Heng, having just passed the second level of the trial, decided to take a break. Leaning against the cold stone wall, His body trembled violently, and his stomach churned. Waves of nausea rose in his throat, and he couldn't hold back any longer, bending over to vomit forcefully. The breakfast he had eaten spilled out completely, leaving a mess on the ground. Wiping his mouth, Wang Heng cursed under his breath. Damn it, the blood of those beasts smells worse than crap. Even though the beasts' bodies had been cleared away, the entire room was still filled with a nauseating stench, as if he were in a gigantic latrine. Taking a deep breath to calm his roiling stomach, any respect he had for the Academy's leaders vanished. Those old bastards must have deliberately chosen these bizarre creatures to torture us. Wang Heng thought angrily. After resting for a moment, Wang Heng suppressed his nausea and shouted into the empty room. Begin the third level of the trial. He was eager to end this nightmare and escape the foul-smelling place as soon as possible. As his voice faded, a cold mechanical voice announced, "Third level of the Demon Lock Tower, trial begins." The iron gate across from him slowly lifted, and a beast resembling a meatball slowly emerged. It had short limbs and was covered in white fur, looking quite cute at first glance. Feeling slightly better, Wang Heng thought this beast might not be so disgusting. Nevertheless, he had to defeat it. Judging it to be a level 2 beast, corresponding to an intermediate apprentice level, Wang Heng charged forward, aiming for a quick victory. However, just as he was about to reach his target, the seemingly adorable meatball beast suddenly opened its gaping mouth and spewed a cloud of pungent green liquid. Unable to dodge in time, Wang Heng was drenched. Damn it, what kind of monsters are these? Wang Heng shouted, cursing every foul word he could think of. Although the green liquid wasn't as foul-smelling as the previous beast's blood, its snot-like consistency was revolting. At that moment, Wang Heng considered quitting, but reason told him he couldn't give up. The Demon Lock Tower trial was held only once a month, and quitting would mean waiting until the next month. The trial rankings directly impacted the school's rewards, which he was unwilling to miss out on. Gritting his teeth, Wang Heng roared, "Die, just die already." He clenched his lips shut and attacked the beast furiously, ignoring the disgusting liquid covering him. His fists pounded the beast like rain, producing dull thuds. Soon, the third level trial ended. The mechanical voice sounded again. Fourth level of the Demon Lock Tower trial begins. The iron gate rose, and this time, 10 identical beasts emerged. With a grim expression, Wang Heng charged forward without hesitation. As expected, he was drenched in green liquid once more. In the following 5th and 6th levels, Wang Heng faced level 3 beasts, equivalent to advanced apprentice level. Despite the increase in strength, these beasts were still nauseating. Every attack and defense was accompanied by splatters of the revolting liquid. After finally passing the 6th level, Wang Heng paused again. Soaked and lying on the ground, he had nearly vomited up all the bile in his stomach. If not for his strong will, he might have surrendered long ago. Lying on the cold floor, Wang Heng suddenly thought of Li Shui. No wonder someone like Li Shui didn't make it into the top 10. She was probably just as disgusted. He thought with a bitter smile, mentally preparing himself for the even tougher trials ahead. Wang Heng finally stopped vomiting, and his thoughts began to clear. He realized that Li Shui wasn't lacking in strength. She was just driven back by these nauseating beasts. For girls, these creatures might be even more terrifying. Women naturally prefer cleanliness, and facing such repulsive beasts could be harder to accept than death itself. The intention of the Academy's higher-ups was crystal clear. This was a brutal trial. Wang Heng deeply understood that no matter how disgusting, real danger never gives you a choice. When encountering any beast in the wild, you must confront it head-on, or it's a dead end. If your strength diminishes due to disgust or fear, the consequences could be dire. This unconventional assessment was precisely to cultivate the students' adaptability. Once accustomed to these bizarre beasts, they could face any future threat with composure. Wang Heng took a deep breath and clenched his fists. 7th level test, here I come, he shouted, determined to push his limits further. As the test began, a piercing alarm echoed around him. A mechanical voice coldly repeated the warning. 7th level test of the Demon Locking Tower has begun. Warning, warning, warning. The beasts on this level are of the 4th grade, exceeding the current level of the trainees. Proceed with caution. Wang Heng knew that a 4th grade beast was equivalent to the strength of a junior warrior, making it extremely dangerous. Yet he decided to give it a try. After all, within the Demon Locking Tower, the laser system on the walls could kill the beasts in critical moments, ensuring safety. Nonetheless, he remained highly vigilant, keeping his eyes fixed on the slowly rising iron bars opposite him. A giant creature, the size of a small car, appeared before him. Its grotesque and fearsome face was like that of a demon, sending chills down his spine. Wang Heng calculated that among the freshmen, the highest record was set by Fu Yuhan on the 6th level. If he could break through the 7th level, he would take the top spot. With Li Shui's unexpected underperformance, this was a golden opportunity. As he knew, whether in the virtual arena, the Tower of the God of War, or the Demon Locking Tower, the reward for first place was uniquely generous. How could he let such a chance slip by? Suddenly, The beast let out a deafening roar and charged at Wang Heng. Instead of confronting it head-on, he nimbly maneuvered around, looking for an opportunity to counterattack. Whenever an opening appeared, he struck without hesitation. Bang, bang, bang. With the sound of consecutive heavy blows, the beast retreated step by step. Wang Heng's strategy was starting to work, but he knew the real challenge had only just begun. Wang Heng's eyes flashed with a glint of determination as he quickly assessed the beast before him. This level 4 creature had a strength of approximately 1,500 kilograms, not much stronger than himself, making it possible for him to defeat it. He immediately employed the kiting strategy commonly used in games, continuously maneuvering to wear down the beast's stamina. The battle lasted a full 2 hours before Wang Heng finally managed to slay the creature. He collapsed onto the ground, gasping for air, his energy completely drained. This must be the weakest of the level 4 beasts, he thought. If it were any stronger, I might have been the one to fall. He realized clearly that at his current level of strength, defeating a level 4 beast was still quite a stretch. The exam beast on the 7th floor of the demon locking tower was already the weakest of the level 4 category, while those on the 8th floor were the strongest. After careful consideration, Wang Heng decided not to challenge the 8th floor and ended the exam after passing the 7th. Once the exam concluded, the surrounding walls sprayed body wash, followed by clean water to rinse Wang Heng's exhausted body. Half an hour later, he was the last to exit the tower, once again becoming the center of attention. All the freshmen's eyes were on him, and even the usually stern male class teacher, Zhuo Wenbin, showed a look of approval. Not bad, Zhuo Wenbin uncharacteristically praised him. Even when facing the most repulsive of beasts, you can exert your full fighting power. In terms of perseverance, you surpass most students. This unexpected compliment left Wang Heng both flattered and at a loss for words. In the crowd, Xie Yuanhao kept his eyes fixed on Wang Heng, a complex emotion flickering in his gaze. As a prodigy with S-level cultivation talent, he had initially thought he would be the brightest new star at High University. However, after 3 tests, he hadn't claimed a single first place. For the first time, Xie Yuanhao began to take Wang Heng seriously, realizing that his own status might be facing an unprecedented challenge. In front of the demon locking tower, a commotion stirred among the crowd as Wang Heng slowly walked in. All eyes naturally focused on him before shifting to the male class teacher, standing ahead, Zhuo Wenbin. With a stern expression and eyes like a hawk surveying the crowd, Zhuo Wenbin spoke in a loud voice. Are you all wondering why the beasts inside the demon locking tower are so disgusting? He paused. I can tell you clearly that the school arranged it this way on purpose. Murmurs arose among the crowd. Some looked puzzled, but others, like Wang Heng, had already understood the school's intention. Zhuo Wenbin's sharp gaze swept over everyone as he continued. The test in the demon locking tower is over. I just checked, and among the top 100, there are fewer than 10 girls. The rest are boys. His tone was questioning. Do you think all those girls are weak? At these words, the confusion in the students' eyes gradually turned to understanding. Zhuo Wenbin's voice became stern. The types of beasts are incredibly diverse. If you let the disgust of the beasts affect your combat ability, then dying would be in vain. Remember, in the wild, everything is about survival. Some warriors, to avoid being hunted by beasts, even hide in the beast's dung because it conceals their scent. He looked directly at them. If it were you, could you do it? His words caused an uproar, and Wang Heng was also greatly shocked. He couldn't help but imagine the scene, feeling his stomach churn. Observing their reactions, Zhuo Wenbin sternly said, Look at you all, disgusted by the smell of beast's dung? Are you not afraid of death? No matter how bad the smell, it's better than being dead. Among the crowd, Zhao couldn't help but speak up. Teacher, as long as we keep getting stronger, stronger than the beasts, we won't need to hide in their dung. Well said. Zhuo Wenbin nodded in agreement. You're right. As long as you're stronger than the beasts, you don't have to compromise yourself. So, while you're still in this ivory tower of a school, work hard to become stronger. I don't want to see the day when you're eaten by beasts and then expelled like dung. With that, Zhuo Wenbin turned and headed towards the sports field, with everyone following him. Along the way, students quietly shared their experiences inside the demon locking tower. I thought the beasts on the first level were disgusting enough, but then on the 3rd level, a beast sprayed green goo all over me. Damn, I almost wanted to kill myself right there. Zhao complained to Wang Heng. Zhao Hai immediately pushed him away with a face of disdain. Stay away from me. You still stink. Damn, and you think you smell nice? You're not much better off than me. Zhao retorted with a glare. Wang Heng looked helplessly at the bickering brothers, knowing he didn't smell any better. The cleaning inside the demon locking tower had been too cursory, and he just hoped to be assigned to a dorm soon to take a proper shower. Once on the sports field, the new students gathered again. Wang Heng noticed the girls continuously spraying perfume on themselves and shook his head. No wonder their test scores in the demon locking tower were poor. He was silently grateful for the school's clever strategy. Otherwise, on the battlefield, these girls' performance might cause significant casualties. Quiet. Zhuo Wenbin's sharp command instantly silenced the field. All eyes were drawn to the two teachers standing at the front. The sun blazed down on the sports field, and sweat soaked through the students' clothes. Zhuo Wenbin stood on the stage, his gaze sweeping over the students below as he solemnly announced, "The 3 tests are now complete. You can check the results on your smart wristbands. Now, we will distribute the dormitory keys." Teacher Teng Qingwan picked up from there, her clear voice cutting through the noisy crowd. The dorms at Haida are divided into 4 areas: A, B, C, and D. A1, B1, C1, and D1 are the top dorms, with the numbers decreasing in order of preference. These 4 areas correspond to the rankings of the Demon Tower, the War God Tower, the Virtual Arena, and the Freshman Leaderboard. The top rankers on each list can claim the key for the corresponding number 1 spot, and so on. Zhuo Wenbin pulled 4 shiny keys from his pocket, holding them high above his head, his voice booming. "Now, will the top rankers from these 4 lists step forward? Remember, each person can only take 1 key, choosing the one for their highest rank." The crowd stirred as Wang Heng confidently strode forward, followed closely by Li Shui and Fu Yuhan, instantly becoming the center of attention. The surrounding students looked on with both envy and a hint of jealousy. Zhuo Wenbin turned to Wang Heng, a slight smile on his face. "Wang Heng, you're first in the Demon Tower and second in the War God Tower. Which will it be, A1 or B2? Without hesitation, Wang Heng replied, "Teacher, I choose A1." Zhuo Wenbin nodded, handing the A1 key to Wang Heng. He then passed the B1 key to Li Shui. Finally, Zhuo Wenbin's gaze landed on Fu Yuhan. This girl, with her graceful appearance and cool demeanor, caught his eye. He smiled and said, "Fu Yuhan, you're first in both the Virtual Arena and the Freshman Leaderboard. You can choose between C1 and D1, and the other will go to the second place." The crowd erupted in astonishment. Everyone turned to look at Fu Yuhan, surprised that this seemingly delicate girl was so formidable. Wang Heng discreetly checked the Freshman Leaderboard on his smart wristband. Sure enough, Fu Yuhan was at the top, while he himself was at 227th place. The stark contrast made Wang Heng's heart sink, and he couldn't help but grip his key tighter. The freshman ranking is determined by 3 tests: the Demon Lock Tower, the War God Tower, and the Virtual Arena. Wang Heng's performance in the Virtual Arena was poor, ranking only 517th, which dragged down his overall score. In contrast, Fu Yuhan's results were impressive: second in the Demon Lock Tower, 4th in the War God Tower, and 1st in the Virtual Arena. Her all-around performance secured her the top spot on the leaderboard without any suspense. "I choose C1," Fu Yuhan said, her voice cool and firm. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Wenbin immediately handed her the C1 key. Then, he raised the D1 key and looked around at everyone. According to the rules, the D1 key goes to the second place on the freshman ranking. Let's see who it is. Ah, Xie Yuanhao. All eyes instantly turned to Xie Yuanhao. As the only freshman with S-level talent, his name was already well known. However, at this moment, the young genius looked grim, clearly not in a good mood. Xie Yuanhao stepped out from the crowd, his expression impassive as he looked directly at Zhuo Wenbin. His tone was calm but resolute. "Teacher, I ranked second in the Virtual Arena. I want the C2 key." Zhuo Wenbin raised an eyebrow in surprise and couldn't help but remind him, "Are you sure you don't want D1? The first place key is in a class of its own. Are you really going to give it up?" "I'll strive for the first place key with my own strength next month," Xie Yuanhao replied in a low voice, his eyes shining with determination. As an S-level genius, he possessed undeniable pride and ambition, eager to reach the top through his true abilities rather than relying on others' concessions. Hearing this, Zhuo Wenbin's lips curled into an approving smile. "Good, you have ambition. I like ambitious people." With that, he handed the C2 key to Xie Yuanhao. Xie Yuanhao took the key and turned to blend back into the crowd without looking back. Wang Heng and Li Shui exchanged brief goodbyes and also retreated into the crowd. Meanwhile, Zhuo Wenbin continued the orderly distribution of dormitory keys. On the sports field, Zhuo Wenbin handed the last key to a student and raised his voice after looking around. "Today marks the first test of the school year. Some of you might feel you didn't perform well or that your potential hasn't been fully realized." His gaze swept over the crowd and met Xie Yuanhao's flickering eyes. Xie Yuanhao thought to himself that with his cultivation talent, becoming a full-fledged warrior was just around the corner, and his strength and combat power would surely increase significantly. He glanced disdainfully at Wang Heng and Li Shui, thinking that those who relied on special talents to take shortcuts would eventually be left far behind by him. Zhuo Wenbin continued, "It's normal to feel this way, and we encourage healthy competition. There will be a retest on the 1st of every month. If you want better treatment, you'll need to work hard this month." He checked his watch. "It's getting late. Everyone should go back and rest. Tomorrow morning at 8, I'll be conducting online teaching through the dormitory video system. Don't be late." As soon as he finished speaking, the 2 teachers left the field. The new students all bowed their heads to check their smart wristbands, looking for their dormitory locations. The air was filled with the stench of the beasts from the demon locking tower, and everyone was eager to take a shower. The girls, in particular, couldn't wait and dashed off. Wang Heng wanted to greet Li Shui but couldn't find the right moment. At that moment, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei approached Wang Heng. Wang Heng, we're heading off. Want to join us for dinner later? Wang Heng smiled and nodded. Sure, see you after a shower. After spending the day together, he had a good impression of the brothers and was happy to make friends. After making plans, they each hurried to their dormitories. Although the school was vast, its layout was not complicated. Each grade had its own designated area, without interference from others. Following the guidance of his wristband, Wang Heng quickly found his dormitory a luxurious villa. The yard alone was 500 square meters, with 2 floors above ground also totaling 500 square meters, and a basement reaching 1,000 square meters. Wang Heng had never seen such a lavish residence. The basement was fully equipped with various training tools, including a deluxe version of the strength test machine used during college entrance exams. After a quick tour, Wang Heng headed straight to the bathroom. He scrubbed for a full hour to ensure there was no trace of odor before leaving the bathroom to contact Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei. He also messaged Li Shui, but only received a brief reply. Not interested in eating. Clearly, the test in the demon locking tower still left her shaken. Wang Heng met up with the Zhao brothers on the way, and they headed to a nearby cafeteria together. The cafeteria was already filled with many students. After ordering their meals, they chatted while eating. Zhao Lei curiously asked, Wang Heng, how many academic credits do you think you'll be rewarded with this time? Wang Heng replied in confusion. Aren't the rewards given out tomorrow? Zhao Lei explained. The official distribution is tomorrow, but you can calculate it now. Zhao Hai added. Just take a look at the reward descriptions behind each leaderboard, and you'll understand. Wang Heng quickly opened his smart wristband and carefully examined the reward descriptions for each leaderboard. His eyes widened as he watched the numbers change, and his breathing quickened. The first place reward was 100,000 credits, equivalent to 10 billion in the outside world, while those ranked after 1,000th only received 500 credits, comparable to 5 million. The vast disparity made Wang Heng gasp. The difference in rewards is enormous. Wang Heng muttered to himself. Zhao Hai, pondering, said, the higher the rank, the bigger the reward. The school is really pushing us to compete. Zhao Lei turned to Wang Heng, his eyes gleaming with envy. Teachers were mentioned before that the first place reward is in a league of its own. You took first place in the Demon Suppression Tower test, earning 100,000 credits in one go, which is more than all of us combined across several leaderboards. Hearing this, Wang Heng silently calculated his total rewards. First place in the Demon Suppression Tower earned him 100,000 credits. Second place in the War God Tower, 50,000 credits. 517th in the Virtual Arena, 1,000 credits. And 227th in the Freshman Points ranking, 5,000 credits. Altogether, he amassed 156,000 credits, equivalent to 15.6 billion in the outside world. The figure left Wang Heng speechless with astonishment. Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, coming from affluent backgrounds, were not unfamiliar with such numbers, so they did not show jealousy. Zhao Lei suddenly mentioned, the one who probably got the most credits this time is Fu Yuhan. She's ranked first on 2 leaderboards and in the top 5 on the other 2, likely earning close to 300,000 credits. The image of the cool and composed girl, Fu Yuhan, flashed in Wang Heng's mind, and he nodded. 30 billion indeed, enviable. After dinner, Wang Heng returned to his dormitory, still immersed in the shock of the enormous credit rewards. He thought to himself, the school's rewards clearly favor the top ranks. I must ensure I secure at least one first place. After careful consideration, Wang Heng decided to focus on the Demon Suppression Tower and the War God Tower. With the amplification advantage of his fusion ability, he had the best chance of topping these 2 leaderboards. As for the virtual arena, it was not currently a priority. While Wang Heng was formulating his plan, his smart wristband suddenly buzzed. Seeing it was Teacher Zhuo Wenbin, he immediately answered. Wang Heng, head to the basement and turn on the electronic screen now. Zhuo Wenbin said briefly before hanging up. Despite his curiosity, Wang Heng quickly ran to the basement. Standing in front of the wall-mounted electronic screen, he turned it on, and Zhuo Wenbin's figure appeared. Wang Heng, in Villa Number 1. A teacher will guide your training every day. Zhuo Wenbin's voice came through the screen. For the next month, I'll be here to guide you every night from 9 to 10. This unexpected arrangement left Wang Heng both surprised and delighted, realizing he was about to embark on a period of intensive training. Wang Heng stood at the entrance of the basement, filled with excitement. He pushed open the heavy iron door and stepped into the dimly lit space, where a faint musty smell lingered in the air. In the corner, Teacher Zhuo Wenbin had been waiting for a while, holding a thick stack of papers. Wang Heng, come and sit down. Zhuo Wenbin gestured to the cushion in front of him. Wang Heng quickly sat cross-legged, his eyes shining with enthusiasm as he looked at his teacher. He felt incredibly fortunate to receive guidance from a top mentor like Zhuo Wenbin. Out of over 1,500 freshmen, only 2 teachers were responsible for mentoring, and most students would be lucky to get guidance once a month. Yet, he received instruction daily, a privilege he deeply cherished. Zhuo Wenbin flipped through the documents in his hand and said in a deep voice, "Based on your current data, I suggest you focus on enhancing your own strength for now, rather than wasting time on improving your skill levels." Wang Heng nodded in agreement, finding this advice aligned with his own thoughts. Zhuo Wenbin set the papers aside and looked intently at Wang Heng. "You must have earned a lot of credit points from this test, right? I imagine you're quite excited about it." Wang Heng smiled sheepishly. "I am. A reward of 1.5 billion credits is hard not to be thrilled about." Zhuo Wenbin snorted. "Don't get too excited too soon. In this test, everyone was at the Kwasa warrior level, so you could leverage the power boost from your fusion to gain an advantage. But most of your classmates have a punch force of over 900 kilograms. Once they cultivate their martial bodies, they'll quickly advance to the warrior level. What advantage will you have then? You're still far from reaching the warrior level." Wang Heng nodded solemnly. "You're right, teachers Hua. I understand that. So, for the next month, I'll focus on increasing my strength." Zhuo Wenbin shook his head. "Your talent for cultivation is lacking. Just practicing body tempering fist won't significantly improve you. You need to rely on auxiliary resources to quickly enhance your strength." Wang Heng sighed. "But body tempering pills and body tempering milk don't have much effect on me anymore." Zhuo Wenbin gave a mysterious smile. "Who said those are the only resources for body tempering? Once the reward credits are distributed tomorrow, the school's internal store will open to you. Then you'll see many treasures that can aid your body tempering." Wang Heng's eyes lit up with anticipation. Zhuo Wenbin continued, "Of course, the better the treasure, the higher the price. But you have plenty of credits now, so I suggest you invest in quickly boosting your strength. Otherwise, you might not earn much in next month's test." Wang Heng pondered for a moment before asking, "Teacher Zhua, what about martial body cultivation? How difficult is it?" Zhuo Wenbin paused, considering his response. "I plan to explain this to everyone tomorrow, but since you're asking, I'll tell you now." He straightened up, his expression serious. "After years of research, we in the Great Xia Kingdom have developed 4 types of martial bodies: the Xuanwu Divine Body, the White Tiger Divine Body, the Azure Dragon Divine Body, and the Vermilion Bird Divine Body. Cultivating the Xuanwu Divine Body can double your strength. Once you advance to the warrior level, your power will increase significantly." Standing in front of the electronic screen, Zhuo Wenbin deftly manipulated the controls, displaying the detailed information of the 4 martial bodies one by one. His voice was steady and strong as he explained to Wang Heng, "Once you cultivate the White Tiger Divine Body, your speed will double. Upon reaching the warrior level, you'll possess astonishing speed comparable to that of a warlord. The Azure Dragon Divine Body can enhance your cultivation talent by a whole level, which is an obvious advantage. As for the Vermilion Bird Divine Body, once you advance to the warrior level, your vital energy will carry a powerful flame attack." Wang Heng's eyes followed the flashing information on the screen, growing increasingly astonished. His gaze lingered on the introduction of the Azure Dragon Divine Body, and his heartbeat quickened. As someone with only a D-level cultivation talent, this was the ability he had always dreamed of. However, the effects of the other 3 martial bodies were equally enticing. Unable to resist, he asked, "Mr. Zhua, are these effects permanent? For example, with the Black Tortoise Divine Body, does the power doubling continue even after we advance to the War God level?" Zhuo Wenbin glanced at Wang Heng, a slight smile playing on his lips. "You've got quite the ambition, kid," he remarked, then shook his head to explain. "The effect of the Black Tortoise Divine Body is a one-time boost. For instance, if your current strength is 900 kilograms, cultivating the Black Tortoise Divine Body will increase it directly to 1,800 kilograms. This is different from the sustainable power doubling you in the Shui experience." A hint of disappointment crossed Wang Heng's face, and he quickly asked, "What about the other martial bodies? Are their effects temporary too?" Zhuo Wenbin patiently explained, "The speed doubling effect of the White Tiger Divine Body is similar to the Black Tortoise Divine Body and solidifies at the Kwasa Warrior level. The flame attack of the Vermilion Bird Divine Body can last until the Warlord level, but by the War God level, when experts comprehend their own domain, such auxiliary attacks become redundant. However, the enhancement of cultivation talent by the Azure Dragon Divine Body is permanent." Wang Heng's eyes lit up with excitement. "Mr. Zhua, my cultivation talent is lacking. The Azure Dragon Divine Body is perfect for me." Zhuo Wenbin sighed. "That's true, but the Azure Dragon Divine Body is the hardest to cultivate, requiring a high level of insight." Wang Heng felt a surge of confidence, thinking that with his numerous clones, the combined insight should be sufficient. Zhuo Wenbin continued, "In fact, cultivating the other martial bodies isn't easy either. We categorize martial body cultivation into 3 stages: minor success, major success, and perfection. Generally, achieving minor success is already quite impressive." Wang Heng frowned and asked, "If I only reach minor success, will the effects be diminished?" Zhuo Wenbin nodded in confirmation, "Exactly. For example, With the black tortoise divine body, the minor success stage only increases your strength by 1/3. Wang Heng realized why not everyone could achieve a complete martial body. Zhuo Wenbin concluded, the reason we don't publicize the martial body cultivation methods is not only because of the difficulty, but also because these secret techniques are tailored for geniuses. In the basement, the clock pointed to 9:30, and Mr. Zhuo Wenbin's guidance continued. His gaze fell on Wang Heng, who was deep in thought, and he said steadily, Wang Heng, cultivating a martial body doesn't just depend on your needs. You also need to consider whether your physique is compatible with it. The best approach is to try each type for a few days and choose the one that progresses the fastest. A flicker of curiosity crossed Wang Heng's eyes as he asked, Mr. Zhua, I have the talent for creating avatars. Can my avatars also cultivate the martial body? Will the effects stack with my main body? Zhuo Wenbin pondered for a moment before answering. It's possible to cultivate multiple martial bodies, but unless you have extraordinary comprehension, focusing on one is more effective than spreading your efforts. Wang Heng's eyes lit up with joy. With multiple avatars, he wasn't afraid of being distracted, which meant he could cultivate 4 martial bodies simultaneously. The benefits were unimaginable. Zhuo Wenbin continued. The school only provides resources for cultivating 1 martial body for free. If you want to cultivate more, you'll need to purchase them from the mall with your credits. This is to prevent resource wastage, as the resources required for cultivating a martial body are enormous. If there were no restrictions and every student tried multiple martial bodies, even a huge university couldn't handle it. Wang Heng listened, frowning slightly. Buying resources on his own would undoubtedly consume a lot of credits, and he wasn't sure if he had enough. He recalled that Li Shui had mentioned that cultivating the Xuanwu divine body required the brain marrow of a war god level beast, so the treasures needed for other martial bodies wouldn't be of lower grade. Forget it. I'll take it one step at a time, Wang Heng quickly reassured himself. I might not have much talent in other martial bodies anyway. He decided not to worry about it anymore, thinking that if his progress in other martial bodies was slow, he might as well focus on one. Time quickly reached 10 o'clock, and Zhuo Wenbin concluded his guidance. After practicing a few sets of body tempering punches, Wang Heng also took a break. The next morning at 6 o'clock, Wang Heng was awakened by the continuous beeping of his smart bracelet. He quickly checked and found that his credits reward had been deposited. His original balance of 12,000 credits had surged to 168,000, equivalent to 1.7 billion. Wang Heng was ecstatic, as this was wealth he had never imagined. The school mall had also opened. After a hurried wash, Wang Heng went to the basement, waiting for Mr. Zhuo Wenbin to appear on the electronic screen while browsing the mall. The mall offered a wide variety of items, including techniques, martial skills, equipment, rare materials, and elixirs. Wang Heng directly searched for body tempering treasures, and the results shocked him. At the top of the list was young dragon blood, priced at 10 million credits, capable of boosting strength to 3,000 kilograms. This was beyond his imagination, as the school had managed to acquire dragon blood, even from a young dragon. But the price of 10 million credits was daunting. With no other choice, Wang Heng narrowed his search to items below 100,000 credits. He found upgraded body tempering pills and body tempering milk, which were within his budget. After some calculations, he decided to purchase 20 body tempering pills and a 20-day supply of body tempering milk, spending a total of 22,000 credits. In 20 days, his strength would reach 900 kilograms. Wang Heng was overwhelmed with emotion, understanding why everyone wanted to enter a martial arts university. With resources, the pace of improvement was astonishingly fast. Outside, even with multiple avatars, it would take years to reach this level. Just then, Mr. Zhuo Wenbin appeared on the electronic screen to explain the martial body. After listening for a while, Wang Heng realized the content was similar to the previous day and even less detailed. He resolved to claim the top spot on the leaderboard again next month to continue enjoying such advantages. Mr. Zhuo Wenbin's first class focused on martial body cultivation. Wang Heng was fully engrossed, staring at the electronic screen in the basement, meticulously studying the secret methods of cultivating the 4 types of martial bodies. Each martial body has its unique guidance technique, which serves as the prelude to cultivation. Wang Heng's eyes lit up. Although his strength hadn't reached the 900 kilograms threshold required to formally cultivate a martial body, he could start practicing the guidance techniques ahead of time. He quickly accessed the school store and unhesitatingly purchased the test kits for the 4 martial bodies. Instantly, 4 clones appeared out of thin air, each beginning to practice a different guidance technique. The screen indicated that cultivating one guidance technique would take 3 days, but with the help of his clones, Wang Heng could complete what would have taken 12 days in just 3. Wang Heng secretly rejoiced. Although he was 20 days behind others in martial body cultivation, this 9-day time difference was undoubtedly a boost of confidence. He vividly remembered that there was a crucial ranking competition at the beginning of next month. Mr. Zhua had mentioned that only the prodigies Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao had a chance to advance to formal martial artists this month, while others would need at least 3 months. To maintain a leading position in the ranking competition and earn more credits, Wang Heng knew he had to accelerate his martial body cultivation. His goal was to at least stay in the top 3, otherwise his credit earnings would significantly diminish. About 2 hours later, Wang Heng's smart bracelet vibrated, alerting him to pick up his delivery at the dormitory entrance. The school store's efficient service ensured delivery within 3 hours. At the dormitory entrance, a man in a school store uniform handed Wang Heng an alloy code-locked case, simply stating, "Delivery completed. Please check your items and confirm receipt in the store." Wang Heng nodded in agreement, quickly operated his smart bracelet to confirm receipt, and then returned to the basement with the case. Back in his private space, Wang Heng entered the password provided by the store and opened the alloy case. Inside, there were 2 bottles, each containing 10 Saint-grade body tempering pills, 20 bags of golden powder, which was the Saint-grade body tempering milk, and 4 blood test kits. He carefully stored these precious items, then took out a Saint-grade body tempering pill and swallowed it, grabbing a bag of Saint-grade body tempering milk as he headed to the bathroom. Wang Heng filled the tub with hot water and poured the golden powder in. The water surface instantly turned a dazzling golden color, resembling molten gold. He marveled at the miraculous effect of the Saint-grade body tempering milk, feeling the gradual enhancement of his strength. Without further hesitation, he removed his clothes and slowly submerged himself in the golden liquid. An hour later, a message suddenly flashed in Wang Heng's mind. Minor breakthrough achieved. Clone count increased by 10. This unexpected joy filled him with excitement, adding a layer of confidence for the challenges ahead. Wang Heng, who had been resting with his eyes closed, suddenly opened them wide with an uncontrollable look of joy spreading across his face. He had finally been promoted to an advanced apprentice. He quickly glanced at the now murky water in the bathtub, immediately got up, washed off under the heater, and swiftly got dressed. Eagerly, Wang Heng rushed to the basement and stood before the testing machine, taking a deep breath. His eyes glimmered with anticipation as he punched the target of the machine. Bang! A number instantly flashed on the screen, 702 kilograms. Wang Heng's eyes lit up with delight. The divine body tempering fruit had indeed worked wonders, adding 12 kilograms to his strength. Quickly calculating in his mind, he noted that his previous strength was 690 kilograms. Now, with 10 additional avatars, the fusion of all avatars resulted in an astonishing 210 increase in strength. Wang Heng immediately recalled the 4 avatars practicing the martial body guidance technique and merged them all. Instantly, he felt a surge of power flooding through his body. After a moment of sensing the energy within, Wang Heng slowly opened his eyes and once again faced the testing machine. He took a deep breath and punched the target again. Boom! With a deafening crash, a staggering number appeared on the screen. 2,170 kilograms. What immense power! Wang Heng murmured excitedly to himself. Many who have just advanced to warrior level might not even reach this level of strength. In his mind, he was already strategizing for next month's ranking challenges, confidently believing he could secure the top spots in both the Demon Lock Tower and the War God Tower. Even if Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao advance to warrior level this month, unless they achieve the perfect state of the Xuanwu divine body, they might not surpass Wang Heng in strength. Moreover, Wang Heng's own strength had not yet reached 900 kilograms, and the Xuanwu divine body was still in progress. He was confident that his strength would continue to rise by the end of the month. Meanwhile, in a conference room at Tianhai Martial University, a group of teachers had gathered, including freshman instructors Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan. They appeared particularly modest, as all other attendees were war god level experts. Vice Principal Zhao Wu, seated at the head of the table, cast a sharp glance over everyone present and asked in a deep voice, "Everyone, have you reviewed the information on these new students? Let's discuss which students require special attention and how we should nurture them." No sooner had he finished speaking than a female teacher responded with a smile. "Naturally, Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan should be prioritized. One has high cultivation talent, and the other has exceptional comprehension, both with great potential to advance to war god. Fu Yuhan, in particular, has the highest chance of becoming a war god." Another teacher agreed. "Indeed, I also believe Fu Yuhan has the greatest potential to advance to war god. As we all know, the key to becoming a war god lies in understanding realms, where those with high comprehension naturally hold a significant advantage." Another teacher chimed in. Vice Principal Zhao Wu nodded slightly, his gaze piercing as he scanned the room. He continued to ask, "Those two certainly need to be prioritized, but what about the others? Especially Wang Heng, who has the ability to create duplicates. What do you all think?" For a moment, the meeting room was engulfed in silence. The teachers exchanged glances, and a few even picked up the files on the table, carefully reviewing Wang Heng's information. However, when they put the files down, they all wore expressions of regret and shook their heads gently. Despite the impressive ability to create duplicates, Wang Heng's talent for cultivation was notably lacking. Worse still, his comprehension was nowhere near as exceptional as Fu Yuhan's. These shortcomings seemed to cast a shadow over Wang Heng's future in the eyes of those present. Noticing the silence, Vice Principal Zhao Wu turned his attention to Zhuo Wenbin with a hint of expectation in his voice. Mr. Zhua, you're the teacher for the freshman male students and also personally guide Wang Heng in the evenings. What are your thoughts on him? Zhuo Wenbin immediately stood up and respectfully bowed to Zhao Wu. His voice was firm and sincere. Principal Zhao, I've contacted Wang Heng's instructor from high school, Sun Yin. According to him, although Wang Heng's cultivation talent is low, he is very diligent in his practice. I believe that with the school's support, he should be able to advance to a senior warrior. Zhao Wu, perceiving the implication in Zhuo Wenbin's words, sighed inwardly. He thought that even if Wang Heng's cultivation talent was overlooked, the results of the recent test, especially his ranking in the virtual arena 517, were telling enough. Wang Heng's comprehension was indeed not high, and the chances of him reaching the level of a war god were slim. Trying to lighten the mood, one teacher smiled and said, actually, becoming a senior warrior isn't bad at all. A senior warrior with the ability to create duplicates, coupled with the advantage of equipment, isn't much different from some entry-level war gods on the battlefield. Vice Principal Zhao Wu pondered for a moment before making a decision. Let's keep observing. After all, it's just the beginning of their freshman year. There have been students in the past who were late bloomers, only showing their potential in their junior or senior year. He turned to Zhuo Wenbin with a tone of instruction. Mr. Zhua, please keep an eye on Wang Heng and make sure he doesn't stray off course. Zhuo Wenbin immediately straightened his back and responded solemnly. Yes, Principal Zhao. His voice was filled with determination and a sense of duty, as if he had already taken this task as his personal mission. 3 days flew by in the blink of an eye. Wang Heng, with a serious expression, recalled his 4 clones who practiced the cultivation guidance technique. Carefully, he extracted a drop of blood from each clone and placed them into 4 separate testing kits. Holding his breath, he fixed his gaze on the kits. Each second of waiting for the results felt like an eternity. The test kits clearly indicated 3 levels of compatibility. Wang Heng silently recalled what each level meant. Level 1 compatibility meant achieving minor success in a week, major success in a month, and perfection in 3 years. Level 2 meant minor success in a month, major success in a year, and perfection in 5 years. Level 3 meant minor success in 6 months, major success in 3 years, and perfection in 10 years. Wang Heng hoped for level 1 compatibility, though he knew it was nearly impossible. Even level 2 would satisfy him, since having 21 clones training simultaneously meant his progress would be 21 times faster than others. Even with level 3 compatibility, his advancement speed could rival that of a level 1 genius. Suddenly, Wang Heng's pupils contracted sharply as he stared in disbelief at one of the test kits. My Xuanwu Divine Body Compatibility is level 1. This unexpected surprise filled him with excitement and elation. Eagerly, he turned his attention to the other 3 test kits. The results appeared one by one. Qinglong Divine Body Level 2, Baihu Divine Body Level 3, and Zhuke Divine Body Level 2. Although they didn't match the Xuanwu Divine Body, having 2 Level 2s was more than satisfying for Wang Heng. He was particularly thrilled about the Qinglong Divine Body's Level 2 compatibility, as its cultivation was crucial given his originally low talent. While it would take an ordinary person 5 years to perfect a Level 2 Divine Body, Wang Heng estimated he could reach that level in just 3 months with his 21 clones. Despite having determined his Divine Body compatibility, Wang Heng couldn't start cultivating immediately. His own strength had not yet reached the 900 kilograms threshold. So, in the following days, he continued his routine of diligently practicing the body refining punches and taking sacred body refining pills to enhance his strength. Another 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. By this time, other students had already tested their divine body compatibility and begun their cultivation under teacher Zhuo Wenbin's guidance. Wang Heng, however, had to wait another week, watching others advance ahead of him. That evening, Wang Heng met Li Shui for dinner in the cafeteria. It was their first meeting since moving into separate dorms. Wang Heng usually stayed in, focused on intense training, as did most of his classmates. Seeing Li Shui, he couldn't help but exclaim, Miss Li, it's rare for you to invite me for a meal. Only the brightest of the bright make it to Haida, where the sense of competition is fierce and no one wants to be outdone. The electronic board in front of the teaching building shows a constantly shifting ranking of students, each of whom is gearing up for the test on the 1st of next month, hoping to improve their standings. In the Haida cafeteria, Li Shui and Wang Heng sat across from each other. As Li Shui fiddled with her utensils, she shot Wang Heng a glare and said, Stop with the sarcastic tone, as if you've been out a lot lately. Wang Heng chuckled, poured himself a glass of water, and a hint of curiosity flashed in his eyes. So, how's your martial body compatibility? He had keenly noticed that the results of their martial body compatibility had just been released today, and Li Shui had invited him to lunch, clearly wanting to discuss martial body cultivation. Li Shui slowly put down her chopsticks and calmly said, I've already cultivated my vermilion bird physique to the minor achievement stage. What? Wang Heng almost spat out his tea, staring at Li Shui in disbelief before he gathered himself. You didn't even test your compatibility before choosing to cultivate the vermilion bird physique? Wang Heng quickly understood the situation. Even with a level 1 compatibility, it would take at least a week to cultivate a martial body to the minor achievement stage. So, Li Shui must have skipped the compatibility test and directly chosen to cultivate the vermilion bird physique. Realizing this, Wang Heng looked at Li Shui with a mix of admiration and amazement. You've got guts, and incredible luck too, to randomly choose the vermilion bird physique and end up with level 1 compatibility. Li Shui lightly shook her head. I didn't choose randomly. Regardless of the compatibility level, I would have chosen to cultivate the vermilion bird physique. Curious, Wang Heng asked, why is that? The vermilion bird physique comes with fire attribute attacks, which increase damage, but the black tortoise physique is also good, and the azure dragon physique can enhance cultivation speed. Surprised, Li Shui glanced at Wang Heng and countered, haven't you been to the school library lately? The library? Wang Heng shook his head. Mr. Zhuo advised me to focus all my energy on increasing strength first, and then cultivate my martial body. He said not to spread my focus elsewhere before reaching warrior level. Wang Heng knew the school library held many precious books, including various supreme techniques created by war god level experts, but he wasn't interested in them right now. Because without reaching warrior level, he couldn't cultivate those techniques anyway. Li Shui nodded appreciatively, her eyes reflecting a glimmer of understanding. She spoke slowly, her voice tinged with admiration. Mr. Zhuo is right. However, there's always an insuppressible curiosity within human nature. It's rare to see someone like you who can stay true to themselves. After a brief pause, she continued. Actually, I've always had a goal to advance to the level of a war god. To achieve this, I've visited the library numerous times, going through a vast number of related books. I've discovered that the key to reaching the war god level is understanding the essence. The essence? Wang Heng frowned, his face full of confusion. Li Shui nodded slightly and patiently explained. The essence is a significant level in the realm of skills. You should know that after reaching the micro level, there's the perfect level, and beyond that, it's the essence level. Wang Heng suddenly understood, a light of realization flickering in his eyes. Li Shui sighed softly, her tone carrying a hint of helplessness. With my talent, advancing to the micro level, or even the perfect level, is not a difficult task, it's just a matter of time. But the essence level is not so easy to comprehend. Suddenly, she shifted the topic and asked, do you remember Sister Lin? Wang Heng immediately nodded, a grateful expression appearing on his face. Of course, I remember. How could I forget Sister Lin? If it weren't for her giving me a body-tempering pill back then, I might not have gotten into Haida. Li Shui glanced at Wang Heng, thinking to herself, that body-tempering pill was actually sent by me through Sister Lin Yu, and this fool still doesn't know. However, she didn't reveal this and continued, Sister Lin is a senior warrior, and she elevated her skill level to the perfect level a long time ago. But because she couldn't grasp the essence, she hasn't been able to advance to the war god level. Wang Heng widened his eyes in surprise. I didn't realize Sister Lin was so incredible. I had no idea she was just one step away from the war god level. Li Shui nodded, then shared a statistic that shocked Wang Heng. In our Daxia country, there are several million senior warriors, but only a little over 300 war gods. That's a ratio of nearly 1 in 10,000. She paused and added, most senior warriors are like Sister Lin, they can't advance because they can't grasp the essence. Hearing this, Wang Heng finally realized the importance of the essence, a sense of awe and aspiration shining in his eyes. In the cafeteria, Wang Heng took a bite of his food and curiously looked at Li Shui. After swallowing, he asked, you've said so much, but what does this have to do with you choosing to cultivate the vermilion bird divine body? Li Shui put down her chopsticks and gave him a slightly impatient look. Don't you have any curiosity? You don't know anything about the information on advancing to the war god level. Wang Heng shook his head, stirring his food with his chopsticks. I'm not even a warrior yet, so I don't have the time to worry about that. Although his dream was to advance to the war god level, it seemed too far off to pay attention to right now. Li Shui set her bowl aside and began to explain. War god level fighters have elemental attacks. I once saw a war god who had mastered the ice and snow concept. When she attacked, thousands of beasts were frozen into ice sculptures. Wow! Wang Heng gasped, his eyes wide with shock. That's incredible. Li Shui continued. There are also war gods who understand the concept of fire. When they attack, the entire battlefield is engulfed in flames. She looked directly into Wang Heng's eyes and asked, do you see now how the vermilion bird divine body relates to these concepts? Wang Heng's eyes shifted slightly as he thought for a moment before tentatively saying, you mean cultivating the vermilion bird divine body increases the likelihood of understanding the concept of fire? Li Shui nodded in confirmation. Exactly. By experiencing fire attributes in attacks, the chance of comprehending the fire concept is naturally high. For me, Cultivating other martial bodies might enhance my combat power, but they won't help me in my future goal of reaching the war god level. Wang Heng widened his eyes in surprise. Are you planning to cultivate the vermilion bird divine body to perfection? But even if your compatibility is at level 1, it would take at least 3 years. That's right. Li Xuan nodded again. Wang Heng frowned. In that case, you won't reach warrior level until your senior year. You can forget about ranking. You'll probably always be last. Even with Li Xue's unique talent for doubling her strength, once everyone else had advanced to warrior level, she'd still lag behind. Li Xue dismissed his concerns. Last place is fine with me. I don't need the honor of ranking, nor do I need the credit rewards. After all, credits can be bought, and I can afford the costs at the warrior level. Wang Heng paused, remembering that credits could indeed be bought. Back then, Qin Zhan had spent $1 billion to buy him a 10,000 credit recharge card. He shook his head, realizing that these wealthy heirs never lacked money. He valued credits greatly, but they didn't. What they cared about was the honor from ranking. That's the difference between the rich and the poor. Li Xue turned to Wang Heng, curious. And what about you? You've talked a lot, but you haven't told me your compatibility levels or which martial body you plan to cultivate. Wang Heng snapped back to reality and smiled. My compatibility with the Black Tortoise Divine Body is level 1, the Azure Dragon Divine Body is level 2, the Vermilion Bird Divine Body is also level 2, and the White Tiger Divine Body is only level 3. Li Xue pondered for a moment. So, you're planning to cultivate the Black Tortoise Divine Body. Wang Heng's eyes flickered for a moment before he nodded firmly. That's right. I can't afford to wait until senior year to advance to warrior level like you. I need to speed up, master the martial body, advance to warrior level, and then climb the ranks to earn credits. His tone carried a hint of urgency, yet remained calm. Regarding the simultaneous cultivation of multiple martial bodies, Wang Heng wisely chose to keep silent, as such an extraordinary ability was beyond explanation. Even with a clone, he could only show that he was cultivating 2 types of martial bodies to avoid unnecessary suspicion. Yes, the Xuanwu divine body is indeed well suited for you. Wang Heng continued, with a hint of encouragement in his voice. You already have an advantage in strength. By further enhancing it, you can earn a substantial amount of credits from climbing the ranks, at least during your freshman and sophomore years. Li Xuan nodded slightly in agreement. She was well aware of Wang Heng's family situation and fully understood his motivation to earn a large number of credits. A smile of expectation appeared at the corner of Wang Heng's mouth. Without the threat of a powerhouse like you, I can dominate the Locked Demon Tower and the God of War Tower leaderboards next month. Li Xue shook her head, a trace of self-deprecation in her voice. What kind of genius am I? People like Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan are the real geniuses. Especially Fu Yuhan. Almost every teacher believes she will advance to God of War level in the future. Wang Heng immediately offered encouragement. Who can predict the future? I believe with your hard work and preparation for advancing to God of War level, fate won't let you down. I'm sure you'll achieve it. Thanks for the kind words. Li Xue smiled slightly and drank her toast. Time passed quietly, and before they knew it, night had fallen, and the clock struck 9 in the evening. Wang Heng promptly turned on his communication device for his exclusive guidance session with teacher Zhuo Wenbin. Zhuo Wenbin's figure appeared on the screen, and he got straight to the point. Wang Heng, you should have your martial body compatibility results by now. Which martial body do you plan to cultivate? Wang Heng was prepared and answered without hesitation. Teacher Zhuo, I plan to cultivate the Xuanwu Divine Body and the Vermilion Bird Divine Body simultaneously. The external manifestations of these 2 martial bodies were too prominent, leaving Wang Heng with no choice but to reveal them. As for the Azure Dragon Divine Body's increased cultivation speed and the White Tiger Divine Body's enhanced physical speed, as long as he didn't deliberately showcase them, they wouldn't be noticed. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Wenbin frowned and asked, what are the compatibility ratings for these 2 martial bodies? Wang Heng answered truthfully. Teacher Zhuo, my Xuanwu Divine Body has a level 1 compatibility, and the Vermilion Bird Divine Body has a level 2 compatibility. What about the Azure Dragon Divine Body? Zhuo Wenbin continued to inquire. It's also level 2. Wang Heng replied. Zhuo Wenbin pondered for a moment and then suggested, I recommend you cultivate the Azure Dragon Divine Body. Although it takes 5 years to reach perfection, with a clone practicing alongside you, it will only take 2.5 years. By then, with a perfected Azure Dragon Divine Body, your cultivation talent will be elevated, greatly increasing your chances of advancing to the general level in the future. Wang Heng shook his head after listening and explained, Teacher Zhuo, if I stay at the Kwasa Warrior level for too long, I won't be able to earn a large number of credits by climbing the ranks. Zhuo Wenbin's gaze sharpened as he looked at Wang Heng, his tone becoming serious. You've already earned quite a few credits this time. You don't actually need that many credits at the Kwasa Warrior level. Your focus should be on breaking through to the general level in the future. He paused and continued. I know your family situation isn't ideal, but having money doesn't guarantee you'll advance to the general level. Wang Heng sighed inwardly. Faced with teacher Zhuo Wenbin's suggestion, He found himself in a dilemma. He was well aware that he could not reveal the secret of having multiple avatars, which made teachers was advice, though reasonable, far from his reality. Suppressing his chaotic thoughts, Wang Heng's expression turned stubborn. He firmly stated, Teachers Wa, I still believe that cultivating the Xuanwu divine body and the vermilion bird divine body is more suitable. Hearing this, Zhuo Wenbin fixed his gaze on Wang Heng, and after a moment, said in a deep voice, How about this? You can cultivate both the Xuanwu divine body and the Azure Dragon divine body simultaneously. At least train the Azure Dragon divine body to the grand completion stage, so you won't have to worry about ranking issues early on. Wang Heng forced a bitter smile but still gritted his teeth and replied, Teacher Zhua, I remain confident in my choice. You, Zhuo Wenbin exclaimed angrily, pointing at Wang Heng and scolding. Why are you so stubborn? As your teacher, would I harm you? Ask yourself, have I ever been perfunctory in guiding you these days? Bowing his head, Wang Heng respectfully said, Teacher Zhua, your guidance has been diligent and responsible, and I am deeply grateful. Zhuo Wenbin, even more frustrated, questioned, Then why won't you listen to me? I'm at least a senior warrior, and I even consulted a god-level warrior about your situation. Do you think we'd conspire against you? Faced with his teacher's questioning, Wang Heng could only remain silent. He couldn't explain the crucial secret of having multiple avatars. Seeing Wang Heng's silence, Zhuo Wenbin understood his attitude. With a cold snort, he spoke with disappointment and anger. Fine, fine. Since you find my guidance useless, practice on your own. I'll see how far you can go, Humph. With that, he abruptly ended the communication. Wang Heng sighed deeply, knowing that Zhuo Wenbin would surely not treat him kindly from now on. This was a price he had no choice but to bear. In a spacious office, Zhuo Wenbin slammed the desk, causing the chair to slide back. He stood up, his face dark with anger, his voice filled with fury. This is sheer stupidity and arrogance. I've never encountered a student like this before. Even after the communication screen went dark, Zhuo Wenbin couldn't shake off his anger. He leaned on the desk with both hands, taking deep breaths to calm himself. He had spent days preparing and even sought advice from a warrior-level expert, all for Wang Heng. Yet, Wang Heng showed no appreciation for his efforts. Zhuo Wenbin hadn't done it for gratitude, but the thought of his hard work being dismissed so easily made his anger even harder to quell. Mr. Zhuo, what's happened? Not far away, Teng Qingwan, who was instructing Fu Yuhan, looked over with curiosity. Weren't you guiding Wang Heng? Zhuo Wenbin, with a tone of obvious displeasure, replied. I tried to help him, but he didn't appreciate it at all. He briefly recounted the incident to Teng Qingwan. After listening, Teng Qingwan sighed softly, a hint of helplessness in her voice. Your advice wasn't wrong, but everyone at High University is a genius, and geniuses are often proud. They firmly believe in their own ideas, so we have to guide them gradually. Zhuo Wenbin scoffed. If you say Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan are geniuses, I would agree, but Wang Heng? If it weren't for his mutated clone giving him a 100 power boost, he wouldn't have even gotten into High University. Teng Qingwan frowned, her tone serious. Mr. Zhua, you must always remember you're a teacher. You shouldn't be at odds with your students. Zhuo Wenbin paused at her words and then softened his tone slightly. I'm sorry, my words were inappropriate, but I'm just frustrated with his lack of progress. His voice carried a hint of helplessness. You know his cultivation talent. Without cultivating the Azure Dragon physique to enhance his talent, it will be very difficult for him to advance to warrior level. I even compromised, allowing him to cultivate the Black Tortoise physique simultaneously so he could still earn credits. Zhuo Wenbin's voice revealed his confusion. But he chose to cultivate the Vermilion Bird physique? I really can't understand why. Li Shui also chose to cultivate the Vermilion Bird physique. Ting Qingwan suddenly mentioned, her tone thoughtful. Zhuo Wenbin snorted. Li Shui's cultivation talent is at least C level, and with her family background, advancing to warrior level isn't an issue. She chose the Vermilion Bird physique to prepare for reaching warrior god level in the future. You can't seriously tell me Wang Heng is thinking the same. Perhaps that's exactly what he's planning. Ting Qingwan said with a playful smile, a glint of amusement in her eyes. Zhuo Wenbin shook his head, filled with disbelief. I'm not mocking him, but with his talent, advancing to warrior level is already a huge challenge, let alone aiming for warrior god. Teng Qingwan explained with a smile. You might not know, but Li Shui and Wang Heng were classmates in high school and are friends. I suspect his choice to cultivate the Vermilion Bird physique was influenced by her. Her tone carried a hint of anticipation. I'm eager to see him advance to warrior god in the future. Zhuo Wenbin was at a loss for words, unsure whether to commend Wang Heng's fearlessness or criticize his ignorance. Are you really not going to continue guiding Wang Heng? Teng Qingwan asked, her tone showing a hint of concern. Zhuo Wenbin shook his head, his tone resolute. If he won't listen to me, how can I guide him? I'd be better off focusing on Xie Yuanhao. With that, Zhuo Wenbin sat back down at his desk, his fingers rapidly typing on the keyboard as he connected with Xie Yuanhao. Xie Yuanhao's face appeared on the screen, and upon seeing Zhuo Wenbin, he immediately greeted him respectfully. Mr. Zhuo, you wanted to see me? Despite Xie Yuanhao's arrogant nature, he held great respect for his teachers, as he only respected the strong. Zhuo Wenbin looked at the student on the screen, ready to start a new round of guidance. Zhuo Wenbin nodded with satisfaction, a smile of approval spreading across his face. He looked at Xie Yuanhao, his eyes sparkling with anticipation. The results of the martial body compatibility test are out, right? Have you decided which martial body you want to cultivate? Xie Yuanhao was in the midst of a dilemma, but upon hearing his teacher's question, he quickly looked up and responded. Mr. Zhuo, my compatibility with the Azure Dragon Divine Body is level 2, while the other 3 martial bodies are all level 1. Which one do you think I should choose? His eyes shone with a thirst for knowledge, clearly valuing his teacher's opinion highly. Zhuo Wenbin first praised him. Your talent is indeed exceptional. Even your martial body compatibility is so high. He then fell into contemplation, lightly tapping his fingers on the table. We can rule out the Azure Dragon Divine Body. With your cultivation talent, you don't need that kind of boost. Cultivating it would just be a waste of time. Xie Yuanhao nodded in agreement, as he had been thinking the same. Zhuo Wenbin continued his analysis. As for the remaining 3 martial bodies, you can actually cultivate all of them simultaneously. Since your compatibility with these 3 is level 1, you can fully develop them to their peak. It will only take about 3 months of your time. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuanhao furrowed his brow and said eagerly, Mr. Zhuo, I want to advance to warrior class as soon as possible. I heard that if you become a warlord before the age of 20, you qualify to join the Temple of War. Zhuo Wenbin raised his eyebrows in surprise, a mix of admiration and concern in his eyes. He said slowly, I didn't expect your ambitions to be so great. The Temple of War is the highest academy established through the combined efforts of our 3 major human forces. It doesn't just train warlords, but beings that surpass warlords. He paused for a moment, his tone becoming more serious. Moreover, to enter the Temple of War, not only do you need to become a warlord before 20, but you also have to cultivate your skill realm to the perfect level. That's the most difficult step. Zhuo Wenbin gazed at Xie Yuanhao, his expression serious. He spoke slowly, with a hint of concern in his voice. I don't doubt that you can achieve the rank of warrior before you're 20, but mastering a perfect level of skill is not something easily attained. Xie Yuanhao looked determined, his eyes unwavering, as he replied. That's why I must quickly become a warrior and then focus all my efforts on enhancing my skill level. Zhuo Wenbin sighed inwardly, recalling Wang Heng. He shook his head to clear his thoughts and after careful consideration, suggested, since you have such ambitions, you shouldn't spend too much energy on physical training. I recommend you concentrate on cultivating the Xuanwu Divine Body and the Vermilion Bird Divine Body to a proficient level. The Vermilion Bird Divine Body will aid you in advancing to a war god in the future, while the Xuanwu Divine Body will significantly boost your strength once you reach the warrior level, accelerate bone strengthening, and shorten the time needed to advance to the warrior rank. Hearing this, Xie Yuanhao's eyes lit up with joy, and he quickly nodded in agreement. All right, I will definitely follow your guidance, teacher. Zhuo Wenbin nodded with satisfaction, a smile of relief on his face. He had set aside thoughts of Wang Heng, now focused solely on the idea that training a super talent capable of entering the War God Hall would make his life truly worthwhile. Time flew by, and before long, it was September 21st. Wang Heng stepped out of the bathroom, fully dressed, and approached the testing device. Today he had taken the last of his supreme body refining pills, and by his estimation, his punch should now reach 900 kilograms. With a mix of anticipation, Wang Heng took a deep breath and focused all his energy into delivering a powerful punch at the target on the testing device. 908 kilograms. Seeing the number on the screen, Wang Heng's face broke into an excited smile. He had finally matched the strength level of his peers. Next up is training the martial body, starting with the Xuanwu Divine Body, Wang Heng thought to himself. To accumulate a substantial amount of credits through the ranking challenge, prioritizing the Xuanwu Divine Body was essential. With determination, Wang Heng immediately used his smart wristband to apply for the Xuanwu Divine Body training resources from the school. After Wang Heng applied for the cultivation resources for the Xuanwu Divine Body, he immediately opened the school store to check the resources needed for the other 3 types of martial bodies. His fingers swiftly slid across the smart terminal, and he quickly discovered the staggering prices. 10,000 credits for the minor achievement level, 100,000 for the major achievement level, and 500,000 for the perfect level. This. Wang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the numbers on the screen. His heart raced, and his throat went dry. 100,000 credits equated to $1 billion, and the figure made his head spin. He couldn't help but smile wryly, realizing that reaching the perfect level was beyond his grasp. Even if he topped 4 leaderboards and earned 400,000 credits a month, it would take him 2 months to gather enough for one martial body's perfect level cultivation. Wang Heng took a deep breath, forcing himself to calm down. He quickly did some calculations and decided to prioritize cultivating the vermilion bird divine body to perfection, while only advancing the other two martial bodies to major or minor achievement levels. After all, the vermilion bird divine body was crucial for breaking through to the war god level and had to come first. At that moment, his smart bracelet suddenly chimed, interrupting his thoughts. Wang Heng glanced down and saw that the Xuanwu divine body's cultivation resources had been delivered to his dormitory door. He immediately got up and quickly went to retrieve them. Back in his room, Wang Heng gritted his teeth and placed an order for the vermilion bird divine body's cultivation resources, but only to the major achievement level. Even so, the transaction cost him 110,000 credits, leaving his account balance at a mere 36,000. Spending money like water. Wang Heng muttered to himself, the pain of the expenditure nearly taking his breath away. Spending 11 billion at once was something he had never dared to imagine before. To numb himself and forget the pain of spending, Wang Heng decided to start cultivating immediately. He closed his eyes, took several deep breaths, and then summoned all his clones. Instantly, 22 identical Wang Hengs appeared in the room, with the original and 21 clones working together to cultivate the Xuanwu divine body. Time flew by, and what would normally take a week to reach the minor achievement level was completed in less than 10 hours thanks to Wang Heng's efficient cultivation. When he opened his eyes and felt the surging power within him, he couldn't help but wonder to himself, I wonder how powerful my punches are now. As evening fell, Wang Heng opened his eyes from his cultivation and felt the surge of power within him. The progress he had made in cultivating the Xuanwu divine body to the minor achievement level made him eager to test his strength. He stood up, his gaze fixed on the test apparatus not far away, and walked towards it with determined steps. With each step, Wang Heng could clearly feel the leap in his strength. This power far surpassed the enhancement he had gained from taking the sacred body refining pill, as if there was an ancient beast within him on the verge of awakening. He recalled teacher's words, a martial body at the minor achievement level can achieve 30 effectiveness. This meant his strength should have increased by a full 30%. Standing before the test apparatus, Wang Heng took a deep breath, his muscles tense and ready. His fist shot out like an arrow, slamming into the target with a thunderous bang. The screen on the apparatus displayed an astonishing number, 1,185 kilograms. A delighted smile spread across Wang Heng's face. His strength had not only surpassed the 1,000 kilograms mark, but had also propelled him into the ranks of a junior warrior. Even more exciting was the fact that this was just his own strength, without factoring in the boost from merging with his avatars. A bold idea flashed through Wang Heng's mind. If he were to merge all his avatars now, his strength might break through the 3,000 kilograms barrier. This thought was almost unbelievable even to himself. Wang Heng quickly organized the relevant information in his mind. From what he knew, the strength range for a junior warrior was between 1,000 kg and 5,000 kilograms. This meant that once he cultivated the Xuanwu divine body to perfection and merged all his avatars, his strength could even rival that of a mid-level warrior. It was almost beyond belief that someone who had not formally become a martial artist could possess strength comparable to a mid-level warrior. However, amidst his excitement, Wang Heng's rationality soon prevailed. He cautioned himself, I must act cautiously and not stand out too much. He knew all too well that a prospective martial artist with such astonishing strength would undoubtedly arouse suspicion, unless he could claim to have consumed young dragon blood, which was obviously impossible. Wang Heng calmed himself, carefully calculating. When the Xuanwu divine body reached perfection, his own strength should reach 1,800 kilograms. If it doubled, it would be 3,600 kilograms. This figure was the maximum strength he could publicly display. Exceeding this range could attract unwanted attention and scrutiny. Wang Heng clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes. He knew he had to find a balance between showcasing his strength and maintaining a low profile. This was a long-term game that required wisdom and patience, and he was ready for it. That's enough. With this strength, even if my classmates advance to warrior level, they won't surpass me anytime soon. Wang Heng thought to himself, a confident smile unconsciously appearing at the corner of his mouth. In the days that followed, Wang Heng devoted himself entirely to cultivating the Xuanwu divine body. He sat cross-legged on his dormitory floor, eyes closed, focusing on the flow of energy within him. With 21 clones practicing simultaneously, his cultivation speed increased significantly. What normally would take a month to reach mastery, Wang Heng accomplished in less than 2 days. When he opened his eyes and felt the surge of power within him, Wang Heng couldn't help but clench his fist. He walked over to the testing device, took a deep breath, and delivered a powerful punch. The numbers rapidly climbed, finally settling at 1,500 kilograms. A glint of satisfaction appeared in Wang Heng's eyes. On September 24th, Wang Heng began practicing the vermilion bird divine body. Standing in the center of the room, he spread his arms wide, imitating the posture of a vermilion bird spreading its wings. 3 days later, on September 27th, the vermilion bird divine body reached the minor success stage. Although he couldn't yet feel any significant changes, Wang Heng knew this was only temporary. Then, on September 28th, Wang Heng started cultivating the azure dragon divine body. His movements were fluid, as if a real azure dragon was coursing through him. 2 days later, on September 30th, the azure dragon divine body also reached the minor success stage. Wang Heng stood before the mirror, carefully sensing the changes in his body. The azure dragon divine body provided about a 30 increase in cultivation speed, which pleased him. However, the vermilion bird divine body had yet to show noticeable effects, which left Wang Heng a bit disappointed, but he understood it was because he hadn't yet reached the warrior level and couldn't cultivate vitality. Gazing at his reflection, Wang Heng frowned slightly. Although progress was swift, the limitation of a second-level compatibility prevented him from quickly advancing the vermilion bird and azure dragon divine bodies to mastery. Even with the accelerated pace provided by 21 clones, it would still take half a month. More importantly, his credits were nearly depleted, with only 26,000 points left, far from the 200,000 needed to push both divine bodies to mastery. Nonetheless, Wang Heng wasn't discouraged. His eyes shifted to the calendar. Tomorrow was October 1st, marking the start of a new ranking challenge. Wang Heng's eyes gleamed with confidence as he resolved, "This time, I will claim the top spot on both rankings." On October 1st, the sports field was once again filled with freshmen. Wang Heng's gaze swept over his classmates like a scanner, lingering a few seconds longer on the two prodigies, Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan. When he confirmed that they were still at the Kwasa warrior level, he secretly breathed a sigh of relief. These two have the best talent and should have been the most likely to advance to warrior level within a month, Wang Heng calculated in his mind. It seems they've chosen to cultivate multiple martial bodies, slowing their progress. This is good. They won't pose a threat to me this month. As Wang Heng pondered how to continue dominating the leaderboard to earn more credits, the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, approached him. Wang Heng immediately went to greet them. Besides Li Shui, these twin brothers were the only ones he had some camaraderie with at Haida. Although everyone had been busy with training over the past month, their interactions were limited to a few group meals. "Wang Heng, I heard Li Shui is only cultivating the vermilion bird divine body," Zhao Hai said, patting Wang Heng on the shoulder with a big smile. "This time, you might just take the top spot on both the Demon Lock Tower and War God Tower leaderboards." Zhao Lei chimed in with envy. "First place on both leaderboards means 200,000 credits. You have to treat us tonight, and invite Li Shui too." Wang Heng retorted with a laugh. "I bet that last part is your true intention." "Hee hee, since you're not interested in Li Shui, I won't hold back," Zhao Lei joked with a playful grin. Wang Heng, unfazed, replied with a smile. "All right, I'll invite her tonight. But I advise you not to get your hopes up. She won't be distracted until she advances to War God." "Hee hee, that's only with you," Zhao Lei said shamelessly. "If she sees a handsome guy like me, even a fairy would be tempted." "True, that's my brother talking," Zhao Hai nodded in agreement. Wang Heng was left speechless by the shameless twins. Just then, teachers Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan arrived at the field. With their arrival, the noisy field instantly quieted down. Zhuo Wenbin's eyes were sharp as he scanned the group and said with a hearty laugh, "You all look full of energy. It seems you've been training hard this past month. But whether you're a mule or a horse, you have to show it to find out. The leaderboard updates today, and I hope you all achieve great results." The students were all eager and excited, their eyes filled with anticipation. Without further ado, the two teachers led the boys and girls classes off the field. This time, the boys' class didn't head to the virtual arena first, but went straight to the Demon Lock Tower. The familiar sight of the tower made the boys' faces change, and even Wang Heng couldn't help but gag a few times. "Honestly, I feel like surrendering now," Wang Heng thought to himself. "My ranking is beyond the top 100 anyway, so it's just a reward of a few thousand credits." Zhao Lei couldn't help but grumble in discontent. Wang Heng glanced at him, a teasing smile playing on his lips. "If you're not afraid of Mr. Zhuo giving you a beating, you might as well admit defeat." Instinctively, Zhao Lei looked at Zhuo Wenbin, who stood not far off with a stern expression, and he involuntarily shrank back, falling silent immediately. Zhuo Wenbin's teaching style was notoriously strict. Even a good student like Wang Heng had been called out several times over the past month. For someone like Zhao Lei, who ranked beyond the top 100, provoking Zhuo Wenbin was not something to be taken lightly. "Good thing I skipped breakfast," Zhao Hai said with a look of relief, as if he'd narrowly escaped disaster. Wang Heng eyed him and shook his head slightly. "Even without breakfast, you'd still feel like throwing up bile." As time passed, one student after another stumbled out of the Demon Lock Tower, pale and shaky. Even from a distance, Wang Heng and his peers could smell the nauseating stench they knew all too well. Yet, none could escape this ordeal. Soon, it was Wang Heng's group's turn. He took a deep breath, clenched his teeth, and resolutely headed towards the tower's entrance. Zhuo Wenbin stood by the entrance, watching Wang Heng with a cold gaze. "Make the most of this last reward. Next month, Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan will advance to warrior level. Even if your strength doubles, you won't surpass them. Wang Heng didn't respond, only bowing respectfully to Zhuo Wenbin before stepping into the demon lock tower. Zhuo Wenbin watched Wang Heng's retreating figure and sighed, shaking his head. He wasn't angry, just regretful for Wang Heng. A student with the talent for creating clones, even if he couldn't become a war god, could still have significant value as a high-ranking war general. But Wang Heng was too stubborn. Without the Azure Dragon's body to enhance his cultivation talent, he might be stuck at the warrior level his entire life. Zhuo Wenbin couldn't help but ponder, what could a warrior with the ability to create clones do? Perhaps he'd just remain cannon fodder. He silently prayed, I hope you don't regret this in the future. During his second challenge in the Demon Lock Tower, Wang Heng moved with confidence. Though the monsters still made him nauseous, he managed to reach the 7th floor without much trouble. The beasts on this level were at the initial stage of level 4, with a strength of around 1,500 kilograms. While Wang Heng had struggled against them last time, this time he easily defeated them. However, the beasts on the 8th floor were at the peak of level 4, with a strength of 4,000 kilograms. Wang Heng had to merge with 21 clones, boosting his strength to 4,600 kilograms, to barely defeat them. When Wang Heng emerged from the Demon Lock Tower, he appeared calm and composed. He was confident that before reaching warrior level, none of his peers could possibly conquer the 8th floor. Zhuo Wenbin stared at Wang Heng in disbelief, asking, how did you defeat the beasts on the 8th floor? He knew the beasts on that level were formidable, and it was nearly impossible for anyone at the Kwasa Warrior stage to defeat them. Even with a talent that effectively doubled his strength, Wang Heng's power should be just over 2,000 kilograms. How could he defeat a beast twice as strong? Unless Wang Heng's skill level had reached the micro level. Wang Heng calmly replied, Mr. Zhua, my black tortoise body has reached the great success stage. Wang Heng explained, his tone tinged with a hint of confusion. As soon as he finished speaking, Zhuo Wenbin's brows furrowed, a flicker of surprise flashing in his eyes. Impossible, Zhuo Wenbin firmly denied. Even if your compatibility with the Xuanwu divine body is level 1, you couldn't possibly progress so quickly. Wang Heng shrugged, a thoughtful expression crossing his face. Maybe my compatibility with the Xuanwu divine body is higher than level 1. Anyway, I find the training quite easy. Zhuo Wenbin gave Wang Heng a long, contemplative look. Although the possibility is slim, it does exist, he said slowly. The so-called level 1 compatibility can lead to mastering the martial body within a month. This is just a rough estimate based on extensive data research. But everyone's physique is different, and their comprehension varies. It's normal for extraordinary cases to occur occasionally. It seems Wang Heng is quite fortunate to be highly compatible with the Xuanwu divine body. After the test in the Demon Lock Tower concluded, the boys' class quickly moved to the virtual hall. Wang Heng glanced at the leaderboard and noticed his performance in the skills test had dropped, ranking 633rd, more than 100 places lower than before. However, he had anticipated this since he had barely practiced the tempering fist this month. In the subsequent War God Tower test, Wang Heng unsurprisingly claimed the top spot with an impressive punch force of 3,000 kilograms. The second place was Li Shui, with a punch force of 1,800 kilograms, and the third was a classmate who had mastered the Xuanwu divine body, achieving a punch force of 1,500 kilograms. Wang Heng speculated that this third-place classmate, like Li Shui, might have chosen the Xuanwu divine body without checking compatibility. Their compatibility might also be level 1, allowing them to master it within just a month. Looking at the rankings, Wang Heng felt a slight pressure. He realized that many classmates would likely advance to the warrior level next month, and their strength would significantly increase after the promotion. The competition would become more intense, and he needed to work harder to maintain his leading edge. On October 2nd, Wang Heng gazed at the glowing credit balance on his phone screen, a bright smile spreading across his face. This time, he topped 2 leaderboards, earning 202,000 credits, significantly more than before. He couldn't help but recall Fu Yuhan's jaw-dropping performance winning both the virtual arena and point rankings, securing 2nd place in the Demon Locking Tower and 4th in the God of War Tower. These impressive achievements earned her nearly 300,000 credits, leaving Wang Heng both impressed and envious. As Wang Heng basked in his joy, his phone suddenly vibrated with a message from Zhao Lei. Wang Heng, the credits are in, right? Don't forget to treat us to dinner tonight, and most importantly, invite the campus belle. Wang Heng read it and shook his head with a wry smile. He immediately messaged Li Shui. Do you have time for dinner tonight? Li Shui quickly replied. Sure. Thanks for today, otherwise, I would have had to move. Wang Heng smiled slightly and responded. Hey, we're old classmates. No need to be so formal. He recalled that during the dorm allocation, he chose the A1 key representing the Demon Locking Tower and gave the B1 key representing the God of War Tower to Li Shui, the 2nd place winner, sparing her the hassle of moving. See you tonight, he replied finally. After ending the conversation with Li Shui, Wang Heng sat cross-legged on his bed, closed his eyes, and continued cultivating the vermilion bird divine body. He planned to perfect the vermilion bird divine body this month before continuing his research on the black tortoise divine body. By evening, the school cafeteria was bustling with people. Wang Heng, Li Shui, and the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, arrived on time. As soon as Zhao Lei saw Li Shui, his eyes lit up, and he eagerly extended his hand for a handshake. Wang Heng, quick on his feet, intercepted and shook Zhao Lei's hand first, jokingly saying, "A simple meeting is enough. No need to get handsy." Zhao Lei glared at Wang Heng disdainfully and gritted his teeth. "You still say there's nothing between you and her?" Wang Heng chuckled, unfazed. "I'm her guy best friend, so what? Is that a problem? Fine, best friend. Let's see if I don't eat you into poverty today," Zhao Lei threatened, glaring at Wang Heng before sitting down to order. Li Shui and Zhao Hai watched the antics with amusement. While waiting for the food, they chatted about the day's test. Wang Heng became the focus of everyone's envy, but he humbly said, "Next month will be tough for me. You guys will all advance to warrior level, and it looks like only Li Shui and I will stay at the Kwasa warrior level." Zhao Hai asked curiously, "Haven't you already perfected the black tortoise divine body? Why aren't you advancing to warrior level?" "Of course, I'm continuing to cultivate the vermilion bird divine body," Wang Heng replied candidly. Zhao Hai was momentarily stunned, then gave a thumbs up in admiration. "You're impressive, cultivating two divine bodies simultaneously." He and his brother Zhao Lei had only chosen one divine body to focus on, aiming to quickly advance to general level and increase their chances of becoming a war god in the future. Zhao Lei laughed gleefully. "If you don't advance to warrior level, next month's test might see Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao taking first place in the Demon Locking Tower and God of War Tower." Li Shui suddenly chimed in. "Fu Yuhan might, but Xie Yuanhao is also cultivating two divine bodies, so he probably won't advance to warrior level for another month." Wang Heng glanced at Li Shui with curiosity, his eyes reflecting a questioning light. "Are you familiar with them? We're all from the capital, what do you think?" Li Shui rolled her eyes at him, dismissively curling her lips. This simple gesture made Wang Heng suddenly realize, silently complaining to himself, "Damn, they're all privileged kids from the capital, competing with us poor folk for credits." Li Shui's voice turned serious as she leaned closer to Wang Heng, warning him in a low voice, "You'd better advance to warrior level soon. I've heard that Fu Yuhan already sees you as a thorn in her side." These words exploded in Wang Heng's ears like a bomb. He widened his eyes, looking bewildered. "When did I ever offend her? I've never even spoken to her." Li Shui chuckled softly and explained, "It's not that you offended her. It's your ranking that's in her way. Fu Yuhan was already a renowned prodigy back in the capital. Whenever she's on a ranking list, she insists on being number one. For the past 2 months, you've been suppressing her in both the Demon Lock Tower and the War God Tower tests. Naturally, she's been holding a grudge." She paused and added, "It's not just Fu Yuhan. I've heard that Xie Yuanhao also sees you as a rival. They're both waiting to surpass you." Wang Heng listened, his face filled with helplessness and bitterness. He forced a smile and said, "As a kid from a humble background, is it easy for me to earn some credits? Damn, why are they both targeting me?" Zhao Lei laughed gleefully on the side. "Well, you claimed the top spot on both lists this time. Who else would they target if not the number one? Certainly not me, who's ranked beyond 100. Zhao Hai patted Wang Heng's shoulder, encouraging him, "Don't be afraid. If you're a man, don't bow your head. Stand your ground against them. With your strength doubling advantage and now training in the Xuanwu divine body, at least in the early warrior stage, you have quite an edge." Li Shui nodded in agreement. "That's right. With your strength doubling advantage, once you break through to warrior level, you might directly enter the intermediate warrior stage. At least in your first year, it will be hard for them to surpass you." Wang Heng forced a smile, saying, "Thanks for the encouragement." But inside, he felt immense pressure. Being targeted by two exceptional talents, who wouldn't feel nervous? However, he silently resolved not to give in. After all, the higher the ranking, the more credits are rewarded, and the more credits, the faster he could improve his strength. It was a competition he couldn't avoid. That evening, Wang Heng returned to his dormitory and began training diligently. He knew time was not on his side. Even though the Xuanwu divine body had a level 1 compatibility, reaching its perfect state would take 3 years. Even with the help of 21 clones, it would still take at least a month and a half. After careful consideration, Wang Heng decided to focus on training the vermilion bird divine body this month. With a level 2 compatibility, it would take only a year to reach mastery. With the help of his clones, the time could be reduced 21-fold to just half a month. He planned to first bring the vermilion bird divine body to mastery before continuing with the Xuanwu divine body. However, throughout the month, Wang Heng occasionally heard from the Zhao brothers that many classmates had already advanced to warrior level, including Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei themselves. By the end of the month, there were only a few students left at the Kwasa warrior stage. This news added immense pressure on Wang Heng, but it also strengthened his determination to strive forward. A month flew by in the blink of an eye. During the test on November 1st, Wang Heng managed to secure the first place in the Battle God Tower with a punching power of 3,600 kilograms. He declared to the public that he had perfected the Xuanwu divine body, which gave him a base punching power of 1,800 kilograms, and after merging with his avatar, his power doubled to 3,600 kilograms. This figure was very reasonable, and no one questioned it. However, Wang Heng's journey to first place was fraught with danger. The second-ranked, Fu Yuhan, demonstrated a punching power of 3,500 kilograms, nearly surpassing Wang Heng. There was no doubt that Fu Yuhan had advanced to the warrior level. Wang Heng couldn't help but admire this genius whose power increased by 2,000 kilograms after advancing to the warrior level. Generally, when a Kwasa warrior advances to the warrior level, the first-time cultivation of the Guiyuan technique absorbs the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, and the body, being long deprived, usually experiences a significant initial boost. An increase of over 500 kilograms is considered normal, over 1,000 kilograms is excellent, and over 1,500 kilograms marks a genius. Fu Yuhan's increase of over 2,000 kilograms in one go made him an unrivaled genius. In contrast, the brothers Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei only increased their power by over 1,000 kilograms after advancing to the warrior level. Although Wang Heng had a slight edge in strength, he was inferior to Fu Yuhan in combat prowess, which left him feeling a bit helpless. In the Locked Demon Tower rankings, he was second, with Fu Yuhan taking first place. Both had passed the 8th level, but while Wang Heng struggled against the beasts on the 8th level, Fu Yuhan effortlessly defeated them with his advanced skills. According to the Locked Demon Tower's rules, if two people pass the same level, the one who does so faster ranks higher. Consequently, in this month's test, Wang Heng earned just over 150,000 academic credits. Luckily, Fu Yuhan still chose to stay in dormitory C1, so Wang Heng didn't need to move. On November 17th, Wang Heng opened his eyes from his meditation, his face beaming with joy. The Vermilion Bird Divine Body had finally reached the accomplished stage. With the help of 21 avatars, it took him only half a month to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Divine Body to this level, an incredibly fast pace. Li Shui, who started cultivating the Vermilion Bird Divine Body earlier than him, was still at the minor stage. It must be said that having multiple avatars for cultivation was like having a cheat code. Now, Wang Heng's Xuanwu and Vermilion Bird Divine Bodies had both reached the accomplished stage, and even the Azure Dragon Divine Body was at the minor stage. As he contemplated his current martial body cultivation status, he realized that he had cultivated 3 of the 4 divine bodies, with only the White Tiger Divine Body remaining, as its compatibility was only at level 3, resulting in slower cultivation speed. Wang Heng's primary focus remained on the Xuanwu and Vermilion Bird Divine Bodies, and since the Vermilion Bird Divine Body had reached the accomplished stage, he could continue cultivating the Xuanwu Divine Body. After all, cultivating the Vermilion Bird Divine Body to perfection requires resources worth 500,000 credits. Currently, Wang Heng has only 381,000 credits, still a significant distance from his goal. He must continue working hard to accumulate credits. Amid the monotonous training life, Wang Heng occasionally invites Li Shui, Zhao Hai, and Zhao Lei to dine together for a change of pace. At the end of this month, he organized another gathering. In the agreed-upon restaurant, just as Wang Heng sat down, Zhao Lei eagerly asked, "Wang Heng, why hasn't Li Shui arrived yet?" Recently, Zhao Lei had been doing everything he could to win Li Shui's affection, but with little success. Wang Heng helplessly looked at Zhao Lei and said, "She said she'll be here shortly. I say, Zhao Lei, are you not planning to give up?" Zhao Lei chuckled, determination shining in his eyes. "I've set my heart on her for life. I swear I'll win her over." Wang Heng shook his head, offering a bit of advice in his tone. "You're asking for trouble. She has been willing to remain at the Kwasa martial artist level for 3 years just to cultivate the Vermilion Bird Divine Body. This shows how much she yearns to advance to the War God level. Do you think she'd focus on anything else?" Wang Heng had no hope regarding Zhao Lei's pursuit of Li Shui. Unfazed, Zhao Lei replied with a devoted look. "Then I'll wait for her until she reaches the War God level." Wang Heng, no longer interested in persuading him, turned his attention to Zhao Hai. He smiled and congratulated him. "I haven't congratulated you on advancing to the warrior level yet. By the way, how much strength did you gain with this breakthrough?" Recently, Zhao Hai had advanced to the warrior level, and even Zhao Lei was close. More than half of their classmates had already reached the warrior level this month, which made Wang Heng feel a bit pressured. He estimated that next month's test might be challenging. Zhao Hai couldn't hide his joy, clearly pleased with his breakthrough. "I gained 1,500 kilograms of strength. My punch strength is now 3,000 kilograms. In fact, gaining 1,500 kilograms of strength upon advancing to the warrior level is quite rare." Moreover, Zhao Hai had cultivated the Black Tortoise Divine Body to a high level. With 3,000 kilograms of strength right after the breakthrough, he could become an intermediate warrior in just a few more months of practice. Wang Heng sincerely remarked, "Impressive, I bet your strength will surpass mine next month. Zhao Hai dismissed the thought, rolling his eyes. Comparing a warrior to you, a quasi-martial artist, isn't fair. Besides, once you advance to the warrior level, and with your strength doubling effect, you'll surpass me instantly. At this point, Zhao Lei chimed in. Yeah, Wang Heng, are you still training the vermilion bird divine body? Are you planning to wait 3 years before advancing to the warrior level? Wang Heng couldn't tell the truth, so he shook his head. No. Soon after I cultivate the vermilion bird divine body to a high level, I'll advance to the warrior level. Zhao Lei frowned. That'll still take a year. He remembered Wang Heng's vermilion bird divine body compatibility was level 2, requiring a year to reach a high level. Zhao Hai timely reminded. You forgot, he has a clone, which cuts his training time in half. Zhao Lei suddenly realized. So he only needs 6 months, that's much quicker. Just as their discussion was getting lively, Wang Heng suddenly noticed something and interrupted. Let's stop talking about me. Li Shui has arrived. Wang Heng's attention was suddenly drawn to the commotion outside the cafeteria. He spotted the familiar figure of Li Shui, but to his surprise, there was someone unexpected beside her Fu Yuhan. Wang Heng frowned slightly, not expecting Li Shui to invite the renowned prodigy. The Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, also noticed the approaching pair. As prominent figures among the freshmen, the combination of campus beauty Li Shui and genius Fu Yuhan drew many curious glances from their peers. The three stood up simultaneously, watching the two girls walk over. This is my good friend, no need for an introduction, right? Li Shui said with a smug smile, pulling Fu Yuhan to the table. Zhao Lei immediately adopted a flattering stance, eagerly agreeing. Who wouldn't recognize Fu, the beauty and top genius of our year? Zhao Hai stood up formally and greeted. Hello, Fu. I'm Zhao Hai, and this is my brother Zhao Lei. Fu Yuhan merely nodded lightly, then turned her gaze to Wang Heng, her eyes showing a hint of challenge. Wang Heng sighed inwardly. He had long known from Li Shui that he was a thorn in the side for Fu Yuhan, and this moment confirmed it. Hello, Fu. I'm Wang Heng. Nice to meet you. Wang Heng said politely, then turned to Li Shui with a helpless smile. You didn't mention she was your friend. I just decided she is. Any problem with that? Li Shui shot him a look and sat down with Fu Yuhan. Wang Heng shrugged and sat back down as well. However, as soon as he settled, Fu Yuhan spoke up. Wang Heng, the top spot at the battle tower next month might be taken from you. Wang Heng paused for a moment, then showed a resigned expression. I expected this day to come. Your punching power probably far exceeds mine now. I guess you'll be the first in all 4 rankings next month, which is unprecedented. Fu Yuhan shook her head, her tone calm. I'm not talking about me, but about Xie Yuanhao. After advancing to the warrior level, he increased his strength by 3,000 kilograms in one go. His power now surpasses mine. Her words were like a bombshell, leaving everyone stunned and momentarily speechless. The astonishing feat of lifting 3,000 kilograms left everyone present in shock. Zhao Lei couldn't help but curse. This guy is a real freak. No wonder he wanted to kick Wang Heng out before. Before he could finish, Zhao Hai's elbow landed precisely on his waist. Wang Heng frowned slightly, staring intently at Zhao Hai. What did he say? Don't stop him. Zhao Hai glanced at Zhao Lei, then turned to Wang Heng, explaining calmly. You know Xie Yuanhao, he's always been arrogant. He's been holding back because you've been overshadowing him. Now that his strength has increased, he probably wants to put you beneath him. Hearing this, Wang Heng sneered. Comparing himself to me, an aspiring warrior, he sure is ambitious. No wonder he's the only class talent in our freshman year. Fu Yuhan, with a gentle gaze, said softly, if you break through to warrior level, you can surpass him. Wang Heng smiled faintly, a deep look flashing in his eyes. I didn't get into Haida to compete with others. Besides, the road ahead is long. What's a temporary win or loss? Seeing this, Fu Yuhan said no more. After chatting for a while longer, they all went their separate ways. Time flew by, and December 1st arrived as scheduled, bringing another round of tests. The campus buzzed with a mix of tension and excitement, as many students eagerly prepared for the challenge. By now, everyone except Wang Heng and Li Shui had advanced to warrior level. Among them, Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao stood out, rumored to have reached intermediate warrior status. The test results confirmed this. Xie Yuanhao topped the list with a punch strength of 4,800 kilograms, nearly reaching the intermediate warrior threshold. Following closely was Fu Yuhan, with a punch strength of 4,600 kilograms, also nearing the intermediate level. Meanwhile, Wang Heng's punch strength remained at 3,600 kilograms, dropping him to 7th place. Besides these two outstanding individuals, several students practicing the Xuanwu divine body had surpassed Wang Heng in punch strength after advancing to warrior level. In the Demon Lock Tower rankings, Wang Heng fell to 10th place. As for the virtual arena and points leaderboard, Wang Heng only earned a little over 60,000 points this time, with Li Shui faring even worse. However, Li Shui had long given up on competing, instead captivating many of her peers with her status as the campus beauty. In contrast, Wang Heng, after his significant drop in rankings, was met with ridicule and scorn. Those who had secretly envied his previous top position now seized the opportunity to belittle him. Wang Heng came to a harsh realization. When you're a genius, everyone around you seems kind. When you become a failure, everyone turns against you. After the test, Zhuo Wenbin called Wang Heng aside. Watching this once dazzling student now gradually blend into mediocrity, Zhuo Wenbin felt a mix of emotions. He knew well that true talent would eventually shine through, while those who advanced through temporary opportunities would ultimately be surpassed. Wang Heng's current situation was within Zhuo Wenbin's expectations. Wang Heng, are you still committed to practicing the vermilion bird divine body? Zhuo Wenbin asked solemnly. Wang Heng paused for a moment, then looked up with unwavering determination. Mr. Zhuo, I am still committed to practicing the vermilion bird divine body. Zhuo Wenbin stood at the edge of the sports field, his gaze fixed on Wang Heng, and sighed. Approaching this diligent student, his tone carried a mix of resignation and concern. Wang Heng, I've seen how hard you work. If it were anyone else, I wouldn't bother with this, Zhuo Wenbin said, looking Wang Heng straight in the eyes. But for you, I truly hope you can focus on cultivating the Azure Dragon divine body. He pointed to Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan in the distance and continued. You've seen their progress, right? I can tell you clearly, with their talent, their improvement speed will only get faster from here. They might reach the warrior rank before their third year. Zhuo Wenbin's gaze returned to Wang Heng, his tone becoming more serious. And you? With your level talent, even after reaching the warrior rank, your cultivation speed will be painfully slow. Reaching the warrior general rank might take ages. Faced with his teacher's advice, Wang Heng remained silent. Some things he couldn't explain, and he could only disappoint Zhuo Wenbin's earnest intentions. Sigh, you really are something, Zhuo Wenbin shook his head. Do as you wish. With that, he turned and left the field. Watching his teacher's figure fade away, Wang Heng silently vowed to himself, Mr. Zhuo, one day, I'll prove to you that I'm not wrong. Leaving the field, Wang Heng headed to his dormitory. It was finally his turn to move. However, when he opened the door, he was surprised to see Xie Yuanhao there. Aren't you supposed to be in dorm B1? Wang Heng asked with a frown. Xie Yuanhao, sitting on the sofa, glanced at Wang Heng dismissively. Hurry up and pack your things. I need to call someone to clean up. Wang Heng looked at Xie Yuanhao, his voice cold. If I remember correctly, my dorm was supposed to be given to Fu Yuhan. Fu Yuhan didn't choose dorm A1, I did. What's the problem? Xie Yuanhao raised a finger, pointing arrogantly at Wang Heng. This is my dorm now, so get out. Having been overshadowed by Wang Heng on the rankings for months, Xie Yuanhao finally found an opportunity to vent his frustration. Fine, I'll leave. No need to act so high and mighty, Wang Heng retorted, giving Xie Yuanhao no face. In the end, you're just riding on my coattails. With that, he turned to pack his things. Xie Yuanhao, pointing at Wang Heng's back, shouted angrily. You're just a level talent loser, and you dare to act up in front of me? Wang Heng packed his bags and turned to leave the dormitory. Behind him, Xie Yuanhao's voice was laced with biting sarcasm. Remember, trash will always be trash. You've pretended to be a genius for so long, but today you've been exposed, haven't you? At least I once beat you. Wang Heng didn't look back, clenching his fists as he moved forward. Xie Yuanhao's words slithered into his ears like a venomous snake. It's just a fleeting win or loss. I don't care at all. From now on, you and I are from different worlds. I'm the unrivaled genius on a pedestal, while you can only hide among the crowd, gazing up at my back. Damn, this idiot is really full of himself. Wang Heng cursed inwardly, striding purposefully towards dorm B7. On the way, he ran into the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, rushing over. Zhao Hai, panting, asked, Wang Heng, I heard that Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao swapped dorms. Zhao Lei followed with concern. Wang Heng, are you okay? I heard Xie Yuanhao is particularly arrogant and doesn't care about anyone except Fu Yuhan. Did he do anything to you just now? Seeing their concerned expressions, Wang Heng felt warmth in his heart. He smiled lightly. I'm fine, still here at school, right? What can he do to me? He then turned to Zhao Hai. You earned quite a few credits today, didn't you? It's your turn to treat us this time. No problem, Zhao Hai replied cheerfully. The three of them walked away together, gradually disappearing down the tree-lined path of the campus. Meanwhile, in dorm A1, Xie Yuanhao was smugly surveying his new territory. He muttered to himself, from today on, this is my permanent residence, and no one can take it from me. Not even Fu Yuhan. Xie Yuanhao was brimming with confidence. Although Fu Yuhan might have a higher skill level, he was confident he could consistently overpower him in terms of raw strength. After all, with his great cultivation talent, his future progress would surely surpass Fu Yuhan's. Moreover, once he advanced to the warrior level, he could also spare time to improve his skill level. Ambition gleamed in Xie Yuanhao's eyes as if he could already see the path to his pinnacle. On December 7th, Wang Heng opened his eyes from meditation, a hint of joy appearing on his face. After long and arduous training, He had finally mastered the Xuanwu divine body to its fullest potential. He stood up and walked towards the nearby testing device, taking a deep breath and channeling all his strength into his right fist. Bang! With a loud crash, Wang Heng's fist struck the target of the testing device forcefully. 1811 kilograms. The number flashing on the screen left Wang Heng pleasantly surprised. After reaching the peak level of the Xuanwu divine body, his strength had indeed doubled. Driven by curiosity, Wang Heng decided to attempt to merge the 21 avatars within him. He swung his fist again, striking the target with great force. Boom! This time, the entire testing device shook violently. The screen displayed a shocking number, 5,589 kilograms. By merging the 21 avatars, his strength increased by an astounding 210, propelling his punch power to the level of an intermediate warrior. It's important to note that the power range for a junior warrior is from 1,000 kilograms to 5,000 kilograms, while an intermediate warrior ranges from 5,000 kilograms to 10,000 kilograms. Wang Heng was taken aback, realizing that even at the prospective martial artist level, he possessed strength comparable to that of an intermediate warrior. If this news were to spread, it would undoubtedly cause a stir throughout the school. I must not reveal this. Wang Heng cautioned himself. Such power far exceeds what a prospective martial artist should possess, and if leaked, anyone could guess he harbors a significant secret. Out of instinct for survival, Wang Heng decided not to reveal the secret of his multiple avatars until he had the strength to protect himself. After deleting the data from the testing device, Wang Heng began planning his next training steps. Since the Xuanwu divine body had reached perfection, the next goal was to push the Zhuke divine body to its peak. This martial body is crucial for his future attempt at reaching the war god realm, and he must give it his all. As for the Qinglong and Baihu divine bodies, Wang Heng decided to put their training on hold. They would take too long, and he didn't have enough credits to purchase the necessary resources. At this moment, Wang Heng had only 440,000 credits left. Although this number exceeded most of his classmates, he still needed 500,000 credits to perfect the Zhuke divine body. He fell into deep thought, recalling three people, Li Shui and the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei. They were the three people he was closest to among his freshman classmates, aside from a one-time dinner with Fu Yuan. The Zhao brothers had already advanced to the warrior level and needed credits to improve their skills, so Wang Heng didn't want to hold them back. After considering his options, he decided to contact Li Shui. Coming from a wealthy family, she was still training the Zhuke divine body at the prospective martial artist level and likely had spare credits. Wang Heng opened his smart bracelet and contacted Li Shui. What do you need? Li Shui asked directly. I need a favor. Wang Heng straightforwardly explained his request. Wow! Li Shui exclaimed meaningfully. It's rare for you to ask me for a loan. How much do you need? She couldn't help but recall the days in Luqing when Wang Heng, despite his poor family background, never borrowed money from her. Even the body refining pills she gave him were handed over through Linyu. 6,000 credits. I'll repay you in a few months at most, Wang Heng replied with a smile. He was no longer the poor boy from Luqing who was amazed by the 2 billion given by Qin Zhan. After arriving at Haida, he had accumulated tens of thousands of credits himself, equivalent to billions in the outside world. Having seen so much wealth, his perspective had broadened, and he no longer saw a few thousand credits as a fortune. I've transferred it to you. Pay me back whenever. I won't need it for a few years anyway, Li Shui said before hanging up. She was currently focused on training the Zhuke divine body, and since these resources were provided for free by the school, she had amassed a large amount of unused credits. A few thousand credits were insignificant to her. Soon, Wang Heng heard the notification sound for the credit deposit. Seeing his balance exceed 500,000, he immediately opened the school store and purchased all the resources needed to perfect the Zhuke divine body. In an instant, his credit balance dropped to just 3,000, with a debt of 6,000 to Li Shui. Wang Heng couldn't help but reflect. Thinking back, I've already spent over 100 billion on training resources at the prospective martial artist level. Just for the Zhuke divine body, he spent more than 600,000 credits, equivalent to over 60 billion outside. Although the resources for the Xuanwu divine body were provided by the school, they were also of considerable value. This means he consumed approximately 120 billion in total resources. Wang Heng couldn't imagine the uproar if this information were made public. It would surely become a trending topic. To think, I couldn't even afford a single body refining pill back then, Wang Heng mused with a smile, leaving the underground training room and patiently waiting for the school store delivery in the living room. In the days that followed, Wang Heng devoted himself entirely to the training of the Zhuke divine body. On January 1st, a new round of testing began. But for Wang Heng, it no longer mattered. Apart from him and Li Shui, all his other classmates had advanced to the warrior level, their strength significantly enhanced, leaving him far behind. In this test, Wang Heng fell out of the top 1,000 in all 4 rankings, earning only the meager 2,000 minimum credits. On February 1st, another test took place as scheduled. Wang Heng's situation remained unchanged, receiving only the minimum 2,000 credits again. His repeated low rankings had turned him from a once prominent figure into what classmates now referred to as a waste. Even Zhuo Wenbin lost interest in him. Zhuo Wenbin initially focused on Wang Heng due to his avatar talent. But now, seeing Wang Heng seemingly resigned to his fate, Zhuo Wenbin naturally wouldn't waste more time on him. After all, Haido wasn't short of geniuses, and he couldn't just focus on Wang Heng alone. However, Wang Heng wasn't discouraged by the change in treatment. He was now fully immersed in training the Zhuke divine body, reaching a state of complete focus and dedication. In the cafeteria, Wang Heng sat around a table with the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, celebrating Zhao Hai's promotion to a mid-level warrior. The table was filled with delicious dishes, and the three chatted enthusiastically as they ate. Congratulations, Zhao Hai, Wang Heng said sincerely, his eyes sparkling with genuine joy. Out of over 1,500 students, you're the 15th to get promoted. That's impressive. Zhao Hai waved his hand modestly, a faint smile on his face. It's just a small achievement. The early stages of warrior training progress quickly. It's only after reaching mid-level that things start to slow down. Big brother is right, Zhao Lei chimed in, a confident smile on his face. I'm not far from reaching mid-level myself. Wang Heng nodded. Although he hadn't yet been promoted to warrior, he learned a lot about warrior-level training from the Zhao brothers. He silently recalled. Once a martial artist reaches the warrior level, they must practice the Guiyuan technique to absorb spiritual energy from the heavens and earth, refining it into vital energy within the body, which is then used to temper all 206 bones. Only after all the bones are tempered can one advance to the warlord level. As the three were engrossed in their conversation, Zhao Lei suddenly lowered his voice and pointed toward the cafeteria entrance. Big brother, look, it's Xie Yuanhao and that jerk Lu Sun. Wang Heng looked up to see Xie Yuanhao and Lu Sun entering. Lu Sun immediately spotted Zhao Lei and then noticed Wang Heng, a hint of disdain in his eyes. Approaching their table, he taunted Zhao Lei. No wonder you're so useless. You've been infected by this loser Wang Heng. I suggest you keep your distance. Wang Heng frowned, thinking that this guy hadn't dared to be so arrogant 2 months ago. Zhao Lei stood up immediately, glaring at Lu Sun. Lu Sun, I don't care if you eat crap, but can you clean your mouth before speaking so you don't stink up the place? Lu Sun sneered. You're all talk. If you have the guts, let's see you compete with me in next month's test. Pick any of the 4 rankings. Zhao Lei was momentarily speechless, but Zhao Hai quickly intervened. Lu Sun, enough is enough. If you want a challenge, I'll oblige. Xie Yuanhao turned then, saying coolly to Lu Sun, let's go. Why waste time with a bunch of losers? Yes, brother Xie. Lu Sun hurriedly followed. Watching them leave, Zhao Lei couldn't help but curse. A sycophant and an arrogant fulfillery, a perfect match. Zhao Hai glared at his brother. Just keep quiet. I can shield you from Lu Sun, but I can't handle Xie Yuanhao. Wang Heng also advised, your brother's right. Xie Yuanhao is petty. If he targets you, you'll be in trouble. Zhao Lei was indifferent. If it comes to that, I'll just forfeit against him. What's he going to do? Wang Heng and Zhao Hai exchanged a glance and shook their heads helplessly. Time flew by, and soon it was February 26th, New Year's Eve. Wang Heng was video chatting with his sister, Wang Kiki. Since Martial Arts University didn't have a winter break, Wang Heng could only celebrate with his family via video call this year. Brother, my punch strength is now 150 kilograms. Wang Kiki boasted proudly on the screen. Wang Heng smiled and nodded, pleased with his sister's progress. Although she was on a humanities track, he had encouraged her to practice body tempering fist in her spare time. With the resources he provided, even with average talent, becoming an advanced apprentice was not out of reach. Their mother, Lu Yuru, appeared on the screen, asking with concern, Xiao Heng, how are you doing at High University? Are you getting along with your classmates? Don't worry, Mom, Wang Heng replied with a smile. I'm living in a villa, and I can eat beast meat in the cafeteria whenever I want. Life is good. His father's voice came from the background. I've said it before, Xiao Heng's grown up. You don't need to worry so much. What could happen to him at school? Looking at his family on the screen, Wang Heng felt warmth in his heart. No matter what the future held, at least for now, he had ensured his family was living well. Time flew by, and March 13th arrived as scheduled. That day, Wang Heng opened his eyes from meditation, a gleam of excitement in them. He realized that his vermilion bird divine body had finally reached perfection. After nearly 3 months of diligent training, with the help of 21 avatars, he had managed to elevate his vermilion bird divine body from great success to perfection. With both his black tortoise divine body and vermilion bird divine body perfected, Wang Heng decided to temporarily set aside the azure dragon and white tiger divine bodies. He didn't want to remain in the Kwasa warrior realm for too long, and he didn't have enough credits to purchase more training resources. I can consider advancing to warrior level now, Wang Heng thought with anticipation. After lying low for 3 to 4 months and being labeled a waste by his peers, he was determined to redeem himself in next month's test. In the training room, Wang Heng opened his smart bracelet, skillfully navigated to the school marketplace, and quickly downloaded the Gui Yuanju. This technique, like the body-tempering fist, is a publicly available national training method. In an era where martial arts is embraced by all, the government places no restrictions on basic techniques. Only those powerful martial skills created by individuals require a purchase, but students at martial arts universities can access these resources for free. Once the download was complete, Wang Heng connected his smart bracelet to the large screen on the wall. The training method for Gui Yuanju appeared before him, a diagram resembling Taoist meditation, accompanied by a detailed breathing technique mantra. Though it seemed simple, each person's ability to sense the spiritual energy of the world varies with their physique. Yet even those with the poorest talent can gain insight within a month. Aware of his own lack of talent, Wang Heng decided to have his 21 avatars train alongside him to improve efficiency. He sat cross-legged on the soft carpet, closed his eyes, and began adjusting his breathing according to the mantra. Inhaling, he gently closed his teeth, lightly touched the roof of his mouth with his tongue, and slowly guided the breath to his dantian, causing his lower abdomen to slightly bulge. Exhaling, he relaxed his tongue, slightly parted his teeth, and slowly released the air. With the rhythm of his breathing, Wang Heng's body gradually relaxed, and his mind immersed in tranquility. He endeavored to sense the surrounding energy, attempting to capture the intangible spiritual energy. This process required absolute focus, as any disturbance or stray thought could ruin his efforts. Time passed by second, with Wang Heng and his 21 avatars maintaining their concentration. A day went by, then two, and they still had no results, but Wang Heng's patience remained unwavering. On the third day, a miracle occurred. Wang Heng entered a peculiar state, as if his consciousness had detached from his body, floating in an endless void. Around him, vibrant spiritual energy shimmered like colorful points of light. Suddenly, this energy surged toward him, bringing an indescribable sense of comfort, as if his soul was being elevated. It's the spiritual energy of the world. Wang Heng suddenly awoke, a surge of joy flooding his heart. He immediately activated Gui Yuanju, beginning to actively absorb the energy and channel it to his dantian. Soon, a vortex of energy formed in his dantian, marking his advancement to the warrior level. At that moment, a message echoed in his mind. Major breakthrough achieved. Avatar count increased by 100. Wang Heng was stunned, suppressing his excitement to continue training. He knew this was a rare opportunity to absorb the spiritual energy of the world, one he couldn't afford to miss. As time went on, Wang Heng felt a transformation occurring within his body. From the surface of his skin to the internal bones, even down to every cell, everything was changing under the baptism of spiritual energy. This state lasted an entire day and night. The following morning, Wang Heng slowly opened his eyes. The world seemed different, with clearer vision and sharper hearing, and his body was filled with immense power. However, an unusual smell caught his attention. Looking down, he saw a layer of black impurities covering his body, the remnants expelled after advancing to the warrior level. Wang Heng quickly rushed to the bathroom to wash away the grime. After showering, he eagerly approached the testing machine to confirm his progress. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed a powerful punch at the target. Boom! A loud sound followed, and the display on the testing machine showed an astonishing number, 3,812 kilograms. Wang Heng rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming he hadn't seen wrong. This meant his strength had skyrocketed from the original 1,800 kilograms to an increase of 2,000 kilograms. Wang Heng speculated that this incredible improvement might be related to his perfect realm of the Xuanwu divine body, or possibly the result of having 21 avatars training simultaneously. Regardless, this achievement was enough to place him among the top freshmen at Hai University, just behind the geniuses Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan. Having just been promoted to the warrior level, Wang Heng could hardly contain his excitement as he felt a surge of power within him, boosting his strength by 2,000 kilograms. Clenching his fists tightly, he reveled in the sensation of this newfound energy coursing through his body, secretly pleased. With this kind of punching power, advancing to a mid-level warrior is just a matter of time. What thrilled Wang Heng even more was the astounding gain from this major breakthrough, a sudden increase of 100 clones. Closing his eyes, he marveled at the extraordinary feeling of being in sync with 121 clones. Although my cultivation talent doesn't match others, having over 100 clones training simultaneously effectively increases my cultivation speed by more than 100-fold. Wang Heng calculated, his eyes gleaming with intelligence. With such an enhancement, his grade cultivation talent was likely on par with a grade genius. Even more astonishing was that when all 121 clones merged, Wang Heng's strength would reach unimaginable levels. A single clone boosts by 10, so 121 clones would mean a 12-10 increase, equivalent to 12 times. Wang Heng muttered, a flicker of shock in his eyes. Could I leap to the level of a battle general? Eager for answers, Wang Heng headed straight for the testing machine. Taking a deep breath, he tensed his muscles, delivering a powerful punch to the target. Boom! The deafening sound reverberated, causing the entire testing machine to tremble violently, shaking the ground as if a minor earthquake had occurred. The surrounding furniture toppled over, and even Wang Heng was startled by the immense power. He quickly glanced at the screen of the testing machine, and upon seeing the number, his pupils contracted, leaving him standing in shock as if struck by lightning. 49,888 kilograms. Nearly 50,000 kilograms of force. Wang Heng quickly recalled the power levels. A high-level warrior ranges between 10,000 to 50,000 kilograms, while a junior battle general is between 50,000 to 100,000 kilograms. This meant he was close to the upper limit of a high-level warrior, and with a bit more training, he could contend with a junior battle general. This is terrifying, Wang Heng murmured, experiencing for the first time the formidable nature of his clone talent. He couldn't help but wonder how astonishing his strength would become when he broke through to higher realms and gained more clones. Since the heavens have bestowed upon me such an incredible clone talent, failing to reach the pinnacle of martial arts would be a waste. Wang Heng's eyes shone with ambition. Once, his goal was merely to reach the realm of a war god, but now, his sights were set beyond that, toward even greater heights. He would never forget the opening day of school when the principal of High University arrived in midair. That figure, hovering in the sky, became Wang Heng's new aspiration. He vowed silently that one day, he would reach that level too. After his promotion to warrior level, Wang Heng visited the school library. He understood that during the pre-warrior phase, combat mainly relied on fists, but when hunting beasts, relying solely on fists would be foolish. Humanity's dominance in this world was due to their ability to wield intelligence and forge powerful weapons. Stepping into the warrior phase, mastering powerful martial skills, and using weapons to defeat enemies became a necessity. As Wang Heng entered the library, he pondered which weapon he should choose, his eyes scanning the vast array of bookshelves, filled with anticipation and hope for the future. Wang Heng stood in front of the armory, his eyes scanning the array of weapons as he calculated silently. He recalled his classmates' choices. Fu Yuhan excelled with a spear, Xie Yuanhao and Zhao Hai both used swords, while the Shoei Zhao Lei opted for a more flamboyant blade. Despite the variety of weapons, swords, spears, and staffs remained the most popular choices among martial artists. He sighed lightly, reflecting on his poor performance in recent tests. His low scores meant he wouldn't receive guidance from teachers, not to mention the times he had clashed with Mr. Zhou Wenbin, leaving him too embarrassed to seek his advice. Just as he was lost in thought, a pleasant voice interrupted him. "Hey, Wang Heng, what brings you here?" Wang Heng turned around to see Miss Ting Qingwan from the girls' class smiling at him. Compared to the strict Mr. Zhua, Miss Ting's gentle demeanor made many boys eager for her guidance. "Hello, Miss Tung." Wang Heng quickly greeted her, though he couldn't help but grumble inwardly about the separation of classes by gender. "Miss Tung, I've just broken through to the warrior level and came to select a martial technique to train with," Wang Heng explained, deliberately omitting that he had already perfected the vermilion bird divine physique. Miss Ting's eyes lit up as she closely observed Wang Heng. She soon noticed the faint energy fluctuations emanating from him, a feature absent in novice martial artists. "I didn't expect you to finally make the breakthrough," Miss Ting remarked with a smile. "I thought you might follow Li Shui's path and perfect the vermilion bird divine physique." Wang Heng was relieved that he hadn't revealed the truth, and he sighed, saying, "Training the vermilion bird divine physique is too challenging, so I couldn't resist breaking through first." Miss Ting nodded, unconcerned with Wang Heng's choice. She was more interested in his future direction. "By the way, what kind of weapon are you planning to choose?" she asked gently. Unlike Mr. Zhou Wenbin, Miss Ting always respected her students' choices, believing that what they liked was what suited them best. She would offer advice and assessments, but the final decision was always left to the students. Wang Heng hesitated for a moment, then earnestly asked, "Miss Tung, I haven't decided yet. Could you please give me some guidance?" Wang Heng's eyes lit up upon hearing Tung Qingwan's words, as if he had grasped a lifeline. He eagerly asked, "Teacher Tung, could you give me some advice?" It was a rare chance to meet Tung Qingwan, and Wang Heng certainly didn't want to miss the opportunity. Tung Qingwan glanced at Wang Heng, a knowing look in her eyes. She was well aware of Wang Heng's situation. Recently, Zhou Wenbin had been focused on Xie Yuanhao and hadn't paid much attention to Wang Heng. If it had been earlier, when Wang Heng advanced to the warrior level, Zhou Wenbin would have immediately taken him to the library to select martial techniques. After a moment of contemplation, Tung Qingwan slowly said, "Ultimately, choosing a weapon depends on your personal preference. If you choose a weapon you don't like, it won't feel natural to use, and your skill level will improve slowly. Let me tell you about the pros and cons of some common weapons first." Wang Heng immediately listened intently, fully focused. Teacher Tang's words always had a comforting effect. He thought to himself that if it were teachers Will Wenbin, he might directly assign a weapon based on his talent and comprehension. Of course, This doesn't mean teachers will Wenbin is wrong. After all, he has taught many students and has a broad perspective, naturally understanding better than the students which weapon to choose. However, some people are unique, like Wang Heng himself. With multiple avatars to assist him, he needed to consider carefully when choosing a weapon. Tung Qingwan continued. The most common weapons are swords, knives, spears, and staffs. Among them, the spear is known as the king of weapons. Due to its length and sharpness, it has a significant advantage in battle. The spear is versatile, highly destructive, and especially effective in long-range combat. She paused and added, however, mastering the spear is extremely challenging and requires a high level of comprehension. Among your freshman class, only Fu Yuhan has chosen the spear. Wang Heng, after listening, immediately asked, Teacher Tung, what about swords and knives? He was realistic about his own abilities and knew that trying to master the spear with his level of comprehension would be a difficult path. The sword is often considered the leader of all weapons, known for its bold and powerful style, akin to a fierce tiger. Tung Qingwan, gazing at Wang Heng, explained, wielding a sword requires exceptional strength and the ability to overpower others. As the saying goes, swift as the wind, gentle as the forest, aggressive as fire, immovable as a mountain, unpredictable as the shadows, and thunderous in movement, this is the essence of the sword. A glimmer of understanding crossed Wang Heng's eyes as he realized his strength was his advantage. Eagerly, he asked, Teacher Tung, how difficult is it to master swordsmanship? With a smile, Tung Qingwan replied, there's an old saying, a month to learn the sword, a year for the staff, 10 years for the sword, and a lifetime for the spear. Among many weapons, swordsmanship is the easiest to begin with, making it ideal for beginners. However, reaching a high level of mastery is no easy feat. Wang Heng nodded, understanding that this suited him well. Tung Qingwan continued. Now, the sword is known as the king of weapons, celebrated for its agility and versatility. But the sword has two edges, making it easy to injure oneself. It demands great insight from its wielder. Many swordsmen, limited by their insight, end up using the sword as if it were a blade. Wang Heng couldn't help but think of Zhao Lei, who used a sword but swung it with broad, powerful strokes. In such a case, he might as well use a blade, which at least wouldn't injure him with its double edge. As for the staff, Tung Qingwan added, it's second only to the sword in terms of difficulty, but its lethality is limited. Unless you have an exceptional strength talent and use the staff as a heavy weapon, its lethality can be quite formidable. Having said this, Tung Qingwan looked at Wang Heng, awaiting his decision. After a moment's reflection, Wang Heng quickly dismissed the spear and staff. He reasoned that if he wanted to create a heavy weapon, the sword could serve just as well. As for the sword, given his strength advantage, pursuing agility and versatility seemed unwise. Even if he were to use a sword, he preferred the overpowering style that could split mountains and rivers. Thus, choosing the sword seemed the best option. With his mind made up, Wang Heng looked up at Tung Qingwan and said, Teacher Tung, I've decided to choose the sword. An excellent choice, Tung Qingwan nodded in approval. The sword is the fastest weapon to master and will quickly enhance your strength. She pointed to a nearby bookshelf. Over there are swordsmanship manuals, and you can use the tablet next to it to check the levels of the sword techniques. Remember, don't just chase high-level manuals. The higher the level, the harder they are to master. Thank you for your guidance, Teacher Tung. Wang Heng said gratefully. Tung Qingwan encouraged him. Train hard. With your strength advantage, you should be able to break into the top 10 of the War God Tower and the Demon Lock Tower in next month's test. With that, she turned and left. Watching Tung Qingwan's departing figure, a slight smile appeared on Wang Heng's lips. He thought to himself, Top 10? Teacher Tung, I'll make sure to surprise you. He stepped toward the bookshelf and soon found it filled with various swordsmanship manuals. Each row was clearly labeled with levels, ranging from the highest SS level to the lowest D level. Wang Heng's gaze wandered over the manuals, contemplating which technique would suit him best. Wang Heng recalled Mr. Zhou Wenbin's lecture, where he explained the correlation between the level of combat manuals and the creator's strength. Manuals rated S level and above were crafted by beings surpassing the War God rank. A and B level manuals were created by War God level individuals, while C and D level manuals were the work of War Lord level warriors. His gaze fell on the tablet next to the bookshelf. With a tap of his finger, he brought up information on Zhao Hai's practice of Thunder 9 transformations. The screen displayed Thunder 9 transformations, category, blade technique, level, S, features, speed. Nothing in the martial world can surpass speed. Paired with a special movement technique, the blade strikes like lightning. Wang Heng glanced at it briefly, losing interest quickly. He was well aware that his strength lay in power, not speed. Driven by curiosity, he first looked up the highest level S-grade blade manual. There was only one entry on the screen, reincarnation. Category, blade technique, level, SS. Features, helps one comprehend the concept of life and death, requires extremely high perception, difficult to master. A flicker of desire crossed Wang Heng's eyes. Comprehending such concepts could mean breaking through the war god barrier. Yet reason quickly took over. The rarity of war gods highlighted the difficulty of this manual. Even with multiple clones to assist in training, it would be hard to compensate for a lack of perception. He mused to himself, the difference between quantity and quality is vast. Multiple clones can reduce training time, but they can't enhance perception, much like a middle school student with numerous clones struggling to solve high school problems. The most suitable manuals for me should be those with low entry difficulty but require extensive time, Wang Heng concluded. With a hint of regret, he began browsing level manuals. Besides Thunder 9 transformations, there were also Songlong Blade Technique and Overlord Blade. Suddenly, a piece of information caught his attention. The training difficulty of Overlord Blade was lower than some level manuals. Wang Heng's eyes lit up as he read carefully. Overlord Blade, category, Blade Technique, level, S, features, low training difficulty, requires Xian Iron Battle Blade, excels in overpowering opponents with strength. This manual seemed tailor-made for him. The Xian Iron series battle blades are heavy weapons. Even the lowest grade level Xian Iron Battle Blade weighs 1,000 kilograms. Beginner warriors often find them difficult to handle, so few choose to practice this blade technique. The more Wang Heng read, the more excited he became, continually confirming to himself that this blade technique was indeed very suitable for him. Wang Heng's gaze quickly swept over the bookshelf, immediately locking onto the Ba Dao manual. He strode purposefully towards the library's smart device station, swiftly registering his selection on the screen. With the manual in hand, he turned swiftly and hurried back towards his dormitory, his face filled with eagerness. Meanwhile, in the freshman office, Tung Qingwan entered the room. Her eyes passed over the desk and landed on Zhuo Wenbin, who was intently guiding Xie Yuanhao in swordsmanship. Noticing her arrival, Zhuo Wenbin briefly instructed Xie Yuanhao through the screen, continue practicing at this pace, and you should master the first stage of Thunder 9 transformations by mid-next month. With that, he decisively ended the communication. Meeting Tung Qingwan's gaze, a slight smile appeared on Zhuo Wenbin's face. Congratulations, Teacher Tung. Under your guidance, Fu Yuhan has already mastered the first stage of Star Extinguish. In next month's test, she's likely to top all 4 rankings. Tung Qingwan responded with a modest smile. That girl has great aptitude. Even without my guidance, she could easily grasp the first stage of Star Extinguish. She paused, then added, by the way, Mr. Zhua, you might not know yet, but Wang Heng has broken through to the warrior level. Wang Heng. Upon hearing this, Zhuo Wenbin immediately recalled the image of the determined young man. He shook his head, his tone carrying a hint of resignation. I advised him against pursuing the vermilion bird divine body, but he wouldn't listen. Now he's finally hit a wall, wasting several months. Tung Qingwan was unfazed. At least he has the advantage of doubled strength. In next month's test, he still has a chance to make it into the top 10. Zhuo Wenbin replied indifferently. He might have an edge for a few months. But once the other students master martial techniques, his advantage will vanish. Saying this, he quickly checked the smart screen. Soon, through the library's borrowing records, he learned about Wang Heng's choice of a new training manual. Choosing to train with the Ba Dao, at least he has some self-awareness. Zhuo Wenbin glanced at the record and decided not to give it more attention. Given Wang Heng's aptitude and strength advantage, choosing the Ba Dao was indeed a wise decision. With that in mind, Zhuo Wenbin chose not to interfere further. Upon returning to his dormitory, Wang Heng immediately sprang into action. He quickly applied for a D1 grade black iron saber from the school, the highest level weapon available to students for free. Wang Heng considered that if he wanted a more advanced weapon, he would have to purchase it with credit points. He glanced at his credit balance, which was only 7,000 points, and he still owed Li Shuai 60,000. I must earn more credit points in next month's test, Wang Heng resolved. It was March 19th, and there were 12 days left until the test. Wang Heng was determined not to waste this precious time. As a newly promoted warrior-level martial artist, he knew it was time to start tempering his bones. Out of the human body's 206 bones, there are 32 in each hand, 31 in each foot, 51 in the torso, and 29 in the skull. In Mr. Zhuo Wenbin's class, he had learned that warrior-level training typically starts with the limb bones because they are relatively safe. Wang Heng recalled the teacher's words. Tempering the skull bones can be fatal if something goes wrong, and the torso bones are close to vital organs, making them risky. Even if a limb bone bursts and causes bleeding, a warrior's recovery ability can handle it, especially with healing pills available. To be cautious, Wang Heng decided to experiment with a clone first. He sat cross-legged in the underground training room, summoned a clone, and prepared to start tempering the bones of his right-hand fingers. After all, he needed to practice his sword skills, and the stronger his right hand, the more powerful his swings would be. Wang Heng took a deep breath, closed his eyes, and attached his consciousness to the clone. He carefully manipulated the vortex of energy in his dantian, drawing out strands of energy to extend toward the bones of his right-hand fingers. When the energy reached its target, Wang Heng began the tempering process but found it progressing slowly. Could it be that my talent is lacking? He wondered. With a mindset of giving it a try, Wang Heng increased the energy output. The tempering speed indeed increased, but before he could celebrate, there was a loud bang, and the finger bone being tempered shattered, leaving the surrounding fingers bloody and mangled. Wang Heng looked at the scene helplessly, relieved that he was using a clone. Otherwise, he would have had to spend money on healing pills. Undeterred, Wang Heng continued controlling the clone and turned to temper the left-hand fingers. He ignored the still bleeding right hand after all. It was a clone, and he felt no pain. However, it wasn't long before another bang sounded, and the left-hand fingers shattered as well. Wang Heng realized that the path of bone tempering was far more challenging than he had imagined. Wang Heng furrowed his brow, concentrating intently as he continued to refine the bones in his arm. The underground training chamber was filled with deafening explosions, one after another. Boom, boom, boom. Each explosion was accompanied by a violent tremor, as if the entire space was shaking. Not far away, the clone Wang Heng had summoned lay on the ground, disfigured and bloodied, motionless. Yet, surprisingly, a hint of a smile appeared on Wang Heng's face. Through this series of seemingly brutal experiments, he had successfully determined the maximum amount of energy his finger bones could withstand. This crucial data would give him a significant advantage in the bone refinement process, allowing him to progress at an accelerated pace. The value of this information was significant. Ordinary martial artists could not obtain such precise data. Each person's physique is vastly different, and the bones within them vary greatly, with different levels of endurance. To acquire accurate data, each bone must be tested repeatedly. Only someone like Wang Heng, who possessed a clone, would dare to attempt such bold experiments. Others, even if they could heal injuries with pills, could hardly endure the excruciating pain. Hence, other martial artists often proceeded cautiously during bone refinement, hesitant to increase energy levels rashly, which significantly reduced efficiency. This undoubtedly became a major advantage for Wang Heng. The time had come for Wang Heng to officially begin the bone refinement. He closed his eyes once more, this time focusing on refining the bones of his own body. Starting with the bones in his right hand's fingers, as he continuously channeled energy, the refinement level of the bone gradually increased. Nonetheless, the pace of refinement was slow, limited by his innate talent, a fact even Wang Heng could not alter. In ancient times, when martial artists took on disciples, they would always feel the bones of the potential student to assess their talent. If someone praised you as having unusually structured bones and exceptional talent, it meant you were a rare genius. This shows that the bones of geniuses and ordinary people indeed have fundamental differences. In today's world, the talents of a genius can be honed more easily, while the abilities of an average person face greater challenges. Wang Heng undoubtedly falls into the latter category, limited by his inherent potential, which he cannot change. However, Wang Heng is not without options. He possesses 120 clones, acting as efficient assistants that significantly enhance his bone refining speed. Time flew by, and 10 hours passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Heng finally completed the refining of a finger bone. He opened his eyes and exhaled deeply, feeling the new strength coursing through the bone. By now, night had fallen, and the continuous refining since the afternoon left him slightly fatigued, but more than that, he felt satisfaction with his progress. Wang Heng calculated his bone refining speed. From what he knew, classmates like Zhao Hai, with a great talent, required 7 to 8 hours to refine a single bone. This meant that with the aid of his 120 clones, his refining talent was already comparable to that of an grade genius. More importantly, Wang Heng had a tremendous advantage in endurance. Others needed to be cautious during bone refining to avoid damaging the bone, which consumed a lot of mental energy. Therefore, after a few hours of refining, people like Zhao Hai had to rest and recover. Even with 24 hours in a day, their actual refining time was only about half. Wang Heng, however, was different. Through repeated experiments with his clones, he had already understood the limits of bone endurance. This allowed him to refine bones with ease, greatly reducing mental energy consumption. Apart from necessary rest, Wang Heng could almost refine bones continuously. This meant that while others could refine only one bone a day, he could complete two. Wang Heng couldn't help but ponder that his refining speed might only be matched by an grade genius like Xie Yuanhao. Although grade geniuses have far superior talent compared to a grade ones, they still need to expend mental energy during refining. Therefore, even Xie Yuanhao couldn't refine bones much faster than Wang Heng. This realization filled Wang Heng with a sense of pride. Despite his average talent, through a unique method, he was able to match or even surpass the cultivation speed of those born with exceptional gifts. This undoubtedly gave him the motivation and confidence to keep moving forward. After finishing a simple meal, Wang Heng immediately dove into the tempering of the second finger bone. Time flew by, and it wasn't until near noon the next day that he completed this arduous task. Drenched in sweat, Wang Heng quickly headed to the bathroom to wash away his fatigue. Feeling refreshed, he eagerly left his dorm, his eyes fixed on the conspicuous alloy password box at the door. This was the D1 grade Xian iron battle knife he had applied for the previous day. With slightly trembling fingers, he cautiously entered the password. With a click, the lid popped open, revealing a simple yet majestic battle knife. The blade was a deep, dark color, measuring 150 centimeters in length and 20 centimeters in width, exuding an intimidating aura. As Wang Heng grasped the handle with both hands, he felt an overwhelming weight. The knife astonishingly weighed 1,000 kilograms. Even with Wang Heng's current punching power of approximately 3,800 kilograms, lifting the knife for a short period was quite challenging. He knew that wielding such a heavy weapon for an extended time would be difficult even for him. However, Wang Heng was not discouraged. He calculated that although he had limited time to practice with the knife each day, with the help of 121 avatars, practicing for just 1 hour daily would amount to the equivalent of 121 hours for a single person. Other students also need to temper their bones, leaving them only 1 or 2 hours at most for martial arts training. Wang Heng thought with delight. I'm essentially practicing for 121 hours a day, which is far beyond the average person. He estimated that 1 hour of his knife practice might equate to 2 or 3 months of hard training for others. With excitement, Wang Heng returned to the underground training room to study the Slevel knife technique domineering blade. He and his 120 avatars simultaneously followed the techniques recorded in the manual, wielding the heavy battle knife. One remaining avatar was still recovering from yesterday's bone-tempering injury. In an instant, various insights from knife practice surged into his mind like a tide. Each swing of the knife felt like it had been honed hundreds or thousands of times. This unprecedented training experience filled Wang Heng with inspiration and strength. This is amazing! Wang Heng couldn't help but shout, feeling utterly invigorated, and his knife techniques became increasingly refined. He was pleasantly surprised to find that the over 100 avatars not only contributed to a quantitative accumulation, but also a qualitative leap, significantly enhancing his comprehension. Wang Heng's heart surged with excitement as he mused. At this rate, I might master the first level of the domineering blade in no time. He knew that mastering the first level of its level martial arts manual would double his explosive power. What did this mean? It meant that after merging all his avatars, his strength would soar from nearly 50,000 kilograms to 100,000 kilograms, approaching the power of a mid-level combat general. With this thought, Wang Heng felt an endless surge of motivation. He took a deep breath and once again immersed himself in the relentless training, determined to break through his limits and reach new heights in the shortest time possible. Even when Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei invited him to dinner, he politely declined. Wang Heng devoted himself entirely to training for the remaining days of the month, like a tireless machine, practicing diligently day after day. Meanwhile, in Dorm A1, Xie Yuanhao suddenly opened his eyes, a look of uncontrollable joy spreading across his face. He eagerly reached for his smart wristband to quickly contact Zhuo Wenbin. Moments later, the electronic screen mounted on the wall lit up, revealing Zhuo Wenbin's image. What's so urgent that you needed to contact me? Zhuo Wenbin asked with a smile, his tone reflecting his admiration for the Slevel genius. Xie Yuanhao, as the only Slevel genius in the class, not only possessed remarkable talent, but was also willing to follow his guidance, which made Zhuo Wenbin particularly appreciative of him. Xie Yuanhao excitedly said, Mr. Zhuo, I've just finished refining the last piece of my torso bone, and now I can begin refining my skull. His voice trembled slightly with excitement. Zhuo Wenbin took a sharp breath, a hint of surprise flashing in his eyes. In just a few months since Xie Yuanhao ascended to the warrior level, he had already reached the advanced warrior stage, an astonishing speed of progress. Truly deserving of the title of Slevel super genius, Zhuo Wenbin thought to himself. Very good. Zhuo Wenbin quickly composed himself and began to advise. Next, you should continue to focus on bone refining. But be aware, refining the skull is extremely risky. You'll need to prepare some protective bone pills. Aim to advance to the warrior general level by your sophomore year. Xie Yuanhao nodded seriously but then showed a hesitant expression. Mr. Zhuo, the cost of protective bone pills is quite high, and I'm worried my credits won't be enough. Zhuo Wenbin smiled slightly. Have you forgotten that you're in Slevel genius? You can apply for an advance loan from the school, and even 10 million credits can be easily approved. Xie Yuanhao realized his oversight. He almost forgot about his special status. As in Slevel genius, as long as he didn't fall short, he was destined to become a god-tier warrior. Because of this, the school offered many generous benefits to geniuses of this level, including advance loans. After all, for a future god-tier warrior, repaying 1 billion credits would be a minor issue. Mr. Zhuo, I will apply for the loan right away, Xie Yuanhao said with determination. I aim to reach the warrior general level by the first semester of my sophomore year. His goals were clear. First advance to warrior general, then fully concentrate on mastering his blade skills to the perfect level. With these achievements, he could finally apply to enter the temple of the war god. As Xie Yuanhao planned his future, a sudden loud noise erupted from the underground training room in Dorm C1. Bang! As Fu Yuhan thrust her spear forward, a deafening boom echoed through the air. An immense force erupted instantly, crashing into the target of the testing machine. Fu Yuhan kept her eyes fixed on the device, and as the numbers on the display flickered, a smile crept across her lips. 16,700 kilograms, she whispered, her eyes sparkling with excitement. This astounding figure far surpassed her own strength limits. Fu Yuhan knew that all of this was thanks to the first level of the Star Annihilation Spear technique she had just executed. As in Level's secret manual, even mastering just the first level of Star Annihilation allowed the user to unleash double their strength. Clutching her spear tightly, Fu Yuhan's gaze was full of confidence. Next month's test, I'll take first place on all 4 leaderboards, she vowed silently to herself. Time flew by, and before she knew it, March 31st had arrived. In a dimly lit basement, Wang Heng was tirelessly repeating his sword swings. Sweat poured down his forehead like rain, quickly soaking his clothes. Despite his body nearing its limits, his determination kept him going. Just as Wang Heng was about to exhaust all his strength, a strange energy suddenly surged from within him. This energy spread through his body like an electric current, revitalizing his weary frame. At this moment, Wang Heng's sword movements became fluid and seamless, as if he and the sword were one. Each swing carried an innate grace, the sword's momentum becoming increasingly fierce and unstoppable. Finally, with a powerful slash, Wang Heng felt a new clarity and insight flood over him. Boom! As Wang Heng swung his sword, it seemed to cleave the air in two, accompanied by a piercing whistle. He stared wide-eyed, murmuring incredulously, "The first level is mastered, and my skill level has broken through to the subtlety stage." Joy surged through him, and Wang Heng almost wanted to shout out loud. Even the sword in his hand seemed to share in his happiness, buzzing with delight. Subtlety stage, Wang Heng thought, overwhelmed with excitement. Even Xie Yuanhao hasn't reached this level of skill. Among the more than 1,500 freshmen, only Fu Yuhan was at this stage. And now, I, Wang Heng, have reached it too. In the underground training room, Wang Heng stood in front of the testing apparatus, his breath slightly rapid. He clenched his fists, eyes gleaming with anticipation. Over the past few days, he had successfully tempered 24 bones, and now it was time to test the results. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heng threw a punch with all his might, landing it heavily on the target of the testing machine. After a loud bang, an astonishing number appeared on the screen, 4,520 kilograms. Wang Heng's eyes lit up as he quickly calculated in his mind. Each tempered bone increased his strength by 30 kilograms, aligning closely with what Zhuo Wenbin had mentioned. He figured that each bone in the torso could add 100 kilograms, while the skull bones were even more impressive, each increasing his strength by 1,000 kilograms. With a base strength of 4,520 kilograms, adding 10 clones would make it 9,000 kilograms. If I combine that with the first level of the Ba Dao technique, it could reach 18,000 kilograms. A smile of excitement spread across Wang Heng's face. He decided to only showcase the one-fold increase from his clone talent, which, when combined with the first level of Ba Dao, would double the boost. This kind of explosive power would make him formidable among his peers while minimizing the risk of exposing his other clones. Looking down at his smart bracelet, Wang Heng noted that tomorrow was April 1st, and he eagerly anticipated the opportunities it might bring. The next day, the freshmen gathered once more on the sports field. Wang Heng blended into the crowd, no longer the center of attention after months of keeping a low profile. At this moment, his classmates' attention was focused on Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao, who had been rivals for months, matching each other in strength. Following closely behind in terms of attention was Yu Xiaowei, a girl with the talent of invisibility. Far from being a mere stealth ability, it made her a natural-born assassin. Although her own strength might not be top tier, her invisibility allowed her to easily defeat beasts much stronger than herself, ranking just below Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao in the Demon Suppression Tower. At that moment, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, the brothers, approached. They immediately noticed the change in Wang Heng and asked excitedly, "Wang Heng, have you broken through to warrior level?" Wang Heng smiled and nodded in acknowledgement. "Yes, I broke through not long ago." Zhao Lei enthusiastically patted Wang Heng on the shoulder, saying, "That's great. Now you can really show your skills. Let Lu Sun see who the real loser is." Hearing Lu Sun's name, Wang Heng paused for a moment, then recalled the classmate who used to call him a loser and often flattered Xie Yuanhao. However, Wang Heng never paid much attention to such people. Wang Heng's exceptional talent for creating powerful avatars has elevated him beyond the level of simply competing with his classmates. On the sports field, Zhao Hai curiously asked, "Wang Heng, how much has your strength increased since you broke through to the warrior level?" Wang Heng replied candidly, 2,000 kilograms. Although this number was astonishing, considering he had perfected the Xuanwu divine body, it wasn't entirely unexpected. Zhao Hai couldn't help but exclaim, "Impressive. It's no wonder you've mastered the Xuanwu divine body. With your ability to double your strength, you probably surpass me now." Zhao Lei also showed a look of envy and said, "Having a special talent is really great. We've been training hard for months, and you surpassed us in one breakthrough." Wang Heng responded with a smile, "I also envy your high training aptitude. Without my special talent, I wouldn't even qualify to be your classmate." Hearing this, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei smiled knowingly. They understood that without Wang Heng's avatar talent, his poor training aptitude would make it hard for him to even get into an ordinary martial arts university. With this thought, their sense of imbalance faded away. Soon after, teachers Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan arrived at the field, each leading their teams away. Wang Heng and his classmates' first destination was the Demon Lock Tower. Faced once more with this once daunting structure, they remained calm. The school's training regimen had undoubtedly been effective. At the very least, these students would no longer show fear when confronting any kind of demon beast. Finally, it was Wang Heng's turn. He walked towards the Demon Lock Tower with anticipation, thinking to himself, "I wonder how far I can get this time." Standing at the entrance of the tower, Zhuo Wenbin gave Wang Heng a cursory glance without speaking. Although Wang Heng had reached the warrior level and possessed the ability to double his strength, ensuring a place in the top 10, this achievement was insignificant in Zhuo Wenbin's eyes. After all, given Wang Heng's training aptitude, he would eventually be surpassed by his classmates. Standing amidst the crowd, Zhuo Wenbin's eyes were sharp as he focused on the leaderboard, contemplating. This time, Fu Yuhan should be able to claim the top spot in all 4 categories, an unprecedented achievement. He recalled the recent news he had learned from Teng Qingwan. Fu Yuhan had mastered the first stage of the star annihilation technique. Zhuo Wenbin thought back to Fu Yuhan's original strength. His basic power was only slightly weaker than Xie Yuanhao's. But now, with the amplification from the star annihilation, Fu Yuhan's strength must have surpassed Xie Yuanhao's. Even more impressive was that in terms of skill level, Fu Yuhan was the only one among them to have reached the subtlety stage of mastery. A confident smile crept onto Zhuo Wenbin's lips. This time, Fu Yuhan will definitely top all 4 leaderboards. Meanwhile, on the 8th level of the Demon Locking Tower, Wang Heng was facing a ferocious beast. The cold gleam of his black iron war knife flashed as he struck, instantly killing the beast. Blood splattered, but Wang Heng's energy shielded him, keeping even his clothes untouched. The 9th level assessment begins, a cold mechanical voice announced, followed by a massive beast charging at Wang Heng. With a steely gaze, Wang Heng swung his black iron war knife, releasing a searing blade of fire in the air. Slash! The beast was cut in half, its body charred. This fiery attack was a result of cultivating the vermilion bird divine body, now showing its formidable power since Wang Heng advanced to warrior level. The 10th level assessment begins. The 11th level assessment begins. Wang Heng fought his way through, easily defeating even the high-level warrior beasts on the 11th level. Upon reaching the 12th level, he faced a beast at the peak of high-level warrior strength. Wang Heng deliberately held back some of his power, managing to kill it with difficulty. Looking at the fallen beast of the 12th level, Wang Heng thought, "That's enough. This beast has 3,000 to 4,000 kilograms of strength. No one else should be able to kill it." He decided not to proceed further. After all, the beasts on the 13th level were at the warlord level. If he could kill them too, how would he explain his strength? Besides, Wang Heng only needed to secure first place. Advancing further served no purpose. Outside the demon locking tower, groups of students gradually emerged, merging into a sea of people. Zhuo Wenbin stood at the entrance, his eyes fixed on the ever-changing rankings on his smart bracelet. A slight frown creased his brow, with a mix of anticipation and concern in his gaze. Xie Yuanhao's name firmly held the top position, having successfully reached the 11th level. Zhuo Wenbin nodded slightly, not surprised by this result. However, his attention quickly shifted to another named Fu Yuhan. This formidable opponent, who had mastered the first stage of the star annihilation technique, was sure to break through the 11th level even faster. At this thought, Zhuo Wenbin sighed. If only Xie Yuanhao could master the first stage of the Thunder 9 transformations, he murmured to himself. Then the first place would be secure. Suddenly, the rankings underwent a dramatic shift. Zhuo Wenbin's eyes widened as a familiar name rocketed into the top 10. Wang Heng. This kid. Zhuo Wenbin nodded slightly, thinking to himself, well, it makes sense. He's perfected the Xuanwu divine body, and after breaking through to the warrior level, his strength has greatly increased. Coupled with his unique ability to double his power, breaking into the top 10 is understandable. However, Wang Heng's name did not stop there. It soared upward like an arrow, climbing rapidly. 7th place, 6th place, 5th place. When it surpassed Yu Xiaowei to claim second, Zhuo Wenbin's pupils contracted sharply. How is that possible? He muttered incredulously. Yu Xiaowei might have less than 10,000 kilograms of strength, but she has the invisibility talent. She can silently deliver fatal blows to beasts and even kill those with over 10,000 kilograms of strength. She and Xie Yuanhao both reached the 11th level. Even if Wang Heng's strength doubled, he shouldn't be this powerful. Zhuo Wenbin quickly calculated. Even if he gained 3,000 kilograms of strength after reaching the warrior level, doubling it would only bring him close to 10,000 kilograms. The beasts on the 11th level have 15,000 kilograms of strength and are extremely tough. It's nearly impossible for a warrior of the same level to kill them. Yu Shaohui relies on ambushes, blinding the beast first and then slowly wearing it down. Xie Yuanhao uses his comparable strength and weapon advantage to kill it. How can Wang Heng do the same? His strength isn't as high as the beast's, and he's only just learned swordsmanship. How can he possibly kill the 11th level beast? As Zhuo Wenbin was lost in deep confusion, the rankings changed once more in an astonishing way. Wang Heng's name, like a bolt of lightning, overtook Xie Yuanhao's, soaring to the top position. He passed the 12th level? Zhuo Wenbin exclaimed in disbelief. The 12th level has 6th grade peak beasts with 30,000 to 40,000 kilograms of strength. Even someone like Fu Yuhan, with micro-level skill mastery, would struggle to defeat it. How could Wang Heng possibly achieve this? While Zhuo Wenbin was immersed in shock and doubt, the crowd outside the demon-locking tower erupted with exclamations. Oh my god, look at the rankings. Someone surpassed Xie Yuanhao. It's Wang Heng. It's actually Wang Heng. How is this possible? How can he be so strong? The waves of astonishment rippled through the crowd, everyone staring in disbelief at the name that had climbed to the top, as if witnessing an impossible miracle unfold. I heard he's reached the warrior level, but that's still not enough to be this powerful, right? The 12th level beasts are formidable. Even Fu Yuhan couldn't defeat them. It's unbelievable. Exclamations echoed through the crowd, reverberating in the air. Students huddled together, eyes glued to their smart wristbands as the rankings refreshed. When Wang Heng's name suddenly shot to the top, everyone gasped in disbelief, rubbing their eyes in astonishment. Zhao Lei widened his eyes, fingers sliding back and forth on his smart wristband, as if that could alter reality. Big brother, am I seeing things? Wang Heng is ranked first. His voice was filled with confusion and shock. Standing beside him, Zhao Hai was equally stunned. He was silent for a moment before shaking his head with a wry smile. I don't get it either. I don't know how he became so strong. If this were the Tower of the War God, I'd suspect cheating. But this is the Demon Locking Tower. Zhao Lei nodded blankly, muttering to himself. The Demon Locking Tower tests real combat strength. In other places, maybe you could cheat, but inside this tower, students face the beast's attacks directly. There's no way to cheat. His brow furrowed. How could he get through the 12th level? Among the crowd, Xie Yuanhao heard the gasps from his classmates and instinctively glanced at his smart wristband. When he saw that Wang Heng not only passed the 12th level but also ranked first, his face turned ashen. The person he once deemed worthless, almost forgotten, had suddenly surpassed him, and even Fu Yuhan. Xie Yuanhao's fists clenched involuntarily, knuckles turning white. How is this possible? He muttered through gritted teeth. He must have cheated. Even with the ability to double his strength, he couldn't be this powerful. Besides Xie Yuanhao, Lu Sun, who usually flattered him, was now speechless. He stared dumbly at the rankings of the Demon Locking Tower, his expression shifting from shock to confusion, and finally to a hint of unnoticeable fear. The entire scene fell into an eerie silence, as if everyone was waiting for an explanation, an answer that could break this incredible situation. A sense of unease crept into Lu Sun's heart as he pondered to himself. How did that useless guy suddenly become so strong? He won't be coming after me, will he? Just then, everyone's attention was drawn to a single figure. Wang Heng slowly emerged from the Demon Locking Tower, each of his steps seemingly carrying an invisible pressure. Everyone present, including Zhuo Wenbin standing at the tower's entrance, involuntarily fixed their gaze on Wang Heng. A complex expression flashed in Zhuo Wenbin's eyes as he realized he could no longer see through this student. Wang Heng, just how powerful have you become now? Zhuo Wenbin finally couldn't resist asking. Turning to Zhuo Wenbin, Wang Heng smiled slightly and said, Mr. Zhuo, after breaking through to warrior level, I gained an additional 2,000 kilograms of strength, and after tempering 24 bones, I now possess around 4,500 kilograms of strength. Zhuo Wenbin frowned upon hearing this. The numbers were close to his estimation, but even if Wang Heng's strength doubled after merging with his clone, it would only reach 9,000 kilograms. Unless, a bold idea flashed through Zhuo Wenbin's mind, causing his pupils to contract sharply. Did you master the dominating blade? Zhuo Wenbin didn't finish his sentence, as even he found the thought too far-fetched. After all, Wang Heng had only been practicing the dominating blade for just over 10 days. Wang Heng nodded candidly, admitting, Mr. Zhuo, I've already mastered the first level of the dominating blade. This response left Zhuo Wenbin momentarily stunned. Despite his premonition, receiving actual confirmation was still hard to believe. In class manual, even the least difficult one, shouldn't be mastered to the first level in just a few days. Yet, the living example in front of him left no room for doubt. Zhuo Wenbin suddenly realized that this student seemed somewhat unfamiliar to him now. Perhaps he had never truly understood this young man, named Wang Heng. The news that Wang Heng surpassed Xie Yuanhao in the rankings of the Demon Lock Tower hit the high university campus like a bombshell, causing a massive uproar. Students quickly checked their smart wristbands to confirm the unbelievable fact. Wang Heng had indeed cleared the 12th level of the Demon Lock Tower. This achievement not only surpassed Xie Yuanhao, but also thrust Wang Heng into the spotlight. The campus buzzed with discussions. Some recalled the scene at the beginning of the semester when Wang Heng had secured the top spot with his talent for creating clones, but back then, everyone was just a prospective warrior with limited power. Now that everyone had advanced to warrior level, Wang Heng's ability to still outshine his peers was hard for many to accept. What shocked people even more was that Wang Heng had mastered the first level of the dominating blade technique. When this news spread, the entire university was in an uproar. Every student at High University was a top-tier talent, and most chose to practice level techniques. They understood better than anyone the difficulty of mastering such techniques. Except for Fu Yuhan, no one else had managed to master the first level in such a short time. Wang Heng's breakthrough served as a vivid lesson to everyone. Even without his cloning talent, his remarkable insight alone was enough to overwhelm them. While everyone was still marveling at Wang Heng's prowess, Fu Yuhan emerged from the War God Tower with a smile. She had successfully reached the 9th level, demonstrating a force of nearly 17,000 kilograms, enough to surpass Xie Yuanhao and seemingly secure the top spot. However, Teng Qingwan, waiting at the entrance, quickly pulled her aside and whispered, "Yuhan, take a look at the Demon Lock Tower rankings first." Though puzzled, Fu Yuhan checked the rankings on her smart wristband. Her eyes widened in disbelief when she saw Wang Heng at the top. "How is that possible?" she exclaimed. Fu Yuhan had never underestimated Wang Heng, knowing full well how powerful his ability to double his strength was in the early stages of training. But Wang Heng had been stuck at the prospective warrior level for half a year, and even though he recently broke through to the warrior level, he shouldn't have caught up to her so quickly. Moreover, she had already mastered the first level of the star annihilation technique. Teng Qingwan, amazed, said, "According to teacher Zhua, Wang Heng has already mastered the first level of the dominating blade." She was the first to know about Wang Heng's breakthrough to the warrior level and his choice of the dominating blade technique, but she hadn't expected him to become so formidable in just a few days. Fu Yuhan paused, a look of regret crossing her face. Teng Qingwan hesitated, saying, "That seems unlikely. Reaching the subtle level isn't something you can achieve easily. If he had your level of insight, he should have broken through long ago. Besides, even if he did, he couldn't surpass you." Fu Yuhan smiled wryly and explained, "Teacher, in the virtual arena earlier, I was just honing my gun skills through the challenges and wasn't in a hurry to slay the monsters." Teng Qingwan found herself speechless. Previously, with only Fu Yuhan at the subtle level, there was no concern about anyone taking her top spot in the virtual arena. Now, with the sudden turn of events, both realized that the situation might be more serious than they had anticipated. Fu Yuhan stood in the virtual arena, her spear moving like a nimble serpent. She didn't rush to slay the beast before her, but used the opportunity to hone her spear skills. Although this approach took more time, it allowed her to refine her technique. However, it also meant her score in the virtual arena might suffer. This wasn't an issue as long as no one reached the micro level, which would secure Fu Yuhan's standing. But at this moment, an unsettling thought crossed Teng Qingwan's mind. Wang Heng seemed on the verge of breaking through to the micro level. Could Wang Heng take the top spot on the 4 leaderboards this time? The thought startled Teng Qingwan. Meanwhile, the boys from the class had just exited the Demon Lock Tower and entered the virtual hall. Wang Heng habitually found his previous seat and was about to put on his headset when Zhao Hai beside him spoke. "You've mastered the first level of the Dominator Blade, so your skill level must have improved. Do you think you'll reach second place this time?" Wang Heng nodded. "Barring any surprises, I should be second." With that, he put on his headset and entered the virtual arena. Even though his skill level had reached the micro level, there were still distinctions within the same level. Fu Yuhan had reached the micro level earlier and was bound to have a higher score in the virtual arena. Even if he only secured second place, Wang Heng wasn't concerned. With his top rankings in both the Demon Lock Tower and the War God Tower, he was poised to surpass Fu Yuhan on the leaderboard and claim the top spot across all 3 boards. This achievement was already impressive, and Wang Heng was filled with anticipation. However, when Wang Heng removed his headset and looked at the large screen in front of him, his expression turned incredulous. The virtual arena's top 10 displayed Wang Heng at the top. He had received a notification of his first place ranking in the virtual arena, but he couldn't believe he had surpassed Fu Yuhan. At this moment, staring at the rankings, Wang Heng had to accept the reality. Not only him, but his classmates also wore expressions of shock. The virtual hall echoed with exclamations of surprise. Zhuo Wenbin approached Wang Heng. his face full of astonishment, and asked, Wang Heng, did you break through to the micro level? He felt a bit numb, having been shocked numerous times today. The entire virtual hall buzzed with the unexpected result. Wang Heng nodded slightly, a glimmer of confidence in his eyes. Yes, I broke through to the subtle realm while practicing the dominating blade. However, I've just made the breakthrough, so I'm probably still not as good as Fu Yuhan. His tone carried a hint of modesty. Zhuo Wenbin raised an eyebrow and explained, Fu Yuhan slowed down during the challenge to hone her spear skills, which affected her speed and final score. His gaze remained fixed on Wang Heng, filled with astonishment. Mastering the first level of the dominating blade and breaking through to this subtle realm means your comprehension has greatly improved. Zhuo Wenbin pondered to himself. Although warriors typically experience some transformation after advancing to the warrior level, it's usually quite subtle. Could Wang Heng's situation be another anomaly? Considering Wang Heng's unique ability to merge, which increases strength by 100 instead of the usual 10, this possibility isn't out of the question. Upon hearing that Fu Yuhan had slowed her challenge to refine her spear skills, Wang Heng couldn't help but find it amusing. It was like he had stumbled into first place. Suddenly, a thought occurred to him. Wait, Wang Heng held his breath, his voice slightly trembling. Mr. Zhua, does this mean I'm going to be first on all 4 rankings? Zhuo Wenbin was momentarily taken aback before realizing the implication. He looked at Wang Heng with a strange expression and said slowly, that was originally Fu Yuhan's goal, but due to her oversight, it ended up benefiting you. Wang Heng couldn't help but grin widely, exclaiming with excitement, 400,000 credits. I'm going to be rich. Zhuo Wenbin gave Wang Heng a reproachful look and chided, look at you, getting all excited. Then he added with a smile, it's not just 400,000 credits. Achieving first place on all 4 rankings for the first time ever, the school will directly reward you with 1 million credits. What? Wang Heng was stunned, his eyes wide with disbelief. Wang Heng was over the moon, his eyes gleaming with excitement. He was about to strike it rich with a reward of 1.4 million credits, equivalent to 1.4 billion. His face was lit up with uncontrollable joy, as if he could already see a bright future beckoning him. Zhuo Wenbin rolled his eyes at Wang Heng's giddy expression and said sarcastically, it's just 1.4 million credits. Do you know how much Xie Yuanhao borrowed from the school? Wang Heng's smile froze, and he asked with a puzzled frown, you can apply for loans at the school? With a mysterious air, Zhuo Wenbin explained, ordinary people can't get credits through loans. But Xie Yuanhao has level cultivation talent. In the past, those with such talent became war gods, as long as they survived. So, naturally, the school gives special treatment to such super geniuses. Wang Heng's curiosity was piqued, and he eagerly asked, how much did he borrow? 10 million. Zhuo Wenbin replied, watching Wang Heng's shock with satisfaction, thinking to himself, gotcha. Wang Heng was indeed shocked. His mind raced. 10 million credits. That's 10 billion. How much money is that? Suddenly, his 1.4 million didn't seem so impressive. If loans were an option, he'd consider borrowing too. After all, if you borrow a lot, you might not have to worry about repayment. A saying flashed through Wang Heng's mind. Since ancient times, if you borrow a little, you're the debtor. If you borrow a lot, you're the creditor's boss. If Xie Yuanhao borrowed so much, the school would surely protect him, lest they suffer a huge loss if something happened to him. Zhuo Wenbin noticed the greed in Wang Heng's eyes and teased, what? You want to apply for a loan too? Wang Heng shook his head with a wry smile, admitting, of course. With enough credits, I could quickly become stronger. For a Kwasa warrior refining their body, there are treasures like body refining pills and lotions. For a warrior refining their bones, there are also treasures, but they're all expensive. Zhuo Wenbin patted Wang Heng's shoulder encouragingly. If you show potential to become a war god, I can help you apply for a loan from the school. Wang Heng's eyes lit up, and he asked eagerly, what counts as having the potential to become a war god? Zhuo Wenbin raised 2 fingers and said slowly, 2 possibilities. 1. Having level cultivation talent like Xie Yuanhao. 2. Comprehending an artistic conception. Hearing this, Wang Heng was speechless. Comprehending an artistic conception? That's too difficult. If he achieved that, he wouldn't be far from reaching the war god level. Seeing Wang Heng's disappointed expression, Zhuo Wenbin comforted him, keep training. The credits you earned this time should speed up your bone refining. Don't be stingy with spending. With your clone talent, you won't have to worry about money in the future. Wang Heng nodded, well aware of the advantages of his clone talent. After graduation, he could send his clones on dangerous missions for lucrative rewards. It was like earning money from home. Zhuo Wenbin seemed to read Wang Heng's thoughts and added, of course, you need to be strong. If your clones are too weak and die right after leaving the city, it's all for nothing. In front of the War God Tower, the male students, led by Zhuo Wenbin, began their final test. The air was filled with tension and anticipation, with everyone's eyes occasionally on Wang Heng. They all knew he had ranked first in the Demon Lock Tower and the virtual arena. If he took first in the War God Tower, he would achieve an unprecedented feat of being first in all 4 rankings. They were about to witness a miracle. Zhao Hai, full of excitement, looked at Wang Heng beside him, his voice trembling with excitement. Wang Heng, you're really going to soar this time. Zhao Lei couldn't contain his excitement either and joked. Wang Heng, no. Brother Wang, please take care of me in the future. 1.4 million credits. Wow, you have to treat us tonight. I want to eat Demon King meat. Wang Heng laughed and joked. All right, come to my dorm cleaned up tonight. Hearing this, Zhao Lei exaggeratedly stepped back a few paces, looking at Wang Heng with guarded eyes, arms crossed. No thanks, I have to stay pure for Li Shui. Get lost. Wang Heng laughed and scolded, striding toward the War God Tower. Wang Heng entered the War God Tower with a group of classmates. Unsurprisingly, he reached the 9th level. He chose not to continue because his ranking was already higher than Fu Yuhan's. Although both were on the 9th level, Fu Yuhan's punch power was 16,000 kilograms, while Wang Heng's was 18,000. Being first was enough. There was no need to reveal more strength. Exiting the War God Tower, Wang Heng once again enjoyed the spotlight. He was now first in the Demon Lock Tower, War God Tower, Virtual Arena, and the freshman credits ranking. This was an unprecedented achievement, rarely attained, even by previous freshmen. At least in the last decade, Wang Heng was the only one. The surrounding students were abuzz with discussion. Someone remarked, amazing, with his comprehension, becoming a war general should be no problem. And with his clone talent, he'll be the most formidable war general. Previously, they doubted Wang Heng's ability to reach the war general level, but now, having shown such a high level of skill, his potential was clear. A war general with clone talent was a terrifying existence, second only to a war god. Even though they were all talented students at high university, their achievements would likely peak at the war general level. Very few could reach the war god level. No one dared to underestimate Wang Heng anymore. In the crowd, Xie Yuanhao stared at Wang Heng, a hint of unwillingness in his eyes. As high university's only level genius, he had expected a life of brilliance, only to be overshadowed repeatedly. It left him frustrated. Grinding his teeth, Xie Yuanhao muttered, it's just a temporary setback. My goal is the War God Hall. He regretted not choosing Jing University. Not long after, everyone gathered on the field again. With the tests over, it was time to reallocate dorms. As the first in all 4 rankings, Wang Heng could choose from the top dorms. A1, B1, C1, or D1. He chose A1. Wang Heng had always believed in settling scores. Last time, Xie Yuanhao had driven him out. Now it was his turn to make Xie Yuanhao move. Watching Xie Yuanhao roll up his bedding and leave, Wang Heng couldn't help but feel delighted. His lips curled into a smile, eyes gleaming with the satisfaction of revenge. In dormitory A1, Wang Heng sat confidently on the sofa, his eyes fixed on Xie Yuanhao, who was busy packing his luggage. Impatiently, Wang urged, hurry up. I need to find someone to clean this place. Who knows what kind of craftsmanship you've been up to in there? Xie Yuanhao's face turned ashen at these words. He spun around, glaring at Wang Heng with clenched fists. Being the same age, he understood the insinuation in Wang's words all too well. Anger surged within him as he gritted his teeth and retorted, don't push it. Wang Heng, I'm in class genius. If I needed that kind of thing, I could have women flocking to me with just a wave. I don't need to do it myself. Now get lost and stop wasting my time. Wang Heng, unfazed by Xie Yuanhao's fury, waved dismissively. In his view, Xie was no longer a match for him, neither in strength nor potential. He thought to himself that he owed this advantage to Xie Yuanhao's previous arrogance, which had given him a reason to retaliate. Xie Yuanhao, seeing Wang Heng's disdain, was even more enraged. He threatened through clenched teeth, don't get too cocky, Wang Heng. I'm already tempering my skull. Once I reach the rank of a battle general, you won't stand a chance against me. One day, I'll surpass you on all 4 leaderboards. With that, he stormed out. Watching Xie's retreating figure, Wang Heng was dismissive. Surpass me? Dream on, he thought. This time, he had held back quite a bit of his strength. If he were to merge all his avatars and unleash his full power, he could reach nearly 100,000 kilograms, approaching the level of a junior battle general. However, Wang Heng had to admit that Xie Yuanhao was improving rapidly. He thought to himself, he's already started skull tempering and has borrowed 10 million credits from the school. His progress will only accelerate. I need to speed up my own advancement. Reflecting on the 1.4 million credits he earned from the leaderboard, Wang Heng decided to spend them all instead of saving. He planned, only by quickly reaching the battle general level can I have time to improve my skill realm and strive to comprehend the essence when I become a senior battle general. Meanwhile, in a large conference hall, Vice Principal Zhao Wu convened another meeting. Looking around with barely concealed excitement, he announced, ladies and gentlemen, I've just received significant news. Among our current freshman class, there is a genius who has topped all 4 leaderboards. And this person is quite familiar to you all, Wang Heng, the one with the talent for avatars, but notoriously poor cultivation skills. As soon as Zhao Wu finished speaking, the conference room erupted. The teachers present were visibly shocked, some with mouths agape, while others frowned and shook their heads in disbelief. How is that possible? Vice Principal Zhao, surely you're joking? This can't be true. Facing the skepticism, Zhao Wu smiled slightly and turned to Zhuo Wenbin, who was seated at the end. Mr. Zhua, please explain. Zhuo Wenbin stood up eagerly and addressed everyone. Vice Principal Zhao, esteemed colleagues, Wang Heng reached the warrior level half a month ago, and his power increased by 2,000 kilograms upon breaking through. Today, he demonstrated a skill realm at the micro level and successfully mastered the first form of the dominant blade. As he spoke, Zhuo Wenbin operated his smart wristband to display footage of Wang Heng's performances in the Locked Demon Tower, War God Tower, and Virtual Arena on the conference hall's large screen. Wang Heng's astonishing display left everyone in the room utterly speechless. The group of teachers stared intently at the screen, captivated by Wang Heng's performance in the virtual arena. His smooth movements and precise judgments highlighted his advanced skill level. Although there was a hint of inexperience, it was clear that his insight was on par with that of Fu Yuhan. Amazing! One teacher couldn't help but exclaim. With such insight, advancing to the warrior level is definitely within reach, and he might even have a shot at the war god level. The other teachers nodded in agreement, their eyes gleaming with excitement. Wang Heng, once overlooked, now showed potential to reach the war god level, making him a worthy investment. After all, a war god level warrior with the ability to clone himself is a formidable presence among his peers. However, one teacher raised a question. I'm a bit puzzled. How has Wang Heng's insight improved so dramatically? If he always had such high insight, his ranking in the virtual arena wouldn't have been so low in the past. Zhao Wu smiled slightly at this. I discussed this with Teacher Zhua. It's likely that after he broke through to the warrior level, his body underwent a transformation. Moreover, this isn't the first time he's experienced such a change. He continued, remember, Wang Heng's cloning ability is unique. After merging with his clone, he gains a 100 power boost. So, it's not impossible that another transformation occurred when he advanced to the warrior level. He's truly fortunate, one teacher remarked. This transformation has significantly enhanced his insight. Even if his cultivation talent remains low, high insight greatly increases the chances of understanding deeper meanings, making the war god level not so far-fetched. The other teachers agreed, expressing their anticipation for Wang Heng's future development. At that moment, Zhao Wu's expression turned serious. The purpose of this meeting is to discuss how to nurture Wang Heng. With his cloning ability and potential to reach the war god level, we can't leave him to his own devices. Principal Zhao, are you suggesting we fully support his journey to the war god level? A teacher asked gravely. Zhao Wu nodded in confirmation. Since he has high insight, we shouldn't let him waste time merely increasing his cultivation level. I propose we provide him with ample resources to focus on honing his skills. But that would consume a lot of resources, another teacher frowned. If he succeeds, great. But if he fails, the loss would be significant. Zhao Wu replied firmly. Failure would indeed be costly. But if Wang Heng succeeds in reaching the war god level, not only our university, but the entire nation of Daxiao would benefit immensely. However, one teacher suggested, Principal Zhao, perhaps we should wait a bit longer? This is a major decision, and I think we should inform the headmaster and let him make the final call. Zhao Wu furrowed his brow in deep thought. He slowly began. The principal recently entered the hall of the war god for a retreat, and it's unlikely we'll be able to contact him in the near term. Based on past experience, this retreat could last several years. We cannot let Wang Heng waste these precious golden years. In the meeting room, a senior teacher suggested, Principal Zhao, perhaps we could improve his benefits for now? After all, Wang Heng is only at the warrior level, and his training resources are not extensive. Zhao Wu nodded thoughtfully. That could work. Indeed, Wang Heng is currently at the warrior level, and his training needs are minimal. Suddenly, a burly teacher with thick eyebrows and large eyes stood up, drawing attention with his robust frame. Principal Zhao, I have an idea, he exclaimed excitedly. Since Wang Heng has chosen to train in the dominant blade technique, we could create a reward system based on that. For example, mastering the second level of the dominant blade could earn him 500,000 credits, and the third level 1 million, and so on. This would not only improve his benefits, but also motivate him to advance his skills. If he reaches the perfect level by age 20, he could directly enter the Hall of the War God, saving us the resources needed for further training. As soon as he finished speaking, another teacher jokingly remarked, Old Wu, you're really planning this out well. Everyone knows you're the best at training the dominant blade. Once Wang Heng becomes a sophomore, he'll most likely choose you as his mentor. Teacher Wu laughed heartily, unfazed. Haha, I'm just thinking of the school's best interests. Besides, choosing a mentor is up to the individual, and I can't guarantee Wang Heng will pick me. Zhao Wu looked around with a smile, asking, what does everyone think of Teacher Wu's proposal? I agree. Sounds good. I support it too. To further motivate him, we could also offer a 10 million credit reward if he reaches the perfect level by age 20. Great idea. This proposal is excellent. The teachers all voiced their agreement, and the room buzzed with positive discussion. Zhao Wu nodded with satisfaction and concluded, let's go with this plan. I'll work on the specific reward measures and send them out for a vote to see if they're approved. Meeting adjourned. As Zhao Wu concluded, the teachers began gathering their things to leave. The air was filled with excitement and anticipation for Wang Heng's future development, and everyone had confidence in the new reward plan. On the morning of April 2nd, Wang Heng eagerly opened his eyes and immediately checked his smart wristband. When he saw a balance of 1.4 million credits, a radiant smile spread across his face. Finally, he was wealthy. He thought excitedly, recalling the days when he could only look longingly at the school store. Now, he could purchase cultivation items to accelerate his progress. Suddenly, he remembered he still owed Li Shui 60,000 credits. Without hesitation, Wang Heng completed the transfer. Soon, Li Shui replied, got the credits. You're quite the big spender now. Remember to treat us tonight. No problem. Wang Heng agreed readily, already planning to gather with Li Shui, Zhao Hai, and Zhao Lei. After ending the conversation, Wang Heng quickly opened the school store and began searching for warrior-level cultivation resources. With 1,000,000 credits, the selection was indeed much larger, but the prices of warrior-level resources made him gasp. Adult Dragon Blood 1 drop, 1,000,000 credits, can directly refine a bone. 9-leaf Lingji, 1,000,000 credits, doubles bone refining speed for a month. Blood Fruit, 100,000 credits, doubles bone refining speed for 3 days. Dragon Meat, 10,000 credits per pound, increases bone refining speed by 30 for a day. Bone Refining Pill, 1,000 credits each, increases bone refining speed by 10 for a day. Looking at these exorbitant resources, Wang Heng thought to himself, rogue martial artists outside probably can only afford bone refining pills. Most of these rare resources are reserved by the state and schools for nurturing geniuses, and are difficult for ordinary people to obtain. Although these resources only save cultivation time and don't directly help in breaking through to the war god realm, in school, the stronger your abilities, the more credits you can earn. Wang Heng understood this well, and wouldn't slow down his pace to save money. After careful consideration, Wang Heng eventually purchased 1 9-leaf Lingji, 30 pounds of dragon meat, and 30 bone refining pills, spending a total of 1,330,000 credits. Including the 60,000 he returned to Li Shui, his 1.4 million credits were nearly gone in an instant. Though a bit heartbroken, the thought of becoming stronger soon put Wang Heng at ease. He calculated quietly, these resources can more than double my bone refining speed. Maybe I'll complete the refining of my limb bones this month. Soon, Wang Heng received a delivery from the school store, an alloy code-locked box. He took the box back to his underground training room, but didn't open it immediately. Instead, he tidied up a bit and left for his appointment. Upon reaching the cafeteria, Wang Heng saw not only Li Shui, Zhao Hai, and Zhao Lei, but also an unexpected guest, Li Shui's friend, Fu Yuhan. This exceptional talent rarely interacted with them, clearly having a bit of an aloof demeanor. Wang Heng, we've been waiting for you. Go ahead and order, Zhao Lei urged. Wang Heng smiled and said, you guys order. As long as it doesn't exceed 17,000 credits, order whatever you like. You're such a miser. You just got 1.4 million credits, Zhao Lei teased him. Wang Heng shrugged and explained, I just bought some cultivation resources and spent it all. Only 17,000 credits left. What on earth did you buy that's so expensive? Zhao Lei was shocked, and the others looked curious. It must be the 9-leaf Lingji. Fu Yuhan suddenly spoke up. Wang Heng nodded, admitting, yes, I bought a 9-leaf Lingji, along with dragon meat and bone refining pills. Zhao Lei clicked his tongue in amazement. Wow, you're really extravagant. My brother and I only bought bone refining pills and dragon meat. We're saving the high-end treasures for when we refine our skulls. Otherwise, the cost is too high at the warrior level. Fu Yuhan stared at Wang Heng and said, looks like your strength will jump significantly this month. But next time in the virtual arena, I won't let you take first place again. Wang Heng laughed. I have to thank you for giving way this time. Otherwise, I would have missed out on an extra 1,000,000 credits. At the mention of this, Fu Yuhan looked a bit frustrated. If she hadn't been careless, Wang Heng wouldn't have achieved the top spot on 4 leaderboards, nor would he have earned an additional 1,000,000 credits. Li Shui tried to ease the tension. All right, let's eat first. You two can compete again on the 1st of next month. Fu Yuhan dropped the matter and said, Wang Heng, since your comprehension has improved, if you can elevate your technique mastery to perfect level, you might have a chance to enter the War God Hall. The War God Hall. Li Shui's expression changed, but she sighed, thinking of her own situation. Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei also showed longing expressions. What is the War God Hall? Wang Heng asked curiously. Fu Yuhan explained. It's the highest academy jointly established by humanity's 3 major powers, specifically for nurturing top-tier talents. It's said that graduates are at least at the war god level. Then how come I've never heard of it? Wang Heng wondered, as such a top-tier academy shouldn't be obscure. Fu Yuhan said coolly, it's of no use to ordinary people. To enter the War God Hall, You must comprehend perfect level technique mastery before age 20 and have a cultivation level of at least a general. Wang Heng frowned. That's incredibly difficult. Cultivation can be improved with resources, but perfect level technique mastery isn't so easily comprehended, not to mention the age limit. They're currently around 17, which means they must achieve this by the first semester of their senior year. Even geniuses from Beijing University and Shanghai University find it hard to accomplish. After the dinner gathering, Wang Heng returned to his dormitory under the night sky, with Fu Yuhan's words about the Hall of War Gods echoing in his mind. He stood by the dorm window, gazing at the distant lights, lost in thought. Raising my skill level to perfection within 2.5 years is indeed extremely challenging, Wang Heng pondered, frowning slightly. But then, a glimmer of determination flashed in his eyes. It's not impossible for me. If I can break through to the next major realm and advance to the level of a war officer, I can add another 100 avatars. This means my training speed will increase 100-fold, which will significantly aid in elevating my skill level. After careful consideration, Wang Heng had a clear plan in mind. For now, the primary task is to enhance my cultivation, not my skill level. Having made his decision, Wang Heng walked decisively into the underground training room. He carefully opened the alloy password box he had purchased in the morning, finding 30 bone tempering pills and a 9-leaf lingji neatly arranged inside. As for the 30 pounds of dragon meat, the school mall would arrange for the cafeteria to process it and deliver it with each meal. I must say, the school truly spares no effort in nurturing talent, Wang Heng thought to himself. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heng picked up the 9-leaf lingji and swallowed it without hesitation. Instantly, a warm current swept through his body, as if he were in a hot spring. His body was filled with energy, continuously aiding him in tempering his bones. The effect is incredible. Wang Heng was amazed by the changes in his body. Just by consuming the 9-leaf lingji, the passive bone tempering speed was already comparable to his previous full effort. Next, Wang Heng took a bone tempering pill, and his bone tempering speed increased significantly again. After finishing the dragon meat brought back from the cafeteria, his speed surged even further. Seizing the moment, Wang Heng immediately sat cross-legged, fully immersing himself in bone tempering practice. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was 9 p.m. Wang Heng slowly opened his eyes, filled with uncontrollable excitement. So fast. In just 10 hours, I've tempered 2 bones, and the third one is already making significant progress, Wang Heng calculated excitedly. At this rate, I can temper at least 5 bones a day. Perhaps by the time I'm a sophomore, I can advance to the war officer level. However, amidst his excitement, Wang Heng also realized the enormous resources required to maintain such a high pace of bone tempering. After all, he couldn't obtain 1.4 million credits every month. At that moment, Wang Heng received a message from Zhuo Wenbin. He turned his attention to the electronic screen on the wall, as it was Zhuo Wenbin's exclusive guidance time. Since yesterday, Zhuo Wenbin had resumed his guidance. The screen displayed Zhuo Wenbin's figure, who smiled and said, Wang Heng, I have good news for you. This time, with your achievement of ranking first in all 4 lists, the school plans to increase its support for you. Wang Heng was delighted to hear this. He had been worrying about credits, and the good news came at just the right time. He eagerly asked Zhuo Wenbin for more details. Zhuo Wenbin explained with a smile. The school has just passed a proposal regarding you. If you master the 2nd level of the Dominator Blade before the age of 20, you will receive a reward of 1 million credits. If you master the 3rd level, the reward doubles to 2 million credits, and so on. If you can elevate your skill level to perfection before the age of 20, the school will reward you with 10 million credits in one go. Hearing these reward measures, Wang Heng couldn't help but frown. He immediately understood the school's intention to make him focus all his time on improving his skill level. Moreover, the condition of being under 20 clearly aimed to push him toward the Hall of War Gods. Although the school's consideration was reasonable, and Fu Yuhan probably had a similar reward mechanism, for Wang Heng, enhancing his cultivation was the priority. Once he advanced to the war officer level and added 100 avatars, wouldn't improving his skill level be much more efficient? Unfortunately, the school was unaware of this, and Wang Heng dared not reveal this secret. Thank you for the school's support. I will do my best, Wang Heng thought to himself, while outwardly displaying a grateful demeanor. Zhuo Wenbin, unaware of Wang Heng's true thoughts, continued to smile and said, For now, focus on training with the Dominator Blade. As for bone tempering, don't rush. With these credit rewards, you can be propelled to the war officer level. I understand. Wang Heng nodded in agreement, but in his heart, he had already decided to continue focusing on bone tempering. After all, Zhuo Wenbin wouldn't be supervising him constantly. Who would know whether he was tempering bones or practicing the blade? By the way, some teachers have sent me a few videos for you to watch, Zhuo Wenbin said, operating his smart wristband. The next moment, Wang Heng received 3 videos. Curious, he opened the first one and saw an unfamiliar middle-aged man demonstrating the 2nd level of the Dominator Blade. Wang Heng's eyes lit up. This was clearly guiding his next training direction. He then checked the other two videos, which were similar, with teachers demonstrating the second level of the Dominator blade. Mr. Zhou, what is this? Wang Heng asked Zhou Wenbin, puzzled. Zhou Wenbin explained with a smile. These three teachers see great potential in you and are interested in taking you as a student. So they asked me to send you these videos. But don't feel pressured. You won't be eligible to apprentice until your sophomore year. Wang Heng suddenly understood. He realized that in their sophomore year, they would receive guidance from war god level teachers. With so many students and different training manuals, Zhou Wenbin alone couldn't cover everything. At that time, war god level teachers would give lectures daily, and students could choose classes based on their needs. Those who performed well might even be taken as apprentices by the teachers. Clearly, these three teachers were optimistic about Wang Heng's future and sent the videos in advance to win his favor. After all, the teacher-student relationship is a mutual selection process. At 10 o'clock, Wang Heng politely thanks Zhou Wenbin after finishing the guidance session, though he knew it hadn't been particularly helpful. Zhou Wenbin's focus on the Thunder 9 transformations was vastly different from Wang Heng's own style of the dominating blade, and Wang Heng had already figured out the key to bone tempering through his own experiments. After ending the video call, Wang Heng immediately turned to his smart wristband to attentively watch the explanations from three dominating blade instructors. Although they all discussed the second level of the dominating blade, each had their own unique insights and areas of emphasis. Wang Heng watched and contemplated, cross-referencing these valuable experiences with his own training insights. After watching the videos, Wang Heng fell into deep thought. The three instructors were of similar caliber, so choosing any of them seemed equally beneficial. But given the importance of the decision, he needed to consider the additional benefits of a mentorship. After all, a mentor-mentee relationship is much closer than a typical teacher-student relationship and can even carry legal benefits akin to inheritance rights. Wang Heng quickly determined his criteria for selecting a mentor: strong abilities, reliable character, and ideally someone who could serve as a powerful ally. He swiftly accessed the school forum to research the backgrounds of these three instructors. Soon, an instructor named Wu Jingshan caught Wang Heng's attention. Wu Jingshan was reputed to be the most skilled dominating blade instructor at the university and also held the prestigious title of a high-level war god. Remarkably, he possessed a rare flying ability, a trait few war gods had. Wang Heng's eyes lit up with excitement, thinking, this is a golden opportunity. He had found his ideal mentor. Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with excitement, and he felt a secret joy in his heart. This teacher, Mr. Wu, was undoubtedly one of the top warriors, capable of protecting him while he was still weak. With this thought, Wang Heng hesitated no longer and decisively set his goal. With his mind made up, Wang Heng immediately devoted himself to bone refining. The medicinal effects of the nine-leaf Ganoderma circulated within him, and he resolved to dedicate the entire month to this practice. As for his blade technique, he continued with his original plan, practicing diligently for 1 hour each day. Time flew by, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. Wang Heng's diligent training was not an isolated case. His rise inspired his entire grade, prompting everyone to intensify their training efforts. How could these young people, who considered themselves geniuses, not feel a sense of unwillingness when someone once deemed a failure suddenly took the top spot on 4 leaderboards? Xie Yuanhao gritted his teeth and borrowed 10 million credits to purchase a vast amount of training resources, speeding up his bone refining progress. Fu Yuhan, too, was unwilling to fall behind. After a group meal, she went into seclusion for rigorous training, even spending 1,000,000 credits on the precious 9-leaf Ganoderma. Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, Wang Heng's close friends, were also determined not to be left behind and were striving hard to catch up. It seemed that only Li Shui remained calmly focused on cultivating her vermilion bird divine body. Time flew by, and suddenly it was April 22nd. In the underground training room of dormitory A1, Wang Heng slowly opened his eyes, a gleam of sharpness flashing within them. Sensing the changes in his body, he was delighted to discover that all 126 bones in his limbs had been refined. He stood up and strode over to the testing machine a short distance away, inwardly speculating about his current strength level. He positioned himself in front of the testing machine, took a deep breath, and then punched the target with force. With a loud bang, the screen on the testing machine instantly displayed a number: 7,580 kilograms. Seeing this number, Wang Heng nodded in satisfaction. It was close to his expectations, clearly showing that his hard work during this period had not been in vain. Without a doubt, Wang Heng had advanced to the level of an intermediate warrior, increasing his number of clones by 10, reaching an astounding total of 131. His eyes were sharp and full of determination, as he already had a new plan in mind. Typically, one would start by refining the trunk bones, but why not try the skull first? A glint of insight flashed in Wang Heng's eyes. He quickly weighed his options. Refining limb bones would increase strength by 30 kilograms, the trunk bones by 100 kilograms, but the skull could offer an impressive 1,000 kilograms boost. This enticing figure convinced him to take the risk. Wang Heng understood that warriors usually chose to refine their limb bones first for practicality and safety. However, with his many clones, the threat to his life was no longer a concern. A confident smile appeared on his lips. Since I've made my decision, let's start right away. Wasting no time, Wang Heng summoned his clones and embarked on a thrilling experiment. The danger of refining the skull was far beyond his expectations. A single misstep could cause his entire head to explode. He had to pay a heavy price, on average, sacrificing 10 clones for each skull bones endurance test. This brutal method pained Wang Heng, but it also made him cherish the valuable data each attempt provided. After numerous trials, he finally obtained precise endurance data for 10 skull bones. This method is too extreme for ordinary people to endure, Wang Heng murmured, realizing this was precisely his unique advantage. With a mix of nervousness and anticipation, Wang Heng selected a verified skull bone and began the refining process. Initially, progress was slow, as all his clones were exhausted from previous experiments and needed 3 full days to recover. Wang Heng waited patiently, calculating the recovery progress of his clones every minute. Finally, 3 days later, when over 100 clones reappeared by his side, he felt a surge of powerful energy flowing into his body. With these capable assistants, his bone refining speed increased dramatically, like a speeding train racing toward a more powerful realm. On April 30th, Wang Heng opened his eyes in the underground training room, his gaze reflecting the results of refining his skull. After several days of intensive training at the end of the month, he had precisely calculated the refining speed. With the help of the 9-leaf Ganoderma, dragon meat, and bone refining pills, he could complete the refining of a skull bone in just 2 days. Without these precious treasures, it would take 5 days. This astonishing refining speed was undoubtedly due to the synergy of his over 100 clones. Despite this, the speed of refining his skull was still far slower than refining the bones of his limbs, due to the inherently higher difficulty of skull refinement. Wang Heng stared at the sparse credits balance displayed on the screen, filled with anticipation for the test the next day. The treasures he purchased this month, such as the 9-leaf Ganoderma, dragon meat, and bone refining pills, had given him a taste of rapid bone refining, and he was eager to maintain this efficiency, which required a vast amount of training resources. Therefore, he was in urgent need of acquiring more credits. On May 1st, the playground was crowded with people. Before the test began, Zhuo Wenbin gravely announced, "I have an early announcement for everyone. Our final test of freshman year, on July 1st, will be a practical combat test." This statement caused a sudden change in expression among the crowd, and tension filled the air. Among the crowd, Zhao Hai quietly explained to Wang Heng, "Our university has a high mortality rate because we have to undergo practical combat tests as freshmen. Other martial arts universities, even Beijing University, don't do this until the senior year." Wang Heng curiously asked, "Is the practical combat test about going out of the city to hunt monsters?" Zhao Hai nodded in confirmation. "Exactly, it's going out of the city to hunt monsters alone, without a teacher leading us." Wang Heng calculated in his mind. With his clones scouting ahead, he wasn't too worried. As long as he didn't encounter a beast tide, the risk wasn't too high. However, Zhao Hai kindly reminded him, "This month, save some credits to purchase weapons and equipment. After all, we humans are intelligent beings, and equipment is also part of our strength." Zhao Lei chimed in, "Indeed, during the warrior stage, firearms are quite effective. I plan to buy something from the Gatling series. It's basically a metal storm of bullets. As long as we don't encounter monsters above the warlord level, we can handle them." Wang Heng nodded in understanding, but had his own plans. With his current strength, monsters below the warlord level posed no threat. As for dealing with monsters above the warlord level, ordinary firearms would not inflict effective damage. Although laser weapons were powerful, they were expensive and complicated to operate, making them unsuitable for individual use. In fact, firearms were primarily used for city defense. They required time to lock onto targets, and warlord-level monsters not only had strong defenses, but also moved incredibly fast. In the war against monsters, it was ultimately the warriors who played a crucial role. This was why the state so vigorously supported martial arts universities to cultivate talented warriors capable of contending with monsters. Tung Qingwan announced the start of the test, and then led the girls' class away, leaving the boys' class to head to the virtual arena under Zhuo Wenbin's guidance. Wang Heng entered the arena, fully focused on the assessment. His attacks were relentless, quickly completing all challenges. Nevertheless, Wang Heng knew that this time, Fu Yuhan would give it his all, and he might only come in second. As Wang Heng approached the warrior tower, about to enter, he bumped into Xie Yuanhao, who had just finished his test. Xie Yuanhao's eyes gleamed with confidence as he proudly declared, "Wang Heng, I've mastered the first level of Thunder 9 transformations. Even if you've refined your limb bones, your punch strength can't surpass mine." Wang Heng remained unfazed and calmly replied, "I haven't taken the test yet, so how do you know my punch strength isn't as good as yours?" You should check the warrior tower rankings first. Xie Yuanhao sneered, turned around, and walked away, leaving behind a trail of provocative footsteps. Standing at the entrance, Zhuo Wenbin turned to Wang Heng, his tone carrying a hint of concern. Xie Yuanhao has already started refining his skull, and his combat power has surpassed the 20,000 mark. With the doubling effect of the first level of Thunder 9 transformations, his strength is now 40,000 kilograms. But don't worry about it. Just focus on improving your skill level. With the school's credit rewards, you'll eventually reach the warrior level. Zhuo Wenbin's words revealed his concern for Wang Heng. Assuming that Wang Heng had been focusing on mastering the dominant blade technique and had limited time for bone refinement, thus limiting his strength growth. However, Wang Heng's response left Zhuo Wenbin astonished. Mr. Zhuo, actually, I've also started refining my skull, Wang Heng said with a casual smile, then stepped into the warrior tower, leaving Zhuo Wenbin staring at his back in shock, his mind echoing with disbelief. Refining the skull? Wang Heng's rapid progress in cultivation caught Zhuo Wenbin's attention. Even with credits to purchase cultivation resources, such speed was beyond reason. Zhuo Wenbin frowned in thought. Then a sudden realization struck him. Could Wang Heng have chosen to temper his skull first? This hypothesis seemed quite plausible. Wang Heng had always been fixated on test rankings. Coupled with his ability to use a clone to test the endurance of his skull, and investing a significant amount of credits in cultivation resources, he might indeed surpass Xie Yuanhao. Zhuo Wenbin glanced down at his smart bracelet, where the rankings of the Ward God Tower were changing rapidly. Wang Heng had begun his challenge, and his rank was shooting up like an arrow. 7th, 5th, 3rd, surpassing classmates one after another. Eventually, even the top-ranked Xie Yuanhao was overtaken by Wang Heng. Zhuo Wenbin's eyes widened in disbelief as he looked at the data on the bracelet. Wang Heng's punch strength had reached 4,200 kilograms, over 100 kilograms more than Xie Yuanhao's. This kid, has he been tempering his skull for an entire month? Zhuo Wenbin shook his head in resignation. This time, he wasn't angry at Wang Heng's independent actions. He couldn't fathom Wang Heng anymore. Who knew if this student might master the second level of the Dominator Blade next? In the crowd, Xie Yuanhao's reaction was even more intense. His eyes were wide with disbelief at what he was witnessing. When Wang Heng broke into the top 10, he was indifferent. But when Wang Heng surpassed him, a burning resentment ignited within him. What frustrated Xie Yuanhao even more was that Wang Heng had only exceeded him by just over 100 kilograms of strength. He regretted that if he had spent less time watching Yi Dadeo's live streams last month and more time cultivating, he might have held on to the top spot. Xie Yuanhao's expression was dark and stormy. Losing to Wang Heng by just over 100 kilograms, this tiny margin only added fuel to the fire, pushing his resentment to its peak. Wang Heng walked out of the Tower of the War God, his eyes immediately locking onto Xie Yuanhao in the crowd. The latter's eyes blazed with anger, his face filled with resentment and fury, clearly dissatisfied with Wang Heng's performance. Wang Heng's lips curled into a teasing smile. This was exactly the effect he wanted given his current strength. Manipulating the power data of the War God Tower test was a breeze. Standing at the entrance, Zhuo Wenbin watched Wang Heng approach and quietly advised. Wang Heng, while bone tempering is important, don't neglect your blade practice. Advancing your skill level is equally crucial. His tone was no longer harsh, more like offering guidance. After all, Wang Heng had shown potential to reach the War God realm, and even if he didn't make it, he was certain to become a high-level warrior with multiple avatars valuable in ways that sometimes surpassed a novice war god. Wang Heng nodded in agreement. Mr. Zhuo, I make time to practice my blade every day. This was not a lie. Although he practiced for only an hour each day, with 131 avatars training simultaneously, it was equivalent to practicing 131 hours daily. This was the advantage of having multiple Avatar 7 while focusing on bone tempering. His progress in skill level far outpaced his peers, and he was confident he could catch up to Fu Yuhan, who was fully dedicated to spear training. Zhuo Wenbin nodded in satisfaction and then asked, by the way, have you decided which teacher to choose from the 3 videos I gave you? After a moment of thought, Wang Heng replied, honestly, all 3 teachers are impressive, and I'm torn. However, knowing that Mr. Wu has a flying talent, I'm inclined to choose him. I've always been fascinated by flight. This response clearly indicated his choice without offending the other 2 teachers. Zhuo Wenbin chuckled. You have a good eye? Mr. Wu has reached the 7th level in mastering the dominant blade, making him the most skilled instructor in this discipline at Haida. Wang Heng felt a sense of satisfaction, as he had already researched this information on the forums. Zhuo Wenbin continued with a reminder. Now that you've chosen, remember to attend Mr. Wu's class first thing in your 2nd year, and immediately seek his mentorship. That's the custom. Wang Heng nodded in understanding. He was already well aware of these unwritten rules. All right, let's head to the Demon Ceiling Tower now, Zhuo Wenbin gestured, leading the group of male students to the next testing site. As expected, Wang Heng easily claimed first place once again. His strength far surpassed his peers, and such a result was anticipated. Wang Heng stood at the entrance of the virtual arena, taking a deep breath. This was the only test where he needed to give his all, while the other two tests were just formalities for him. His gaze swept over the bustling crowd and landed on the leaderboard in the distance. 9,500 kilograms of my own strength, Wang Heng thought to himself. Even with just 10 avatars combined, I can surpass Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao. His fingers gently swiped across the virtual interface, bringing up his data panel. With 131 avatars, his strength reached 134,000 kilograms, and with the enhancement of the first level of the Overlord Blade, it soared directly to 268,000 kilograms. This was already the power of an intermediate warrior, far beyond what his peers could imagine. Wang Heng chuckled softly and closed the interface. To him, the school's tests were merely a means to earn credits. His eyes were already set beyond the campus walls, looking toward a broader world. At the end of the month, the results were announced. First in the Demon Lock Tower, first in the War God Tower, and second in the virtual arena, he remained at the top of the freshman points leaderboard. With 350,000 credits earned, though not as abundant as the previous month, he was satisfied. Wang Heng opened the school store, pausing for a moment at the price of the 9-leaf Ganoderma. He sighed at the exorbitant price of 1 million credits, which meant his bone tempering speed would inevitably slow down this month. His attention shifted to the blood pulp fruit. At 100,000 credits each, it could double his bone tempering speed in 3 days. Wang Heng quickly calculated that with his current resources, he could only afford 3, allowing him to maintain high-speed bone tempering for 9 days. Forget it, Wang Heng shook his head. At my current pace, I'll reach warrior level by sophomore year. I'm already on par with Fu Yuhan and Xie Yuanhao, so there's nothing to worry about. Without further hesitation, he decisively purchased 3 blood pulp fruits and 30 bone tempering pills, spending a total of 330,000 credits. As the transaction confirmation sounded, Wang Heng closed the store interface, ready to start a new round of training. In an instant, the number in Wang Heng's credit account plummeted to 35,000. He sighed softly, lamenting the scarcity of credits, but quickly shifted his focus to the incoming goods. When the school's delivery robot knocked on his dormitory door, Wang Heng eagerly took the package. As he opened it, a rich medicinal aroma wafted out. He took a deep breath and immediately began the process of refining his skull. Without the aid of dragon meat, the refining process was noticeably slower. Wang Heng gritted his teeth and persevered, managing to refine 1 piece of skull every 3 days. After 9 days, only 3 pieces had been successfully refined. Nonetheless, his strength increased by an astonishing 3,000 kilograms, pushing his total power to the 13,000 kilograms mark. This breakthrough propelled Wang Heng into the realm of an advanced warrior, and the number of his clones surged by 10. Now, with the assistance of 141 clones, even without the boost from the blood fruit, his bone refining speed far outpaced his peers. May quietly slipped by, and Wang Heng successfully refined 5 more pieces of skull. On May 31st, he stood before the testing machine, took a deep breath, and struck the target with all his might. With a loud bang, the screen instantly displayed a number, 18,088 kilograms. Seeing this number, Wang Heng beamed with a radiant smile. In just 1 month, his strength had doubled, giving him a deeper understanding of the skull refining process. In his excitement, Wang Heng decided to conduct another test. This time, he harnessed all his strength, merging all 141 clones. In an instant, he felt a surge of power within him, akin to a volcanic eruption. Bang! Another loud crash echoed as the target of the testing machine endured an unprecedented impact. The screen then displayed an astonishing figure, 271,000 kilograms. This number left Wang Heng in awe. A force of 270,000 kilograms, when combined with the first level of the dominating blade's doubling effect, amounted to an incredible 540,000 kilograms. This had already crossed into the realm of an advanced battle general. Staring at the numbers on the testing machine, Wang Heng was both surprised and delighted. He could hardly believe that just a year ago, he was merely an aspiring warrior. Now, in the span of a single year, he had grown into a formidable figure comparable to an advanced battle general. This tremendous progress filled Wang Heng with anticipation for the future. In the military, a senior warrior is equivalent to a colonel, and with my cloning talent, being promoted to brigadier general is not out of the question. Wang Heng gazed at the flickering power data on the test screen, feeling a mix of emotions. In just 1 year, he had reached such a level that if word got out, it would surely shock the world. A tall tree catches the wind, Wang Heng thought, shaking his head in silent contemplation. A senior warrior with the power of a senior general was unprecedented worldwide. He knew better than to expose this fact. Even if the faculty and students at Haida were trustworthy, there were bound to be those in Daxia who would envy his talent. Not to mention the foreign entities within the International Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Alliance, some of whom would not want him to rise. Clenching his fist, Wang Heng's eyes flashed with determination. Once I have the strength of a war god, there will be nothing to fear, he mused. At the level of a war god, combined with his cloning talent, few could threaten him. Moreover, as a war god with cloning abilities, Da Xiao would undoubtedly treasure him and never allow foreign powers to easily eliminate him. Wang Heng thought of Ogorith, the pinnacle war god of the International Chamber of Commerce. Even those beyond the war god level had to treat him as an equal. Someday, I'll reach that level too, Wang Heng thought confidently, knowing he had more than one clone. Time flew by, and soon it was June 1st. Another round of tests began. As expected, despite Xie Yuanhao's significant progress, reaching nearly the limit of a senior warrior with a punch force of 30,000 kilograms, he was still effortlessly surpassed by Wang Heng. Wang Heng only needed to reveal a fraction of his strength to dominate his peers. He topped the lists of the Demon Suppression Tower, the War God Tower, and the Virtual Arena, and ranked first in the freshman point rankings, earning a total of 350,000 academic credits. On the sports field, after distributing dormitory keys, Zhuo Wenbin didn't leave immediately. With a serious expression, he announced, the practical test is scheduled for July 1st in the Pudong War Zone. The announcement sent a wave of shock through the crowd. Zhao Lei whispered, the Pudong War Zone is infamous, a meat grinder where it said that out of 100 soldiers, it's lucky if even one returns alive. Some students clenched their fists in defiance. No wonder Haida's mortality rate is so high. We're only freshmen and they're sending us to a meat grinder. Why do freshmen have to go to the battlefield here? Other martial arts universities only do practical tests in their senior year. Wang Heng's expression turned grave. He remembered his high school instructor, Sun Yin, who retired from the Pudong War Zone after losing an eye there. However, Wang Heng was not afraid. With his current strength, even if he encountered a senior general-level beast, he could escape if he couldn't defeat it. Zhuo Wenbin smirked coldly. Are you scared already? The reactions varied among the crowd. Some looked solemn, some were filled with fighting spirit, while others appeared fearful and anxious. Cowards, Zhuo Wenbin suddenly shouted, his voice booming like thunder. He sneered. Our country mandates that all warriors must hunt beasts outside the city. Didn't you see those soldiers when you came from the airport last year? Most of them were just warrior level, yet they still had to go to the front lines. And you? You're exceptionally talented, receiving top-tier training at Haida, but now you're hesitating to go to the battlefield. Zhuo Wenbin's words struck a chord with everyone. Wang Heng felt a wave of emotion surge within him. Indeed, why should they be able to enjoy the protection of those soldiers without giving back? Wang Heng recalled the scene when he left the airport, where the soldiers heading to the battlefield showed no fear, only calm and fearless smiles. He remembered asking instructor Sun Yin why he chose to serve in the dangerous ocean city. Sun Yin's answer was unforgettable. Someone has to go to the meat grinder, why not me? Reflecting on this, Wang Heng finally understood. Yes, someone has to go to the battlefield, why not me? As a Haida genius, receiving the nation's best training and possessing the cloning talent, if I don't go to the battlefield, who will? Wang Heng clenched his fists, his gaze firm as he looked ahead. At that moment, he seemed to find the purpose of his life. Over the next month, everyone trained hard to improve their strength. The practical test on July 1st loomed like a heavy mountain over them. After all, not everyone had Wang Heng's capabilities. Most freshmen were still at the intermediate warrior level, and even the super talents among them had only recently reached the senior warrior stage. In the meat grinder, even a senior warrior was merely cannon fodder. However, compared to the soldiers, Haida students at least had enough credits to purchase weapons and equipment. Wang Heng also opened the school store to browse for weapons. With his growing strength, his D1 grade Xian iron battle knife was no longer suitable. With my current strength of 18,000 kilograms, I should opt for the D9 grade Xian iron battle knife, Wang Heng thought. The D9 grade knife weighed 9,000 kilograms, which was challenging even for senior warriors. However, when Wang Heng merged with all his clones, his strength increased tenfold, allowing him to wield it with ease. In fact, if he wasn't cautious about revealing too much of his strength, he could even choose a grade Xian iron battle knife. The level weapons were provided for free by the school, and Wang Heng quickly completed his order. He then turned his attention to this month's bone-strengthening resources, once again choosing 3 blood essence fruits and 30 bone-strengthening pills, costing him 330,000 credits. With the remaining 50,000 plus credits, he decided to purchase healing pills. Wang Heng opened his smart terminal and carefully browsed through the list of healing pills. He knew that when hunting monsters outside the city, healing pills were indispensable. His eyes wandered over various pills, and he didn't forget to add detoxification pills to his cart, as some monster attacks were poisonous. At that moment, Wang Heng's attention was caught by a special Itima small nuclear bomb. This nuclear bomb was worth 300 million, equivalent to 30,000 credits. Wang Heng's finger hovered over the purchase button, and after a moment's hesitation, he clicked it. Just as the order was completed, Wang Heng's smart wristband suddenly vibrated, and a video call request from Zhuo Wenbin popped up. Wang Heng quickly answered. Wang Heng, why did you purchase a nuclear bomb? Zhuo Wenbin's face appeared in the holographic projection, his brows furrowed. Is it for next month's practical exam? With your strength, you don't need something like that. Wang Heng realized that his purchase had already alerted the school authorities. He could see Ting Qingwan in the office behind Zhuo Wenbin, looking equally surprised. Mr. Zhuo, I'm worried I might encounter a powerful monster, Wang Heng explained. I have a duplication talent that allows my duplicate to carry the nuclear bomb to kill the monster. Zhuo Wenbin shook his head with a wry smile. That's easier said than done. Nuclear bombs are strategic items and can't be purchased without military approval. Then why is it available in the school store? Wang Heng asked, puzzled. Zhuo Wenbin patiently explained. In places like Defy City, where beast tides are common, special circumstances allow for such purchases. Once you advance to your senior year and join the military early, you'll be able to buy them. Wang Heng reluctantly canceled the order. Seeing his cautiousness, Zhuo Wenbin couldn't help but comment, you're too cautious. With your strength and duplication talent, this test is nothing to worry about. But it's a meat grinder, Wang Heng said seriously. My high school instructor retired from there, and I can't be careless. Zhuo Wenbin laughed. Caution is good, but do you really think the school would send you to your deaths? There will be war god level teachers present, and they won't let level 9 or higher monsters appear. There won't be too many level 8 ones either. Don't worry. Hearing this, Wang Heng's worries eased slightly, but he remained vigilant. Upon hearing Zhuo Wenbin's words, Wang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. A 9th level beast's strength is comparable to that of a high-level warrior, while an 8th level beast is equivalent to a mid-level warrior. Knowing that there were no beasts of these levels around, Wang Heng's fear dissipated. He calculated that with his current strength, he was fully capable of taking on an 8th level beast and could easily overpower anything below that level. Zhuo Wenbin briefly said, all right, continue your training, and promptly ended the call. After the conversation ended, Wang Heng immediately resumed practicing with his broadsword, calmly awaiting the delivery of items he had ordered from the school store. Before long, Wang Heng received the goods from the school store. Without wasting any time, he fully immersed himself in the bone tempering process. Over the month, he successfully tempered 8 pieces of cranial bone, increasing his strength by 800 kg. As the end of the month approached, Wang Heng once again stood in front of the testing machine. Taking a deep breath, he delivered a powerful punch to the target. With a resounding boom, the screen beside him instantly displayed the number, 27,000 kilograms. My strength now reaches 27,000 kilograms, and even without merging my avatars, I'm among the top in my freshman year, Wang Heng thought, smiling at the screen. This is the advantage of tempering the cranial bones first. Although other students understood this, without avatars, they couldn't avoid the risks of cranial bone tempering like Wang Heng, and thus couldn't advance it as he did. Let's see my full strength now, Wang Heng murmured, his eyes fixed on the testing machine's target. He took another deep breath, gathering all his strength and merging all his avatars. In an instant, his posture became more upright, his muscles tensed, and he exuded a powerful aura. Then, he launched another heavy punch at the target. With a thunderous boom, this punch carried a force as overwhelming as a landslide, incredibly powerful and fierce. The moment his fist collided with the target, a deafening explosion echoed, and the immense impact nearly shattered the testing machine. Wang Heng's eyes widened in shock, his face filled with astonishment. The power he had just unleashed was beyond his imagination, even startling himself. After a moment, he quickly snapped back to reality and anxiously turned his gaze to the screen of the testing device. His heart pounded as the numbers displayed were staggering. 407,000 kilograms. Wang Heng gasped, utterly amazed. He quickly calculated in his mind. With the doubling effect from the first level of his technique, this figure could reach an astounding 800,000 kilograms, nearing the upper limits of an advanced warrior. One step further, and he would be entering the realm of the war gods. The thought sent shivers down his spine. He realized that his strength was improving at an incredible rate, almost doubling every month. A bold idea crossed his mind. In a few years, could he become invincible in this world? Perhaps once he reached the warrior level, he might even challenge some of the war god elites. This notion secretly delighted Wang Heng. In this perilous world filled with mythical beasts, the stronger he became, the safer he felt. After all, only with great strength could he protect his family and friends. However, Wang Heng soon became aware of a problem. He looked at the testing device in front of him again, feeling a lingering fear and unease. That punch had nearly destroyed the machine. As he knew, this device couldn't withstand war god level power. Few students ever reached such heights before graduation, so the school's equipment wasn't designed to measure such forces. Only those made from special metals could test war god level strength. Wang Heng made a silent decision. Next time, he wouldn't test his power with the fusion technique. However, he quickly thought of a solution. By measuring his base strength, he could roughly calculate the power after fusion. This thought brought him some comfort, though he remained in awe of his rapidly growing strength. On July 1st, the sports field was filled with a group of fully equipped freshmen. Unlike the usual excitement during tests, this time, everyone wore a serious expression. After all, this was a life-and-death field test. Teachers Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan had arrived early. Teng Qingwan pointed to a pile of dark green backpacks and said, "These are specially made backpacks, lightweight, spacious, and durable for carrying your spoils. Inside, there's food and water for 3 days." Zhuo Wenbin scanned the crowd and said solemnly, "This field test will last for 3 days. You will be surviving in the Pudong war zone." Hearing this, the students looked even more serious. Surviving in the wild for 1 day was already tough, let alone 3. Zhuo Wenbin continued, "Surviving 3 days is just the basic assessment. If you return without any spoils, you'll only receive a reward of 500 credits." Upon hearing this, Wang Heng's eyes showed a glimmer of hope. As a student with a poor cultivation talent, he desperately needed a large number of credits to improve his skills and even hoped to advance to the warrior level by the time he entered his sophomore year. Zhuo Wenbin then smiled and added, "The school will buy back the beast cores you obtain at 100 times the usual price." This statement was like a bombshell, causing a stir among the students. Many from humble backgrounds were eager to rush into the battlefield immediately. Wang Heng quickly opened his smart bracelet to check the price of beast cores. A levels even beast core was worth 10 million. With a 100-fold buyback, that would be 1 billion, equivalent to 100,000 credits. He was excited, thinking that if he could kill multiple beasts, he might directly reach the warrior level during the summer break. Zhuo Wenbin poured cold water on their excitement. Though the rewards are generous, act within your means. Many students have died from greed in the past, so take this as a warning. It was only then that everyone realized that life was more important than credits. Teng Qingwan added, "At night, make sure to dig a hole to rest in and cover it with beast dung. Ladies, don't be afraid of getting dirty." Zhuo Wenbin even suggested smearing dung all over their bodies for safety, causing the students to look distressed. After receiving their backpacks, Wang Heng boarded the bus bound for the Pudong war zone. On the bus, he discussed the test details with Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei. Zhao Hai revealed that they would be randomly dropped by armed helicopters, while Zhao Lei worried about becoming targets. Wang Heng inquired about the return method and the threats posed by avian beasts they might encounter. Zhao Hai explained that a god-level teacher would be stationed around to provide timely warnings. Nevertheless, Wang Heng remained cautious. He knew that the real challenge lay in hunting beasts in the wild, which was entirely different from unknown combat with weakened beasts in the demon locking tower. As the bus headed towards their destination, Wang Heng felt a mix of anticipation and nervousness. This field test would be their first real step into a dangerous world. "Look, that's the famous steel Great Wall of Defy City," a student suddenly exclaimed. Wang Heng and the other students rushed to the bus windows, their eyes captivated by the scene before them. In the distance stood a towering wall that seemed to pierce the sky, resembling an endless steel dragon stretching across the horizon. Constructed entirely from specialized steel, the wall glimmered with a cold light under the sun, its vast scale leaving its length unimaginable. Surrounding the wall, imposing tanks were neatly lined up, their heavy armor gleaming with a stern sheen, while their cannons were poised and ready. Missile launchers, as thick as giant pythons, stood silently on their platforms, exuding a chilling aura of deterrence. Rocket vehicles were on standby, their bodies bristling with rocket tubes like the quills of a porcupine, showcasing their terrifying firepower. This impressive sight stirred a storm of emotions within Wang Heng, as if his very soul was overwhelmed by the awe-inspiring view. "All right, everyone off the bus," Zhuo Wenbin called out, leading the way down. The group quickly followed. As they disembarked, they found themselves in a bustling military base. Soldiers hurried back and forth, and even badly wounded personnel were swiftly carried away. From afar, the sound of artillery fire echoed from the steel Great Wall. "No wonder it's known as the meat grinder. Battles never cease here," Wang Heng thought. Compared to his hometown of Luqing, the frequency of combat here was astonishingly high. Not far away, Zhuo Wenbin was conversing with a burly general. The general, with sharp eyes, glanced at Wang Heng and the others, then remarked to Zhuo Wenbin, "They're still just kids. Your university is quite bold, sending first-year students to the battlefield. Other martial arts universities wait until the 4th year for combat tests." Zhuo Wenbin replied solemnly, "They are the best of the best, incomparable to other students. Plus, they receive the finest training resources." General nodded. "Let's hope a few war gods emerge from this group. Follow me. The helicopters are ready." They arrived at a small airfield near the steel Great Wall, where thousands of armed helicopters were parked in an impressive display. "One person per helicopter, depart immediately," Zhuo Wenbin ordered sternly. Wang Heng and the others silently boarded separate helicopters, a precaution to minimize potential losses. With a roar, the helicopters lifted off, soaring over the impregnable steel Great Wall, heading toward the smoke-filled battlefield. Zhuo Wenbin, Teng Qingwan, and General Li stood together, solemnly saluting as they watched the young warriors depart. The helicopters climbed to over 1,000 meters to clear the imposing steel Great Wall. Beyond lay a battlefield resembling a wasteland, with the occasional furious roars of beasts. Some were attacking the wall, only to be obliterated by lasers. The ground was littered with dismembered bodies and flowing blood. This grand scene made Wang Heng involuntarily hold his breath. The two soldiers piloting the helicopter noticed his tense expression. One of them smiled and reassured him. Relax, your test site isn't far from the steel Great Wall. As long as you're careful, you'll be fine. Wang Heng nodded, taking several deep breaths to calm himself. Though only 17, he quickly regained his composure, impressing the soldiers with his mental resilience. After crossing the steel Great Wall, the helicopter descended to a few hundred meters, testing the pilot's skills. Following a thrilling low-altitude flight, the helicopter finally hovered steadily above a tall tree. Young man, jump onto that tree. It's relatively safe to descend from here, one soldier instructed. Wang Heng nodded, eyeing the lush tree below. He understood that landing within its branches would help avoid detection by the beasts, making it a safer option. Thanks, guys. Take care on your way back. Wang Heng waved goodbye to the soldiers and leaped, landing precisely among the tree's foliage. Good luck. Stay safe. The soldiers waved back before turning the helicopter around and heading back toward the steel Great Wall. Wang Heng slipped silently into the dense branches of a large tree, like a fallen leaf, holding his breath and trying to control his breathing rhythm. In the stillness, a faint rustling sound reached his ears, prompting him to turn his head with alertness. The sight before him made him gasp. A massive python was coiled tightly around the tree trunk, its enormous head raised high, cold eyes fixed intently on Wang Heng, while its crimson tongue flicked in and out, as if savoring the scent of prey in the air. Just my luck. Wang Heng cursed inwardly, yet dared not make a sound. He had randomly chosen a tree to hide behind, only to find a giant python, a stroke of misfortune few could match. However, he quickly regained his composure as his smart wristband relayed crucial information. This python was merely a level 5 demon beast, equivalent to an intermediate warrior. With Wang Heng's current strength, killing it would be a breeze. As Wang Heng's mind raced, the python launched its attack. Its body moved with the speed of an arrow, scales glimmering with an eerie light in the dappled shadows of the leaves, while its eyes glowed with a cold, ruthless light. Wang Heng reacted swiftly, instantly drawing his black iron battle knife. The blade erupted with a fierce, flaming aura, slicing through the layers of branches like lightning and precisely cutting the attacking python into two. Blood gushed forth like a fountain, instantly staining the surrounding foliage. Wang Heng agilely jumped down from the tree as the python's body crashed to the ground, raising a cloud of dust. He quickly reached the python's corpse, deftly extracted its core with his black iron knife, and hurriedly left the scene. The sounds of the fight and the scent of blood in the air could attract other demon beasts. Wang Heng had no desire to face a horde and needed to find a safe place to hide. Sure enough, no sooner had Wang Heng left than the air was filled with the angry roars of demon beasts. Listening closely, it was clear that more than one beast had been drawn to the area. Had he hesitated, he would likely have been surrounded by now. Even though he was strong and unafraid of low-level beasts, getting entangled would only invite more beasts, putting him in real danger. Wang Heng's heart pounded. It was his first time feeling the intense peril of the wilderness so acutely. He quietly hid in the thick underbrush, deciding after careful thought to send out a clone to scout ahead. With 141 clones at his disposal, losing one wouldn't significantly affect his combat abilities. On the contrary, having a clone scout ahead would give him ample time to escape if he encountered a formidable beast. With this in mind, Wang Heng released a clone without hesitation. A shadowy figure darted from the underbrush like a ghost, quickly vanishing into the dense forest. Wang Heng held his breath and stood still, focusing intently on surveying the surroundings through his doppelganger's vision. His doppelganger was formidable, as his own strength had reached 27,000 kilograms. Even without merging with his doppelganger, the first level of his Dominator Blade technique could boost his power to 54,000 kilograms, comparable to that of a junior warlord. This level of strength was sufficient to handle most crises, and he was confident he could retreat safely even when encountering a mid-level warlord-class beast. Suddenly, a pack of ice wolves appeared in his doppelganger's sight. Wang Heng's eyes narrowed, then he smiled dismissively. These were merely level 4 beasts, with strength only comparable to a junior warrior, and their inner cores held little value, not worth his effort. Without hesitation, Wang Heng directed his doppelganger to turn away and continue searching for more valuable targets. Time was of the essence, with only a 3-day hunting period, and Wang Heng had a clear goal in mind. Lower-level beasts couldn't meet his needs. Only levels-even beasts could bring substantial rewards. A levels-even beast, with strength akin to a junior warlord, had an inner core valued at 10 million. With the school's 100-fold return policy, this translated to 100,000 credits. Such a lucrative reward was comparable to his previous achievements that earned him the top spot on the leaderboard. How could he not give it his all for such an enticing prize? Wang Heng calculated silently. With my current power, merging with my doppelganger would allow me to easily subdue a levels even beast, maximizing efficiency. He carefully followed his doppelganger, using its keen senses to skillfully avoid wave after wave of beast packs. Finally, persistence paid off. Using his doppelganger's sharp vision, Wang Heng locked onto his prey 3 bloodman mastiffs. Although not a solitary levels even beast, there were only 3, and Wang Heng remained confident. He knew that after merging with his doppelganger and unleashing his full power, his strength could reach 800,000 kilograms, the pinnacle for a high-level warlord. Dealing with 3 junior warlord-class beasts was as easy as taking candy from a baby. In an instant, Wang Heng shot forward like an arrow from a bow, his black iron warblade already glowing with a faint fiery light. This was the fire attribute granted by his perfected vermilion bird divine body, significantly enhancing his slashing power. Determination gleamed in Wang Heng's eyes as he charged towards the 3 bloodman mastiffs. Wang Heng held his breath, his eyes sharp and focused. Not far ahead, 3 massive bloodman lion mastiffs charged toward him, their crimson fur glinting ominously in the sunlight. Their claws carved deep furrows into the ground as they exhaled foul, hot breath. Despite having detected Wang Heng's presence, these beasts showed no sign of retreat. Through the fluctuations of energy, they gauged Wang Heng's cultivation level merely 2 6th-level human beasts, in their estimation. 3 7th-level beasts against 2 6th-level ones seemed like a guaranteed victory to them, leaving no room for fear. Wang Heng inhaled deeply, and his long blade suddenly erupted with a searing light. The blade's glow sliced through the air, distorting the surroundings with its intense heat. In a flash, 1 bloodman lion mastiff was felled with a single strike, its massive body crashing to the ground. The remaining 2 beasts hesitated, a flicker of fear in their eyes. Clearly, they had underestimated the human beast's prowess. Yet before they could react, Wang Heng's blade was already descending upon the second beast. At the same time, his doppelganger engaged the last lion mastiff, keeping it at bay. The battle was swift, and within a minute, all 3 formidable bloodman lion mastiffs lay defeated by Wang Heng's blade. He quickly extracted their beast cores and vanished, leaving behind the echoing roars of other beasts. Darting through the forest, Wang Heng was filled with exhilaration. What a thrill, he silently cheered. 3 7th-level beast cores were equivalent to 300,000 credits, almost matching his monthly ranking gains. And this had taken just a few minutes. Even with time spent tracking the beasts, it was barely an hour. Despite his excitement, Wang Heng didn't pause. He directed his doppelganger to continue scouting ahead, already envisioning the bountiful rewards of the next 3 days. Keep hunting, he encouraged himself, eyes gleaming with determination, ready to face more challenges and seize new opportunities. The Pudong battlefield remained noisy at night, with the roars of beasts echoing continuously. Wang Heng, after a day of fierce battles, felt an overwhelming sense of exhaustion wash over him. Carefully, he chose a secluded spot and quickly dug a hole in the ground, covering the entrance with a piece of turf smeared with beast dung he had prepared earlier. This simple yet clever disguise was enough to deceive any passing beasts, making them see only a pile of ordinary dung, unaware of the human hiding beneath. In the cramped burrow, Wang Heng leaned against the earthen wall, slowly chewing on tough jerky while sipping water to soothe his throat. He opened his backpack and began to meticulously inventory the day's spoils. 5 slightly glowing level 6 beast cores and 17 brighter levels even beast cores were neatly arranged, each one brimming with immense energy. Wang Heng quickly calculated in his mind. Each level 6 core was worth 1 million yuan, and each level's even core fetched a staggering 10 million yuan. The total value amounted to an astonishing 175 million yuan, equivalent to 17,500 credits. Even more exciting was the school's promise of a 100-fold return policy, meaning these cores could be exchanged for 1,750,000 credits. This figure made it hard for Wang Heng to contain his excitement. In just one day, he had earned 1.75 million credits. This dangerous area was like an inexhaustible treasure trove to him. A bold idea flashed through his mind. If he could hunt here for a month, he might earn an unimaginable number of credits. However, rationality soon prevailed. Wang Heng understood that the 100-fold return policy was a temporary measure by the school to motivate freshmen. After all, freshmen generally weren't very powerful, and the beasts they hunted were relatively low level. Even with the 100-fold return, the cost to the school was manageable. But by the time they reached their sophomore and junior years, when students' abilities typically reached the warrior level, such a high return policy would impose a significant economic burden on the school, even for a prestigious institution like High University. Nevertheless, Wang Heng realized that the school had underestimated his abilities this time. Even super geniuses like Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuan were only at the beginner warrior level and would struggle against levels even beasts. In contrast, Wang Heng could easily defeat these formidable creatures. This test might end up costing the school dearly because of him. But these concerns were not Wang Heng's main focus. For him, this was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, and he had to make the most of every moment to accumulate credits. He knew that even training at the warrior level required a vast amount of resources, and once he advanced to the warrior level, the resource demands would only grow. Therefore, his desire for credits drove him relentlessly forward. Meanwhile, in a brightly lit control room within the Steel Fortress, teachers Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan, along with General Li, were intently watching a large screen. The screen displayed a detailed map of the Pudong battlefield, dotted with many flashing red dots, each representing the location of a high university student wearing a smart wristband. Beyond its communication capabilities, the smart wristband can monitor students' pulses, becoming a crucial tool for determining life and death. Zhuo Wenbin and others rely on this feature to keep track of the students' casualties in real time. The numbers flashing on the screen are alarming. 7 students have already left this world forever. Standing before the display, Teng Qingwan's expression is grave. As an emotional woman, her eyes reveal an unmistakable sadness. Zhuo Wenbin notices her reaction and says solemnly, "It's much better than the last cohort. Dozens died on the first day back then." He is unaware that the reduced number of deaths this time is largely thanks to Wang Heng. This exceptionally talented freshman has slain over a dozen levels-even beasts in just one day, significantly lowering the chances of other students encountering such formidable creatures. For most first-year students, as long as they avoid beasts above level 7, their chances of survival are quite high. At that moment, a calm voice breaks the silence. It's General Li, a senior military official stationed in Dahan City, long accustomed to the tests of life and death. His face shows no emotion, his eyes sharp and focused. Are there any promising talents among this batch of students? For General Li, the real interest lies in students with the potential to become super geniuses. After all, only super geniuses hold the hope of advancing to become war gods, and the emergence of a war god can truly alleviate the immense pressure of beast invasions. Zhuo Wenbin thinks for a moment before replying. There are 3. Xie Yuanhao, Fu Yuhan, and the currently strongest, Wang Heng. I know Xie Yuanhao, General Li nods. And class genius, almost guaranteed to become a war god. What about the other 2? What's special about Fu Yuhan and Wang Heng? Zhuo Wenbin glances at Teng Qingwan, who is still intently watching the big screen, and continues. Fu Yuhan is a super genius from the girls' class, and she has already comprehended the intricate level of skill mastery. As it stands, she also has a good chance of becoming a war god. General Li's eyes flash with surprise. Already comprehending the intricate level as a freshman, and without real combat experience, her aptitude is indeed astonishing. I believe she can become a war god too. Curiously, he asks, and what about this Wang Heng? You say he's currently the strongest. What sets him apart from super geniuses like Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan? General Li is filled with curiosity. Both Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan are considered geniuses among geniuses. Aside from the true prodigies in the Temple of War, who else could surpass them? If someone with such talent existed, they would have already been sent to the Temple of War. Zhuo Wenbin can't help but smile when mentioning Wang Heng. Wang Heng also has excellent aptitude, having comprehended the intricate level of skill mastery. But what makes him truly special is his cloning talent. His cloning ability is quite unique. When he merges with his clone, his power amplifies by 100, effectively doubling his strength. It is because of this that Wang Heng's current strength surpasses both Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan. I suspect he's finding it quite easy to hunt levels-even beasts now. Upon hearing this, General Li's eyes light up with excitement. A cloning talent, and such high aptitude. His voice carries an unmistakable enthusiasm, clearly recognizing Wang Heng's extraordinary potential. Once he becomes a god of war, won't our Xia kingdom have its own ogres? General Li was filled with excitement, his eyes fixed on the large screen in front of him, quickly scanning for the red dot representing Wang Heng. When he finally saw that familiar marker still blinking, he let out a long sigh of relief, his tense shoulders relaxing slightly. At this moment, Wang Heng's status in General Li's mind had undergone a dramatic transformation. He could not allow this potential superpower to fall during the test. Turning to face Zhuo Wenbin, he spoke with barely concealed urgency. Should I send a god of war to secretly protect Wang Heng, just in case? Zhuo Wenbin shook his head slightly, his expression serious, his tone calm and resolute. That would be unfair to the other students. Besides, Wang Heng is already the strongest, and with his unique ability to create clones, if even he cannot survive, it simply means he is not suited for the martial path. Hearing this, General Li frowned. As an experienced commander, he understood better than anyone what a god of war with the ability to create clones meant. He couldn't help but think of the powerful figure from the International Chamber of Commerce known as ogres. It was because of him that even in the face of the most terrifying beast tides, the International Chamber of Commerce could respond with ease. Ogres' clones could carry a large number of nuclear bombs, approaching powerful monsters directly. Even a beast emperor, surpassing the god of war level, would struggle to survive such a close-range nuclear strike. General Li couldn't help but imagine that if Xia Kingdom also had such a strong figure, future beast tides would result in significantly fewer casualties. Observing General Li's anxious expression, Zhuo Wenbin offered a wry smile, his tone reassuring. Don't worry, Wang Heng is very cautious, and his clones can scout ahead. This test won't be a challenge for him. Zhuo Wenbin fully understood the importance of a god of war with the ability to create clones, but he had great confidence in Wang Heng. In his view, this test was just a piece of cake for Wang Heng. The next morning, soft rays of sunlight filtered through the leaves, gently illuminating the ground. Wang Heng slowly awoke from a deep sleep, his eyes instantly bright and full of life. He quickly ate some jerky with fresh, cool water to replenish his energy. As alert as a leopard, Wang Heng pressed his ear to the ground, carefully listening for any subtle movements from the surface. He then summoned a clone, which vanished like a phantom to scout the surrounding area. Once he confirmed the safety of the vicinity, Wang Heng agilely leaped out of the narrow burrow. Let's hope today's harvest is more fruitful. Wang Heng's face was full of anticipation as he sent his clone ahead to scout for the traces of 7th-level beasts. Just like the day before, he used his clone to scout ahead, cleverly avoiding beast packs and targeting lone or small groups of 7th-level beasts. Wang Heng was confident in his ability to swiftly take them down. The day of hunting lasted until evening. After slaying the last 7th-level beast, Wang Heng looked up at the sky and murmured, "That's enough for today. I need to find a place to rest." As darkness descended, the risks of night hunting increased. Limited visibility made it easy to be surrounded, and nocturnal beasts were formidable. Despite his considerable strength, Wang Heng dared not be complacent, especially since a day of hunting had left him slightly fatigued. Wang Heng quickly found a secluded spot nearby and began digging a burrow. Meanwhile, his clone remained on guard, watching for any approaching powerful beasts. Suddenly, a beast's roar reached the ears of his clone. That's a demon cloud tiger. Wang Heng's expression changed as he dug. Through his clone's vision, he saw a massive, swift demon cloud tiger. This was an 8th-level beast, equivalent to a mid-level warrior, with an inner core valued at 100 million yuan, or 10,000 academic credits. With the school's 100-fold buyback, that would be 1 million credits. Wang Heng's eyes sparkled, yet he hesitated. With his current strength, he could exert up to 800,000 kilograms of force, not enough to instantly kill an 8th-level beast, but enough to defeat it over time. However, with nightfall, prolonged combat could attract many powerful beasts, making him vulnerable to being surrounded. I have the strength of a high-level warrior now. There's no reason to fear an 8th-level beast. After a moment's thought, Wang Heng gritted his teeth and rushed toward his clone's location. The lure of 1 million credits was too tempting to resist. Ahead, the demon cloud tiger had already engaged Wang Heng's clone in a fierce battle. Wang Heng's heart raced as he prepared to face this dangerous challenge with a significant reward at stake. Wang Heng's avatar possessed only 27,000 kilograms of strength. Even with the doubling effect from the first level of the dominant blade, it could only exert 54,000 kilograms of force. This level of power barely approached that of a junior warrior, making it struggle against the ferocious demon cloud tiger. The avatar was forced to retreat repeatedly, soon covered in deep claw marks that exposed bone. At this critical moment, Wang Heng's true form arrived just in time. With a swift move, he brandished his black iron warblade in a sharp arc, forcing the demon cloud tiger away from his avatar. The demon cloud tiger let out a deafening roar, its jet black fur rolling like dark clouds. Its eyes, as large as copper bells, glinted with a fierce light, and its sharp claws gouged deep furrows in the ground, poised to attack at any moment. Wang Heng gave the demon cloud tiger no respite. Moving like lightning, he charged at the beast. The warblade in his hand emitted a blazing flame as he swung it fiercely toward the tiger's head. The agile demon cloud tiger sidestepped the lethal strike and simultaneously opened its massive maw, spewing a jet of black magical flame. Wang Heng swiftly dodged the flames, and at the same time, his avatar launched a flanking attack, slashing at the tiger's abdomen with a long blade. Though this move was not fatal, it successfully diverted the tiger's attention. Roaring with anger, the tiger swiped its massive paw at the avatar. Seizing this fleeting opportunity, Wang Heng launched another fierce assault. He infused his warblade with vital energy, making the flames on the blade burn even hotter. He struck the demon cloud tiger's back with a powerful blow, leaving a deep wound that exposed bone. The pained demon cloud tiger became even more vicious, launching a frenzied attack on Wang Heng. He smirked coldly, knowing this was the beast's last desperate counterattack before death. He focused all his strength to withstand the tiger's ferocious onslaught. Sure enough, after several failed attacks, the demon cloud tiger's energy rapidly waned. Wang Heng seized the moment, closing in to deliver another strike on the creature. The tiger let out a piercing wail and collapsed to the ground with a thud. Remaining vigilant, Wang Heng ordered his avatar to extract the tiger's inner core. Just then, pairs of eerie green eyes suddenly lit up in the surrounding forest, staring intently at Wang Heng like a pack of hungry wolves. Blood-haired lion mastiffs. Wang Heng's expression changed as he recognized these beasts. Although a single blood-haired lion mastiff was only a level 7 beast, the sheer number of green eyes indicated a whole pack. Wang Heng regretted his earlier carelessness, realizing he should have deployed more avatars to keep watch. He quickly recalled his avatar, secured the demon cloud tiger's core, and fled in one direction. However, it was already too late. Roars erupted from all directions, and blood-haired lion mastiffs sprang from the dense forest, charging at Wang Heng. Their sharp fangs glinted with a cold metallic sheen under the moonlight. Wang Heng swung his blade to meet the closest blood-haired lion mastiff. The blade flashed, blood splattered, and the lion mastiff was cleaved in two, crashing heavily to the ground and leaving a deep trench in the earth. However, Wang Heng's impressive feat of killing a blood-furred lion mastiff did not intimidate the other beasts. Instead, it attracted even more attacks. Deep growls echoed around as dozens of blood-furred lion mastiffs surged from all directions, encircling Wang Heng. In the dim light, their fierce faces and sharp fangs appeared even more terrifying, with bloodthirsty glints in their eyes. Wang Heng gripped his long knife tightly, his expression serious yet fearless. He let out a cold snort and thought to himself, if there's no escape, then I'll fight. A surge of strong energy instantly infused into the black iron battle knife, creating waves of intense heat around its blade. A large blood-furred lion mastiff launched the first attack, lunging with its gaping maw. Wang Heng swiftly sidestepped and swung his knife towards its leg. At that moment, the other lion mastiffs joined the fray, their claws and fangs aiming for Wang Heng's vital points. Dodging and weaving among the beasts, Wang Heng wielded his long knife like the wind, the flashes of his blade sending sprays of blood flying. However, faced with so many enemies, he couldn't defend against them all. One lion mastiff seized the opportunity to leave a deep wound on his back. Wang Heng grunted in pain but endured it, unleashing a powerful burst of energy that cut down several nearby lion mastiffs with searing blade light. Yet more lion mastiffs kept coming, seemingly endless. Wang Heng's expression grew more intense as he realized the number of lion mastiffs far exceeded his expectations. Worse still, powerful beasts from afar, drawn by the sounds of battle and the scent of blood, were already approaching. Wang Heng berated himself internally. It's all because of my greed. He recalled teacher Ting Qingwan's repeated warnings before the test and regretted not heeding them. But regret was useless now. He could only continue wielding his black iron battle knife, killing the attacking lion mastiffs while searching for a possible escape route. In this critical moment, Wang Heng no longer cared about any spoils of battle. His entire focus was on escaping alive. He realized clearly that he was indeed in an extremely dangerous situation today. In the surveillance room of the steel Great Wall, the atmosphere was as heavy as lead. The eyes of Zhuo Wenbin, Tung Qingwan, and General Li were fixed on the flashing red dots on the large screen, each representing a young life. Only 6 students died today. Zhuo Wenbin's voice carried an unmistakable surprise. Tung Qingwan's eyes flashed with anger at his words. What? Do you think that's too few? Her tone was sharp as a blade. Zhuo Wenbin awkwardly explained. That's not what I meant. It's just that compared to the previous year, the decrease in the death rate is rather unusual. Humph, that just means our students this year are more outstanding. Tung Qingwan retorted with a hint of pride in her voice. Zhuo Wenbin shook his head slightly, his brow furrowed. He admitted that this batch included prodigies like Wang Heng, Xie Yuanhao, and Fu Yuhan, but the majority of the ordinary students were no different from previous years. Logically, the death rate shouldn't have dropped so significantly. Suddenly, General Li's voice broke the silence. Wait, look at Wang Heng. He pointed to a red that was still moving on the screen, his voice low and urgent. That kid is still out hunting beasts at night. Is he trying to get himself killed? Zhuo Wenbin and Tung Qingwan immediately focused on the red dot representing Wang Heng. By now, the other red dots had stopped moving, indicating that the students had found safe places to rest. Only Wang Heng's dot continued to move, showing he was still hunting. That fool! Zhuo Wenbin gritted his teeth, a mix of worry and anger in his heart. He ignored our warnings and dared to hunt at night. Does he think he's invincible? Despite Wang Heng's abilities, Zhuo Wenbin wasn't usually concerned for his safety. But Wang Heng's reckless behavior set off alarm bells in his mind. Tung Qingwan frowned and thought, something's off. From what I know of Wang Heng, he's not the arrogant type. Zhuo Wenbin scoffed. Don't be fooled by his appearance. He seems humble, but he's extremely proud inside. Plus, he's lacking in cultivation resources, so I suspect he's trying to earn more credits during this test. Tung Qingwan's expression changed, acknowledging that Zhuo Wenbin's guess had some merit. If Wang Heng was indeed after more credits, he might very well take such risks. General Li, concerned, suggested, should we send someone to protect him? Hunting at night could easily provoke a beast horde. Having followed Wang Heng's progress closely, General Li knew the boy's potential to become a warrior god, a value surpassing that of 10 ordinary ones. Zhuo Wenbin's face remained stern, his tone resolute. No, we can't break the school's test rules. Wang Heng's life is important, but so were those of the students who died. In our nation, all lives are equal. I've warned them repeatedly. Whatever happens next, they have to face the consequences themselves. Hearing this, General Li frowned, his hands clenched tightly behind his back. As a soldier, he understood and agreed with Zhuo Wenbin's stance. Yet, the thought of Wang Heng's potential to become a warrior god filled him with conflicting emotions and worry. The atmosphere in the surveillance room grew even heavier as the three of them watched the continuously moving red dot, as if bracing for an impending storm. General Li stared intently at the big screen, focusing on the red dot that represented Wang Heng, silently praying, "Hang in there, little guy." Although Zhuo Wenbin spoke harshly, he too was fixated on the red dot, his brow furrowed. The tension among the three was palpable, as if they were holding their breath. Meanwhile, on the battlefield, Wang Heng was facing an unprecedented crisis. Swarms of demonic beasts surged from all directions, their eyes gleaming with bloodlust as they rushed toward their human prey. Among them, three colossal and intimidating level 8 beasts stood out, making the situation even more perilous. Though Wang Heng was powerful, he was gradually becoming overwhelmed. He had been fighting these beasts for an entire day, his body covered in wounds of varying sizes, with sweat and blood soaking his clothes. Exhaustion washed over him like a tide, making each swing of his blade increasingly arduous. If this continues, my energy will be completely depleted. Wang Heng felt the dwindling energy within his dantian, and a sense of dread settled in. He dared not draw on his remaining energy, relying solely on sheer physical strength to confront the immediate danger. Without the infusion of energy, he couldn't unleash his powerful flame strikes, and had to resort to hacking away at the attacking beasts with brute force. Despite his formidable strength, Wang Heng knew his stamina wouldn't last forever. The shadow of death loomed closer, like an invisible net tightening around him. What should I do? Although panic flickered within him, Wang Heng forced himself to remain calm. The teachings of his mentor, Zhuo Wenbin, echoed in his mind. No matter how dire the situation, you must keep a calm heart. The more dangerous it is, the more you need to stay calm. Only by staying calm can you find a way out. While fending off the beast's ferocious attacks, Wang Heng quickly surveyed his surroundings, searching for a possible escape route. However, the sheer number of beasts blocked every conceivable path to freedom. Suddenly, an idea flashed through Wang Heng's mind. If I release all 141 of my clones at once and blend in, could I escape? But he quickly dismissed the thought. Releasing all his clones would significantly weaken him, making him vulnerable even to a levels even beast. Moreover, surrounded by so many beasts, he couldn't guarantee they wouldn't see through his guise and target his true self. No, I must keep all my clones merged to maintain my current strength. Disbanding them would only hasten my death. Wang Heng decisively abandoned the risky idea, continuing to scan his surroundings for a chance at survival. At that moment, a furious roar erupted. A blood-maned lion mastiff lunged at Wang Heng, but he deftly sidestepped, causing it to collide with another beast charging at him. This scene struck Wang Heng like a bolt of lightning, illuminating his thoughts. In the next moment, Wang Heng agilely maneuvered behind one of the beasts. With a swift slash at another beast in front, he used the movement as cover to execute the plan that had just sparked in his mind. After slaying the beast, Wang Heng moved swiftly like a serpent, deftly slipping behind another creature. His long sword glinted coldly as he struck forward with precision. Suddenly, a beast lunged at him from behind, only to collide with the one in front of Wang Heng. As the two beasts clashed, Wang Heng had already ghosted away to a safe spot. Maintaining this efficient rhythm of attack, Wang Heng's movements were fluid, almost like water flowing. His black iron sword was wielded with ease. On this chaotic battlefield, Wang Heng appeared as a nimble dancer, weaving through the beasts, each strike claiming a life. As time went on, the initial scene of brutal slaughter transformed into a peculiar harmony. Every move and attack from Wang Heng seemed to be a carefully crafted stroke in this vivid painting. His figure, along with the surrounding trees, grass, and even the beast's movements, blended together into a dynamic masterpiece. In this bloody feast, Wang Heng had a sudden epiphany. He thought to himself, I've been so foolish, utterly absurd. Why do I have to kill all the beasts? I can harness their strength for my own use. This realization filled him with unprecedented excitement. As the battle continued, Wang Heng felt increasingly invigorated. His movement, speed, and swordplay were perfectly synchronized. Everything around him, from the vegetation to the beasts, seemed to extend from his body, all under his command. The black iron sword in his hand seemed to come alive, each swing precisely harvesting the beast's lives. Wang Heng's actions became smoother, as if he had entered a mystical state. Suddenly, a thought flashed in Wang Heng's mind. Perfect level. This is the perfect level of skill. He recalled his teacher Zhuo Wenbin's lectures and realized that he had stepped into the perfect level of skill mastery. In ancient martial arts, this state was known as unity of man and nature. Simply put, it meant an almost absolute control over one's surroundings. In this state, a martial artist could seamlessly blend with the environment, as if in communion with the heavens and earth. Not only were their skills and movements perfectly coordinated, but they could also cleverly use all surrounding factors, including enemy attacks, to their advantage, reaching a level of effortless mastery. After reaching a perfect level of skill, Wang Heng wielded his blade with effortless precision, making his battles much more efficient. Despite the large number of beasts around him, they posed no threat. His formidable strength, combined with his perfect skill level, made these 7th and 8th level beasts seem as fragile as paper. Wang Heng continued to harvest the lives of the beasts, and with each flash of his blade, another beast fell. He remained calm, fully aware of everything around him. As long as he wasn't surrounded by 9th level beasts, the 7th and 8th level ones posed little danger. With each kill, his mastery of the perfect skill level became more refined. Eventually, the beasts began to flee in terror, their wails echoing through the air. To them, this human had become an invincible war god, impossible to defeat. Wang Heng didn't chase them. Instead, he summoned 10 clones to quickly extract the inner cores from the beasts' bodies. He stood still, savoring the state of battle he had just experienced. Indeed, there is great fear between life and death, but also great opportunity. Wang Heng mused to himself. Since breaking through to the subtle level at the end of March, he had been practicing diligently. Now, under the pressure of mortal danger, he had finally reached the perfect level. In just 3 months, he had achieved what others might take over 30 years to master in swordsmanship. Wang Heng suddenly lamented his lack of insight, thinking that if it were Fu Yuhan, he might have grasped the essence of the art in 30 years. But then he chuckled to himself. Well, they don't have clones, do they? That's a talent unique to me. After extracting all the inner cores, Wang Heng retracted his clones and swiftly left the area. He found a secluded spot and began digging a hole to rest. A full day and night of slaughter had left him exhausted. On this 3rd day, he decided to rest well, not even bothering to count his spoils. After treating his wounds and taking a healing pill, Wang Heng fell into a deep sleep. Meanwhile, in a monitoring room within the steel fortress, Zhuo Wenbin and his team watched the stationary red dot on the screen, breathing a sigh of relief. The dot's continued presence meant Wang Heng was safe. Tung Qingwan checked the time. It was already 4 a.m. Zhuo Wenbin couldn't help but scold. What a madman, fighting for a whole day and night. As if money is worth more than life. General Li laughed heartily. He's young, skilled, and daring. It's normal to have a spirit of adventure. Zhuo Wenbin remained disgruntled. Who else but a war god would dare to hunt all night? Tung Qingwan kept her eyes on the screen, her eyes red. I hope fewer students die on the last day. Zhuo Wenbin urged her to rest, but she refused. As dawn broke, the 3rd day of the test began. Surprisingly, only one red dot disappeared that day. Zhuo Wenbin found it strange. Only one student died today? Tung Qingwan also found it unusual. In previous years, at least 100 or 2 students would perish, but this time only a dozen or so, which was puzzling. Generally speculated. Something unknown must have happened. His gaze shifted to the red, it that had been stationary since 4 a.m., representing Wang Heng. Though not worried about Wang Heng's safety, he had a hunch that the reduced death rate might be related to him. At 3 p.m. that day, Wang Heng awoke in his underground shelter, stretched his arms, and felt all his fatigue fade away, his body brimming with energy. Seeing he had slept for 11 hours, he was slightly surprised but quickly composed himself. He had already acquired enough spoils and didn't plan to hunt more that day. Eagerly, Wang Heng began to sort his spoils. He emptied his backpack of the beast inner cores, categorizing and counting them. The results were thrilling. 5 4th level cores, 12 5th level, 22 6th level, 143 7th level, and 12 8th level. The 7th level cores alone were worth 14.3 million credits, and the 8th level ones another 12 million. Just these 2 types exceeded 20 million credits, and he didn't even bother calculating the lower level cores. Wang Heng was ecstatic. Not only had he gained a massive amount of credits, but he had also advanced his skill level to perfect, bringing him a significant step closer to the war god level. Inside the steel fortress, a highly anticipated welcome back ceremony was underway beside the helicopter landing pad. Zhuo Wenbin and General Li stood side by side, their eyes intently focused on the helicopters landing one by one. Not far away, Tung Qingwan stood by a table, diligently recording the spoils of war brought back by the students. Not bad, not bad, Zhuo Wenbin murmured to himself, a gleam of satisfaction in his eyes. He noticed that this batch of students had brought back significantly more spoils than the previous one. General Li couldn't help but praise them. This group of students is indeed outstanding. Not only are their spoils abundant, but the casualty rate is also surprisingly low. Zhuo Wenbin frowned slightly, a hint of puzzlement on his face. Speaking of the casualty rate, I still find it a bit odd. It doesn't make sense for it to drop so drastically. General Li chuckled and patted Zhuo Wenbin on the shoulder. As long as the students return safely, that's what matters. Besides, they've all brought back spoils, which proves they didn't just hide away to survive these 3 days. At that moment, an armed helicopter slowly descended, capturing everyone's attention. Xie Yuanhao emerged from the cabin, his bulging backpack immediately drawing all eyes. Teacher, General Li. Xie Yuanhao saluted Zhuo Wenbin and the others, his face barely concealing his excitement. Zhuo Wenbin smiled and patted his shoulder. Well done, it looks like you've had quite a haul this time. Xie Yuanhao glanced around, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. Has Wang Heng not returned yet? He was eager to compete with Wang Heng to see who had collected more spoils. Understanding Xie Yuanhao's thoughts, Zhuo Wenbin smiled and said, he hasn't returned yet. Go ahead and tally your spoils. He didn't oppose the students' healthy competition as it could enhance their skills. Xie Yuanhao nodded and quickly made his way to the table where Tung Qingwan stood. He opened his backpack and dumped the demon beast cores onto the table. Instantly, a chorus of gasps erupted from the crowd. Oh my god, those are level 7 beast cores. And there are more than just one, there are 9. The school offers a 100-fold return. That's 900,000 credits. Tung Qingwan swiftly completed the tally and announced loudly. Xie Yuanhao has earned 1.47 million credits in this test. Her voice carried a hint of encouragement, clearly intended to spur the other students on. Standing before Tung Qingwan, Xie Yuanhao feigned modesty. I was a bit unlucky this time. Ran into a few beast hordes. Otherwise I could have earned even more credits. Despite his attempt to downplay it, his pride was evident. The surrounding classmates were filled with envy and admiration. 1.47 million credits. That's incredible. It's equivalent to Wang Heng's 4-month streak at the top. No wonder he's in level genius. Even if Wang Heng leads for a while, Xie Yuanhao will eventually surpass him. Although the school offered a 100-fold return for the spoils, most students could only hunt level 5 or 6 beasts, earning relatively few credits. Students like Zhao Hai, who ranked in the top 10, only earned tens of thousands of credits this time. His brother Zhao Lei earned even less, only a few thousand. The 100-fold return sounded tempting, but if one could only hunt low-level beasts, the credits earned were limited. Nevertheless, everyone felt satisfied, as this test yielded far more than the monthly ones before. Amidst this joyous atmosphere, everyone looked forward to performing even better next time, and Xie Yuanhao's achievement undoubtedly set a new goal for them all. That guy is so arrogant. I hope Wang Heng's loot will surpass his later. In the crowd, Zhao Lei commented with a disgruntled expression as he watched Xie Yuanhao's smug demeanor. His eyes were filled with a mix of reluctance and anticipation, fixed on the armed helicopter approaching in the distance. Standing beside Zhao Lei, Zhao Hai frowned slightly and pondered. That might be difficult. Wang Heng's strength is only slightly better than Xie Yuanhao's. Plus, hunting depends on luck. Some people encounter solitary beasts and have great harvests, while others often run into herds and end up with much less. Zhao Lei immediately retorted, his tone filled with a hint of insistence. That's not necessarily true. Wang Heng has a doppelganger. A glimmer of hope flashed in his eyes, clearly expecting his friend to come out on top. Zhao Hai sighed and patiently explained, Wang Heng's strength lies in his ability to merge with his doppelganger. Without it, he wouldn't be able to take down a levels-even beast. Just then, a commotion erupted in the crowd. Someone shouted, Fu Yuhan is back too. All eyes were drawn to Tung Qingwan, who was tallying the scores. As one of the top 3 freshman talents, Fu Yuhan's results were a focal point for everyone. They all wanted to know if she could surpass Xie Yuanhao's impressive performance. Moments later, Tung Qingwan's voice echoed through the venue. Fu Yuhan scored 1.22 million academic points this time. The number sent another wave of shock through the crowd. Yet another astonishing score surpassing 1 million. Besides the dark horse Wang Heng, Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan were undoubtedly the most outstanding freshmen. In the crowd, Xie Yuanhao breathed a sigh of relief upon hearing the result. Compared to Wang Heng, he was more worried about Fu Yuhan. After all, her skills were at a micro level, giving her an edge in hunting beasts. Good thing I've started refining my skull, which has greatly increased my strength, or else I would have been overtaken by her this time. Xie Yuanhao thought to himself, then turned his gaze to the armed helicopters arriving one after another in the sky. Surpassing Fu Yuhan boosted his confidence significantly, and he couldn't wait to see Wang Heng's defeated, dejected look. With a rumble, an armed helicopter gradually landed, stirring up clouds of dust. All eyes were focused there, eagerly awaiting the return of the final contestant. Wang Heng leaped from the helicopter, gripping his Xian iron battle blade, and strode confidently towards the crowd. He quickly noticed all eyes were on him, causing him to furrow his brows slightly. However, as someone accustomed to being the center of attention, Wang Heng soon regained his composure and continued his steady approach towards Zhuo Wenbin and the others. Look at Wang Heng's backpack. It's even more stuffed than Xie Yuan House, someone whispered in surprise. Quantity doesn't matter. It's the quality that counts. Xie Yuanhao managed to hunt down 9 levels even beasts, another person countered. I wonder how many credits Wang Heng will earn. Speculations buzzed around. Even the two prodigies, Xie Yuanhao and Fu Yuhan, couldn't tear their eyes away from Wang Heng, their gazes filled with curiosity and anticipation. You're finally back, Zhuo Wenbin scolded sternly as Wang Heng approached. What were you up to last night? Going hunting at night. How reckless and audacious. Wang Heng gave an awkward smile. Mr. Zhuo, there were some unexpected incidents last night. He was secretly relieved. If he hadn't reached a perfect skill level at the crucial moment, he might have been in serious trouble. Zhuo Wenbin glared at Wang Heng, but said no more, merely giving a dismissive snort. Humph, go count your spoils. Standing beside Zhuo Wenbin, General Li offered Wang Heng an approving smile. Well done, young man. You're truly the top genius of your freshman year. Remember to join the military after graduation. A man should brave the battlefield and defend his country. Wang Heng returned the smile politely. Let's discuss post-graduation plans after I've graduated. With that, he removed his backpack and, under the watchful eyes of everyone present, poured out the beast cores inside. Wow, someone exclaimed. Every eye was fixed on the pile of shimmering beast cores, faces filled with disbelief. Even Zhuo Wenbin, Tung Qingwan, and General Li were stunned by Wang Heng's haul, momentarily speechless. Everyone was left speechless by Wang Heng's impressive haul. The mountain of level 7 beast cores gleamed brightly before them, and even more astonishing were the numerous level 8 beast cores mixed in, exuding an overwhelming aura. The crowd exchanged incredulous glances, as most of them found it extremely difficult to defeat even a single level 7 beast, let alone a level 8 beast, which was comparable to a mid-level war general. This is impossible, someone muttered in disbelief. How could he possibly kill a level 8 beast? In the crowd, Xie Yuanhao clenched his fists, his nails digging into his palms. As in class talent, he had initially hoped to outshine Wang Heng, but now this idea seemed utterly laughable. His achievements this time didn't even come close to a fraction of Wang Heng's. This realization made Xie Yuanhao's face turn sour. On the girl's side, Fu Yuhan was equally stunned, momentarily at a loss for words. Although she didn't dislike Wang Heng, she had always viewed him as a rival. However, at this moment, she felt the gap between them widening, filling her with a sense of unwillingness. After a long pause, Zhuo Wenbin finally regained his composure, looking at Wang Heng with a complex expression, a mixture of surprise and admiration in his eyes. Kid, now I understand why the mortality rate is so low this time. Zhuo Wenbin calculated silently. Wang Heng not only managed to kill level 8 beasts, but also hunted so many level 7 beasts in just 2 days. This meant he must have encountered a beast horde. Considering that the red, representing Wang Heng, hadn't moved since early yesterday morning, it was clear he was resting. Wang Heng's remarkable achievements were the reason for the significantly reduced mortality rate in this test. General Li, standing nearby, watched Wang Heng intently, eager to recruit him immediately. Impressive, truly impressive. With your current accomplishments, I would grant you the rank of colonel in our military. Despite his excitement, General Li understood that what Wang Heng needed most right now was to continue his education at the academy, where he could be nurtured by the experienced teachers and have a better chance of becoming a war god. After taking inventory, Tung Qingwan announced loudly, Wang Heng has earned 26,580,000 credits from this test. This number struck like a sledgehammer, completely shattering the psychological defenses of everyone present. The students looked at Wang Heng with eyes full of shock and envy. Over 26 million credits was a sum that none of them could match even if combined. Damn, how can the gap between people be so vast? Someone couldn't help but curse quietly. Seeing this, Zhuo Wenbin quickly waved everyone away. All right, disperse. Get on the bus, we're heading back to school. However, he kept Wang Heng behind. Tung Qingwan also approached, her eyes fixed intently on Wang Heng. Clearly, she was deeply shaken this time. Wang Heng's performance was like a bolt of lightning, illuminating the freshman practical test she had witnessed over the years. Those geniuses who had once amazed her now seemed dull in comparison. Zhuo Wenbin, Tung Qingwan, and General Li fixed their sharp gazes on Wang Heng. Feeling the intense scrutiny, Wang Heng couldn't help but feel a bit uneasy, his fingers subconsciously fiddling with the edge of his clothes. Mr. Zhuo, why are you all staring at me like that? Wang Heng tried to ease the tension, but his voice betrayed a slight tremor. Zhuo Wenbin let out a cold snort, his eyes piercing like daggers. Be honest, just how strong are you now? You managed to take down an 8th level beast with ease. Wang Heng lowered his head, speaking almost inaudibly. It wasn't easy to kill an 8th level beast. Zhuo Wenbin's brow furrowed instantly, his voice rising sharply. Not easy, yet you killed more than a dozen? Don't play tricks on me. Have you forgotten what the principal said at the beginning of the school year? Don't hide your strength. No one will harm you here at school. The stronger you are, the more the school will focus on nurturing you. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng smiled wryly to himself. He wasn't intentionally hiding his strength. It was simply that his abilities were extraordinarily powerful. If he were to reveal everything, it might cause an uproar. He had anticipated being questioned by Zhuo Wenbin and the others on his way back. After all, the spoils he had gained this time were astonishingly rich. However, Wang Heng was reluctant to give up these hard-earned spoils. They were a testament to his capabilities, so why should he forgo them? Moreover, he desperately needed a large number of credits to purchase resources to accelerate his growth. Tung Qingwan's voice was gentle yet firm. Wang Heng, don't have any reservations. Feel free to showcase your abilities. Our Daxia country promotes martial universities to cultivate talent, and we will not allow any stifling of potential. General Li also spoke solemnly. I assure you on my honor as a soldier, as long as you don't betray the country and its people, no one will dare suppress you. Faced with their earnest persuasion, Wang Heng took a deep breath and decided to reveal a part of his abilities. Actually, last night I comprehended the second level of the dominance blade. Still, Wang Heng held back some of his cards. His skills had reached the perfect level, but this astounding progress was not yet ready to be disclosed. After all, just 3 months ago, his skill level had only reached the meticulous stage. Such rapid advancement would be hard to explain, even for someone exceptionally talented. If he continued at this pace, he would likely grasp the concept of intent within a few years. Wang Heng planned to keep this secret for a while longer, perhaps until his senior year, before revealing it. After all, the school promised that if he could reach the perfect level of skill before turning 20, he would be rewarded with 10 million credits. This remarkable incentive was enough to justify keeping his full strength under wraps for now. Wang Heng stood still, his gaze calm and steady. He wasn't in a hurry to reveal his true strength, knowing that those credits would eventually fall under his control. As for the recent revelation of his mastery of the second level of the dominating blade technique, he felt no concern. With his perfect level skill proficiency, understanding the second level was a mere trifle. Even the third level wouldn't be able to challenge him for long. Compared to showcasing his astonishing perfect level skills, merely demonstrating the second level of the dominating blade seemed much more understated. This suited Wang Heng perfectly, as keeping a low profile would help him avoid unnecessary trouble. Zhuo Wenbin furrowed his brow upon hearing this, and began to calculate in his mind. With his advanced cranial refinement, Wang Heng's current strength was around 30,000 kilograms. If he combined this with his duplicate, it would double to 60,000 kilograms. With the twofold amplification from the second level of the dominating blade, his strength would reach an astonishing 180,000 kilograms. This level of power placed him among the ranks of intermediate warriors, and coupled with his nuanced skill proficiency, it was reasonable for him to have slain an 8th-level beast. However, the spoils Wang Heng brought back were exceptionally abundant, indicating an encounter with a herd of beasts. While it might not be difficult for Wang Heng to kill an 8th-level beast on his own, taking down multiple such beasts within a herd seemed implausible. Zhuo Wenbin understood that Wang Heng must be concealing something. Yet, Zhuo Wenbin chose not to press further. The strength Wang Heng had already shown was astonishing enough. Revealing more might indeed invite trouble. At this moment, he could somewhat understand Wang Heng's intention. The tallest tree in the forest is the first to be blown down, he thought, admiring the young man's prudence. All right, let's head back to school, Zhuo Wenbin said, giving Wang Heng a deep look. General Li, standing beside them, had a bright gleam in his eyes, clearly sharing Zhuo Wenbin's thoughts. He, too, refrained from further questioning, hoping instead that Wang Heng would continue to grow stronger. After all, a genius with limitless potential was exactly what they needed. On the way back, the atmosphere in the car was unusually tense. Everyone's eyes were fixed on Wang Heng, as if trying to bore a hole through him. Wang Heng felt uncomfortable under this intense scrutiny and silently thought to himself. So what if I earn some extra credits? It's not like I took them from your pockets. Is there really a need to be so envious? Just then, Zhao Lei suddenly turned around, his eyes red with jealousy, and said through gritted teeth, Wang Heng, tonight I want to eat dragon meat. His tone was full of envy and longing. The enormous gain of over 20 million credits was something even those from privileged backgrounds could not easily acquire from their families. After all, even though large families are wealthy, the resources are spread thin among many members. Wang Heng, hearing this, nonchalantly waved his hand and said with magnanimity, no problem. Tonight's bill is on me, Wang Gongzi. This gesture made everyone else in the car look at him with stars in their eyes, their envy palpable. Zhao Hai couldn't resist his curiosity and asked, by the way, how did your strength improve so much? Weren't you just a bit stronger than Xie Yuanhao before? Wang Heng gave a slight smile and casually replied, I got lucky this time, encountered a beast horde, and in a life-and-death moment, I comprehended the second level of the Overlord Blade. Encountered a beast horde? Damn, you call that lucky? Zhao Lei was speechless, looking utterly incredulous. Zhao Hai's eyes lit up with understanding as he said, I see. With the double explosive power of the second level of the Overlord Blade, you can indeed slay an 8th level beast now. Wang Heng, you're amazing. Being this strong as a warrior, you'll definitely become a peak warlord once you reach that level. Zhao Lei, not wanting to be outdone, chimed in with admiration. That's right, Wang Heng, your potential is simply limitless. Hearing these compliments, Wang Heng just chuckled to himself, thinking, if they knew my true strength, they might not be saying this. He knew that he already possessed power comparable to a peak warlord, far beyond their imagination. The discussion in the car continued, moving to the classification of warlords. Although warlords are categorized into junior, intermediate, and senior levels, some individuals, due to their awakened special talents, can possess godlike power even at the warlord level. These individuals are known as peak warlords. Among humans, the number of war gods is extremely rare, and a peak warlord can already guard a medium-sized city, holding at least the rank of a major general in the military. Once back at school, everyone immediately dispersed, returning to their dorms. Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan went to handle the aftermath of the fallen students. As soon as Wang Heng returned to his dormitory, he headed straight for the underground training room to focus on practicing his blade techniques. Unlike his classmates, Wang Heng was well-rested, and this was the perfect time for him to train. He opened the video given by teacher Wu Jingshan and practiced diligently while watching. Time slipped away quietly as Wang Heng was fully immersed, losing himself in his training. Suddenly, Wang Heng's eyes flashed with a sharp gleam, instantly shifting into combat mode. He gripped the hilt of his blade tightly with both hands, channeling all his strength into his arms, his aura rising steadily. In an instant, he let out a shout and swung his long blade with force. At that moment, the blade flashed like lightning, carrying an unstoppable momentum and a formidable power that seemed to cleave everything in its path. As he moved, a sharp sound of slicing through the air echoed around him. The blade's force was fierce and domineering, creating a whirlwind of air currents, resonating through the void. Every movement of Wang Heng was filled with strength and precision, showcasing his remarkable progress in blade technique. Wang Heng was immersed in the momentum of the dominant blade, each swing of the sword embodying incredible power and unwavering determination. The blade's glint was dazzling, its aura formidable, as if it could cleave the heavens and earth. Suddenly, he felt a surge of energy erupt within, effortlessly mastering the second level of the dominant blade. A gleam of joy flashed in Wang Heng's eyes. He had diligently practiced the second level of the dominant blade for quite some time, yet had been stuck at a bottleneck. Now, with the aid of his perfect level skill mastery, he broke through the barrier with ease. The guidance from his mentor, Wu Jingshan, through video instructions, was invaluable in pointing him in the right direction. Without pausing, Wang Heng immediately opened the dominant blade manual and began studying the techniques of the third level. With the support of his perfect level skill mastery, the once obscure and difficult moves now became clear and understandable. It was like a middle school student revisiting elementary school problems, easily tackling even the novel question types. As Wang Heng practiced the blade techniques, he calculated quietly. With the power of the second level of the dominant blade, his strength had reached an astounding 1.2 million kilograms, comparable to that of a junior war god. After integrating all his avatars, his base strength was 400,000 kilograms, which, when doubled by the dominant blade, reached this remarkable figure. The strength range of a junior war god is between 1 million and 5 million kilograms, and Wang Heng had now stepped into this tier, achieving the so-called peak war general level. However, this level of strength also gave him cause for concern. After all, a warrior possessing power comparable to a war god could attract unwanted attention and potentially be treated as a test subject. Wang Heng decided to continue concealing his strength until he had enough power to protect himself. Clutching his sword tightly, he focused on mastering the third level of the dominant blade, eagerly anticipating the acquisition of even greater power. Currently, he's still in school, enjoying its protection, allowing him to gradually showcase his abilities and maintain his genius persona. The next morning, Qing rose quickly. He eagerly checked his smart bracelet, and as expected, the credits he registered yesterday had been credited. Wang Heng held his breath as he carefully checked the balance 26.61 million credits. The number made his heart race with excitement. Finally, I can afford to buy cultivation resources. Wang Heng muttered to himself, his eyes shining with anticipation. He decided to shop first before heading home since the school was on summer break, and these precious cultivation resources were only available there. Wang Heng tapped on his bracelet to open the school store. His eyes scanned the array of products quickly and soon fixed on his target, the 9-leaf Lingji. Buy 2, he decisively ordered. Next were the blood plasma berries. Considering the summer break was only 2 months long, he purchased 20 of them. In the blink of an eye, 4 million credits were spent. But Wang Heng didn't feel any remorse because these two treasures could double his bone-tempering speed in the next 2 months. He quickly calculated, with the addition of dragon meat and bone-tempering pills, I could temper 1 cranial bone a day. At this rate, I could reach the warlord level in a month. The total spending of 4.66 million credits was insignificant to the now wealthy Wang Heng. He continued browsing the store, his gaze landing on the weapons section. It's time to retire my black iron war knife. Wang Heng recalled the recent perilous encounters with beast hordes. Defense is important too. I need to buy a set of armor. Wang Heng stood in the center of the school's mall, his gaze sharp as he carefully examined the array of weapons and armor. His fingers lightly brushed over the finely crafted blades until they paused on a long, entirely black sword. This A1 level Xian iron war sword was forged from the most advanced super alloy available today, its blade subtly glowing with a bluish hue. Wang Heng took a deep breath. 1 million school credits, equivalent to a staggering 1 billion yuan, yet it couldn't deter his determination. Next, his attention was drawn to a piece of armor shimmering with a mysterious luster. The black dragon armor, forged from dragon scales and orca leather, was adorned with intricate runes. The price of 10 million credits made Wang Heng hesitate slightly, but he quickly made up his mind. I'll need this armor when I reach the God of War level anyway, so buying it now makes no difference, he thought to himself, tapping to complete the purchase. With his shopping done, Wang Heng began to say goodbye to his classmates. Through his communication device, he bid farewell to Li Shui, Zhao Hai, Zhao Lei, and others, not forgetting to tease Xie Yuanhao about his obsession with Yi Dadeo's live streams. He then contacted teachers Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan to express his intention to leave school. At that moment, Zhuo Wenbin sent a video. Wang Heng opened it, and his eyes sparkled with excitement. In the video, teacher Wu Jingshan was demonstrating the third form of the dominant blade, with powerful and imposing moves. Wang Heng felt a warmth in his heart, filled with gratitude. However, after closing the video, Wang Heng's brow furrowed slightly. He had initially decided to become Wu Jingshan's apprentice, but now he felt uncertain. His skills were nearing the God of War level, and taking on a mentor seemed somewhat inappropriate. Well, I'll decide after the summer break, Wang Heng thought, shaking his head and setting aside the dilemma for the time being. Shortly after, a delivery person from the school store knocked on Wang Heng's door, bringing 3 heavy alloy code-locked boxes. Wang Heng eagerly opened one and took out the long-awaited black dragon armor. He carefully put on the armor and was surprised to find it as light as air, fitting perfectly to every curve of his body. Wang Heng moved his limbs around, and the armor did not hinder his flexibility at all. He couldn't help but recall the previous combat test, silently grateful. If I had this armor back then, I could have handled those fierce beasts with ease, even without mastering the perfect skill level. Feeling the security the black dragon armor provided, Wang Heng thought the 100 billion yuan spent was well worth it. He murmured to himself, no amount of money is worth more than my life. With this black dragon armor, I can face even a few level 9 beasts with confidence. Then, Wang Heng carefully took out the A1 grade Xian iron saber from the box. This ink black saber weighed 50,000 kilograms, and Wang Heng had to merge with his clone to barely lift it. He tried it out, realizing he couldn't wield it freely yet. Looks like I still need to practice with my previous saber, Wang Heng said to himself. Once I reach the rank of a combat general, I should be able to handle this Xian iron saber. After examining it closely, he placed the saber back into the alloy box. Wang Heng called for staff to help move the 3 heavy alloy boxes. He took one last look around to ensure nothing was left behind, then strode confidently towards the airport. Meanwhile, on the balcony of Dorm B1, Xian Hao gripped the railing tightly, his eyes fixed on Wang Heng's departing figure. His face was clouded, his eyes filled with complex emotions. Wang Heng, Xian Hao muttered through gritted teeth. I never thought I'd feel such pressure from someone whose cultivation talent is merely level. He recalled his past pride. Even Fu Yuhan only made me feel a bit of pressure back then. Xie Yuanhao's gaze grew darker. But Wang Heng's growth is incredibly fast, alarmingly so. His fists clenched tighter, his knuckles turning white from the strain. Despite borrowing 10 million credits and dedicating himself to intense training, Xie Yuanhao still couldn't keep up with Wang Heng. Wang Heng recently earned over 20 million credits, a colossal resource that would allow him to reach the rank of warlord during the summer break. Realizing the growing gap, Xie Yuanhao gritted his teeth, a flicker of determination in his eyes. He took a deep breath, opened his smart wristband, and quickly dialed a number. Xie Yuanhao, have you made up your mind? A steady voice of a middle-aged man came through the wristband. Xie Yuanhao's eyes gleamed as he replied firmly. I agree to join the International Chamber of Commerce, but I have one condition. What condition? The other person inquired. I want to enter the Temple of the War God ahead of time. Xie Yuanhao stated, his clenched fist revealing his resolve. There was a moment of silence on the other end. Then the middle-aged man slowly spoke. That is quite challenging. However, our family happens to have a special recruitment spot. But there's an additional condition: you need to marry one of our family's direct descendants. Without hesitation, Xie Yuanhao replied, agreed. To him, as long as he was powerful enough, the choice of partner was inconsequential. After ending the call, Xie Yuanhao's eyes were filled with cold determination. He silently vowed, Wang Heng, continue reigning supreme at school. The next time we meet, I will be a war god. Xie Yuanhao knew that he could never surpass Wang Heng within the confines of the school. Yet, with his level cultivation talent, he could receive preferential treatment anywhere. The International Chamber of Commerce, in particular, offered generous benefits to level geniuses. For this reason, even the prodigies of the Great Xia Kingdom or the Mercenary Alliance were often drawn to it. In this world, out of over 1,500 war god-level powerhouses, half were affiliated with the International Chamber of Commerce. The combined strength of the Great Xia Kingdom and the Mercenary Alliance barely equaled that of the Chamber. At this moment, Wang Heng was unaware that his parting words, spoken in jest, had inadvertently triggered a major event capable of altering the balance of power. At the New Qiao Airport in Luqing, a car drove through a special security passage and came to a smooth stop next to the VIP waiting lounge. The car door opened, and 4 people stepped out one after another. Wang Tao held Sun Yan's hands tightly, gratitude shining in his eyes. Instructor Sun, we truly owe you this time. Without you, we wouldn't have been able to get in at all. Sun Yan smiled warmly, waving his hand gently. Old Wang, no need to be so formal. Just call me Xiao Sunday. Wang Heng is one of my best students, and I'm eager to see how much he's grown over the past year. Standing nearby, Lu Yuru's eyes were filled with anticipation and a hint of anxiety. Instructor Sun, has our Xiaoheng's plane arrived? Sun Yin glanced at his smart wristband and reassured her. It'll be another hour, Sister Lu. Don't worry. Let's go inside and rest for a bit. Wang Tao gently tugged his wife's arm. This is the VIP lounge. As soon as Xiaoheng arrives, we'll be the first to know. As the 4 of them entered the lounge, they caught the curious gaze of a middle-aged man. He stood up and walked over briskly, greeting them warmly from afar. Instructor Sun, long time no see. Sun Yin was slightly taken aback. Mr. Qin, what brings you here? Qin Zhan chuckled and explained. Instructor Sun, you seem to forget easily. Our Qin Li is on summer break, so I'm here to pick him up. Sun Yin nodded in realization. Oh, Qin Li is coming back today too? What a coincidence. Qin Zhan's gaze shifted to Wang Tao and his family, his brow furrowing slightly. And who might these folks be? Sun Yin introduced them. This is old Wang and Sister Lu, Wang Heng's parents, and this young lady is Wang Heng's sister. Qin Zhan's eyes lit up, and he immediately put on a friendly smile, extending his hand. So you're old Wang. I'm Qin Zhan. Our Qin Li and your Wang Heng were classmates in high school, and he's also coming back today. Wang Tao quickly shook his hand, looking a bit reserved. He could sense the powerful aura of a martial artist emanating from Qin Zhan. If it weren't for Sun Yin's presence, he might have instinctively kept his distance from such a strong individual. Please, just call me Xiao Qin, Qin Zhan said, shaking Wang Tao's hand with a sincere smile. His eyes gleamed with admiration as he continued. I truly admire you, brother, for raising a top martial arts scholar. Unlike my son, Qin Li, who only got into Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Wang Tao looked slightly uneasy, lowering his head a little and speaking with a hint of nervousness. Haha, they're both great. Jiangnan Martial Arts University is also very impressive. Despite Qin Zhan toning down his powerful aura, his presence as a general-level martial artist still made Wang Tao feel on edge. Noticing Wang Tao's discomfort, Qin Zhan didn't press further and turned to Sun Yin with a more relaxed tone. Instructor Sun, I've reserved a private room at Junshan Tower. How about we enjoy a good drink together tonight? Sun Yin smiled slightly and politely declined. Thank you, Mr. Qin, but I need to wait for Wang Heng. Let's do it another day. Qin Zhan waved off the refusal with a smile. No worries, Wang Heng and Qin Li are old classmates. It's a great chance for a reunion. He looked at Wang Tao. Right, Brother Wang? Caught off guard by the sudden question, Wang Tao could only nod and smile politely. Sun Yin frowned slightly, insisting. Let's wait for Wang Heng to return. I can't make decisions for him. Seeing this, Qin Zhan didn't push further and nodded. All right, we'll decide when young Wang returns. He was already thinking about assessing Wang Heng's progress and how to build a good relationship with his parents. Just then, a loud roar broke the airport's calm as a plane approached, landing slowly on the runway. Wang Tao, Sun Yin, and the others stood up, their eyes fixed on the taxiing plane. Qin Zhan glanced at his smart wristband, smiling knowingly. Our Qin Li is back. At this, Wang Tao and Lu Yuru visibly slumped back into their seats with disappointment. Qin Zhan, however, walked briskly towards the plane, filled with anticipation. Qin Li had informed him beforehand that he was bringing along a classmate, the top freshman talent from Jiangnan Martial Arts University. Naturally, Qin Zhan was eager to welcome such a promising individual warmly. Soon, 2 young men disembarked from the plane. One was Qin Li, but he seemed different from his usual self-assured demeanor. Instead, he was enthusiastic and respectfully stayed half a step behind the other young man. Ollie, Qin Zhan waved at them from afar. Qin Li quickly introduced the young man beside him. Brother Jiang, that's my father, Qin Zhan. He spoke with respect. My father has arranged a private room at Junshan Tower, the finest restaurant in Luqing. I assure you, you'll be impressed by the food. The young man, referred to as Brother Jiang, merely nodded slightly. When Qin Zhan reached them, Qin Li made brief introductions. Then he glanced over at Sun Nian in the distance, puzzled. Dad, why is Instructor Sun here? I don't recall notifying him. Did you? Qin Zhan shook his head, explaining. Sun Nian is here with Wang Heng's parents. Wang Heng is also arriving today. Wang Heng, Qin Li exclaimed, a complex expression flashing across his eyes. Beside him, Jiang Ji's eyes lit up with a spark, as if he had caught onto an interesting piece of information. Meanwhile, a look of undisguised disgust appeared on Qin Li's face. He snorted coldly, his tone full of disdain. Wang Heng is still alive? If I remember correctly, our teacher mentioned that freshmen at Haida must undergo a practical test. I didn't expect him to survive it. As soon as Qin Li finished speaking, Qin Zhan shot him a glare and discreetly signaled him. This thoughtless son of his, speaking so recklessly in front of others. As long as Wang Heng was still alive, they couldn't afford to offend him easily. Jiang Gu keenly observed the father and son's interaction and asked with interest, Wang Heng is the genius who got into Haida that you mentioned? Qin Li immediately put on a fawning expression and nodded repeatedly. Yes, that's him. Speaking of which, Wang Heng and you, Jiang Gu, both have Heng as part of your name. However, when it comes to talent, he is far inferior to you. His cultivation talent is only D-level, and he only managed to enter Haida by merging with a clone last year. Jiang Heng responded nonchalantly. Regardless of the reason, being able to get into Haida is an achievement in itself. Seeing this, Qin Li quickly followed Jiang Heng's words. Yes, Jiang Gu, you're absolutely right. But I heard that you, Jiang Gu, could have entered the 2 prestigious schools back then, but you chose not to. Jiang Heng smiled calmly and explained. At the 2 prestigious schools, my talent would only be considered slightly above average, making it hard to receive the best training. But at Jiangnan Wuda, I am a top talent and can receive the best nurturing. Better to be the head of a chicken than the tail of a phoenix. Qin Zhan timely chimed in, praising, Jiang Xianxiu's words are wise. Although Jiangnan Wuda is not as renowned as the 2 prestigious schools, its graduates can surpass those from the top schools. With the atmosphere harmonious, Qin Li suggested, Jiang Gu, after a day on the plane, you must be tired. How about we head to Junshan Tower first? However, Jiang Heng looked at Qin Li with deeper meaning and said, let's wait a bit. I also want to meet this Haida student named Wang Heng. Don't you want to see what your old classmate has achieved now? Qin Li was taken aback, then quickly forced a smile. Since you're interested, Jiang Gu, let's wait for him. But with his level cultivation talent, he might have just become a junior warrior, which might disappoint you. Jiang Heng remained non-committal. If it were just level talent, he wouldn't care. But since the other was a Haida student with a clone talent, he was somewhat curious. About an hour later, another plane roared as it landed. Once it came to a stop, a young man emerged from the cabin. He was wearing a black battle armor, with 2 long swords strapped to his back, carrying an alloy password box in one hand, exuding an impressive aura. Seeing the 2 long swords on the young man's back, Qin Zhan and Jiang Heng's eyes narrowed, and their expressions changed. Qin Li immediately recognized the newcomer, his expression turning even more disdainful as he couldn't help but snort. Humph, it's that guy Wang Heng. Shut up, Qin Zhan reprimanded in a low, stern voice. Qin Li was completely confused, not understanding why his father was so tense. Qin Li was bewildered after being inexplicably chastised by his father. He furrowed his brows in confusion, glancing at his father, Qin Zhan, whose face was stern. Dad, is it really necessary to be so tense? Qin Li asked, puzzled. Even if Wang Heng has entered Haida, he's at most a junior warrior. Is there any need to be so apprehensive? A flicker of irritation crossed Qin Zhan's eyes as he lowered his voice and said harshly, Fool, look at that black armor he's wearing. He was so frustrated with his son's lack of discernment, despite being admitted to Jiangnan Martial University. Qin Li glanced at Wang Heng's armor and shrugged dismissively. It's just a piece of armor. It looks decent, but there's no need to hold it in such reverence. Qin Zhan's expression turned grim as he explained, I recognize that black armor. It's called the Black Dragon armor, a top-tier battle armor worth 100 billion yuan. What? Qin Li's eyes widened in disbelief, his jaw nearly dropping to the floor. 100 billion yuan. How much money is that just to buy a piece of armor? That's absurd. Qin Zhan's voice trembled slightly, his gaze fixed on Wang Heng approaching from afar. The scariest thing isn't the Black Dragon armor, but the black long blade on his back. Qin Li asked in confusion. What? Is the blade even more expensive than the Black Dragon armor? Internally, he wondered if Haida was really so wealthy, providing such valuable treasures to students. At this moment, Wang Heng, who was standing nearby, also recovered from his shock. He gave Wang Heng a deep look and said solemnly, "If I'm not mistaken, that's an A1 grade Xian iron sword, priced at 10 billion yuan and weighing 50,000 kilograms." Qin Zhan nodded in confirmation. "Jiang, you didn't see it wrong. That's indeed an A1 grade Xian iron sword. I've seen a war god level expert use such a weapon." His face remained full of astonishment. That's 50,000 kilograms, equivalent to the strength of a junior battle general. Yet Wang Heng carries it so effortlessly. How strong has he become? What? That sword weighs 50,000 kilograms. Qin Li exclaimed, finally understanding why his father and Wang Heng were so shocked. He trembled involuntarily, his gaze at Wang Heng filled with disbelief and awe. How did he become so powerful in just 1 year? At this moment, Wang Heng also noticed Qin Li and his companions. His gaze swept over them, immediately recognizing Qin Zhan and Qin Li. However, he only gave them a fleeting glance before disregarding them. With his current strength, the once arrogant Qin Zhan was now insignificant in his eyes. After all, Qin Zhan was merely a junior battle general, barely approaching an intermediate level, and probably couldn't withstand even one strike from him. However, Wang Heng never intended to seek revenge on Qin Zhan and his son. Having resolved their past grievances, he wouldn't go back on his word. His gaze was steady, his steps firm, clearly having put the past behind him. Nonetheless, he remained cautiously vigilant. If Qin Zhan and his son dared to provoke him in the future, he would settle both new and old scores. Wang Heng strode confidently forward, while Qin Zhan's eyes flickered, his lips moved slightly, as if he wanted to speak but hesitated. He had intended to address him as Nephew Wang, but the words stuck in his throat. After all, in this world where martial prowess reigned supreme, Wang Heng's strength now far surpassed his own. Qin Zhan involuntarily straightened his back, trying to conceal his nervousness. "Young Master Wang." After a pause, Qin Zhan finally managed to squeeze out this unfamiliar form of address, barely getting by. Wang Heng merely nodded slightly, murmuring a soft as he walked past Qin Zhan without a sideways glance. He didn't even spare a look at Qin Li, treating him as if he were invisible. Wang Heng thought to himself that leaving behind old grudges didn't mean they could be friends. With Qin Li's character, he held him in contempt, as long as he didn't provoke him. "Xiaohong, brother." At this moment, Wang Tao and Lu Yuru hurried over, their faces filled with anticipation and joy. Wang Heng put down the 2 heavy alloy lockboxes he was carrying, the boxes hitting the ground with a dull thud. He quickly moved forward, embracing his parents and sister tightly. "Dad, Mom, little sis." Wang Heng's voice carried a hint of emotion, the joy of their reunion evident. Sun Yan stood a short distance away, a contented smile on his face, quietly observing the heartwarming scene, unwilling to disturb their family reunion. Qin Zhan and his family also stood nearby. Their expressions varied, silently conveying their own thoughts. Qin Li's expression was ever-changing, first burning with jealousy, then filled with envy, followed by a look of apprehension and worry. His face shifted like a silent Sichuan opera mask-changing performance. Qin Zhan and Wang Heng exchanged a meaningful glance, understanding each other with a nod. From close observation, they had confirmed that the black long knife on Wang Heng's back was indeed an A1 grade Xian iron war knife. Carrying a Xian iron war knife weighing 50,000 kilograms, yet walking so effortlessly, even with 2 seemingly heavy alloy lockboxes in hand, Wang Heng's strength was obvious. Even without much thought, it was clear he was well above the intermediate warrior level. Such strength might not be much in the martial world, but considering that just last year Wang Heng was merely a prospective warrior, this transformation in just a year was astounding. Qin Zhan and Wang Heng exchanged a glance, a mix of astonishment and concern in their eyes. They both wondered, what about the future? How great is Wang Heng's potential? This question, like a fog, loomed over everyone present. What kind of powerhouse will Wang Heng become after graduating from college? Qin Zhan and the others could hardly imagine. "Jiang, is Haida really that extraordinary? For someone with a level talent to reach such a level in just 1 year is astonishing," Qin Li said, his voice full of disbelief, his eyes wide as he tried to comprehend this fact beyond his understanding. Wang Heng, hearing the question, furrowed his brow slightly, and then shook his head. "Haida isn't as miraculous as you think," Wang Heng explained calmly. "I know a friend at Haida, and he's only reached the level of an advanced warrior." As he spoke, Wang Heng raised his wrist, his slender fingers sliding gently across the smart bracelet. The screen lit up, and he quickly found his contact list, tapping on a familiar name. "Hey, Wang Heng, what's up?" came a vibrant young voice from the bracelet. Qin Zhan and Qin Li held their breath, afraid to interrupt the conversation. Their eyes were filled with intense curiosity, eager to know about Wang Heng's experiences at Haida over the past year. Wang Heng cleared his throat and got straight to the point. "I'm asking about someone named Wang Heng, a freshman like you. Do you know him?" "Wang Heng." The voice on the other end of the bracelet suddenly rose in pitch, filled with admiration. Who at Haida doesn't know Wang Heng? He's the top genius of our freshman class, dominating the rankings all year. He recently achieved the unprecedented feat of being first on all 4 lists. Jiang Heng's friend continued excitedly. And he even killed over a dozen level 8 beasts and more than 100 levels even beasts during practical tests, earning over 20 million credits in rewards. These words hit Jiang Heng like a heavy blow, leaving him stunned, his mouth slightly open in disbelief. Qin Zhan and Qin Li were similarly shocked, their expressions as if they had witnessed something impossible. Level 8 beasts are equivalent to mid-level warriors. This information echoed in their minds, unable to settle. Waves of shock overwhelmed them completely. Wang Heng was completely unaware of the emotional turmoil Qin Zhan and the others were experiencing. At that moment, he was approaching Sun Yin with his parents and younger sister. He respectfully greeted Sun Yin, his voice full of reverence. Instructor, thank you. Despite his current strength far surpassing Sun Yin's, Wang Heng still maintained genuine respect. Sun Yin beamed as he looked Wang Heng up and down. He patted Wang Heng on the shoulder and exclaimed, "Wow, you've grown taller and more robust. It seems the food at High University is pretty good." As he spoke, Sun Yin's expression shifted slightly, as he felt a faint pain in his palm. Staring at Wang Heng in shock, Sun Yin asked incredulously, "Have you really completed the refinement of all your limb bones?" Wang Heng nodded with a smile, explaining, "High University indeed has abundant resources for cultivation. As long as you have enough credits, the bone refinement process can be significantly accelerated." Sun Yin looked envious, sighing. "No wonder everyone wants to get into the top universities. Back in my day, it took me 7 or 8 years just to refine my limb bones." His gaze then fell on the 2 large boxes Wang Heng was holding and the imposing swords on Wang Heng's back. Sun Yin offered, "Let me help you with these swords." As he spoke, he reached for one of the black iron swords on Wang Heng's back. Wang Heng was about to politely decline, but Sun Yin's hand had already touched one of the swords due to their close proximity. Coincidentally, Sun Yin grabbed the A1 grade black iron sword. "It's no trouble. Carrying 2 swords must be cumbersome. Let me help you, huh? Why is it so heavy?" Sun Yin's face turned red, his eyes widened, clearly unable to lift the sword. Wang Heng stifled a laugh and kindly reminded him, "Instructor, better let me handle it. This sword is indeed very heavy." Sun Yin looked slightly embarrassed but quickly regained his composure. Curiously, he opened his smart wristband and scanned the black iron sword. Upon seeing the information displayed, Sun Yin couldn't help but exclaim, "What the hell?" The smart wristband showed, Black Iron Sword Series, A1 grade, price 10 billion yuan, weight 50,000 kilograms. Wang Heng's father, Wang Tao, was dumbfounded and asked, "Xiao Heng, does a sword really cost 10 billion? Did I hear that right?" His sister, Wang Kiki, was counting zeros on her fingers, trying to comprehend the amount. Sitting in her wheelchair, Lu Yuru kept muttering, "Spendthrift, spendthrift." Faced with his family's reactions, Wang Heng could only manage a helpless smile. Wang Heng stood there quietly, bearing the weight of a 50,000 kilogram black iron warblade, yet seemingly without effort. This scene left those around him dumbfounded, as they struggled to comprehend how an ordinary boy from a year ago had grown to such an extent. Sun Yin stared at Wang Heng for a long time before he couldn't help but ask, "Wang Heng, just how strong are you now? Carrying such a heavy black iron warblade, as if it's nothing." Wang Heng's lips curved slightly upwards as he calmly replied, "Instructor, I suppose I'm at the peak of an advanced warrior now. But as you know, after merging with my avatar, I can double my strength, so my power is comparable to that of a junior warlord. Plus, I've mastered the 2nd level of the dominant blade technique, making it no problem for me to slay 8th level beasts." You've actually mastered the 2nd level of the dominant blade." Sun Yin's eyes widened in astonishment. As an expert in swordplay, he knew well the reputation of the dominant blade and level manual. The fact that Wang Heng had mastered the 2nd level in just a year was simply incredible. Not far away, Qin Zhan and his 2 companions had been listening in on the conversation, completely taken aback. Especially Jiang Heng, who had always considered himself a genius, believing he was on par with students from the top 2 schools. Yet, at this moment, he hadn't even mastered the 1st level of its level manual, highlighting the vast gap between him and Wang Heng, leaving him feeling utterly dejected. Living in a well, ignorant of the world outside. Jiang Heng sighed deeply, turning to Qin Li, "Let's go. Today was truly a humiliation. We must double our efforts in training from now on." Qin Li looked towards Wang Heng in the distance, his expression complex. The once poor boy he had dismissed had now become a figure he couldn't hope to catch up with. Not to mention Wang Heng's bright future, his current strength already far surpassed Qin Li's imagination. At that moment, any resentment Qin Li had vanished completely. He realized clearly that from now on, he and Wang Heng would live in entirely different worlds, never to intersect again. Perhaps one day, He might even take pride in having once been Wang Heng's classmate. Qin Li gave a self-mocking smile and turned to leave with Qin Zhan, Jiang Heng, and the others. As the sun set, the sky was painted red with the evening glow. After having dinner at the restaurant with instructor Sun Yin, Wang Heng said his goodbyes and returned home with his parents. In the familiar underground training room of their villa, Wang Heng skillfully opened an alloy safe and took out a 9-leaf Lingji mushroom, which he consumed. He then swallowed a blood fruit and a bone-tempering pill, feeling the surge of energy within with each intake. As for the precious dragon meat, he had entrusted it to his sister for safekeeping and planned to feast on it the next day. Time to train, Wang Heng encouraged himself. In these 2 months, I must achieve a breakthrough. He closed his eyes and focused intently on tempering his skull. With the aid of various rare treasures, Wang Heng's bone-tempering speed was astonishing. In just 1 day, he successfully tempered 1 piece of his skull. Remarkably, he completed the remaining 11 skull pieces in just 12 days, showcasing an impressive efficiency. With his skull fully tempered, Wang Heng didn't allow himself any rest and immediately turned his attention to the remaining 51 torso bones. He first released a clone to meticulously test the strength of each bone. Once he confirmed the measurements, Wang Heng began the extreme bone tempering. Compared to the skull, the torso bones tempered more quickly, with an average of 3 bones completed each day. After 18 days, Wang Heng finally finished tempering all 206 bones in his body. He stood up, carefully feeling this renewed body. Every inch of skin, every bone, every tendon was filled with vibrant power, as if a torrent of energy was surging within him. Wang Heng's eyes gleamed with anticipation as he murmured to himself, I wonder what level my strength has reached now. He was acutely aware that he stood at the pinnacle of the advanced warrior level, and one more step would propel him into the realm of the warlord level. This realization filled him with both excitement and nervousness, brimming with hope for the future. On August 1st, in the underground training room, Wang Heng stood in front of the newly purchased testing machine, his eyes gleaming with anticipation. This ordinary machine could only measure forces below 100,000 kilograms and would break if exceeded. Fully aware of his own strength, Wang Heng decided to test his power without merging with his clones. Taking a deep breath, he tensed his muscles and delivered a powerful punch to the target of the testing machine. A deafening bang echoed throughout the room. Eagerly, Wang Heng glanced at the screen, and his eyes lit up when he saw the number 55,180 kilograms. This number far exceeded his expectations. Typically, a martial artist who has tempered all their bones can reach a maximum of 50,000 kilograms of force, but Wang Heng had surpassed this limit. He speculated that this might be related to his mastery of the Xuanwu divine body technique. His heart raced as he quickly calculated in his mind. As a senior warrior with 141 clones, his own punching power was 55,180 kilograms. When all clones were merged, his strength increased by an astonishing 1,410. Even with a conservative estimate of his punching power at 55,000 kilograms, the merged strength would reach an impressive 830,500 kilograms. This figure left Wang Heng astounded. A pure force of 830,000 kilograms was comparable to a peak senior warlord. With the additional 2-fold increase from the second level of the dominating blade technique, his power would approach 2.5 million kilograms, stepping into the realm of a novice war god. However, Wang Heng did not become complacent. He was well aware that true war god level fighters could also train in class techniques. Even a newly promoted novice war god could at least reach the 4th level of class technique, achieving a 4-fold burst of power. A novice war god with a base strength of 1 million kilograms could unleash a staggering force of 5 million kilograms with this enhancement. Despite this, Wang Heng's eyes still shone with confidence. He mused that once he reached the warlord level, he might be able to compete with slightly weaker novice war gods. This thought filled him with anticipation and drive, eager to continue enhancing his strength. A flame ignited in Wang Heng's heart, and his eyes sparkled with the desire to break through. He clearly understood that once he advanced to the warrior general level, his strength would experience a qualitative leap. Not only would the number of his avatars increase to 241, but the power boost from their fusion would also reach an astonishing 2,410. This thought filled him with energy, and he eagerly opened his smart bracelet to start searching for the key information needed for the breakthrough. The text on the screen seemed to pulsate. The core of breaking through to the warrior general level lies in solidifying the energy vortex in the dantian, ultimately forming a yuan dan. This process not only transforms a warrior's energy into a more refined yuan force, but the destructive power of the same amount of yuan force far surpasses that of regular energy. Wang Heng took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, closed his eyes, and began to sense his dantian. In his consciousness, the energy vortex in his dantian resembled a vast galaxy, majestic and far surpassing other advanced warriors. This immense scale was both a symbol of his strength and an obstacle to his breakthrough. Solidify. Wang Heng gritted his teeth, fully controlling the energy vortex to begin compressing. However, after just a moment, he realized this task was as difficult as reaching the sky. The energy vortex's strength far exceeded expectations, and the difficulty of compression increased accordingly. This happy trouble left Wang Heng both amused and exasperated. But Wang Heng did not lose heart. He quickly thought of another method. He mobilized his 141 avatars to work together in compressing the energy vortex. This tactic proved effective, and the compression speed noticeably increased. A trace of joy flashed in Wang Heng's eyes as he estimated, "It will be done in just a few hours." He quickly got up, informed his parents not to prepare any meals for him today, and then dove into the underground training room, ready to devote himself fully to the breakthrough. Meanwhile, as Wang Heng was in seclusion for his breakthrough, a dramatic scene was unfolding in the skies over Dahan City. A blond, blue-eyed man with wings on his back was speeding through the high altitudes like an arrow, clutching a young man. The young man was none other than Wang Heng's classmate, the super genius with ins-level cultivation talent, Xie Yuanhao. The blond man coldly reprimanded, "Xie Yuanhao, you were too careless. You were supposed to leave Xia quietly, yet you were still discovered by people from Haida." Xie Yuanhao looked confused. "I clearly turned off my smart bracelet. How could they still precisely locate me?" "Fool," the blond man sneered. "There's a tracker in the smart bracelet. Turning it off doesn't stop them from locking onto your position." Suddenly, his expression changed drastically, and he swiftly turned his head to look behind him. A towering figure wielding a long sword was charging towards him like an arrow released from a bow. It was none other than Wu Jingshan. The blonde-haired, blue-eyed man frowned and immediately sped up. Although Wu Jingshan had no wings, he seemed to traverse the air effortlessly, relentlessly pursuing him. "Xie Yuanhao, you ungrateful traitor!" Wu Jingshan shouted angrily, his voice echoing in the air. "High University invested everything in you, even allowing you to borrow 10 million credits in advance, and yet you dare to defect to the Grand Xia Kingdom." Xie Yuanhao's face was grim, and he remained silent. The blond man, however, let out a mocking laugh and said with sarcasm, "Wu Jingshan, you think 10 million credits is worth mentioning? It's utterly ridiculous. In our International Chamber of Commerce, ins-level super genius is awarded a bonus of 100 million credits." Upon hearing this, Wu Jingshan's expression turned as dark as ink. The International Chamber of Commerce was wealthy beyond measure, far surpassing High University. Moreover, while the Grand Xia Kingdom pursued collective development for all, the International Chamber of Commerce followed an elitist path. There, the more gifted you were, the better you were treated. Ordinary citizens were like insignificant slaves, suffering exploitation. Take the Martial Arts University, for example. The International Chamber of Commerce established only one globally renowned international elite university. Its admission standards were extremely high, requiring students to possess at least an A-level cultivation talent. Those who did not meet this standard could only become independent martial artists, a stark contrast to the Grand Xia Kingdom's universal education system. This elitist policy often led to people from the Grand Xia Kingdom and the Mercenary Alliance defecting to the International Chamber of Commerce. After all, most people are inherently self-centered and self-serving. They care little about the lives of ordinary people, seeking only their own carefree happiness. The night quietly descended, and in the silent underground training room, the lights remained brilliantly bright. Wang Heng sat cross-legged in the center, eyes closed, fully immersed in the critical moment of breaking through to the warrior general level. He knew that the key to success lay in solidifying the massive vortex of energy within his dantian into a solid energy core. Holding his breath and concentrating, Wang Heng focused intently on controlling the surging energy within him. "I must succeed," he silently encouraged himself. At first, he exerted all his strength to forcibly compress the energy vortex, only to find it as immovable as a stubborn boulder. The surrounding air grew heavy with his effort, and the lights on the walls trembled slightly, as if witnessing this pivotal moment. Soon, Wang Heng forced himself to calm down and began mobilizing his 141 avatars to assist in compressing the energy vortex in his dantian. He immersed his mind completely, meticulously guiding the flow of every strand of energy, slowly gathering and compressing it towards the center of his dantian. An intangible pressure filled the training room. Even the dust in the corners remained still, as if time had frozen. As time ticked by, beads of sweat appeared on Wang Heng's forehead, veins bulging, yet he persevered. He continually adjusted the rhythm of the energy compression, cautious not to make the slightest mistake. "It's almost done." Wang Heng's heart brimmed with anticipation and desire, the assistance of 141 avatars bringing his energy core close to solidification. The atmosphere in the air grew increasingly tense, as if the entire training room held its breath, awaiting this moment. Finally, after enduring a long period of struggle and effort, the energy vortex solidified completely, transforming into a brilliant energy core. Boom! This energy core emitted a powerful and pure force, instantly filling the entire training room. Wang Heng felt his body suddenly infused with a new, more immense power, successfully breaking through to the warrior general level. Breakthrough to the major realm. Increase in avatar count by 100. This message suddenly echoed in his mind. Wang Heng was initially surprised, then overwhelmed with joy. I've finally broken through to the warrior general level. He was filled with excitement, his aura magnificent, eyes shining with confidence and determination. The training room gradually returned to calm, the lights stabilizing once more, as if celebrating Wang Heng's breakthrough. But he knew this was merely a new beginning, with a broader martial path awaiting him to conquer. How strong am I now? Wang Heng pondered to himself. He recalled that when he advanced from a prospective warrior to a warrior level, his strength increased by 2,000 kilograms. This time, advancing from warrior to warrior general, his strength was sure to increase significantly, though the exact value needed testing. Wang Heng remembered that most warriors, upon breaking through to the warrior general level, would typically see a strength increase of 5,000 kilograms for ordinary warriors, 10,000 kilograms for elite warriors, and up to 30,000 kilograms for genius warriors. Although my talent is only that of an ordinary warrior, with my foundation and accumulation at the warrior level, I should be on par with elite warriors, he speculated. With this anticipation and curiosity, Wang Heng eagerly stood up and walked briskly towards the nearby testing device, ready to discover just how much his strength had increased. Standing in front of the testing device, Wang Heng took a deep breath and clenched his fist. He felt the vibration of the core energy within him and then channeled his internal force. In an instant, a surge of powerful energy burst forth from his fist, like a volcano about to erupt. Boom! Wang Heng struck the target of the testing device with such force that the entire testing room shook. The numbers on the testing device's screen finally settled. 70,180 kilograms. Wang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the number, a joyful smile unconsciously appearing on his face. He had not only surpassed the level of an elite martial artist, but had also increased his strength by 15,000 kilograms after breaking through to the war general level. Now his base strength had reached an astonishing 70,000 kilograms. Clenching his fist, Wang Heng felt the surging power within him and began to calculate. With a base strength of 70,000 kilograms, how strong would I be if I fused all my clones? After breaking through to the war general level, the number of his clones surged by another 100, bringing the total to 241. This means that by merging all his clones, his strength would receive an incredible 2,410 increase. Wang Heng quickly calculated in his mind. 70,000 kilograms, 70,000, 2,410, 1,757,000 kilograms. 1,757,000 kilograms. Wang Heng muttered to himself, his eyes shining with awe. If he further enhanced it with the second level of his dominant blade technique, he could unleash a terrifying force exceeding 5 million kilograms, enough to rival even the weakest of the war god tier. Incredible! I've just been promoted to the war general level. Wang Heng marveled. He knew his clone talent was exceptionally monstrous, especially since each breakthrough to a new major realm added 100 clones, causing his strength to grow exponentially. A glimmer of anticipation flashed in Wang Heng's eyes. In the future, the number of my clones will continue to increase. By then, the power I can unleash will be even more frightening. Moreover, with 241 clones training simultaneously, both my blade skills and technique levels can advance at an astonishing speed. Just as Wang Heng was lost in his thoughts about the future, his smart wristband suddenly emitted a series of urgent beep, beep, beep sounds, interrupting his reverie. Wang Heng glanced down and saw his phone screen flashing with a call from teacher Zhou Wenbin. He felt a surge of excitement, wondering if Mr. Zhou had heard about his breakthrough to the warrior level. With this in mind, he quickly answered the video call. Zhou Wenbin's figure appeared on the screen, his expression unusually serious. Before Wang Heng could speak, Zhou Wenbin quickly said, Wang Heng, the situation is urgent. Xie Yuanhao has defected to the International Chamber of Commerce. While pursuing him, teacher Wu Jingshan clashed with the chamber's war god, Tuoji Morgan, unintentionally triggering a beast tide. Now, the entire Jiangnan region is in danger. Wang Heng's eyes widened in shock as he listened, momentarily speechless. After a brief pause, he regained his composure and stammered. Xie Yuanhao defected? A beast tide? Wait, isn't our Luqing also in the Jiangnan area? Zhou Wenbin gravely nodded in confirmation. That's right, Luqing is also affected. I'm contacting you to remind you to be extremely careful and not to act recklessly. Wang Heng quickly agreed, and then curiously asked, why did Xie Yuanhao defect to the International Chamber of Commerce? Zhou Wenbin's face instantly darkened, and he said through gritted teeth, such an ungrateful person, selfish and self-serving. I was blind not to see his true nature. He paused, his voice filled with self-reproach and anger. I used to give him special attention. Who would have thought he was such a traitor? Zhuo Wenbin suddenly looked at Wang Heng sternly and solemnly warned, Wang Heng, you must never follow his example. Wang Heng immediately shook his head and assured, rest assured, Teacher Zhuo, I will always be loyal to the Daxiao nation and never betray it. Zhuo Wenbin relaxed slightly but quickly grew tense again. This beast tide was man-made and might be more ferocious than ever. You must protect yourself and be extremely careful. Just as Wang Heng nodded in agreement, a sharp air raid siren suddenly blared from outside. The sound made Wang Heng's face change dramatically. He was all too familiar with this alarm. It was the same piercing sound that signaled the danger of the last beast tide in Luching. Teacher Zhuo, I need to act quickly, Wang Heng said hastily, then cut off the communication. He rushed out of the underground training room, ready to face the impending crisis. Inside the villa, Wang Heng's parents and sister rushed out in a panic. As soon as they saw Wang Heng, they hurried over, their faces filled with concern. Dad, Mom, head to the underground training room. Sis, take care of them. Wang Heng commanded decisively, grabbing Lu Yuru's wheelchair and swiftly leading them to the underground training room. The underground training room was well prepared for the beast tide, stocked with enough food and water to last Wang Tao and the others for half a month. Wang Heng quickly settled them in and turned to leave. Xiaoheng, where are you going? Lu Yuru called out anxiously, her eyes full of worry. Wang Tao opened his mouth to speak, but remained silent. Wang Kiki also called out with worry, brother. Wang Heng turned back with a reassuring smile. Dad, Mom, don't worry. I promise I'll come back safely. With that, he turned and left decisively. Xiaoheng, Lu Yuru covered her mouth, tears welling up in her eyes. Wang Tao held his wife's hand tightly, his voice trembling. Our child has grown up. He has his responsibilities and obligations. He's only 17. Lu Yuru watched her son's departing figure, her heart filled with concern. Boom. As Wang Heng exited the training room, he immediately closed the specially designed alloy door. This door could not be broken through by anything less than a warlord-level strength, and beasts of that level were usually under military surveillance. Suddenly, Wang Heng's smart bracelet emitted a rapid alarm. He looked down to see an urgent command from the Luching military. A beast tide was imminent, and warrior Wang Heng was to immediately head to the West City Wall to assist in defense. Without hesitation, Wang Heng sped towards the West City Wall. In the Great Xia Nation, whenever a beast tide occurred, all warriors were required to comply with the local military's orders. On the way, Wang Heng received a message from his instructor, Sun Yan, asking about his defense position. Instructor, I've been assigned to the West City Wall. What about you? Wang Heng replied as he rushed to his destination. I'm at the West City Wall too. Sun Yan responded. Ending the communication, Wang Heng ran at full speed. After breaking through to the warlord level, his speed surpassed that of a car, leaving afterimages in his wake. Soon, Wang Heng arrived at the West City Wall, where numerous warriors had already gathered, each clad in battle armor, weapons in hand, their expressions solemn and grave. Sun Yan approached Wang Heng as he arrived, and Wang Heng also spotted Qin Zhan, Qin Li, and the young man he had seen with Qin Li at the airport. Wang Heng, Sun Yan said seriously, I know you're very strong now, but in the beast tide, you must be cautious and not act recklessly. He wasn't doubting Wang Heng's strength, but was concerned about his lack of experience. After all, in a beast tide, even the strongest could fall due to the sheer number of beasts. Don't worry, instructor. This isn't my first battle with beasts, Wang Heng said confidently, a glint of determination in his eyes. His strength had significantly increased, and having reached the level of a battle general, he was now comparable to a junior war god. Ordinary beast tides were no longer a threat to him. Suddenly, the deafening sound of gunfire and cannon blasts shattered the sky. Sun Yan's face changed dramatically, and he whispered, the beast tide has begun. Wang Heng's expression turned serious as he glanced at the towering western city wall. Though not as formidable as the steel fortress of Dahan City, the wall, standing dozens of meters high, still provided a sense of security. All warriors, get to the wall, a commanding officer's voice boomed. Wang Heng, along with the other warriors, quickly rushed towards the wall, their footsteps heavy with urgency. Upon reaching the top, Wang Heng was struck by the scene before him. Countless soldiers were already in position, their eyes steely with resolve. Following their gaze, he saw the wilderness teeming with beasts surging forward like a tidal wave. The ground trembled with the stampede, and the sky was filled with circling avians, resembling an apocalypse. This was Wang Heng's first time witnessing such a massive beast tide firsthand. Previously, he had only observed from within the city, watching through online videos. The impact of being there in person was incomparable to anything he had seen on a screen. Boom, boom, boom. The cannons on the wall fired continuously, with brilliant flashes lighting up the night sky. Yet the beasts seemed endless, relentlessly advancing. Some of the faster creatures had already reached the wall, even starting to climb it. All warriors, target the beasts damaging and climbing the wall. Those at the battle general level and above, Focus on eliminating beasts of the same rank. The orders quickly spread along the wall. Wang Heng immediately joined the fray, his black iron battle blade gleaming ominously. He concentrated on cutting down the beasts that had already leaped onto the wall. Despite the wall's great height, these evolved creatures were agile enough to jump several meters high and, with a few leaps, reach the top. In the air, avian beasts swooped down, launching fierce attacks on the warriors atop the wall. The barrage of cannon fire and laser beams was relentless, yet the sheer number of beasts seemed inexhaustible. Even a warrior as formidable as Wang Heng felt the mounting pressure. A beast tide surged towards the city walls, with monstrous creatures swarming like waves. Wang Heng stood atop the battlements, helplessly witnessing his comrades fall one by one. He swung his black iron saber, cutting down the beasts climbing up, while moving towards where instructor Sun Yan was stationed. Everyone has their own interests, Wang Heng thought. I can't save everyone, but at least I can watch out for the instructor. Seeing Wang Heng approach, Sun Yan immediately shouted a warning. Wang Heng, conserve your strength. This is a battle of attrition. Don't exhaust yourself. He had wanted to caution Wang Heng against overexertion, but the sheer number of beasts had kept him from getting close. Suddenly, a deafening roar echoed. A massive demon cloud tiger leapt onto the wall, lunging at Sun Yan. His face turned pale as he recognized it, as an 8th-level beast far beyond his own strength. Is this where I meet my end? Sun Yan thought with a wry smile, though he felt little fear. As a warrior, he had long accepted the possibility of dying in battle. In that critical moment, a brilliant flash of a saber sliced through the sky, illuminating Sun Yan's eyes. When he regained his senses, the demon cloud tiger lay dead on the ground, a cold corpse. Sun Yan turned in astonishment to Wang Heng, who smiled and said, Instructor, I've advanced to a battle general. As he spoke, he swung his saber, cutting down several diving birds in midair. What? A battle general? Sun Yan was both shocked and delighted. He hadn't expected Wang Heng to progress so rapidly. With Wang Heng's talent for duplication and his mastery of the 2nd level of the dominant blade, his combat power now approached that of a high-level battle general. A surge of excitement and exhilaration filled Sun Yan's heart. Even if he were to die at that moment, he felt no regret, for he had trained a warrior with the ability to duplicate himself into a battle general. The military hall in Luqing was a hive of tense activity. Large screens displayed real-time surveillance of the city walls and the approaching beast tide. Staff members were intensely focused on their computers, while officers kept their eyes glued to the screens. Suddenly, a staff member pointed to the footage of the west wall and urgently reported to Brigadier General Ling Ran. General Ling, the situation is dire. A large number of beast generals are heading towards the west wall, expected to arrive in an hour. Among them is a low-level beast king, the iron-backed armored earth dragon. Ling Ran's expression changed dramatically upon hearing this. He asked, a low-level beast king? Equivalent to a low-level war god in strength. After receiving a confirmation, he frowned and said gravely, the dragon's defenses are incredibly strong. Conventional missiles won't work. Only a nuclear warhead can penetrate it. A staff member added with a wry smile, but the iron-backed armored earth dragon moves like the wind, making it hard for missiles to hit. That's the fatal flaw of thermal weapons. Ling Ran immediately ordered to contact nearby war god-level experts for support, only to learn that the Jiangnan area was also facing a beast tide, leaving the war gods stretched thin. Frustrated, he slammed the table, feeling powerless. Despite Daxia having over 300 war gods, they couldn't protect thousands of cities. He sighed inwardly, wondering when Luqing would have its own war god guardian. Just then, another staff member rushed over with a tablet in hand, speaking urgently. General Ling, you need to see this. He quickly pulled up a video showing a young warrior slaying beasts. Ling Ran waved dismissively. I know him, Wang Heng. I was there during last year's college entrance exam when he tested his punching power. But he's only a freshman. Even if his strength rivals a low or mid-level beast general, it won't change the situation. Before he could finish, the staff member enlarged the footage of Wang Heng instantly killing a demon cloud tiger. Ling Ran's pupils contracted as he watched Wang Heng casually swing his blade, instantly killing the level 8 beast. That's Yuan power. He's already become a beast general level warrior. Ling Ran was astonished, recalling that Wang Heng only had a D-level cultivation talent, yet by the end of his freshman year, he had reached such a level. He couldn't help but marvel at the incredible speed of Wang Heng's cultivation. General Ling Ran's smart wristband suddenly vibrated, displaying an urgent message from the staff. General, according to the intelligence provided by Haida, Wang Heng was able to kill dozens of level 8 beasts with just his second-tier dominating blade. Now that he has been promoted to the rank of warlord, it is conservatively estimated that his strength is comparable to that of a senior warlord. If we send his clone with a nuclear bomb, is it possible to kill the iron-backed armored earth dragon? Ling Ran frowned slightly, not responding immediately. He quickly accessed Wang Heng's contact information and sent a brief message. Wang Heng, This is Ling Ran, the commander of Lu City. What is your current base strength? At that moment, Wang Heng was calmly hunting beasts on the city wall. As a powerful fighter comparable to a beginner war god, these beasts posed no threat to him. However, the overwhelming number of beasts made it difficult for him to cover the entire wall. While slashing the beasts before him, Wang Heng recalled the scenes he had seen online of war god-level warriors in action. One such warrior, who had mastered the realm of ice and snow, swung his blade, instantly freezing the entire battlefield and turning thousands of beasts into ice sculptures. Only such earth-shattering power could truly change the tide of the beast invasion. Although Wang Heng's strength was comparable to that of a beginner war god, he had not yet comprehended any realms, leaving a significant gap between him and a true war god. Just then, Wang Heng's smart wristband vibrated. Looking down, he saw a message from General Ling Ran. He quickly remembered that Sun Nian had mentioned the commander of Lu City was a brigadier named Ling Ran, a peak warlord. It was said that this general had been present during his college entrance exam. Asking about my base strength? Could it be that they want to use my clone? Wang Heng's eyes flashed as he instantly grasped the other's intentions. It seems the beast invasion is severe, and they need to use a nuclear bomb. He quickly replied, 70,000 kilograms. Ling Ran received the reply and couldn't help but exclaim. This was already close to the strength of an intermediate warlord, and as he knew, Wang Heng's strength could double when he merged with his clone. This meant Wang Heng currently had a strength of 140,000 kilograms. With the second-tier dominating blade's amplification, his explosive power could reach 420,000 kilograms, almost on par with a senior warlord. Perhaps he really can carry a nuclear bomb to eliminate the iron-backed armored earth dragon. Ling Ran pondered for a moment before sending another message to Wang Heng. He then turned to his staff and decisively ordered, "Prepare the nuclear bomb for me immediately." "Yes, sir." The staff member responded and left. Ling Ran immediately left the hall, personally carrying the prepared nuclear bomb, and sped towards the west city wall. Meanwhile, Wang Heng received Ling Ran's second message. As he had anticipated, the general was bringing a nuclear bomb, and his task was as expected to send his clone to carry the nuclear bomb and eliminate a war god-level beast king, the iron-backed armored earth dragon. While checking the information about the iron-backed armored earth dragon on his smart wristband, Wang Heng pondered, the defense of this beast king is extremely formidable. To kill it with a nuclear bomb, I must get within 1,000 meters. At that moment, he heard a familiar voice calling, "Wang Heng." At that moment, General Ling Ran hurriedly arrived with a nuclear bomb, his footsteps echoing distinctly in the tense atmosphere. Wang Heng immediately stepped forward, his eyes filled with both anticipation and anxiety. Ling Ran, without saying much, handed the alloy case from his back to Wang Heng, his expression grave as he said, "This is the nuclear bomb. I will escort your clone to the destination." Wang Heng was taken aback and quickly shook his head, saying, "General Ling, it's too dangerous. I can go myself." His voice was filled with concern, knowing that transporting the nuclear bomb meant venturing deep into the beast horde. Even with Ling Ran's peak warrior prowess, there was no guarantee of safety. Ling Ran's brow furrowed, his tone leaving no room for argument. "No, your true self must not go. This is an order." His eyes reflected his recognition of Wang Heng's potential. With the talent Wang Heng had demonstrated, he was highly likely to ascend to a war god, or at the very least, become a peak warrior. A high-level fighter with the ability to create clones was invaluable to the human faction. Wang Heng wanted to protest further, but Ling Ran's stern expression made it clear that the decision was final. Sighing in resignation, Wang Heng summoned a clone, which took the alloy case containing the nuclear bomb. "Let's go," Ling Ran said briefly, then swiftly departed with Wang Heng's clone, leaving the true Wang Heng to continue defending the city. While commanding the city's defenses, Wang Heng split his focus to control the clone. He mused to himself, "With my current base strength of 70,000 kilograms, even with the boost from the second level of the Dominator Blade, I can only exert a force of 210,000 kilograms, equivalent to an intermediate warrior." He frowned, aware that with such strength alone, it would be extremely challenging to penetrate the beast horde and approach the ironback armored earth dragon. He understood that Ling Ran must have considered this, which is why he chose to escort personally. But this undoubtedly put Ling Ran in a dangerous position. As Wang Heng fought fiercely, he constantly practiced the Dominator Blade technique in his mind. "If I can master the third level of the Dominator Blade, my strength will surely advance further." Recalling the month of rigorous training during the summer break, Wang Heng had diligently spent an hour each day practicing his blade skills. With over 100 clones training in tandem, he had gained some insight into the third level of the Dominator Blade. After advancing to the warrior level, his number of clones had astonishingly reached 241. Now, amidst the intense battle with the beasts, Wang Heng could clearly feel the improvement in his blade technique. Each swing of his blade was sharper than before, each movement more fluid. A thought arose in his mind. Perhaps it wouldn't be long before he mastered the third level of the Dominator Blade. Wang Heng controlled his avatar as he and Ling ran quietly left from the northwest side of Luqing. This area had sparse beasts, which was advantageous for their escape. Ling Ran led the way, moving swiftly, with Wang Heng following closely, his eyes fixed on him. Suddenly, a levels-even beast charged at them. Ling Ran, quick on his feet, wielded his spear like a dragon and pierced through it instantly. He then moved through the beast horde with ease. Even level 8 beasts couldn't escape his deadly spear. Wang Heng was secretly amazed. No wonder he's a peak warrior. His level spear skills have reached the third level, and he possesses a special talent. He watched Ling Ran intently, seeing him gradually enveloped in a golden aura, resembling a god of war descending. High-level talent, Vajra Body. Wang Heng's heart skipped a beat as he recognized this renowned special talent. The most notable feature of the Vajra Body is its ability to greatly increase defense. No wonder General Ling dared to escort his avatar out of the city. With this divine skill, unless they encountered a warlord-level beast king, they were unlikely to be in danger. Wang Heng breathed a sigh of relief. The avatar followed Ling Ran, penetrating deep into the beast horde, heading towards the location of the iron-backed armored earth dragon. Along the way, Wang Heng's avatar had to join the battle. Fortunately, Ling Ran had already slain most of the level 8 and above beasts, so the avatar only had to deal with levels-even beasts, which wasn't too difficult. However, as they ventured deeper, high-level beasts became more concentrated. Even Ling Ran struggled to fend off all the level 8 beasts alone. With a loud roar, Wang Heng unleashed a brilliant blade light, and after a fierce battle, finally cut down a level 8 beast. Meanwhile, Ling Ran, not far away, killed a level 9 beast and continued to clear the path ahead. According to surveillance, we are 120,000 meters from the iron-backed armored earth dragon. Can you keep going? Ling Ran asked, with a hint of concern in his voice. At this point, he could barely handle the level 8 beasts and was struggling against the level 9 ones. I can keep going. Wang Heng's avatar responded firmly. He still had perfect level skills yet to be used, which were more than enough to handle a few level 8 beasts, and he was confident he could escape from level 9 beasts. All right, I'll escort you a bit further. Ling Ran gave Wang Heng a deep look before continuing to charge forward. 100,000 meters, 80,000 meters, 50,000 meters. The distance kept shrinking, and Wang Heng finally caught sight of the legendary iron-backed armored earth dragon. It was as massive as a small mountain, its limbs like towering pillars supporting its heavy body. Its menacing head had two blood-red eyes that burned like fiery orbs, exuding a terrifying aura. Most striking was its entire body, covered in hard scales resembling forged black iron, gleaming with a cold metallic sheen. The scales on its back are especially thick, layered like a shield, and seemingly indestructible. Wang Heng gazed at the colossal beast, reminiscent of a small hill, and couldn't help but draw a sharp breath. He pondered to himself, even though his power after merging with his clone rivaled that of a novice war god, confronting this iron-backed armored earth dragon Hedon would likely prove futile against its formidable defense. Beasts of the war god level not only gain immense strength, but their scale defenses also undergo a significant transformation. Wang Heng understood well that only true war god level warriors, those who have comprehended the essence of their power, could penetrate the scales of a beast king. We're only 10,000 meters away from the iron-backed armored earth dragon. I can't go any further. From here on, you'll have to rely on yourself. Ling Ran suddenly halted and turned to Wang Heng's clone. Wang Heng nodded in agreement and proceeded to control his clone to move forward. He was acutely aware that Ling Ran needed to return. Otherwise, when the nuclear bomb detonated, it would certainly claim Ling Ran's life, even if it failed to kill the iron-backed armored earth dragon. May everything go smoothly. Ling Ran whispered as he watched the back of Wang Heng's clone, took a deep breath, and resolutely turned back to Lu City. The return journey was smooth, as there was no longer a need to protect Wang Heng's clone. With his strength, he easily navigated through the beast horde. However, Ling Ran was unsure whether Wang Heng could successfully approach the iron-backed armored earth dragon. Even if it can't kill the iron-backed armored earth dragon, I hope it can severely wound it. Ling Ran silently prayed, while keeping a close eye on the position of the nuclear bomb displayed on his smart bracelet. Wang Heng controlled his clone, rushing towards the gargantuan iron-backed armored earth dragon. The distance kept closing, 10,000 meters, 9,000 meters, 8,000 meters. However, more and more beasts appeared ahead, each stronger than the last. The weakest were level 7 beasts, level 8s were common, and even level 9 beasts were watching from a distance with predatory eyes. At this moment, a flicker of joy appeared in Wang Heng's eyes. He swung his black iron battle knife, and a dazzling blade light cut through the void, erupting into blazing flames that instantly obliterated several level 8 beasts. I've finally mastered the third tier of the Tyrant Blade. Wang Heng was ecstatic. At this critical moment, With the help of over 200 clones, he finally comprehended the third tier of the Tyrant Blade. With his strength of 70,000 kilograms, amplified by the third tier of the Tyrant Blade, the force he unleashed reached 280,000 kilograms. This surge in power, combined with his perfect skill level, made navigating through the beast horde significantly easier. Now, only 3,000 meters separated Wang Heng from the iron-backed armored earth dragon. The massive creature had noticed Wang Heng, and its two enormous eyes were filled with a bloodthirsty glare. Roar! A thunderous roar echoed across the sky. The iron-backed armored earth dragon let out a thunderous roar that reverberated through the mountains and forests. It did not attack directly but arrogantly waved its massive claws, commanding the surrounding beasts to encircle and attack Wang Heng. As a being at the level of a demon king, it possessed high intelligence and could easily gauge Wang Heng's strength with its keen energy perception. To it, Wang Heng was nothing more than an insignificant opponent. Seeing this, Wang Heng was secretly pleased. He controlled his clone and unhesitatingly approached the iron-backed armored earth dragon. The distance quickly closed, 3,000 meters, 2,000 meters. However, as he drew nearer, Wang Heng found himself in a predicament. Over a dozen ninth-level beasts surrounded him like an iron fortress. Get out of my way, Wang Heng shouted, launching a desperate fight. He endured the fierce attacks of the ninth-level beasts, determined to get closer to the massive creature. The distance shrank to 1,900 meters, 1,700 meters, 1,500 meters, but Wang Heng's clone was battered and bloodied. Suddenly, a large ninth-level beast charged at him, its sharp fangs tearing off one of the clone's arms. Despite the severe damage to the clone, Wang Heng himself felt no pain. He gritted his teeth and continued to drive the battered clone toward his target. However, more ninth-level beasts surged like a tide, overwhelming Wang Heng's clone. Damn it! Wang Heng's expression changed, and cold sweat dripped down his forehead. He was nearing his limit. Even with perfect level skill mastery, he was not invincible. To have lasted this long was already a feat. Looking at the iron-backed armored earth dragon 1,500 meters away, Wang Heng was filled with frustration. He was only 500 meters away from being within effective attack range, but he knew that this small gap could determine whether he could kill a demon king, especially one renowned for its defense. I have to detonate the nuke. Wang Heng sighed, a resolute glint in his eyes. Without hesitation, he controlled his clone to trigger the nuclear bomb strapped to its back. Boom! An earth-shattering explosion erupted in the wilderness. On the western city wall, Wang Heng stood like a pine tree, his gaze sharp as he scanned the distant horizon. His sword still dripped with the blood of beasts, though he had lost count of how many he had slain. Just moments ago, he had used a clone to detonate a nuclear bomb, and that clone had since dissipated. Now, he was unaware of the situation in the distance, and a sense of unease crept into his heart. Suddenly, the ground shook violently, as if a giant dragon was stirring beneath it. The soldiers on the wall exclaimed in shock, "What's happening? Is it an earthquake?" More cries of fear followed. "Look over there. What is that?" Everyone's eyes were irresistibly drawn to the intense light that suddenly flared in the distance. It was like an artificial sun had been born, so dazzling that it was impossible to look at directly. The entire world seemed to lose its color, leaving only that blinding white brilliance. In the next moment, a cataclysmic energy burst forth from the center of the nuclear explosion. A massive fireball rapidly expanded, igniting everything in its path and warping the air with its heat. Amidst the deafening roar, a powerful shockwave surged outward like a stampede of 1,000 horses. The earth shook violently, mountains crumbled, and huge rocks flew through the air. Buildings collapsed like houses of cards, turning into rubble in an instant. Fierce winds howled, carrying sand and stones, forming a dust storm that shrouded the entire area in chaos. A mushroom cloud rose into the sky, its top rolling and spreading as if to tear the heavens apart. Below, a sea of flames raged, thick smoke billowed, and the acrid smell filled the air, suffocating all who breathed it. In the face of this terrifying scene, all life seemed small and fragile. "It's a nuke? A nuclear bomb," someone finally realized, their face full of shock. Everyone was stunned that the military had resorted to using a nuclear bomb. Could it be that a demon king had appeared? The military had always been cautious about using nuclear bombs. Though their power was unmatched, they also polluted the surrounding environment. Even though spiritual energy had revived, greatly enhancing human physique, particularly among warriors who were almost immune to nuclear pollution, excessive contamination would still affect the environment. The military would only use a nuclear bomb if absolutely necessary, unless a war god-level Biasta demon king had appeared. Not far from the crowd, Qin Li, covered in blood and looking slightly disheveled, said to Qin Zhan beside him, "Dad, I saw Wang Heng's clone leave earlier. I think he was behind this." Qin Zhan's expression was grave as he gazed at the distant mushroom cloud. He said solemnly, "Be careful from now on. Since the military used a nuclear bomb, it means a demon king must have appeared. If the bomb killed the Demon King, that's fine. But if it didn't, and the Demon King goes berserk, Lu City might be hard to defend. Dad, even if it's a Demon King, it would be hard to withstand a nuclear bomb's attack, right? Qinli asked. This time Qin Zhan said nothing, but Jiang Heng beside him shook his head and said, if the nuclear bomb exploded within 1,000 meters of the Demon King, it would certainly kill it. But if the distance was more than 1,000 meters, it might be difficult to take the Demon King down. Wang Heng should be able to get close to the Demon King, given how powerful he is, right? Qinli asked expectantly, his eyes shining with confidence in Wang Heng's strength. Qinli's gaze was fixed on Wang Heng in the distance, particularly on the mysterious iron warblade that weighed a staggering 50,000 kilograms. Wang Heng wielded it with ease, showcasing his formidable strength. Qin Zhan cast an expectant glance, hoping Wang Heng's clone would successfully destroy the Demon King. At this moment, Sun Yin looked at Wang Heng with a face full of suspicion and urgently inquired about the nuclear bomb. Wang Heng calmly responded, explaining General Ling's orders and the appearance of the Demon King. Hearing this, Sun Yin felt a sinking sensation. He knew that Lu City lacked divine-level warriors, and even the strongest, Ling Ran, was merely at the pinnacle of battle generals. Facing the Demon King would spell disaster. Suddenly, a thunderous roar echoed through the skies as a massive iron-back armored earth dragon slowly rose from the ground, its crimson eyes blazing with fury. It charged towards Lu City in a rage, followed by an army of countless demonic beasts. The warriors on the west wall were thrown into panic. Even a nuclear bomb had failed to kill the Demon King. How could Lu City defend itself? Wang Heng's face was grave as he tightly gripped the mysterious iron warblade. Although the iron-back armored earth dragon appeared to be severely injured, its survival posed a significant threat to Lu City. In this critical moment, everyone held their breath, bracing for the imminent battle of life and death. The fate of Lu City hung by a thread. Wang Heng was deep in thought, his eyes fixed on the severely injured iron-backed dragon in the distance. He was weighing his current strength to determine if he could take down the colossal creature. In a flash, a streak of golden light suddenly shot out from the city wall, heading straight for the dragon. It turned out to be Ling Ran, the commander of Lu City. Enveloped in a dazzling golden aura, he charged fearlessly at the dragon, despite appearing as insignificant as an ant compared to its massive size. Ling Ran's bravery was commendable, but his power fell short of a war god's level. In an instant, he was swatted away by the dragon's claw, crashing heavily to the ground, unable to even slow the dragon's advance. It's General Ling, someone exclaimed. It's useless, another voice said in despair. Even wounded, the iron-backed dragon is beyond the reach of a top warrior. There's a chasm between a war god and a warrior. We're doomed this time. Despair spread like a plague among the crowd, with wails echoing around. Even Sun Yin, usually calm, wore a look of utter hopelessness. Suddenly, as if recalling something, Sun Yin turned sharply and shouted to Wang Heng not far away. Wang Heng, you must leave. You have a bright future ahead. You can't die here. Hearing this, Wang Heng continued to stare at the iron-backed dragon, his eyes filled with determination. He nodded slightly and murmured, indeed, it's time to go. In the next moment, Wang Heng leaped from the city wall. Like an arrow released from a bow, he sped towards the iron-backed dragon in the distance. Wang Heng. Sun Yin was momentarily stunned, then began pacing anxiously like an ant on a hot pan. He rushed to the edge of the wall, shouting at Wang Heng's retreating figure. Why is he leaving the city? The warriors nearby watched Wang Heng's departing back in shock. Someone exclaimed, is this madman really going to take on the iron-backed dragon? In the distance, Qin Li's mouth hung open in disbelief. Qin Zhan and Jiang Heng were equally astonished, watching Wang Heng charge unhesitatingly at the colossal beast, feeling both shocked and admiring. Wang Heng leaped off the city wall, ignoring Sun Yin's shouts. Like a lone, fierce wolf, he charged towards the distant iron-backed earth dragon with unwavering determination. His retreating figure exuded a heroic aura, as if he would forge ahead no matter the odds, standing tall and resolute. Run? Where to? Behind me is my hometown. Wang Heng shouted in his heart, gripping his Xian iron battle knife tightly, his gaze fixed intensely on the colossal creature in the distance. At this moment, thoughts of demon kings and hidden powers were cast aside. The faces of his family, friends, and neighbors from his hometown filled his mind, strengthening his resolve. Come, let me witness the might of the Demon King. Wang Heng charged towards the iron-backed earth dragon like an arrow released from a bow, his eyes burning with fierce battle intent. Not far away, Ling Ran was still fiercely battling the earth dragon, barely withstanding its powerful attacks with his Vajra body. Suddenly, he sensed Wang Heng's presence and turned his head, his pupils shrinking. Wang Heng, get out of here. With your current strength, you can't possibly contend with the Demon King. Ling Ran shouted anxiously, knowing that Wang Heng, at best a high-level warrior, was no match for the iron-backed earth dragon. General Ling, Luqing is my hometown. Where do you expect me to go? Wang Heng's hair fluttered, his eyes sharp and resolute, showing no hesitation or fear. Ling Ran was momentarily stunned, unable to react before the iron-backed earth dragon noticed the unexpected intruder. Roar! The earth dragon roared, dismissing Wang Heng as an insignificant ant. It swung its enormous tail with overwhelming force, sweeping towards him. No! Ling Ran shouted urgently, thrusting his spear with all his might, only to be knocked away along with his weapon by the massive tail. The iron-backed earth dragon's tail continued its sweep towards Wang Heng, its power unstoppable. Wang Heng showed no fear, his body shifting just in time to dodge the dragon's tail. The wind from the swing stung his cheeks, but his speed did not falter. He leaped high, his Xian iron battle knife wielding an immense force as he struck down towards the dragon's head. The clash of blade and iron armor sparked a dazzling flare and a deafening sound. The iron-backed earth dragon roared in pain and fury, its massive limbs stomping the ground with earth-shaking force. It opened its gaping maw, spewing a stream of searing flames. Wang Heng rolled aside, narrowly avoiding the fiery attack. Seizing the opportunity during the dragon's attack, Wang Heng swiftly closed in on its underbelly, his battle knife striking like a storm, each blow delivered with all his strength. However, the iron-backed earth dragon's defense was impenetrable, and his attacks caused no significant damage. Yet he showed no sign of retreat, fighting with even greater fervor. Boom! The iron-backed earth dragon suddenly turned, slamming its rock-hard back against Wang Heng. The tremendous impact sent him flying, crashing heavily to the ground. Yet he sprang back up instantly, his determination burning brighter than ever. Once again, he charged towards the iron-backed armored earth dragon, engaging in a gripping battle of life and death with the colossal creature. Wang Heng's figure darted like lightning, as fists and feet clashed with the dragon's claws, stirring up waves of air. Not far away, Ling Ran watched in wide-eyed disbelief. His face was a canvas of astonishment. He recalled his previous encounter with this earth dragon, realizing that even in its severely injured state, the iron-backed armored earth dragon was far beyond the capabilities of an ordinary peak warrior. Ling Ran himself had barely escaped with his life, relying on the defense of his Vajra body. Yet, here was a young man, newly promoted to a junior warrior, holding his own against the dragon. Ling Ran couldn't help but wonder if he was seeing things, or if the world had gone mad, overturning all reason. His worldview was completely shattered at that moment. In the center of the battlefield, the iron-backed armored earth dragon let out an earth-shaking roar. It clearly hadn't expected to be blocked by an ant. Its towering, mountain-like body, clad in heavy iron armor, gleamed with a chilling light. Its massive, menacing mouth opened wide, spewing a ghastly wind. Wang Heng faced the colossal creature without fear, growing braver with each passing moment. Through this fierce exchange, he had already discerned the dragon's weaknesses. Not feeling too good after the nuclear blast, huh? Wang Heng sneered. You look weak. Your strength probably isn't even reaching 3 million kilograms. The iron-backed armored earth dragon was momentarily stunned by his words, then recalled the figure identical to the one before it who had been present before the explosion. It finally realized the truth, and its eyes blazed with fury. Wang Heng gave the dragon a cold smile, bluntly admitting, "That's right, I was the one behind that explosion. Not pleasant, was it?" This statement utterly enraged the iron-backed armored earth dragon. It roared to the heavens, its voice like thunder, shaking the air around them. Then, like an out-of-control giant war machine, it launched a frenzied charge at Wang Heng. As the dragon advanced, boulders shattered, trees toppled, and the ground was furrowed with deep, unending trenches. Its claws glinted with a chilling light, as if they could tear through anything in existence. Facing this overwhelming onslaught, Wang Heng didn't retreat but advanced instead, his eyes shining with the light of battle. "Bring it on," he declared, striking a combat stance, ready to engage in even fiercer combat with the colossal beast. Wang Heng gripped the mysterious iron battle blade tightly with both hands, showing no trace of fear in his eyes as he faced the impending massive threat. The blade trembled slightly, as if it was anticipating a fierce and exhilarating battle. Suddenly, the sky darkened abruptly, and a colossal shadow loomed overhead. It was the iron-backed earth dragon, charging toward Wang Heng with the momentum of a moving mountain. Dominant blade third form, Wang Heng shouted, his eyes wide open, shining with the determination of a door-die battle. He stood tall and firm like a pine tree, resembling an unshakable war god in the center of the battlefield. As he infused his robust energy into the blade, it erupted with a fiery glow, like a blazing flame. The blade's momentum was as swift as lightning, carrying the force of an avalanche as it slashed down. The shrill whistle of the blade slicing through the air was deafening, as though it intended to tear the entire space apart. Boom! The blade collided fiercely with the dragon, unleashing an earth-shattering shockwave. The surrounding trees, beasts, and buildings collapsed under this terrifying force. Ling Ran was swept away by the blast, crashing to the ground in a disheveled state. As the dust gradually settled, Wang Heng remained standing in place, holding his battle blade, his gaze fixed and intense. In his line of sight, the massive iron-backed earth dragon lay on the ground, panting heavily. A striking, gruesome gash appeared on its body, with blood gushing out, staining the ground a deep red. This scene left Ling Ran, not far away, utterly astonished. That was a demon king equivalent to a human war god. Yet Wang Heng was merely a newly promoted war general. The difference in their strength should have been vast, but the outcome was the opposite. Ling Ran, shocked and bewildered, was filled with confusion. How could such a stark disparity in strength result in Wang Heng's victory? This outcome completely overturned his understanding, leaving him momentarily unable to comprehend what had just happened. On the western city wall, all eyes simultaneously focused on a frenzied figure Wang Heng, charging fearlessly towards the massive iron-backed armadillo dragon. The spectators held their breath, filled with concern for Wang Heng's fate. Sun Yin was filled with regret, wishing he had stopped this reckless individual. Among the crowd, Qin Li recalled past grievances with Wang Heng, breaking out in a cold sweat, grateful that his father had mediated their conflict. A distinguished student of Haida, how could he be so reckless? Jiang Heng murmured with a frown, his voice full of confusion. Qin Zhan gazed into the distance and said solemnly, perhaps it's for his hometown. If the beast tide can't be stopped, Wang Heng might escape, but the people of Luqing would face catastrophe. At that moment, Qin Li exclaimed, Dad, look! Everyone's attention was locked on the fierce battle between Wang Heng and the iron-backed armadillo dragon. Incredibly, Wang Heng was not immediately crushed. Instead, he was holding his own against the giant creature. Even more astonishingly, as time passed, Wang Heng began to gain the upper hand. How is this possible? Qin Zhan was dumbfounded, feeling his worldview completely overturned. The gap between a junior warrior and a junior war god was immense. Dad, am I seeing things? Is that really Wang Heng? Qin Li was too shocked to speak. Jiang Heng was full of doubt. Even if the iron-backed armadillo dragon was injured by a nuclear blast, it could still unleash millions of kilograms of force. Wang Heng just advanced to warrior level. How can he be so powerful? Qin Zhan shook his head, equally perplexed. Not far away, Sun Yin gripped his long knife tightly, his eyes suddenly bright. Despite being equally stunned by the scene, hope quickly ignited within him. Wang Heng's displayed strength suggested he might actually defeat this terrifying dragon. For the first time, the beast tide seemed conquerable. In the wilderness, Wang Heng unleashed the third level of the Dominator Blade, appearing almost possessed. His eyes were bloodshot, his breath heavy and rapid, each strike seemingly fueled by his life force. The iron-backed armadillo dragon's defense was impenetrable. Even after being repeatedly wounded by Wang Heng, it remained tenaciously upright. Roar! The iron-backed armadillo dragon charged again at Wang Heng. However, its massive body was repeatedly sent flying, its scales accumulating ghastly, blood-stained gashes. Clearly, this fearsome beast was nearing its end. In this desolate land, two lives engaged in a monumental battle, neither willing to concede easily. Every strike by Wang Heng carried the determination to fight for his hometown, while the iron-backed armadillo dragon, driven by instinct, resisted desperately. This breathtaking battle would determine the fate of Luqing's millions of residents. The ironback armored earth dragon, a dying beast of demon king level, unleashed a terrifying bloodthirsty frenzy in its final moments. Its massive tail swung like a 1,000-pound hammer, each strike causing Wang Heng to feel as if his bones would shatter. Blood flowed continuously from his mouth, staining his battle armor crimson. Despite the dire situation, Wang Heng gritted his teeth and persevered. Each of his counterattacks was precise and fierce, gradually wearing down the gigantic creature's life force. Finally, with a thunderous roar, the ironback armored earth dragon collapsed, lifeless. Gasping for breath, Wang Heng's gaze moved between the dragon's corpse and his own black dragon armor. His face was filled with the relief of having narrowly escaped death. Thankfully, I had this black dragon armor, or I would have perished. Reflecting on the intense battle, Wang Heng found himself lost in thought. A demon king severely damaged by a nuclear strike could still unleash such terrifying power, far beyond his expectations. He speculated that if he had faced the ironback armored earth dragon at full strength, he wouldn't have lasted a single round. With my current strength, it's truly difficult to contend with a demon king of the beginner war god level. Wang Heng silently concluded from this narrow victory. Firstly, the ironback armored earth dragon was already severely injured, greatly reducing its power. Secondly, he had comprehended the third stage of the Overlord Blade in previous battles, significantly boosting his overall strength. Lastly, and most crucially, was the top-tier human-made armor of black dragon armor. Without its protection, Wang Heng would likely have become the dragon's meal. Despite the victory, Wang Heng was acutely aware that with his beginner warlord cultivation, it was still too early to easily defeat a beginner war god-level demon king. He secretly planned to wait until he advanced to the high-level warlord stage before challenging such a demon king again. Perhaps then he could handle it with ease. As Wang Heng was immersed in post-battle reflection, Ling Ran appeared not far away. He quickly approached, his gaze shifting between the demon king's corpse on the ground and the battered Wang Heng, a flicker of astonishment in his eyes. Ling Ran took a deep breath and solemnly said to Wang Heng, "Wang Heng, you should go back and rest now. Without this demon king, the beast tide is already receding." He had witnessed the harrowing battle firsthand and knew Wang Heng was in no condition to fight further. Wang Heng nodded slightly, looking around to see the surrounding beasts retreating. This heart-stopping battle had finally come to an end. The upcoming battle no longer required Wang Heng's involvement. His full strength had been revealed in this fight, and his feat of an intermediate warrior defeating an elementary wargod-level demon king was bound to shake the entire world. Wang Heng was cautious, aware that he might become a target for those with ulterior motives. He knew he had to be proactive and prepare in advance. "General Ling, I'll be heading out first." Wang Heng nodded slightly to Ling Ran, then sped towards Lu City like an arrow released from a bow. Meanwhile, the people on the western city wall witnessed Wang Heng's astonishing feat of slaying the iron-backed armored earth dragon, yet no cheers erupted. The vast city wall fell into silence, as if everyone had lost the ability to speak, leaving only their stunned gazes following Wang Heng's departing figure. He actually killed a demon king. Qin Li finally snapped out of his daze, gasping in disbelief. Qin Zhan and Zhang Heng stared wide-eyed, mouths slightly agape, clearly still immersed in shock. Sun Yin gazed blankly into the distance, muttering to himself, "Am I nurturing a future war god? And one with the ability to create clones?" The word war god echoed in the ears of those present, and nearby warriors nodded in agreement. If anyone claimed Wang Heng could not ascend to a war god, none present would believe it. If someone capable of slaying a wargod-level demon king as a warrior couldn't become a war god, then who could deserve the title? The birth of a war god in Lu City is finally upon us. This thought arose in the hearts of every warrior on the western city wall, stirring a wave of excitement. For the warriors of Lu City, the emergence of a war god signified the end of fear from beast tides. Even more thrilling was Wang Heng's talent for creating clones, a boon in a time of need. Everyone secretly anticipated the day Wang Heng would become a war god. With him guarding Lu City, the city would stand firm and impregnable, with no fears for the future. Boom. Wang Heng rushed back to Lu City, covered in dust, without even a moment to catch his breath, and headed straight to the underground training room at home. He deftly entered the code, and the alloy door slowly opened with a heavy mechanical sound. Xiaohong, Wang Tao, Lu Yuru, and Wang Kiki rushed forward almost simultaneously. Their faces were filled with worry, but seeing Wang Heng safe and sound brought immediate relief and smiles. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heng forced a relaxed tone. "Dad, Mom, the beast tide is over. But I need to head to High University as soon as possible." A complex look flickered in his eyes, showing the deep contemplation he had undergone on his way back. At this moment, he was certain that High University was his only choice. With several God of War level teachers and a principal who surpassed that level, it was the only place he could temporarily avoid the dangers lurking around him. Although he wasn't entirely sure if High University was completely trustworthy, as a student, he preferred to believe that his alma mater wouldn't harm its own prodigy. Hearing this, Lu Yuru's eyes immediately showed reluctance, her voice trembling slightly. "Xiaohong, the summer break just ended a month ago, and you're leaving already?" Wang Tao frowned and asked, "Did something important happen?" Wang Heng shook his head, giving a simple explanation. "Nothing major. It's just that I'm moving up to sophomore year next semester, and I want to prepare in advance." He didn't want to elaborate to avoid worrying them. As for their safety, Wang Heng wasn't concerned. With his prowess comparable to a junior god of war, his talent for creating avatars, and limitless potential, no one would dare to easily provoke his family. Wang Tao advised, "Xiaohong, you're an adult now, and there's not much we can do for you. Be very careful out there." Wang Heng nodded in agreement, quickly packed the remaining training resources, and after a brief farewell, hurriedly left home. He headed straight to New Bridge Airport, choosing the earliest flight to High University. Meanwhile, the online world was buzzing. Someone had uploaded a video of Wang Heng slaying the iron-backed armored earth dragon, and within hours, sensational headlines sprang up like mushrooms after a rain. "Freshman slays demon king." Can you believe it? "Junior warlord slays junior demon king." 17-year-old college student slays demon king. Lu City witnesses the rise of a super genius. My untold story with Wang Heng. Initially, many scoffed at these headlines, dismissing them as sensational fake news. But after watching the video, they couldn't help but be convinced. Wang Heng's youth was astonishing, and his identity as the top martial arts student in Lu City was quickly uncovered. The entire internet was abuzz, with people fervently discussing this young prodigy who had suddenly emerged. Amidst the online uproar, a certain military department quietly took notice of everything. In the office, a staff member hurriedly pushed open the door and entered the view of the middle-aged general. The general was lounging lazily in his chair, his gaze indifferent. "General, you need to see this," the staff member said breathlessly, handing a tablet to the general. "Someone has bypassed ranks and slain a demon king." This news struck like a bolt of lightning, instantly piquing the general's interest. He sat up straight, took the tablet, and stared intently at the screen. As the video played, the general's expression shifted from surprise to shock, and finally to complete astonishment. A junior warrior can unleash millions of kilograms of force? How? How is this possible? The general muttered, his eyes filled with disbelief. Coming back to his senses, the general immediately asked, "Who is this person?" The staff member promptly replied, "His name is Wang Heng, currently a freshman at High University, from an ordinary civilian family in Lucheng." A gleam flashed in the general's eyes as he decisively ordered, "Inform High University immediately. The military wants to recruit Wang Heng in advance and directly grant him the rank of Major General." "Yes, sir." The staff member took the order and left, the sound of footsteps gradually fading away. Meanwhile, in the Ministry of Education, a silver-haired, scholarly man slowly put down his tablet. He turned to the staff member beside him, speaking steadily. "Inform High University that Wang Heng has caught our interest in the Ministry of Education. We must focus on nurturing such a super talent." The staff member hesitated. High University might not let him go easily. The scholarly man smiled calmly. "High University is under the jurisdiction of the Ministry of Education. That's not an issue." "Understood." The staff member nodded respectfully. At the same time, in a research institute, a man in a white lab coat finished watching the video, his eyes shining. He excitedly told the staff member next to him, "Report to the higher-ups immediately. I need this person's blood and cell samples, preferably bring him here. This is a super talent comparable to a war god." The staff member looked troubled. "That might not be easy." The man in the lab coat interrupted loudly. "Who cares about war gods or geniuses? This person can unleash dozens of times his own combat power. If we can research and spread this discovery, humanity can completely suppress the monsters. For the greater good of humanity, some personal sacrifices are inevitable." Xie Yunhao had just been brought into a villa and hadn't even caught his breath when Tawachi Morgan hurriedly returned. Frowning, Xie asked in confusion, "Mr. Tawachi, what's going on?" Tawachi Morgan, though seriously injured from a battle with Wu Jingshan and intending to heal, had received important news on his way and rushed back. He looked directly at Xie Yunhao and asked straightforwardly, "Xie Yunhao, do you know a classmate named Wang Heng?" Upon hearing this, Xie's face instantly darkened and his brows knitted tightly. He replied coldly, "He's also a student at High University. Why are you asking about him?" Tawachi Morgan pressed on, "What is his talent like?" Xie scoffed, a hint of disdain in his voice. "His cultivation talent is only level. However," he paused, "his clone talent has mutated. After merging with his clone, his power can increase by 100. He actually has a clone talent." Tawachi Morgan was visibly shocked. Xie frowned, his tone wary. "Mr. Tawachi, why are you inquiring about him? Are you planning to recruit him too?" Tawachi Morgan didn't answer directly, but handed a tablet to Xie. "Take a look at this first." Xie took the tablet and opened the video. As the footage played, his pupils constricted sharply, and disbelief was written all over his face. He widened his eyes, his voice trembling slightly. "Is this really Wang Heng?" Tawachi Morgan asked in return. "He's your classmate. Don't you recognize him?" Xie clenched his fists, his expression as dark as iron. Of course, he recognized Wang Heng. Even if Wang Heng turned to ashes, he would still recognize him. But what he couldn't accept was that the Wang Heng in the video could cross levels to slay a demon king. Even if it was a severely wounded demon king, it was still a demon king. Xie was well aware of the huge gap between a demon king and a general, and this scene filled him with both disbelief and bitterness. Why? Xie's heart roared. Every time he thought he was about to surpass Wang Heng, Wang would somehow manage to leave him far behind again. And this time, the gap between them felt like an insurmountable chasm, leaving Xie feeling unprecedented defeat and resentment. At the Dasha City International Airport, Wang Heng hurriedly walked out of the airplane carrying an alloy briefcase. His eyes scanned the bustling terminal before he briskly headed towards the taxi stand. Seated in the back of a taxi, Wang Heng browsed the heated discussions on his phone while contemplating his situation. He felt fortunate for quickly deciding to travel to Dasha City, as within just a few hours, many people were already searching for him. Wang Heng blocked all unknown calls and learned that someone had visited his home and inquired about his whereabouts through Sun Nian. He smirked at the thought. Had he stayed in Lucheng, he feared he might have been invited to some unknown place. Strength, it's all about strength, Wang Heng muttered, clenching his fists with a burning desire for power. Although he had managed to defeat a demon king, he was still far from matching a true war god level expert. Meanwhile, in a conference room at the University of Dasha, Vice President Zhao Wu was conducting an urgent meeting. Ladies and gentlemen, what's your opinion on student Wang Heng? Zhao Wu asked, looking around at the assembled teachers. Wu Jingshan was the first to speak. Such a promising talent should be fully supported in his advancement to war god level. One teacher questioned, given Wang Heng's surprising abilities, shouldn't we ask him a few questions? Wu Jingshan countered. Do you wish to uncover his secrets? Those are his opportunities, and we should not covet them. After some discussion, Zhao Wu concluded, let's provide full support for Wang Heng's advancement to war god level. In addition to the previous rewards, we'll upgrade his benefits to S level and submit an application to the war god hall. After the meeting, Wang Heng returned to Dorm A1. He took out 2 black iron battle knives from the briefcase, while the rest of the training resources had been entrusted to his father to pass on to Sun Yin. Wang Heng hoped these resources would help his instructor advance to the war general level. Just as Wang Heng was about to shop in the school mall, he was astonished to find his credits had skyrocketed from 11 million to 34 million. Alarmed by the unexpected 23 million increase, he immediately contacted teacher Zhuo Wenbin, fearing a system error. The dormitory door was gently knocked, and Wang Heng got up to open it, finding Zhuo Wenbin standing outside. He raised an eyebrow in surprise. Mr. Zhuo, why did you come in person? Zhuo Wenbin stepped into the room with a warm smile on his face. He waved his hand and spoke sincerely. Don't call me teacher anymore. Your skills have far surpassed mine, and I feel unworthy of the title. Just call me senior or brother Zhuo. Seeing Zhuo Wenbin's insistence, Wang Heng nodded reluctantly. All right, brother Zhuo, please have a seat. He poured a glass of water for Zhuo Wenbin and then sat across from him. Zhuo Wenbin's gaze lingered on Wang Heng, his eyes filled with amazement and a hint of guilt. Ever since you came to Haida, I've been unable to see through you. In just a year, you've reached such a level. It's truly astonishing. I almost misjudged you before. Wang Heng quickly shook his head. Brother Zhuo, don't say that. Without your guidance and Haida's support, I couldn't have progressed so quickly. Zhuo Wenbin cleared his throat and said seriously, I'm here to tell you that Haida has upgraded your status to S level. You now enjoy the same benefits as Xie Yuanhao did, including the eligibility for credit loans. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng breathed a sigh of relief and then asked, Brother Zhuo, I noticed my credits suddenly increased a lot. Was there a mistake? Zhuo Wenbin chuckled and explained. How could there be? That was at the personal direction of President Zhao. You demonstrated the 3rd form of the dominant blade, earning you a reward of 3 million credits. Reaching the perfect level of skill added another 10 million credits. Remember that Ironback armored earth dragon you killed? The military calculated your battle achievements and the value of the Demon King's corpse, granting you another 10 million credits. Wang Heng suddenly realized he had forgotten about the earth dragon's corpse. Zhuo Wenbin's words brought back memories of that thrilling battle and the enormous rewards that followed. It all came so suddenly, making it hard for him to process. Wang Heng stared at the flickering communicator in his hand, displaying an astonishing figure, 10 million credits. He couldn't help but recall the thrilling encounter earlier to inner core of a junior demon king, worth 50 billion yuan. Coupled with the ironback dragon's meat, bones, and scales, it was an astronomical sum. Not to mention his heroic performance in Lu City and the feat of transporting a nuclear bomb. The stronger you are, the easier it is to make money. Wang Heng mused to himself, a hint of joy flashing in his eyes. With this enormous amount of credits, his rise in power was just around the corner. As he was reveling in his joy, Zhuo Wenbin's voice interrupted his thoughts. Wang Heng, the school has submitted your application to the Temple of War. You might be setting off soon. Wang Heng raised an eyebrow, his curiosity piqued. Brother Zhuo, where exactly is the Temple of War? What secrets does it hold? He had scoured the internet but found no information about the Temple of War, as if it had been deliberately erased. Zhuo Wenbin shook his head, a trace of envy in his eyes. I only know it's in the Kunlun Mountains. As for what's inside, only the geniuses who join or those at the war god level and above know. Wang Heng furrowed his brows. It's just an academy, why the mystery? As Zhuo Wenbin got up to leave, he suddenly remembered something and turned back. Oh, Wang Heng, teacher Wu Jingshan has spoken up for you many times in meetings. He's really been good to you. Wang Heng's expression turned complex. This teacher Wu Jingshan, whom he had never met, had indeed looked out for him, even sending him the video explaining the 4th level of the dominating blade technique. It's a pity I'm going to the Temple of War, otherwise I should really take him as my mentor, Wang Heng thought to himself. Wu Jingshan's care was too much to ignore, and he didn't want to be an ungrateful person. After Zhuo Wenbin left, Wang Heng eagerly opened the school's marketplace to browse the resources for warrior-level training. He had already learned that warriors reaching the warrior class need to clear 12 meridians in their bodies. His fingers flew across the light screen, his eyes locked on the rare items, calculating how to use this enormous credit to maximize his strength. The 12 meridians are categorized into the hand 3 yin meridians, hand 3 yang meridians, foot 3 yang meridians, and foot 3 yin meridians. This represents a harmonious balance of yin and yang, aligning with the natural order of the universe. Once fully opened, these meridians allow the body to constantly absorb the spiritual energy of heaven and earth, resulting in a comprehensive transformation from the inside out. This is why warriors at the battle general level can be fearless of thermal weapons. Wang Heng focused his mind, slightly squinting his eyes as his fingers gently slid across the interface, browsing through the wide array of goods in the school store. His attention quickly fixated on several treasures that could aid in opening the meridians. Tong Mai Dan, a crystalline pill emitting a faint medicinal fragrance, priced at 10,000 credits. It can increase the speed of opening the meridians by 10% within 10 days of consumption. Divine Wood Elixir, a jade green liquid swirling in a jade bottle, priced at 30,000 credits. Drinking it can increase the speed of opening the meridians by 10% within a month. Millennium Spirit Stone Milk, a milky white liquid with a faint glow, priced at 200,000 credits. Consuming it can increase the speed of opening the meridians by 20% within a month. Dragon Saliva Vermilion Fruit, a blood red fruit emitting a mesmerizing glow, priced at an astronomical 5 million credits. It can help open one meridian within 3 days of consumption. Wang Heng carefully compared the effects and prices of these treasures, frowning slightly. He realized that most of the auxiliary treasures for opening meridians were not particularly effective, only increasing the speed by 1 or 2/10 at most. However, the Dragon Saliva Vermilion Fruit was indeed tempting, as it could help open one meridian in one go, making it a divine item for enhancing cultivation. Nevertheless, upon seeing the staggering price of the Dragon Saliva Vermilion Fruit, Wang Heng couldn't help but gasp. One fruit cost 5 million credits, equivalent to 500 million yuan. He mused that such a precious item was probably too extravagant for anyone to purchase. After all, given the talents of the university students, once they advanced to the battle general level, opening one meridian would take at most 1 or 2 years. Spending 500 million yuan to save 1 or 2 years seemed hardly worthwhile. Wang Heng began to calculate his own situation. With his current 241 avatars cultivating together, he could elevate his level talent to its level standard. He estimated that opening one meridian would take about a year, which was entirely feasible. Although he had a considerable number of credits, Wang Heng understood the importance of thrift. Shaking his head, he decisively abandoned the idea of purchasing the Dragon Saliva Vermilion Fruit. Ultimately, he only bought a bottle of Divine Wood Elixir and a bottle of Millennium Spirit Stone Milk, along with several Tong Mai Dan, preparing himself for his cultivation journey. Wang Heng, you're amazing, do you know that? In the underground training room, Wang Heng was staring at the screen on the wall with a slight smile. The screen showed images of the Zhao brothers, Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, having a video call. Zhao Lei excitedly said, "So many people are asking me about you now. With your protection, I can totally dominate at Haida." Wang Heng couldn't help but tease. "Do you think you're a crab, walking sideways without a care?" Zhao Hai's expression was serious as he cautioned, "Wang Heng, don't listen to his nonsense. Be extra careful these days. I've heard that many people are interested in your opportunities." Wang Heng put away his smile and nodded solemnly. "I understand." Zhao Lei, however, was nonchalant and said boldly, "Big brother, stop worrying unnecessarily. Wang Heng, don't be afraid of them. As long as you're at Haida, they can't reach you. Besides, you're about to go to the Hall of the War God." Hearing this, Wang Heng's eyes showed curiosity. He asked, "Do you know any detailed information about the Hall of the War God?" "I only know it's somewhat related to the revival of spiritual energy, but not much else." Zhao Hai shook his head, indicating he didn't know. Wang Heng furrowed his brows, feeling even more puzzled. He muttered to himself, "Isn't the Hall of the War God a school? How is it related to the revival of spiritual energy? The revival started 1,000 years ago. Could it be that the Hall of the War God has existed for 1,000 years too?" Zhao Lei chimed in. "I heard from Grandpa that there are 2 Halls of the War God, and one of them is for training genius warriors." Wang Heng's brows knitted tighter, his confusion deepening. 2 Halls of the War God. This information was unexpected. Seeing this, Zhao Hai advised, "Wang Heng, don't overthink it. You'll find out everything soon enough when you go to the Hall of the War God." Wang Heng nodded and said, "All right, I need to continue training, so I'll talk to you later." Zhao Hai acknowledged, while Zhao Lei couldn't resist shouting, "Wang Heng, Brother Wang, Master Wang, you're already so amazing, yet you still train so diligently. Please, give us ordinary warriors a chance, don't make it too competitive." Wang Heng chuckled, ignoring his antics, and ended the call. But he then dialed another contact, Li Shui. Soon, Li Shui appeared on the screen. She was dressed in a neat martial arts outfit, her ponytail tied high, sitting cross-legged in a training room, looking fresh. Seeing this, Wang Heng couldn't help but laugh. "You're much more diligent than Zhao Hai and Zhao Lei, training hard even during the summer vacation." Li Shui smiled slightly and explained, "I have no choice. Cultivating the vermilion bird divine body takes a lot of time, so I must seize every second for training. Then, she looked at Wang Heng intently and said, besides, having a brilliant genius like you as a classmate puts so much pressure on us. We have to work hard too. Wang Heng raised an eyebrow and asked, you know about it too? Li Shui rolled her eyes at him and replied, the whole internet is buzzing about it. You think I don't go online? Wang Heng grinned smugly. How about it? Am I impressive? Li Shui, full of emotion, sincerely praised. Impressive, truly impressive. You even managed to defeat a demon king. Honestly, when I saw the video, I was so shocked I thought someone had impersonated you. Wang Heng gave a slight smile, a hint of self-mockery flashing in his eyes. He said softly, before this, I was just a nobody. Who would go to the trouble of impersonating me? Li Shui looked at Wang Heng, the smile on her face gradually fading and replaced by a serious expression. She lowered her voice and said, I've heard from Fu Yuhan that quite a few people are heading to High University. 9 times out of 10, they're coming for you. Wang Heng raised an eyebrow and snorted coldly. Do they dare make a move against me within High University? Li Shui explained with a serious tone. Individually, they might not be a concern for High University, but if they join forces, even High University would have to retreat. Wang Heng pondered for a moment, then nodded. Thank you for the warning. I'll be careful. Li Shui sighed. This is something you'll have to handle on your own. My grandfather is just a junior war god, and he might not even match your strength. It's fine. Your warning is important to me, Wang Heng said sincerely. After chatting for a while longer, they ended their communication. Wang Heng stared at the darkened screen, lost in thought. Can High University protect him? At this moment, he had no choice but to trust in the university. All fear stems from lack of strength. Wang Heng took a deep breath, sat cross-legged, and began to open the first meridian in his body. Time flew by, and several days passed in the blink of an eye. On August 5th, a hearty laugh startled Wang Heng from his training. Ha ha, Zhao Wu, long time no see. You still owe me a bottle of wine from last time. The loud laughter echoed throughout High University, the sound waves spreading, causing the ground to tremble. The underground training room where Wang Heng was shook violently. He opened his eyes, full of astonishment. Such powerful strength, to have such an impact just from speaking. This is definitely a top-tier war god. He quickly left the training room and went to the courtyard. Looking up, he saw dozens of armed helicopters circling in the sky, and powerful warriors leaping down from high altitudes. They're all war god-level warriors. Wang Heng was dumbfounded. To jump from such heights and remain unscathed, they must be war god level. Otherwise, even a warrior of the warlord level, with bones tempered, would be shattered to pieces. A sense of foreboding filled Wang Heng's heart. Combining the warnings from Zhao Hai and Li Shui, he vaguely guessed the purpose of these people. At that moment, a commanding figure soared into the sky, coldly surveying the many war god-level warriors. You all come in force. Do you intend to declare war on High University? It's teacher Wu Jingshan. Wang Heng's eyes lit up. He had been watching Wu Jingshan's sword training videos and was very familiar with this teacher. Watching Wu Jingshan in the sky, Wang Heng was full of admiration. As expected, teacher Wu Jingshan can fly. If only I could soar through the skies, no matter how many war god-level warriors came, they wouldn't be able to do anything to me. Wu Jingshan hovered in the air, looking down calmly at the dozens of war gods below. He had every reason to be confident his ability to fly, a rare skill among the war gods, had made him renowned worldwide. Even when facing numerous ground-bound war gods, he remained undefeated. Old Wu, don't act so high and mighty. We're just here for a drink. Surely the university isn't that stingy? A middle-aged man on the ground teased. Yeah, Wu Jingshan, we're not here to cause trouble. We're all war gods serving the same nation, so why can't we discuss things amicably? Another war god chimed in, feigning politeness. Wu Jingshan scoffed internally. Who did they think they were fooling with such lofty words? Just then, Vice President Zhao Wu's voice rang out. Everyone, what's with the commotion outside? If there's something to discuss, come inside. At Zhao Wu's words, expressions shifted slightly among the crowd. For Zhao Wu to hold the position of vice president at the university, his strength was undoubtedly formidable. Even Wu Jingshan, a war god, was beneath him, indicating Zhao Wu's true power. President Zhao is right. We're here to negotiate in good faith, an elderly man said with a cheerful smile. Wu Jingshan descended from the air, saying coldly, follow me. He led them toward a nearby academic building. Wang Heng watched them leave, his brow furrowed. Although the university's number of war gods was fewer than the visitors, with a president surpassing the war gods in power, they should be able to handle the situation, right? With this question lingering, Wang Heng returned to the underground training room, continuing his practice while awaiting news from the university. Meanwhile, in a spacious conference room, over a dozen university war gods and the visiting war god sat on opposite sides of a long table, the atmosphere tense. Zhao Wu looked directly at the visiting war gods and asked bluntly, tell me, why have so many of you come to our university? A middle-aged war god laughed. President Zhao, why pretend you don't know? Surely you're aware of our intentions. Zhao Wu snorted, countering. What authority does the military have to arrest someone at our university? What law has Wang Heng broken? The middle-aged war god quickly clarified. President Zhao, there's a misunderstanding. Our general believes that with Wang Heng's current strength, he no longer needs to study here. It would be better for him to graduate early and join our military. Zhao Wu turned to another refined war god and asked, and why has the Ministry of Education sent you? The man smiled and replied, Martial Arts University is also under the Ministry of Education. Our minister thinks Wang Heng is exceptionally talented and should be given special training, so I'm here to invite him to join us. Zhao Wu let out a cold laugh, his gaze sweeping over the others. And the rest of you? Let's hear your reasons. The atmosphere in Mr. Zhao's office was so tense it was almost tangible. A group of distinguished visitors sat around the conference table, their eyes fixed on Principal Zhao as if awaiting a verdict. Principal Zhao, began a middle-aged man in a white lab coat, his voice deep and resolute. I have no other intentions, but a scientist from my lab would like to obtain some of Wang Heng's blood and cells. No sooner had he finished speaking than another well-dressed man chimed in. Principal Zhao, our lab requires Wang Heng to cooperate for a comprehensive examination. Before Principal Zhao could respond, a third voice interjected urgently. Principal Zhao, I need some of Wang Heng's bone marrow. As everyone voiced their demands, the office buzzed with noise. Standing nearby, Wu Jingshan's expression grew darker by the minute, until he could no longer contain himself. He abruptly stood up, slammed his hands on the table, and shouted in anger. Do you think our students at Haida are guinea pigs? His outburst was like a clap of thunder, silencing the room instantly. However, the silence was short-lived. A dignified middle-aged man slowly rose, his eyes glinting with determination, and spoke with a calm yet powerful tone. Mr. Wu, you shouldn't put it that way. We are also doing this for the sake of the nation. If we achieve any breakthroughs, we will certainly share them with everyone. Wu Jingshan let out a cold laugh, his eyes full of disdain. Such noble words. Why don't you offer yourself up for research? The man did not back down. Instead, he stood straighter, his voice even more forceful. If I could leap a major boundary and slay a demon king, I would willingly sacrifice myself for the research. Wu Jingshan listened, feeling a surge of frustration. He silently thought to himself, these people are all talk, like those keyboard warriors who criticize others for donating too little while claiming they would give everything if they had billions. They're just hypocrites, twisting words and concepts. Meanwhile, in his dormitory, Wang Heng was enduring a different kind of torment. He tried to immerse himself in his training, but found himself restless and unable to focus. Eventually, he gave up, grabbed a glass of juice, and sat on the sofa to wait for the outcome. Time ticked by, and as the sky darkened outside, Wang Heng's mood grew heavier. Just as he was about to lose patience with the prolonged wait, his smart bracelet beeped, jolting him from his thoughts. Seeing the caller ID, Wang Heng's heart raced. Zhuo. He quickly answered the video call. Zhuo Wenbin's face appeared on the screen, his expression so serious it made Wang Heng's heart sink. Looking at Wang Heng, Zhuo Wenbin said in a grave tone, Wang Heng, some people want to recruit you, and others want you to cooperate with lab research, but Principal Zhao has refused them all. Wang Heng listened, nodding expressionlessly. He knew Zhuo Wenbin had more important things to say. Zhuo Wenbin pushed open the door, and the first thing he saw was Wang Heng's face, cold as frost. He couldn't help but sigh, yet he still spoke. Principal Zhao has refused their request to take you away, but he did make some compromises. Wang Heng's gaze was sharp as a knife as he asked bluntly, what does the school want from me? Zhuo Wenbin wasn't deterred by Wang Heng's cold demeanor. He understood how Wang Heng felt at that moment. They need some of your blood and cells, even from a clone. Wang Heng nodded slightly, his voice calm to the point of indifference. No problem. You can come and take them later. With that, he decisively ended the call. Left alone, Wang Heng calculated silently. The situation seemed better than expected. It was just the blood and cells from a clone. He immediately summoned a clone, ready to collect samples. Just then, his smart wristband vibrated, and the screen lit up. Wang Heng glanced down to see the message was from instructor Sun Yin. Instructor, what's going on? Wang Heng quickly answered, a hint of confusion in his tone. Sun Yin's voice was urgent and apologetic. Wang Heng, I'm sorry, I couldn't stop them. Your parents and sister, they've been taken. Boom. The words hit Wang Heng like a sledgehammer, crashing down on his heart. Gripping the clone's hand, he suddenly crushed it, blood splattering everywhere, turning the underground training room crimson. Wang Heng slowly raised his head, blood smeared across his face, making his expression even more terrifying. He looked like a demon emerging from the depths of hell, his eyes bloodshot, exuding a menacing aura. You want my blood? Fine, I'll cooperate. You want my cells? All right, I agree. But why touch my family? Why? Wang Heng roared, his voice filled with suppressed rage. He clenched his fists tightly, his entire body trembling with anger, murderous intent surging like a tidal wave. Why push me? Is it because I'm too weak? After a moment, Wang Heng forced himself to calm down. With a blank expression, he opened the school store and unhesitatingly purchased 6 dragon saliva pearls, spending 30 million credits in one go. The school store delivered with lightning speed, and accompanying the goods was Zhuo Wenbin. Wang Heng handed a metal briefcase to Zhuo Wenbin with a blank expression and said indifferently, "Brother Zhuo, everything is ready." Inside the case were pieces of his clone's blood and flesh, emitting a faint metallic scent. Zhuo Wenbin took the case, his knuckles slightly white. With a click, the lid opened, revealing a pile of bloody flesh. He frowned, casting a worried glance at Wang Heng. Although Wang Heng appeared calm, the silent testimony of the flesh spoke of his inner fury. Wang Heng, the school has its difficulties, Zhuo Wenbin sighed, and the principal is currently in seclusion at the Temple of War. Wang Heng nodded slightly, his voice steady. I don't blame the school. The school doesn't owe me anything, and I'm already very grateful for the protection it provides. Indeed, he harbored no resentment toward Haida, as it had always treated him well. Zhuo Wenbin relaxed a bit, reassuring him. Focus on your training. Once you pass the Temple of War's review in a while, you can train there. With the principal around, no one will dare to touch you. Wang Heng nodded and then asked, Brother Zhuo, I'd like to borrow some credits from the school. What's the maximum amount I can borrow? Zhuo Wenbin was taken aback, recalling that Wang Heng already had over 30 million credits, enough for a warrior-level training. He pondered Wang Heng's intentions, but replied, in theory, you can borrow 10 million credits, similar to Xie Yuanhao back then. However, given your unique situation, you might be able to borrow more. Hold on, I'll consult with Vice Principal Zhao. With that, Zhuo Wenbin contacted Vice Principal Zhao Wu. Wang Heng waited silently, calculating that the 30 million credits would only allow him to buy 6 Longxianju fruits, enough to open 6 meridians. He needed an additional 30 million credits to complete the remaining 6 meridians, which would elevate him to a high-level warrior, significantly boosting his strength. After a moment, Zhuo Wenbin ended the call, his face showing a smile. You don't need to borrow credits. Vice Principal Zhao said that your blood and cells are not a gift to them. He has already requested compensation on your behalf, amounting to about 50 million credits, which will be credited to you soon. Wang Heng was pleasantly surprised by this unexpected good news. He hadn't realized his flesh was so valuable and regretted not selling it earlier. After all, it was just his clone's flesh, insignificant to him. He didn't care if they could discover anything from it, as his clone's talent mutation was in quantity, not quality. Zhuo Wenbin waved goodbye. All right, I'm leaving. Continue your training, and remember not to leave the school during this time. After seeing Zhuo Wenbin off, Wang Heng returned to the underground training room with 6 Longxianju fruits. Soon, he received notification of the 50 million credits, fully preparing him for his upcoming training journey. Wang Heng's gaze was sharp and unwavering as he decisively invested another 3,000 credits to acquire 6 more precious Longxianju fruits. Clutching these 12 translucent fruits, he silently plotted his imminent breakthrough. 12 meridians, 12 Longxianju fruits. Wang Heng murmured to himself, his eyes gleaming with determination. A hint of cold resolve appeared on his face, as if silently challenging those who might try to hinder him. Just then, Wang Heng's smart wristband vibrated. He glanced down to see a message from Sun Yin. Wang Heng, they want you to head to this address within a week. Wang Heng frowned slightly, then turned off the wristband, refocusing on the task at hand. He picked up the first Longxianju fruit and swallowed it without hesitation. With the aid of 241 avatars, the energy flow within Wang Heng's body was far superior to that of an average person. In less than an hour, the first fruit was completely refined, and a unique power began circulating within him, enveloping one of his meridians. Wang Heng closed his eyes and concentrated fully, guiding this power to break through the meridian. To his delight, the process was remarkably smooth, taking only half an hour to clear the first meridian completely. As the meridian opened, a surge of powerful energy erupted from within Wang Heng, and he could distinctly feel his strength rapidly increasing. Again, Wang Heng opened his eyes, filled with determination. He immediately reached for the second Longxianju fruit, continuing his arduous training. Time ticked by, and Wang Heng's body was drenched in sweat, but he remained unfazed. Each fruit refined was like a raging torrent, battering against the obstructions in his meridians. Wang Heng was wholly focused, pouring all his energy and will into this crucial breakthrough. Finally, when the energy from the 12th Longxianju fruit was completely absorbed, Wang Heng felt as if a thunderclap had echoed within him. The 12 meridians lit up like stars, instantly connecting and resonating to form a powerful and perfect energy cycle. I did it. Wang Heng leapt to his feet, fists clenched tightly. He could feel an unprecedented power surging within him, like a long-dormant beast ready to roar. Wang Heng took a deep breath, excitement flashing in his eyes. Just how strong am I now? Wang Heng stood in front of the testing machine, filled with anticipation. He had just advanced 2 levels, leaping from a junior warrior to a senior warrior, and was eager to see how strong he truly was. The testing machine at High University was more advanced than the one at his home and should be able to withstand his power. Taking a deep breath, Wang Heng slowly clenched his fist, his eyes fixed intently on the target. Suddenly, he unleashed a powerful punch. Boom! A deafening noise echoed as the testing machine shook violently, and the numbers on the screen began to jump wildly. 500,000, 700,000, 900,000. In the blink of an eye, it surpassed the 1 million kilograms mark. And then, crash! Another loud explosion followed, and the entire testing machine shattered into pieces, the screen reduced to shards of glass. Wang Heng stared in disbelief at the wreckage before him. He had destroyed the school's testing machine with a single punch. However, this incident also revealed to him that his basic strength had indeed surpassed 1 million kilograms, reaching the level of a novice war god. Of course, in the world of warriors, this was merely the pinnacle of a senior warrior's strength. But Wang Heng had yet to merge with his avatars. With this promotion to senior warrior, his number of avatars had increased by 20, bringing the total to an astonishing 261. Wang Heng couldn't help but speculate. If I merge all my avatars, my strength might reach tens of millions of kilograms. Coupled with the enhancement of the Dominator Blade, I might even stand a chance against those war god level fighters with intent amplification. With this thought, Wang Heng opened his smart bracelet, checking the message sent by Sun Yen, and began to search for the address mentioned. It was time to settle some scores. In a spacious office, Vice Principal Zhao Wu stood by the window, his sharp gaze fixed on Zhuo Wenbin, who had come to report. The sunlight streaming through the floor-to-ceiling windows cast a serious light on Zhao Wu's face, adding a touch of tension to the conversation. How's the situation? Does Wang Heng have any opinions about the school's handling? Zhao Wu asked directly, his voice carrying a trace of subtle concern. Zhuo Wenbin shook his head slightly, frowning. Aside from looking a bit gloomy, he hasn't expressed any grievances towards the school. Upon hearing this, Zhao Wu sighed deeply and slowly walked over to his desk. The kid knows right from wrong. It's just a coincidence that the principal is away. Otherwise, they wouldn't dare to act recklessly at High University. Zhuo Wenbin replied. Once Wang Heng goes to the Temple of War, things will be better. Both the Grand Marshal and the principal are there, and no one would dare harm Wang Heng there. Zhao Wu pondered for a moment, tapping his fingers on the desk. The review at the Temple of War should take no more than a month. Wang Heng can go there before the new semester begins. For now, advise him not to go out, to prevent any incidents. I've already reminded him not to go out these days, Zhuo Wenbin nodded solemnly. At that moment, the office door was suddenly flung open, and an anxious staff member rushed in, sweating. Principal Zhao, there's trouble. The monitoring room just reported that Wang Heng has already boarded a plane to Dagong City. Zhuo Wenbin was stunned, his face full of embarrassment and helplessness. He sighed inwardly. Why does this have to happen right after I assured Principal Zhao? As expected, Zhao Wu immediately turned his gaze towards Zhuo Wenbin, his eyes silently questioning. Zhuo Wenbin felt exhausted. Ever since he met Wang Heng, he realized that this young man never played by the rules. From choosing to train his martial body to focusing on enhancing his skill level, and now being able to slay a demon king, every step Wang Heng took caught Zhuo Wenbin off guard. Principal Zhao, let me ask him. Zhuo Wenbin quickly activated his smart wristband to contact Wang Heng. The video connected swiftly, and Wang Heng's image appeared on the screen, already seated on the plane. Zhuo Wenbin urgently asked, Wang Heng, why are you heading to Dagong City? Didn't I tell you not to go out recently? Wang Heng's tone was unusually calm, as if discussing something trivial. Someone took my parents and sister. I'm supposed to meet them at an abandoned factory near Dagong City. What? Zhuo Wenbin's face changed dramatically, and he roared in anger. Damn it. These bastards are out of control. How can they involve family members in matters of martial artists? Don't they have families? Wang Heng remained as calm as ever. I also want to know if they have families. Zhuo Wenbin was frantic. Wang Heng, come back immediately. This is clearly a trap. Wang Heng's response left Zhuo Wenbin speechless. So what? Can I not go? Zhuo Wenbin was at a loss for words. Wang Heng continued. Brother Zhuo, I'll handle this myself. The school has already helped me enough. With that, he decisively ended the call. Wang Heng, Zhuo Wenbin called out, only to find he could no longer reach Wang Heng, who had completely shut off communications. Zhuo Wenbin turned helplessly to Zhao Wu, whose face had turned dark as ink. Zhao Wu said coldly, I've heard everything. Some people are getting too brazen, thinking they can flaunt their power in front of High University. With that, Zhao Wu slowly stood up, his gaze sharp as a knife as he looked out the window, as if staring down an invisible enemy. The atmosphere in the office instantly became heavy and oppressive, with everyone sensing the storm that was about to come. At that moment, Zhuo Wenbin felt an overwhelming and powerful aura rushing toward him as he stared in shock at Zhao Wu. Zhao Wu slowly began to speak, his voice deep and intimidating. Ever since I dedicated myself to education, it's been a long time since I last took action. Principal Hua advised me to read more and elevate my mindset in preparation for transcending to an extraordinary realm. But some people are just asking for death. As he spoke, Zhao Wu swiftly removed his jacket, revealing a deep blue battle armor beneath, its metallic sheen glinting under the light. He turned to open a nearby cabinet and retrieved a blood-red long knife, its blade faintly etched with dark red patterns. Gripping the knife, Zhao Wu murmured to himself, "Do they all think I'm too old to wield a blade?" Before the echo of his words faded, Zhao Wu's figure suddenly vanished into the air as if he had never been there. Zhuo Wenbin, terrified, looked around and shouted, "Principal Zhao." But the only response was the empty room and the echo of his own voice. Zhuo Wenbin's heart raced, cold sweat soaking his back. He recalled the chilling title Blood Blade Assassin. Though he hadn't acted in a decade, Zhao Wu's reputation still instilled fear. Ranked third on the world's strongest warriors list, the Bloodblade Assassin had reached the pinnacle of war god status and possessed the unique ability to merge with shadows. Zhuo Wenbin remembered a warning from a senior. After offending the Bloodblade Assassin, one must be wary of any shadow, as he could appear from it at any moment. This thought sent a shiver down his spine as his eyes warily scanned every corner of the room. Meanwhile, on the plain, Wang Heng had just finished communicating with Zhuo Wenbin, his face dark and grim. Clenching his fists tightly, his knuckles turned white. I was too naive this time, thinking that the country's laws and regulations would deter those people from threatening my family. I didn't expect some to become so arrogant as to believe they are above the law. Wang Heng gritted his teeth, filled with regret and anger. As a freshman in college, he was experiencing firsthand the harsh and cruel reality of society. This painful lesson had forced him to grow quickly, and he resolved internally, "After this, I must ensure my parents are well protected." Shortly after, the plane landed in Dagong City. Wang Heng descended the aircraft stairs, but he did not head directly to the address specified in the information. Instead, he found a secluded spot without surveillance. Closing his eyes to concentrate, he released 10 clones, each identical to him, indistinguishable even by aura. This was his preparation for unknown dangers, with 11 Wang Hengs appearing simultaneously in different locations across Dagong City, making it difficult for enemies to pinpoint the real target. Wang Heng cautiously applied simple disguises to his 10 clones and watched them as they left. Then, he summoned a new clone and instructed it to head to the location specified in the information, while he silently followed behind. Before long, Wang Heng and his clone arrived at an abandoned factory outside the city. This was the address mentioned by Sun Yan in the message. From a distance, he observed the clone entering the factory and shared its vision to carefully inspect the interior. To Wang Heng's surprise, the place was not the secret base or laboratory he had imagined, but a truly run-down and deserted factory. Inside, four martial artists were leisurely playing cards to pass the time. When they noticed Wang Heng arriving, they were initially startled but quickly regained their composure. "You finally made it," one of them exclaimed. "Scared the hell out of me. Thought it was a monster." For twos, pass. Another continued to focus on the card game. "Pass my ass. Get up. It's time to get to work," one impatiently interrupted. A martial artist with slick back hair and sunglasses stood up, smiling as he approached Wang Heng. "You're Wang Heng, right? You've been making quite a name for yourself online lately. I recognize you." Through his clone, Wang Heng coldly said, "I'm here now. Release my parents." His gaze was sharp as a knife, sweeping over the four martial artists. None of them seemed to be god-level fighters, so he wasn't overly concerned. The one with sunglasses changed his expression upon hearing this and cursed. "So they kidnapped your parents? Damn, those bastards are insane, lower than pigs and dogs. How dare they involve family in martial artists' affairs? Damn them." A subordinate behind him chimed in. "Boss, this employer is really something else. Are we still taking this job?" Wang Heng looked at the four martial artists with suspicion. Wait, what was going on with these people? They didn't seem to be the ones who had kidnapped his parents. A sense of doubt arose in his mind. Things might not be as straightforward as he initially thought. Wang Heng stood at the entrance of the abandoned factory, his brow furrowed. He glanced down at the address on his smart wristband, then back up at the four people in front of him, feeling puzzled. Had he come to the wrong place? Just then, the martial artist across from him, wearing sunglasses, seemed to notice his confusion and explained, "Brother Wang, we know nothing about your situation. Someone hired us to come here, to put you and your clone into these 2 coffins, and then take you into the city to load onto a large truck." As he spoke, he pointed to 2 metal-glossed alloy coffins nearby. Wang Heng's gaze swept over the coffins, and a chill ran through him. He had initially thought these 4 were here to kill him, but it turned out to be more complicated. What surprised him even more was that these 4 didn't seem to be allied with those who had taken his parents. The man in sunglasses pulled out 2 syringes from his pocket, each containing half a tube of green liquid. "Oh, right, Brother Wang. The employer also asked us to inject you and your clone with these restraining needles." Wang Heng's expression turned serious. He had read online reports about scientists extracting a liquid from certain beasts. Once injected into a martial artist, even a powerful warrior would have their abilities restrained, leaving them weak and powerless for a specific time. Seeing this, the man in sunglasses advised, "Brother Wang, this employer clearly has ill intentions. I suggest you don't go. Report this to the authorities. With the university backing you, they might not dare harm your parents." Wang Heng looked at him, surprised, and asked, "If I don't go, won't your mission fail?" The man in sunglasses sneered, "If we'd known it was this kind of task, we wouldn't have accepted it. Rest assured, we're not with the employer. If you choose not to go, just leave. We won't stop you." At this point, one of his underlings whispered, "Boss, the guy's young but can kill a demon king. We're in no position to mess with him." Hearing this, the man in sunglasses blushed and glared at the underling before awkwardly smiling at Wang Heng. "Brother Wang, you see the situation. It's entirely up to you whether to go or not." Wang Heng fell into thought. The situation was entirely unexpected. He had come prepared to face enemies, rescue his parents, and fight. Yet, instead of enemies, he encountered these four jokers. This, however, made him realize the enemy's caution. They were clearly worried he might have informed the university, hence using outsiders to capture him. For others, such a situation might be a dilemma. After all, once injected with the restraining needle, even a powerful warrior would become helpless. But Wang Heng was different. "Go ahead and inject me," Wang Heng said calmly, then lay down in one of the coffins under the astonished gaze of the four. The man in sunglasses looked uncertainly at Wang Heng, his expression serious. "Brother Wang, this matter is no joke. They've set a trap. Even if you surrender, rescuing your parents isn't guaranteed. It's better to protect yourself and let the university handle it." "Inject me," Wang Heng repeated calmly. The man in sunglasses sighed and continued, "They're cautious. They need to confirm your clone is here too." Just then, another Wang Heng walked into the abandoned factory. "Inject me," Wang Heng said again. With a deep sigh, the man in sunglasses, unable to persuade Wang Heng, proceeded with the task. Soon, both Wang Hengs were injected with the restraining needle and placed into the alloy coffins. For martial artists carried a coffin each and left the factory, heading to the nearby city of Dagwang. "You may be cautious, but you don't know I have more than one clone," Wang Heng thought, watching the four from a distance, a cold smile on his face. Losing two clones was insignificant to him. He followed at a distance, maintaining a safe gap, as he could sense his clones' locations at any time. Once in Dagwang, the martial artist placed his two clones into a self-driving truck. Wang Heng followed for a while before stopping, as there were surveillance cameras along the way, making it easy to be exposed. Moreover, he could always determine the clones' locations, so there was no need to follow closely. Wang Heng slipped into a secluded spot, did a quick disguise, then closed his eyes, sensing his clones' positions. Besides the two in the coffins, his other 10 clones were scattered throughout Dagwang. "They're really taking a roundabout route, so cautious," Wang Heng thought with a smirk. The enemy's caution would be challenging for anyone else, but unfortunately for them, they faced Wang Heng, who had an abundance of clones. When the enemy thought they had succeeded, only to find they'd captured mere clones, it would be quite amusing. Wang Heng looked forward to it. Soon, Wang Heng sensed the truck carrying his two clones had stopped. He immediately checked the location on his smart wristband. Wenhui Research Institute. Wang Heng sneered, then searched online for information about the institute. Quickly, details about Wenhui Research Institute emerged. It was a major project invested in by the Zhou Group, focusing on life evolution science, improving human genes, and enhancing martial artist talents. The legal representative was Zhou Wenhui, a mid-level war god from the Zhou family in Kyoto. After reading the information, Wang Heng's face turned grim. The enemy's power was vast. Zhou Wenhui alone was a mid-level war god, and the Zhou family was a colossal entity. Their patriarch was even beyond a war god's level. However, this patriarch was not from the Great Xia Kingdom, but had long joined the International Chamber of Commerce. No wonder they disregard our country's laws. Wang Heng's eyes blazed with killing intent. So what if they were beyond a war god? Given time, with endless clones, he too would reach that level. "You force my hand. Prepare to face my wrath." Wang Heng immediately set off for the Wenhui Research Institute. Wang Heng sat in the back seat of the taxi, his eyes fixed on the phone screen as he scrolled through information about Zhou Wenhui. The scenery outside the window whizzed by, but his focus was entirely on the opponent he was about to face. "So that's how it is," Wang Heng murmured to himself, frowning slightly. "Zhou Wenhui actually has an older brother who's a senior warrior." His fingers swiped quickly, bringing more details to light. Fortunately, Zhou Wenxiong isn't in Dagong City. As his investigation deepened, Wang Heng couldn't help but be astonished by the Zhou family's power. In addition to the family patriarch, the Zhou family boasted 5 warriors, 2 senior, 2 intermediate, and 1 junior. Such a lineup was undeniably formidable. Wang Heng continued to browse, learning about the Zhou family's influence. "Interesting," he muttered softly. The Zhou family headquarters is in the International Chamber of Commerce, with only Zhou Wenxiong and Zhou Wenhui present domestically. He noted down quickly. Zhou Wenxiong founded the Zhou Group in the capital, while Zhou Wenhui established the Wenhui Research Institute in Dagong City. This transnational family has deep-rooted influence both in the International Chamber of Commerce and domestically. Meanwhile, in a luxurious office at the Zhou Group's Dagong City branch, two men were engaged in a game with ulterior motives. A man dressed in luxurious attire, Zhou Wenhui, is seated across from a blonde, blue-eyed, middle-aged man. Ogris. My dear Zhou, Ogris said, placing a piece on the board and looking up. Are you sure that kid Wang Heng won't bring anyone with him? Zhou Wenhui sneered, retorting. Ogris, I'm here without fear, and yet you, a mere clone, are already scared? Who said I'm scared? Ogris frowned. I'm just worried the prey might escape. If we miss this chance, there might not be another. Relax, Zhou Wenhui replied with a confident smile, placing his pieces swiftly. I've looked into Wang Heng. This kid would expose his power for looting. He wouldn't ignore his family's safety. Ogris suddenly overturned the board, waving his hand dismissively. Forget it, I can't beat you. You people from Daxiao love scheming, but this time you've touched Wang Heng's family, which is a grave mistake. Daxiao might not tolerate you anymore. Zhou Wenhui was unfazed. Then I'll just return to the International Chamber of Commerce. Anyway, with my brother in Daxiao, that's enough. Honestly, I admire your Zhou family, Ogris remarked. You can develop simultaneously in Daxiao and the International Chamber of Commerce. Isn't that what you call not putting all your eggs in one basket? Zhou Wenhui chuckled. For a foreigner, you seem quite familiar with our culture. Ogris shrugged. I have no choice. I've been stuck at the warrior level for years. The president suggested I read more Daxiao books, saying it might help me reach the extraordinary level. Hearing this, Zhou Wenhui's eyes flashed with envy. I wonder when I can step into the extraordinary level. I've heard one's lifespan increases by 10,000 years, like a god. Don't worry, Ogris smiled. As long as you help me capture Wang Heng this time, I'll give you a yuanling fruit to help you become a senior warrior. Zhou Wenhui's lips curled into a meaningful smile. He added, before handing over Wang Heng to you, I need the scientists at the institute to conduct some investigations first. Ogris nodded in agreement. Of course, no problem. I'm also looking forward to your research results. As they chatted, they regarded Wang Heng as nothing more than a tradable experiment. Suddenly, Zhou Wenhui's attention was caught by something on the computer screen. He pointed and said, Look, hasn't he obediently come to us? Hearing this, Ogris turned to look. The screen displayed a live feed from inside Wenhui's research institute. A group of researchers in white lab coats was cautiously opening two alloy coffins, revealing two identical young men. Meanwhile, inside the institute, the two clones of Wang Heng slowly opened their eyes. Through shared vision, Wang Heng could see the situation around him clearly. Dozens of warrior-level fighters stood ready, lining both sides of the corridor, while the researchers in white coats surrounded his clones, eagerly discussing research plans as if they were dealing with mere lab rats. Wang Heng sneered inwardly, realizing they really saw him as nothing more than a test subject. He coldly surveyed the researchers around him, his eyes filled with intense, killing intent. One vigilant researcher sensed something off about Wang Heng and paled slightly. However, a colleague nearby nonchalantly said, Don't worry, we've confirmed he's been injected with a restraining serum. He'll be weak and powerless for 3 days. Hearing this, the nervous researcher visibly relaxed. That's good. I wouldn't want to be torn apart by this brute. Wang Heng's earlier gaze had been truly terrifying. Controlling his clone, Wang Heng asked, Where are my parents? A researcher glanced up at him and then ignored him, continuing the discussion with colleagues. Wang Heng even caught the phrase, extract some brain matter for examination. Seething with rage, Wang Heng clenched his fists, his expression growing darker. He spoke again, his voice laced with suppressed fury. I said, Are you all deaf? Clearly, these people didn't take him seriously at all. The promise of releasing them once he arrived was nothing but a deceitful lie. Wang Heng realized he had walked into a meticulously planned trap. After Wang Heng was injected with the immobilizing serum, his body immediately lost control, as if he were a mere puppet. However, his gaze remained sharp, and a cold smile played on his lips. You might want to check what's in my mouth first. Wang Heng suddenly spoke, his voice carrying a hint of provocation. A researcher in a white lab coat instinctively leaned closer to examine Wang Heng's mouth. As soon as he saw the item inside, his pupils contracted sharply, and his face turned deathly pale. It's the corpse-dissolving pill. Stop him now, the researcher shouted in panic, his voice filled with urgency. However, Wang Heng was already prepared. Before the researchers could react, he tightly sealed his lips and coldly surveyed the crowd around him. His voice was as chilling as an ice blade. Release my parents immediately, or I'll swallow the pill right now. His words struck like a thunderclap, freezing all the researchers in place. They dared not take another step forward. The corpse-dissolving pill was a terrifying weapon developed within their field, and they knew its dreadful effects. If Wang Heng truly ingested it, his body would dissolve into a pool of sludge in an instant, rendering him worthless for their research. The researchers exchanged anxious and hesitant glances. They didn't care about Wang Heng's life, but losing this guinea pig would halt their progress. Hold on, I'll check with the higher-ups, a bespectacled researcher hurriedly said, trying to calm Wang Heng. He quickly activated his smart wristband and dialed a number. Wang Heng listened attentively to the researcher's conversation. He vaguely caught words like director and already released. After the call ended, the researcher turned to Wang Heng, forcing a smile. They've been released. He handed the smart wristband to Wang Heng. Wang Heng focused on the wristband, which displayed a video clearly showing his parents being released. The background was the familiar entrance of his home, indicating that although these people had captured his parents, they hadn't left Lu City and were hiding somewhere within it. All right then, now spit out the pill. The researcher across from him demanded impatiently. Wang Heng nodded slowly, a sinister smile suddenly appearing on his face. All right, now you can all die. The researcher frowned, unable to react in time before. Boom. A deafening explosion echoed, shaking the entire room. It was the sound of Wenhui Research Institute's doors being forcibly blown open, signaling a dramatic turn of events. On a somewhat desolate street near the Wenhui Research Institute, sunlight was fragmented by the tall buildings on either side, casting dappled patterns on the ground. Wang Heng stood silently in a shadow, having learned through his clone's vision that his parents and sister had been released. At that moment, his smart bracelet chimed with a message notification. He glanced down to see messages from his father, Wang Tao, and his instructor, Sun Yan. He quickly replied to his instructor. Please send my parents to Haida right away. After sending the message, Wang Heng strode towards the Wenhui Research Institute. Sending his family to Haida was a decision he made after careful consideration. This encounter had made him realize the importance of their safety and reinforced his trust in Haida. Although the city of Dashi frequently faced beast tides, he was confident in his current ability to take care of his family. Unknowingly, Wang Heng arrived at the tightly shut gate of the Wenhui Research Institute. His appearance was conspicuous, wearing a baseball cap, a mask, sunglasses, and a black coat, looking every bit the suspicious character. A vigilant security guard approached and asked, "Hello, do you have an appointment?" Several other guards quietly surrounded him. Wang Heng gave a sinister smile and replied in a low voice, "I have an appointment. The King of Hell has an appointment with your director, and I'm here to escort your director to that appointment." The guards were incensed by his words, but before they could react, Wang Heng slapped them away. These guards, only at a warrior level, were instantly knocked back. If Wang Heng hadn't held back, that slap would have been lethal. After dealing with the guards, Wang Heng punched the research institute's door. The immense force hit like a tidal wave, causing the entire building to almost shake. Panic-stricken cries erupted from inside the institute, and staff near the door fled in terror. Wang Heng drew his black iron battle blade and swung it mercilessly. These staff members were different from the outside guards. They were undoubtedly Wenhui's confidants. Moreover, when his two clones were brought in, no one called the police, clearly showing where their loyalties lay. Cold determination flashed in Wang Heng's eyes as he wielded his battle blade with precision, each strike hitting its mark. Wang Heng faced the group of henchmen with a cold glint in his eyes. His blade swung like lightning, each strike precise and deadly. Even the well-trained, warrior-class bodyguards were as fragile as paper before him. Despite deploying only a dozen clones, the remaining 200 or so merged into him, granting him near-godlike strength. Wang Heng moved like a precision-killing machine, each action swift and efficient. As he slaughtered the bodyguards, he methodically destroyed the surveillance equipment. Throughout the chaos, two of his clones stood motionless, seemingly out of place in the surrounding turmoil. When Wang Heng finally reached the group of lab-coated researchers, the air was thick with the stench of blood. He recalled the two still clones, his icy gaze sweeping over the terrified researchers. Who are you? Behind our Wenhui Institute, there's... One researcher stammered, only to be silenced by Wang Heng's swift blade. The remaining researchers were ashen-faced, their legs trembling, eyes filled with fear. Wang Heng was fully masked, his hat, mask, and sunglasses completely concealing his identity. These researchers had no idea that the killer before them was Wang Heng himself, nor could they fathom the secret of his multiple clones. "To me, you are nothing more than lab rats," Wang Heng sneered. "No, you are merely lambs to the slaughter, and I have no interest in studying you." With that, his blade sliced through the air, swiftly executing the researchers. To Wang Heng, true scientists deserve respect. But these individuals, who resorted to any means for their so-called research, had become monsters. For those who treated human lives as worthless, Wang Heng had only one response: death. Meanwhile, in an office at the Zhou Group's branch, Zhou Wenhui furiously smashed the tea table in front of him. He stared incredulously at the final frame of the surveillance footage on his computer screen, filled with doubt. Was that Wang Heng? He murmured, uncertainty clouding his thoughts. After all, both Wang Heng's true self and his clones were supposedly under their control, witnessed with their own eyes. The sudden appearance of this Wang Heng left Zhou Wenhui perplexed. Beside him, Ogress's eyes gleamed with interest as he softly remarked, "Interesting." Although the figure on the screen was masked and wearing sunglasses, their extensive study had made both him and Zhou Wenhui familiar with Wang Heng's every move. This unexpected Wang Heng undoubtedly introduced a new variable into their plans. Whether it was Wang Heng's figure or his moves, as war god level experts, they could recognize him at a glance. Zhou Wenhui frowned, a hint of doubt in his eyes. Isn't your clone ability supposed to allow only one clone? Could it be that Wang Heng has another clone? Aogris crossed his arms and, after a moment of contemplation, spoke slowly. The possibility is high. This might be the secret behind his ability to unleash several times his strength. A hint of envy flashed in Zhou Wenhui's eyes, and his tone carried a trace of reluctance. No wonder you want to capture him. If you can uncover the secret of multiple clones, you might be able to step into the extraordinary realm. If Wang Heng's strength was truly related to his clone ability, then it was beyond Zhou Wenhui's reach. Aogris's lips curled into a smile. Dear Zhou, as soon as we capture Wang Heng, I'll immediately give you the Yuanling fruit. Zhou Wenhui snorted coldly, his gaze firm. Don't worry, I won't go back on my word. With that, he stood up and walked towards the door with determined and powerful strides. Aogris suddenly spoke up. Do you need my help? Zhou Wenhui didn't turn around, just waved his hand dismissively, his tone full of disdain. No need. It's just a mere war general. Even if he managed to slay a demon king by luck, does he think he can compete with me? Aogris's expression turned serious as he reminded. I watched the video of that battle. The power he unleashed was over 7 million kilograms. 7 million kilograms. Zhou Wenhui turned back with a disdainful smile. He was just bullying an iron-backed armored dragon that had been injured by a nuclear blast. Even the weakest junior war god could easily crush it. He paused, his tone becoming serious. You'd better not show yourself, to avoid sparking conflict between the two major human factions. Having said that, Zhou Wenhui strode confidently out of the office, each step exuding confidence and determination. Aogris watched Zhou Wenhui's retreating figure, his tone carrying a hint of urgency. I'll leave it to you then. Make it quick. I need to leave the Great Xia Nation soon, or else there's no telling if an extraordinary expert might show up. Zhou Wenhui's voice echoed from the corridor, filled with confidence and contempt. Just a wet behinthiers kid. It'll take at most a minute to deal with him. With that, his footsteps gradually faded away, leaving the room silent. In the Wenhui Research Institute, Wang Heng stood like a statue, his gaze intense as he awaited the arrival of Zhou Wenhui. Every nerve in his body was taut, like a beast poised to strike. Wang Heng was convinced that Zhou Wenhui would appear here, as this research institute was his most important asset. Wang Heng let out a cold laugh, recalling the power he had just displayed. It was merely a glimpse of a peak warrior's strength, far from enough to intimidate an intermediate war god. He knew that Zhou Wenhui was already well aware of his capabilities. A junior war god might have some apprehension towards Wang Heng, but Zhou Wenhui, being an intermediate war god, was on an entirely different level. Despite this, Wang Heng remained vigilant. Although he had advanced to a high-level warrior, significantly boosting his power, he maintained a high degree of caution when facing any war god-level adversary. War gods had two major advantages over him. First, they understood the concept of intent, a mysterious power that Wang Heng had yet to grasp. Second, they practiced class secret techniques, reaching at least the fourth stage, with exceptional figures like Wu Jingshan having trained in the dominant blade technique up to the seventh stage. Wang Heng closed his eyes, his mind racing as he calculated the power levels of the various war god tiers. A junior war god's strength, after a six-fold increase, ranged from 7 million to 35 million kilograms, while an intermediate war god's ranged from 35 million to 70 million kilograms. A senior war god reached an astonishing 70 million to 350 million kilograms. Such power rendered war gods impervious to missile attacks, and some peak war gods could even survive nuclear explosions. Wang Heng assessed his own strength. His base power was over 1 million kilograms, and with the fusion of 261 clones, it could reach 27.1 million kilograms. With the third stage of the dominant blade's amplification, his total power would soar to 108.4 million kilograms. This strength surpassed that of an intermediate war god, and was not weak among senior war gods. The only unknown was the concept of intent, which was a blind spot in Wang Heng's understanding. Murderous intent burned in Wang Heng's eyes like flames. Zhou Wenhui dared to threaten his family and must pay a bloody price. Furthermore, Zhou Wenhui was not the only name on Wang Heng's list of vengeance. When you arrive, I'll have a big surprise for you. Wang Heng thought coldly, then closed his eyes to focus, sensing the 10 clones he had previously dispatched. Meanwhile, in the Tianshang Yunjian Club in Dagong City, a disgraceful and absurd scene was unfolding. A young man, with a woman in his arms, indulged recklessly. Third young master, take it easy, take it easy. The woman murmured softly. Ha ha, am I not mighty? Third young master. The young man laughed arrogantly. Suddenly, a loud crash shattered the sultry ambience. Boom! Just then, a figure burst through the door with the force of a thunderstorm. It was one of Wang Heng's avatars, wielding a long knife, eyes as sharp as blades, immediately pressing the knife to the young man's throat. The young man seemed struck by lightning, his body trembling violently, his legs giving way as he collapsed to the floor. Wang Heng's cold voice echoed in the room. Confess your crimes one by one, or face death. His gaze pierced the young man like an icy blade. The young man, named Zhou Feng, was the third son of Zhou Wenhui, often called Zhou Sinxiao by outsiders. He tried to maintain his composure, but his voice trembled involuntarily. Who? Who are you? What do you want? I'll tell you, my father Isa. Before he could finish, Wang Heng's knife flashed, and Zhou Feng's finger was severed. Blood spurted out as Zhou Feng screamed in pain. The woman beside him shrieked in terror at the sudden violence, but was swiftly knocked unconscious by Wang Heng's deft hand. Wang Heng's voice, as cold as ice, seeped into Zhou Feng's bones. My patience is extremely limited. I've investigated your situation thoroughly. If you dare to lie about anything, I'll cut off a finger. Terrified, Zhou Feng pleaded for mercy. Please, please, I'll talk. He shakily revealed his misdeeds, all the while plotting revenge once he was free. He was unconcerned about whether his crimes would be exposed. After all, if his father Zhou Wenhui couldn't handle it, he could always escape to the International Chamber of Commerce, beyond the reach of Daxiao's laws. However, just as Zhou Feng finished confessing his last crime, a flash of the knife sent him into eternal darkness. In his final moments, Zhou Feng was puzzled. Didn't the other party fear his father Zhou Wenhui's retribution? And why wait until he confessed before acting? Wasn't that redundant? Wang Heng looked down at Zhou Feng's body with a trace of disdain. Damn, he was a real beast. Killing him was the right choice. Even Wang Heng, accustomed to the world's ugliness, was horrified by Zhou Feng's crimes. Even if it wasn't for revenge against Zhou Wenhui, he was determined to eliminate this scum. Meanwhile, Wang Heng's other avatars were scouring Dagong City, hunting down Zhou Wenhui's relatives. For each one captured, Wang Heng interrogated them rigorously. If their crimes were deemed unforgivable, he executed them without hesitation. Zhou Wenhui's 4 sons, 3 daughters, wife, and 6 mistresses could not escape Wang Heng's pursuit. These people, who had long relied on Zhou Wenhui's power to act with impunity in Dagong City, never imagined that one day someone would hold them accountable. As Wang Heng's avatars were purging the remnants of the Zhou family in the city, Zhou Wenhui had arrived at the Wenhui Institute. He stood before the shattered entrance, eyes filled with a tidal wave of murderous intent. With his abilities, he easily sensed that aside from Wang Heng, no one else was alive inside the institute. All the researchers he had painstakingly recruited and trained were now dead. This filled Zhou Wenhui with uncontrollable rage and a thirst for blood. Suddenly, heavy footsteps echoed from within the institute. Zhou Wenhui focused his gaze and saw a young man, holding a long knife. Walking steadily towards him it was Wang Heng. Wang Heng. Zhou Wenhui growled through gritted teeth, his eyes blazing with fury. Zhou Wenhui. Wang Heng's eyes were like lightning, brimming with murderous intent. Their eyes locked, the air between them crackled with tension, as an earth-shattering battle was about to erupt. Wang Heng stood before the ruins of the Wenhui research lab, his eyes filled with murderous intent. Zhou Wenhui gritted his teeth in fury. Wang Heng, you've done well to destroy years of my hard work. If I don't tear you to pieces today, I won't be worthy of my name. Wang Heng, equally murderous, was undaunted. Dare to harm my family, and today will be your last. Zhou Wenhui stood with his hands behind his back, looking down at Wang Heng with disdain. A mere warrior dares to boast in front of me. His powerful aura was overwhelming, but Wang Heng was unfazed, mocking. A mighty war god resorting to such despicable means to threaten a college student. You've shown me the depths of human shamelessness. Zhou Wenhui replied with contempt. Young man, this is a world of the strong. Rules and morals are set by the powerful. The weak must obey, but the strong are free from them. Wang Heng coldly said, You're right. You've taught me a vivid lesson. In this world where power is everything, only the strong have a voice. Zhou Wenhui smiled coldly. You are indeed impressive. If you hadn't destroyed my lab, you might have had a chance to live. Wang Heng retorted sarcastically. If I survive, you might live in fear for the rest of your life. Zhou Wenhui remained indifferent. Enough with the last words. Will you surrender, or must I take action myself? He didn't see Wang Heng as a threat, just a mere warrior, no match for him. Wang Heng suddenly activated his smart bracelet, displaying footage sent by his clone. Perhaps you should see this first. Upon seeing the footage, Zhou Wenhui's pupils contracted, and his anger erupted. The screen showed the bodies of his son, daughter, wife, and mistress. You dare. Zhou Wenhui glared at Wang Heng, eyes burning with rage, his desire to kill surging. At that moment, he abandoned his deal with Ogress to capture Wang Heng alive, wanting only to tear him apart. Wang Heng coldly watched Zhou Wenhui's fury. Don't do unto others what you don't want done to you. When you targeted my family, you should have expected this day. Using loved ones to threaten me, you've crossed my line. This is your fate. Wang Heng's face was cold, his eyes icy, his repressed killing intent exploding. Like an enraged lion, he exuded a chilling aura that seemed to freeze the air around them. Zhou Wenhui, prepare to die. Wang Heng shouted, charging at Zhou Wenhui like lightning, his speed stirring up a whirlwind of dust. Zhou Wenhui's heart tightened but quickly regained composure, sneering, a foolish boy thinking he can challenge me. Very well, I'll sever your limbs and hand you to Ogress. With that, his aura surged, powerful energy waves emanating from him. Wang Heng was undeterred, closing in on Zhou Wenhui in a blink, his blade slashing toward Zhou's face. The blade's momentum was thunderous, seemingly tearing the space apart. Zhou Wenhui dodged, countering with his sword, and they engaged in fierce combat. Outside the Wenhui research lab, swords clashed, energy waves rippled, and the air was filled with roaring sounds. Wang Heng moved like a phantom, his blade technique sharp, executing perfect mastery with each strike. Zhou Wenhui wielded his sword with skill, each swing powerful, trying to suppress Wang Heng. Yet, Wang Heng's speed and explosive power made it increasingly difficult for Zhou. Boom! Wang Heng's full-strength strike clashed with Zhou Wenhui's sword, the impact forcing both to retreat a few steps. Wang Heng smirked. Seems I overestimated you. Your glass sword technique has only reached the 5th level. After testing Zhou's strength, Wang Heng was certain Zhou could only unleash 6 times his power, indicating his glass sword technique was only at the 5th level. Considering Zhou's base strength, even with the technique's boost, he only had a few tens of millions of kilograms of force. Zhou Wenhui looked at Wang Heng in disbelief. Boy, you surprise me. To unleash millions of kilograms of force, if I were just an entry-level war god, I might not match you. Wang Heng sneered. You're still no match for me. I was merely testing you with 10 clones. He paused. Now it's your end. Zhou Wenhui roared. Boy, your arrogance will be your downfall. I'll show you what a true war god is. His words were followed by a burst of fiery energy, unleashing a fire domain. The space around them seemed engulfed in flames, heat waves rolling. Wang Heng felt the searing heat, as if it would scorch his skin. He slashed through the approaching flames, forming a protective barrier with his energy. Yet, the high temperature continued to make him sweat profusely, and the flames rapidly drained his energy. Undeterred, he gripped his black iron blade tightly, eyes fixed on Zhou Wenhui. So this is the domain of a war god. As he defended against the flames, he remained vigilant. Zhou Wenhui's fiery domain was indeed terrifying, requiring constant energy to resist the scorching heat. If prolonged, Wang Heng would be incinerated even without Zhou's attack. This battle had to be swift. Wang Heng thought, gripping his black iron blade firmly. Kid, a war god-level warrior is powerful because they have mastered the essence of their art. To think you can kill one above your level is sheer fantasy. Zhou Wenhui sneered as he stepped into the sea of flames. The fire surrounded him like obedient servants, making him look like a majestic god of fire. Wang Heng felt his energy depleting faster and decided to stop speaking. He swung his long blade directly at Zhou Wenhui. Zhou laughed dismissively. You're too naive, thinking you can kill me in such a short time? He swung his long sword, and the sword energy, mixed with flames, shot out like a serpent, distorting the air around it. In a critical moment, Wang Heng focused his mind and merged all his avatars. As his power surged, his eyes widened with lethal intent. Taking a deep breath, he channeled all his energy into his blade, his aura suddenly skyrocketing as lightning danced along the sword. Zhou Wenhui, prepare to die. Wang Heng shouted, unleashing the 3rd level of his powerful blade technique. The blade shone like a blazing sun, descending with a force capable of destroying everything. Zhou's expression changed drastically. He was locked in place and could only muster his strongest defense. The force of the attack was overwhelming, tearing through the space around them. Zhou Wenhui's defense crumbled under the exceptional strike. Impossible, he exclaimed, his face finally showing fear and despair. With a deafening crash, the blade struck him, blood splattering everywhere. Zhou's eyes widened as he slowly fell, lifeless. Wang Heng stood, breathing heavily, his eyes filled with the joy of victory. Just then, a round of applause echoed. A blonde-haired, blue-eyed middle-aged man approached, smiling. You truly astonish me, managing to kill an intermediate war god. Ogres. Wang Heng recognized him, his heart skipping a beat, and his expression turned serious. Ogres was a peak war god of the International Chamber of Commerce, a unique figure among war gods, the only one with the talent for creating avatars. Wang Heng was familiar with this legendary warrior, having once admired him. Wang Heng wondered, what's he doing here? Wang Heng watched Ogress warily from a distance, his mind filled with suspicion. Suddenly, Ogress flashed a knowing smile and glanced toward a large tree behind Wang Heng. Don't worry, Ogress said casually. With the infamous Bloodblade assassin here, how could I dare make a move against you? Isn't that right? Principal Zhao. Startled by these words, Wang Heng quickly turned to look at the tree. There was nothing in the shadow beneath it, and he frowned. What kind of trick was this guy playing? As Wang Heng puzzled over this, a shocking scene unfolded before him. From the shadows, a familiar figure appeared out of thin air. It was Vice Principal Zhao Wu of Haida University. Wang Heng instantly recognized the man who effectively ran Haida. He hurried forward, his voice tinged with surprise. Principal Zhao, what brings you here? Zhao Wu's gaze remained fixed on Ogress, but a slight smile played on his lips as he replied to Wang Heng. Someone's been bullying our Haida students. How could I possibly stand by and do nothing? These words filled Wang Heng with warmth, and he felt grateful for choosing Haida. The school had indeed treated him well. Ogress suddenly spoke, breaking the brief silence. Principal Zhao, aren't you curious about your student who possesses multiple avatars? Wang Heng's heart skipped a beat. In his efforts to save his parents, he had already revealed 2 of his avatars, making it increasingly difficult to keep this secret. He also vaguely guessed the purpose of Ogress's visit. It's likely because of his incredible power, combined with his ability to create duplicates, that he caught the attention of this peak-level war god. Zhao Wu stared coldly at Ogress, his eyes glinting with a chilling light. His voice was as sharp as an icy blade. What talent my student possesses is none of your concern. Ogress, the land of Desya is not a place where you can act recklessly. Since you're here today, this duplicate of yours will remain forever. Ogress's lips curled into a meaningful smile. Principal Zhao, aren't you afraid that this duplicate might be carrying a nuclear bomb? Zhao Wu's pupils contracted sharply but quickly regained their calm. He retorted coldly. You can try to detonate a nuclear bomb, but are you sure you can withstand the wrath of the Grand Marshal? At the mention of the Grand Marshal, Ogress's pupils visibly contracted. Nearby, Wang Heng couldn't help but show a look of admiration and reverence. The Grand Marshal was the military leader of Desya and one of the 3 most powerful figures recognized worldwide. Ogress shook his head, his tone lightening. Principal Zhao, I was just joking. Nuclear bombs are for dealing with monsters, not fellow humans. Zhao Wu snorted. Enough talk. Since you dared to lay a hand on my student, you must pay a heavy price. Before the words were fully spoken, Zhao Wu's figure vanished into thin air. Wang Heng's eyes widened in amazement, unable to discern how Zhao Wu disappeared, even from close proximity. Ogress chuckled helplessly. All right, I'd also like to experience the power of the Bloodblade Assassin. With that, his expression turned serious, and he retreated at lightning speed. Wang Heng, return to the school. Zhao Wu's voice suddenly echoed in Wang Heng's ears. At that moment, an inky black shadow world enveloped the entire sky, swallowing Ogress and spreading towards Wang Heng. Alarmed, Wang Heng quickly retreated. The next moment, a terrifying shockwave like a tsunami swept over, blasting Wang Heng away. Incredible. This power is far stronger than mine. Wang Heng struggled to get up from the ground, his legs trembling slightly as he looked in shock at the distant shadowy world, as thick and dark as ink. His heart was in turmoil. The aftermath of a battle between 2 mighty figures was already this terrifying. Wang Heng calculated silently. Despite his current strength having surpassed 1,000,000,000, it was still not even a fraction of these 2 individuals. Indeed, the power of a peak war god was beyond reach. He squinted his eyes, carefully observing the battle. Auguries had only sent an avatar this time, and it seemed unlikely to match Principal Zhao. Wang Heng decided to return to the school first. Even with his current strength, he could not interfere in a battle of this level. However, Wang Heng did not intend to let it go. A hint of killing intent flashed in his eyes as he thought to himself, Auguries, I hope you won't regret this in the future. Initially, he thought Zhou Wenhui was his enemy, but now it was clear that Zhou Wenhui was merely a pawn of Auguries. The real adversary was Auguries himself. Since enmity had been formed, it was a fight to the end. Although he was no match for Auguries now, the situation would surely reverse once he advanced to the war god level. Wang Heng took a deep breath, turning his thoughts to his own cultivation. He had reached the peak of the warlord level, with the only barrier being the realm of intent. He glanced back at the shadows behind him, still feeling a sense of unease. The difference in realms was stark. Zhou Wenhui's flame intent was worlds apart from Principal Zhao's shadow intent. Even if his power surpassed Zhao's, he would not be his match. Zhao could hide in the shadows and strike him down unexpectedly with a single blow. Reflecting on his earlier battle with Zhou Wenhui, Wang Heng realized his shortcomings. Zhou Wenhui had underestimated him. Had he not rushed into close combat and instead used his flame intent to deplete Wang Heng's energy, the outcome would have been different. He resolved to quickly comprehend the realm of intent. Without it, facing war god level opponents would be too disadvantageous. With these thoughts, Wang Heng left the battlefield and headed towards Tianhai Martial University. Upon reaching dormitory A1, Wang Heng found his anxious parents waiting, along with instructor Sun Nian and Zhuo Wenbin. Sun Nian, looking apologetic, bowed deeply to Wang Heng, saying, Wang Heng, I must apologize sincerely. It's my fault for being incompetent and unable to protect your parents. Wang Heng shook his head, reassuring him. Instructor, you don't need to say that. Those people were powerful, and you did your best. He knew Sun Nian had also been beaten by the opponents. The disparity in strength was too great. After calming his family, Wang Heng turned to Zhuo Wenbin and asked, Brother Zhuo, I want to find a place near the school to settle my parents. Do you know of any houses for sale nearby? Zhuo Wenbin smiled and replied, no need to go through such trouble. Once you enter the War God Hall, it's equivalent to graduating. If you sign a contract with the school to become a teacher, your parents can move into the faculty housing. Wang Heng's eyes lit up. Living in the school's faculty housing would undoubtedly be the safest choice. However, he hesitated slightly and asked, Brother Zhuo, can I teach now? Wang Heng stood in a corner of the high university campus, the gentle breeze brushing against his youthful face. He had just bid farewell to Sun Nian and Zhuo Wenbin, and their conversation still echoed in his mind. I'm only 17, and I'm about to head to the Temple of War. How would I have time to teach students? Wang Heng said with a hint of confusion, a slight frown on his brow. Zhuo Wenbin heard this and gave a wry smile, shaking his head. Yeah, you've already managed to defeat a mid-level war god. If you're not qualified to teach, then what does that make me? He paused before continuing. As for your journey to the Temple of War, it doesn't really affect anything. We can always sign a contract in advance. Upon hearing this, a look of determination flashed in Wang Heng's eyes. All right, I'm willing to sign a contract with the university, he said without hesitation. Whether it was to settle his family or to show gratitude for the university's nurturing, Wang Heng was more than willing to stay and teach at High University. In truth, his rapid advancement to the level of a high-ranking warlord wasn't due to his own training, but rather through financial investment. And where did this money come from? It was all thanks to the university's focused cultivation of him. Moreover, Vice Principal Zhao Wu had personally supported him this time. How could Wang Heng forget such kindness? After seeing off the two teachers, Wang Heng took his parents to the school cafeteria. They enjoyed a hearty meal, and Wang Heng took the opportunity to reassure his parents. Back in his dorm room, his sister, Wang Kiki, came to find him. Little sister, is there something you need? Wang Heng asked with a smile, noticing the unusual expression on her face. Wang Kiki pressed her lips together, her gaze unusually resolute. Big brother, I want to practice martial arts, she said directly. Wang Heng looked at her in confusion. Aren't you already practicing martial arts? Wang Kiki shook her head, her voice tinged with urgency. I want to become a true martial artist, not just a quasi-martial artist. Big brother, you can provide Instructor Sun with so many training resources. Why can't you give me a bit more? I don't need much, just enough to become an official martial artist. I'll work hard for the rest. Hearing this, the smile on Wang Heng's face gradually faded. He gazed at the stubborn young girl in front of him and let out a soft sigh. Little sister, you're always so understanding. You should know I have my reasons. I know. Wang Kiki quickly nodded. I know you're thinking of me, big brother. I also understand that once I become a formal martial artist, I'll have to follow military orders unconditionally during beast tides, participating in defense and resisting the beasts. She paused, her eyes shining with determination. But big brother, I've grown up. I want to protect our parents too. At the very least, I don't want to be a burden to you. Wang Heng looked at his stubborn and determined sister, and for a moment, he was lost in thought. Wang Heng watched his sister Wang Kiki walk away, feeling a mix of emotions. He was proud of her maturity but was reluctant to see her risk becoming a full-fledged warrior. Memories of the beast tide he had experienced flashed through his mind, where ordinary warriors were like grains of sand in a vast ocean, most ending up as mere cannon fodder. Reflecting on the beast tide in Luqing, he shuddered at the thought that if he hadn't arrived in time, Sun Nian might have perished and Luqing would have fallen. These grim memories sent a chill down his spine. Little sister, you should go back for now. Let me think it over, Wang Heng finally said after a moment of silence. Wang Kiki bit her lips stubbornly, her eyes shining with determination. Brother, even if you don't give me the resources to train, I will still strive to become a true warrior. With that, she turned and walked away without looking back, her footsteps gradually fading down the corridor. Wang Heng shook his head helplessly, knowing that his sister must be feeling a mix of resentment and anger. Yet, he remained firm in his decision, not wanting her to become a full-fledged warrior, at least for now. Gazing out at the bustling city, Wang Heng thought to himself, perhaps one day, when I have the power to completely eradicate the beast tides, I can allow my parents and sister to become true warriors. This thought sparked a glimmer of hope within him. Wang Heng was confident about this. He knew that even those beyond the war god level struggled to tackle the beast tides alone. But Wang Heng possessed this ability. Once he became a war god level warrior, it would be as if hundreds of war god level warriors had been born at once. If he were fortunate enough to surpass the war god level, it would be akin to hundreds of warriors beyond that level appearing simultaneously. Thinking about how humanity had only produced 19 warriors beyond the war god level so far, and that he alone could match hundreds of them, a confident smile spread across Wang Heng's face. By then, dealing with the beast tides would be a breeze. Bang! In the underground training chamber, Wang Heng struck the target of the testing machine with a powerful punch. The target's surface quivered, and the numbers on the adjacent screen flashed rapidly. Since he last broke the more advanced strength testing equipment, designed specifically for a war god-level warrior, it can measure up to 100 million kilograms of force. The screen froze. 1.8 million kilograms. Wang Heng's eyes widened, his heart racing. No wonder he could easily kill Zhou Wenhui when he used the third level of the Tyrant Blade. This base strength was astonishing. He quickly calculated. 1.8 million kilograms, when combined with 261 avatars, resulted in an explosive force of 48.78 million kilograms. With the amplification from the third level of the Tyrant Blade, it soared to 195.12 million kilograms, close to 200 million. Such power was top tier, even among advanced war gods. Wang Heng smiled slightly, recalling Zhou Wenhui's shocked expression before his death. Surely, Zhou never imagined that a warrior of the war general level could unleash such terrifying power. However, the smile soon vanished. The shadowy aura of Vice Principal Zhao Wu loomed in his mind, sending chills down Wang Heng's spine. No matter how strong he was, he still felt as fragile as an ant when facing that eerie presence. My strength is nearing its limit. It's time to start understanding the aura, Wang Heng resolved. He sat cross-legged, channeling the energy within him. Flames danced at his fingertips like living creatures. He chose the vermilion bird divine body to better sense the fire aura. Although Zhao Wu's shadowy aura was stronger, for Wang Heng, understanding any aura was a significant breakthrough. He closed his eyes in contemplation. Once he reached the war god level, his avatars would increase to 361. What level would his strength reach then? With overwhelming power, he could easily crush his enemies, no matter how many there were. Wang Heng focused on the fire energy brought by the vermilion bird divine body. Why did the same energy gain fire attributes after cultivating the vermilion bird divine body? He had researched extensively, but found no clear guidance. Most records were vague or detailed some hard-to-replicate experiences of war gods. Some war gods had epiphanies while brewing tea, others in dreams. The processes were mostly unfathomable. Of course, there were geniuses who directly understood auras by practicing S-level manuals, but such individuals were extremely rare, with only a handful in all of humanity. Wang Heng took a deep breath, continuing to focus on the flowing fire energy within, determined to solve the mystery of understanding the aura. If Wang Heng had such insight, he could instantly comprehend the essence by combining the understanding from his 261 avatars. Just as he was fully immersed in grasping the concept of flames, his smart wristband suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps, interrupting his thoughts. Glancing down, Wang Heng noticed it was a call request from Zhuo Wenbin. He quickly answered, asking, "Brother Zhuo, what's up?" Zhuo Wenbin's voice came through the wristband. "Wang Heng, Principal Zhao is back and wants you to come over to sign a contract." "All right, I'll be there right away," Wang Heng replied, promptly getting up to leave. With the new term about to start, he couldn't linger here any longer. Signing the contract in advance would secure his teaching position and arrange teacher accommodation for his parents. After briefly saying goodbye to his parents, Wang Heng hurried to the vice principal's office. Pushing open the door, he once again saw Vice Principal Zhao Wu. At this moment, Zhao Wu had returned to the refined demeanor of an educator, a stark contrast to the third-ranked blood-blade assassin on the world's strongest warrior list. "Principal Zhao," Wang Heng greeted respectfully. Zhao Wu smiled and gestured for him to dispense with formalities, then asked with concern, "How are your family members?" "Thank you for your concern, Principal Zhao," Wang Heng quickly replied. "My parents were a bit shaken, but they have fully recovered now." "That's good to hear." Zhao Wu nodded, then solemnly promised, "Since you've decided to teach at Haida, I assure you that as long as your parents don't leave Haida, they will be safe." Wang Heng felt a warmth in his heart and gratefully said, "Thank you, Principal Zhao." With such a powerful principal as his guarantor, he could finally head to the Temple of the Gods with peace of mind. Zhao Wu pushed a stack of documents on the desk toward Wang Heng, saying, "Here's the contract. Take a look first. If you have no objections, go ahead and sign it." Wang Heng picked up the documents and read them carefully, his eyes suddenly widening in surprise as he realized it was a special grade teacher contract. Wang Heng stood in the office of the president of Haida University, his gaze fixed on the special teacher contract handed to him by Zhao Wu. A storm of emotions surged within him. He recalled the 4 teacher levels at Haida. Level 3 teachers like Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan, who were considered senior warriors. Level 2 and 1 teachers, who were equivalent to junior and intermediate war gods, respectively. And the special teachers, who needed to possess the strength of a senior war god. Zhao Wu seemed to sense Wang Heng's doubts, a knowing smile playing at his lips. "Your strength is comparable to that of an intermediate war god, and coupled with your unique doppelganger talent, you naturally qualify for a special teacher contract." He paused, a hint of anticipation in his eyes. "Moreover, You're about to head to the Hall of War Gods. When you return, even senior war gods may find it hard to match you. The key is your talent for multiple doppelgangers, making you as effective as several people. Offering you a special teacher contract is only logical. Wang Heng nodded slightly, his eyes scanning the contract once more, until a detail caught his attention. President Zhao, it mentions here that my annual salary is 1,000 lower-grade spirit stones. What exactly are these spirit stones? Zhao Wu's smile widened, as if explaining something self-evident. Spirit stones are the currency used by warriors above the war god level and are also crucial resources for cultivation. His tone turned serious. When you break through to the war god realm and need to open up the apertures within your body, merely absorbing the ambient spiritual energy won't suffice. At that point, spirit stones become indispensable treasures. He added, you can exchange spirit stones for ordinary currency, but not the other way around. The true value of spirit stones will become clearer once you reach the Hall of War Gods. Wang Heng suddenly understood and signed his name on the contract without hesitation. Zhao Wu put away the contract, beaming. I'll arrange for Zhuo Wenbin to show you to the teacher dormitory shortly. Seizing the opportunity, Wang Heng asked directly, President Zhao, I'd like to ask, how does one comprehend the essence? Wang Heng stood in front of Zhao Wu, his brows slightly furrowed, and his eyes gleaming with a thirst for knowledge. Recently, he had been struggling with the concept of artistic conception, and now, having the rare opportunity to meet someone as powerful as Zhao Wu, he naturally wanted to seize the chance to seek guidance. Zhao Wu looked at Wang Heng with a knowing smile. I've seen your purchase records from the school store, he said, a hint of approval in his voice. You've acquired all the resources for cultivating the vermilion bird divine body. Have you perfected it? Wang Heng's eyes flickered at the question. After a brief moment of contemplation, he nodded. By now, there was no need to hide such a small matter. A look of appreciation appeared on Zhao Wu's face. Your choice was wise, not to be swayed by Zhuo Wenbin to cultivate the azure dragon divine body, he paused, adding. Of course, that doesn't mean Zhuo Wenbin was wrong. Zhao Wu continued. In Zhuo Wenbin's view, your comprehension was lacking, and your cultivation talent was mediocre, making it unlikely for you to become a war god. So, he hoped you would cultivate the azure dragon divine body to give you a chance to advance to a warlord-level warrior. His gaze locked onto Wang Heng. But for a war god-level warrior, cultivation talent is actually irrelevant. Is your current level of cultivation really due to your own hard work and practice? Wang Heng shook his head, smiling wryly to himself. His rapid advancement in cultivation was all thanks to significant financial investment. Just reaching the warrior level had cost hundreds of billions, and at the warlord level, the investment was even more staggering, with billions being spent effortlessly. He had long realized that cultivation talent was useful for the poor, but for those who could afford to invest heavily, it was insignificant. For those with the potential to advance to war god level, comprehension was the most crucial factor. Zhao Wu's gaze was intense as he continued. No matter how fast your cultivation speed, without understanding the artistic conception, you cannot become a war god. Like Zhuo Wenbin and Teng Qingwan, both have a level cultivation talent, yet neither has managed to grasp the artistic conception, thus remaining at the advanced warlord level. His tone was emphatic. If you had chosen to cultivate the azure dragon divine body, it would have only raised your cultivation talent from D to C level, which wouldn't have made much difference. On the other hand, your cultivation of the perfected vermilion bird divine body significantly aids your understanding of the artistic conception. With a serious expression, Zhao Wu continued, with a perfected vermilion bird divine body and your enhanced comprehension after the mutation, once you enter the War God Hall, you only need to observe the flame phenomenon to easily grasp the flame artistic conception. Wang Heng's interest was piqued, and he quickly inquired, Principal Zhao, what is the flame phenomenon? That's one of the 4 great phenomena of the War God Hall. Zhao Wu mused briefly. There are some things I might as well tell you now. The War God Hall is divided into inner and outer halls. The outer hall is the War God Hall jointly established by our 3 major human forces, essentially a school for nurturing super-strong humans. The inner hall is the real War God Hall, a grand and majestic alien relic. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng was visibly shocked, looking at Zhao Wu in disbelief. There are alien relics on Earth? Zhao Wu nodded, his expression grave. Over 1,000 years ago, Earth was still in the era of the end of magic. It wasn't until the arrival of this War God Hall that the revival of spiritual energy began, he said, his voice lowering. Whether this War God Hall is a blessing or a curse for humanity remains unknown. The wave of spiritual energy rejuvenation swept across the globe, leading to a profound transformation in human physiology. Standing before the temple of the god of war, Wang Heng reflected on this tumultuous history and remarked, nowadays, even ordinary people are almost immune to all diseases. Those martial arts experts are incredible, with lifespans reaching hundreds or even thousands of years. A shadow crossed his eyes as he continued. However, at the dawn of spiritual energy rejuvenation, humanity paid a heavy price. Countless lives were lost to the rampaging beasts, and for the survivors, that era was an opportunity, but for the deceased, it was endless sorrow. Zhao Wu, standing beside Wang Heng, nodded in agreement. Your words are spot on, he said, a hint of admiration in his eyes. Turning to Zhao Wu, Wang Heng's eyes sparkled with curiosity. Principal Zhao, I've always wondered if there really are aliens inside this mysterious temple of the god of war. Zhao Wu shook his head, a mysterious smile playing on his lips. There are no aliens inside the temple, but there is something even more miraculous, a sentient, intelligent life form. It is far more advanced than any artificial intelligence we know, and it is this entity that maintains the entire operation of the temple. Wang Heng's eyes widened in disbelief. An intelligent life form? What is its origin? Why would it help Earth initiate the spiritual energy rejuvenation? His tone carried a hint of caution. As the saying goes, if they are not of our kind, their hearts must be different. How can we be sure it doesn't have ulterior motives? Zhao Wu looked at Wang Heng approvingly. It's good that you're cautious. In fact, we have always kept a close watch on it. That's why the super strong among humans are stationed at the temple, monitoring its every move. He paused before continuing. For now, it doesn't seem hostile to humanity. On the contrary, our flourishing martial arts development owes much to its assistance. Zhao Wu's expression turned serious. If you can elevate your skill level to perfection and reach the rank of a war general by the age of 20, you will qualify to enter the temple for a trial. Passing it will grant you unimaginable benefits. He added, of course, once you become a god of war, you also have the right to enter the temple for the trial. Listening to this, Wang Heng's eyes blazed with determination, as if a bright path to becoming a formidable warrior unfurled before him. Wang Heng suddenly realized something, his eyes flashing with surprise. He finally understood why one must elevate their skill level to perfection and reach the rank of a battle general. To join the temple of the war god, it was a requirement set by the mysterious intelligent life form. He frowned, pondering for a moment, filled with doubt. Was this intelligent life form really just aiming to cultivate humans? Wang Heng didn't believe in altruism without reason, so he eagerly asked Zhao Wu for more information. Zhao Wu took a deep breath and explained slowly. According to it, the goal is to nurture an unparalleled super genius to assist it in completing a task. However, so far, none of us have met its requirements. Wang Heng's curiosity was fully piqued, and he quickly asked, Principal Zhao, the 4 great apparitions you mentioned earlier, are they also rare treasures within the temple of the war god? Zhao Wu nodded slightly, his eyes reflecting an unmistakable awe. They are incredibly miraculous objects. No, they cannot be merely called treasures. I find it difficult to explain to you. Only when you witness them yourself will you understand the greatness of the 4 apparitions. Wang Heng was tantalized by these words, eager to see them immediately. However, Zhao Wu's next words calmed him slightly. Comprehending the 4 apparitions is no easy task. New members of the temple of the war god have only one chance to comprehend them. After that, they must pass certain trials to gain more opportunities. Zhao Wu's gaze fell on Wang Heng, with a hint of expectation in his voice. However, you possess the perfect vermilion bird divine body, and with your comprehension skills, you might grasp the essence of fire in just one attempt. Wang Heng felt a surge of excitement at these words, secretly planning to use his many avatars to comprehend simultaneously, hoping for a breakthrough. Yet he was still not satisfied and asked, is there no other way to comprehend the essence besides the 4 apparitions? No. Zhao Wu shook his head decisively. Comprehending the essence requires understanding the world, something only you can achieve on your own. It all depends on personal opportunity. You've cultivated the perfect vermilion bird divine body and can comprehend fire energy, so at least you have some leads. For others, even a hint of opportunity is hard to find. After hearing Zhao Wu's explanation, Wang Heng felt grateful for his choices. At the same time, his anticipation for the real temple of the war god grew even stronger. Unknown challenges and opportunities awaited ahead, and Wang Heng felt a rush of excitement, eager to explore them. After leaving Zhao Wu's office, Wang Heng hurried back to prepare for his move. Zhao Wu stood by the window, watching Wang Heng's figure gradually disappear down the tree-lined path of the campus. He murmured to himself, how many clones does this kid have? Images of Wang Heng's various performances flashed through Zhao Wu's mind. The help of multiple clones, the perfect vermilion bird divine body, and his astonishing comprehension. He couldn't help but ponder that Wang Heng indeed had a great potential to grasp the essence of flame. Recalling the battle he witnessed between Wang Heng and Zhou Wenhui. Although Zhou Wenhui lost due to negligence, the fight undoubtedly showcased Wang Heng's formidable strength. The only thing he's lacking now is the essence, Zhao Wu whispered to himself. Once he fills this gap, with his strength, he could quickly become a peak war god. A glint of expectation flashed in Zhao Wu's eyes. He might even break into the top 10 of the world's strongest war gods ranking. Thinking about how High University had finally nurtured such an outstanding powerhouse, Zhao Wu couldn't help but smile with a tinge of pride. Old Hua, how will you thank me once you come out? He chuckled to himself. Just then, his smart bracelet suddenly emitted a series of urgent beeps. Zhao Wu casually answered, speaking steadily. Hello, this is Zhao Wu. Principal Zhao, it's Zhou Wenxiong, Zhou Wenhui's elder brother. A deep male voice came from the other end of the bracelet. Zhao Wu's eyes flickered, his lips curling slightly, a hint of banter in his tone. What? Looking to stand up for your brother? You've misunderstood, Principal Zhao. Zhou Wenxiong's voice sounded somewhat helpless. My brother made a colossal mistake and deserved his fate. But your student, wiping out his entire family, isn't that too ruthless? Zhao Wu sneered. What do you mean wiped out? Aren't you still unharmed? There was a brief silence on the other end before Zhou Wenxiong's voice turned icy. Principal Zhao, isn't High University being too domineering? What? Do you want to kill me too? Zhao Wu snorted, responding bluntly. High University is indeed domineering. You should consider yourself lucky you weren't in Dagong City at the time, or I would have taken you and auguries down as well. Who do you think you are to question me? Maybe your Zhou family patriarch would be more fitting. With that, he abruptly ended the call. Meanwhile, in the Zhou family mansion in Kyoto, Zhou Wenxiong listened to the busy signal from his bracelet, his expression dark and grim. Zhao? Wu. He gritted his teeth, clenching his fists. But soon, he slowly released them, understanding well that he was powerless against Zhao Wu. Though they were both advanced war gods on the surface, the disparity in their strength was vast. If he were to truly face Zhao Wu, he would be instantly defeated. After all, Zhao Wu was ranked third on the world's strongest war gods list, while Zhou Wenxiong didn't even qualify for the ranking. As for asking the Zhou family patriarch to intervene, that was a mere fantasy. Zhou Wenxiong shook his head with a bitter smile. The patriarch was not from Daxia, and if he rashly acted against Zhao Wu, the Grand Marshal wouldn't let it slide. Moreover, Zhao Wu was backed by Huo Wenshan, a transcendent powerhouse. Besides, the patriarch doesn't care about our lives. Zhou Wenxiong sighed deeply. He knew well that although the gap between a war god and a transcendent seemed small, it was as vast as the difference between heaven and earth. War gods had a lifespan of only 500 years, while transcendent beings could live for tens of thousands of years. The Zhou family patriarch had lived for nearly 1,000 years, and his direct descendants had long passed away, leaving him indifferent to the remaining descendants. Wang Heng, I may not be able to deal with you, but the ogres will. I want to see how you escape from their clutches. Zhou Wenxiong stood by the window, his brow furrowed, a shadow passing through his eyes. After much contemplation, he finally decided to abandon his vendetta against Wang Heng. Living in the Great Xia Kingdom, he knew he had to abide by its laws and regulations, or he would end up like his foolish brother, courting disaster. However, the thought that the ogres had already set their sights on Wang Heng brought a cold smile to Zhou Wenxiong's lips. He calculated silently. If he could seize another opportunity to comprehend the four great laws, he might break through to the extraordinary realm. By then, he would no longer have to bow to anyone. Closing his eyes, Zhou Wenxiong immersed himself in cultivation. Although his strength was far inferior to Zhao Wu's, they were in the same realm, and the chance to break through to the extraordinary was equal for everyone. Whoever broke through first would be the ultimate winner. Meanwhile, Wang Heng's family had settled into the teachers' quarters provided by the school. The spacious detached villa covered around 3,000 square meters. What delighted Wang Heng's parents the most was the large garden, where they busily planted various vegetables every day, thoroughly enjoying themselves. Wang Heng noticed his sister, Wang Kiki, diligently practicing her body-strengthening punches daily, which both comforted and pained him. Initially worried she might not persist, he was surprised by her remarkable determination. Finally, Wang Heng couldn't help but approach his sister while she was practicing and gently said, "Little sister, let's talk." Wang Kiki paused, sweat dripping down her face, and stubbornly replied, "Brother, if you're here to persuade me to give up martial arts, don't bother." Wang Heng shook his head with a smile. "I can provide you with cultivation resources, but I have one condition." "What condition?" Wang Kiki's eyes lit up as she eagerly asked. "As long as it helps me become a certified martial artist, I'll agree." Without cultivation resources, her progress with the body-strengthening punches was painfully slow, and she had yet to advance to an intermediate quasi-martial artist level. Seeing the determination in his sister's eyes, Wang Heng slowly revealed his condition. "As long as you promise me to perfect the vermilion bird divine body before advancing to a certified martial artist, I'll provide you with the resources." "Okay, I promise you." Wang Kiki agreed without hesitation. Her eyes shone with a resolute light, as if she could already see herself as a powerful martial artist in the future. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng's lips curled into a confident smile. He knew that his sister couldn't be in two places at once. Even if her compatibility with the vermilion bird divine body reached the first level, it would still take 3 years of dedicated practice to perfect it. In those 3 years, Wang Heng was confident he could advance to the level of a war god. making him capable of handling most beast-tied threats on his own. As Wang Heng's thoughts raced, Zhuo Wenbin's voice came from the outside. He quickly turned to Wang Kiki and said in a gentle yet slightly urgent tone, "I've ordered you some iron-eating beast marrow. After taking it, your fist strength can reach 900 kilograms within a week, and then you can start training with the vermilion bird divine body." Wang Kiki's face lit up with excitement, and she exclaimed, "Thank you, big brother." Wang Heng gently patted his sister's head and continued to advise, "I've also bought some iron-eating beast marrow for Dad. You need to supervise his training with the vermilion bird divine body and make sure he doesn't become an official warrior prematurely." "I understand, big brother." Wang Kiki nodded obediently. Although she longed to become an official warrior, like Wang Heng, she didn't want their parents to step into such a dangerous realm. As for Wang Heng himself, he held only a faint hope. If his parents could comprehend a profound realm, there might be a chance for them to advance to war god status, thereby prolonging their lives. But he knew this possibility was extremely slim. Comprehending even the slightest level, let alone a perfect level of skill realm, was incredibly difficult. After all, Wang Heng would never truly let his parents risk hunting monsters outside. Leaving the underground training room, Wang Heng found Zhuo Wenbin in the living room. Zhuo Wenbin pointed to a nearby alloy combination lockbox and beamed, "I've brought you some treasures." Wang Heng looked at the box suspiciously and asked, "What is it?" Zhuo Wenbin explained with a smile, "It's filled with spirit stones, compensation from those war gods." "Those war gods?" Wang Heng frowned, clearly not recalling immediately. Zhuo Wenbin reminded him, "The group of war gods who came to Haida back then. So it's them." Hearing this, Wang Heng curled his lips into a cold smile. The scene of that group of war gods storming into Haida with an imposing aura, forcing him to sacrifice his flesh and blood, was etched in his mind like a brand. Didn't they already pay up? Wang Heng said sarcastically, a glint of coldness flashing in his eyes. Those people sure paid a lot of credits. Despite this, Wang Heng felt no gratitude. He was well aware that the only reason they paid credits was because of Zhao Wu and Haida's pressure. Otherwise, they were no different from Zhou Wenhui, only with slightly more restraint, not harming his family. "Of course they're scared." Zhuo Wenbin sneered. "You not only killed Zhou Wenhui, but also wiped out his family. On one hand, you showed your strength, and on the other hand, your ruthless nature. How could they not fear your future revenge? Now they know fear, huh?" Wang Heng snorted coldly, kicking open a nearby alloy code box to reveal a mountain of spirit stones inside. Zhuo Wenbin pointed to the box and said, "There are a total of 35,000 low-grade spirit stones here. Among the war gods who came back then, except for the military and the education department, each paid 1,000 low-grade spirit stones." Seeing Wang Heng's calm expression, Zhuo Wenbin added, "The military and education department only wanted you to graduate early and join them. They didn't want your blood and cells. Of course, I'm not defending them. In a big place, there are all kinds of people, and even in Haida, there are those who covet your opportunities." Wang Heng nodded. "Brother Zhua, don't worry, I'm not that cynical. Give me the list of those war gods who wanted to take me to the lab, and I'll accept the spirit stones from the rest." Zhuo Wenbin smiled and took out a note from his pocket. "I've prepared it for you long ago." Wang Heng took the list and read it carefully. There were only 3 names, but they were all high-level war gods. No wonder they were so aggressive. The 3 were Yamamoto Zhugo, Tian Hai, and Li Bing. "Why is there a person from the island nation?" Wang Heng frowned slightly. Zhuo Wenbin explained, "After the island nation was destroyed by beasts, some survivors joined our Daxia country." His tone was obviously mocking. According to them, their ancestor Su Fu came from Daxia, so naturally, they are also people of Daxia. Shameless. Wang Heng snorted coldly, turning his gaze to the other 2. These 2 came from significant backgrounds, with Tian Hai from the Tian family in the capital, whose patriarch is the principal of Jingda. Wang Heng felt fortunate he didn't choose Jingda. Suddenly, Wang Heng's eyes widened. "Huh? Li Bing's mother is from the Xiao family. The Xiao family is the top family in Daxia, as Grand Marshal Xiao Weigua is its patriarch." Zhuo Wenbin seemed to notice Wang Heng's concern and shook his head with a smile. "Don't worry. Many women have married out from the Xiao family, and not all are connected. So, you don't need to fear the Xiao family. In fact, the Grand Marshal is quite strict in family affairs." Wang Heng nodded, trusting the Grand Marshal. After all, if the Grand Marshal had any selfish motives, it wouldn't be Daxia now, but the Daxia court. "Brother Zhua, please help me return these 3 people's spirit stones." Wang Heng put away the list and took out 3,000 low-grade spirit stones from the alloy box. Zhuo Wenbin hesitated. "By doing this, you're clearly planning revenge later, and they won't sit idly by. You might as well keep these spirit stones and wait until you're stronger to take revenge." Wang Heng sneered at this. "I want them to know that I will seek revenge in the future. This way, as they see my growing strength, they'll live in constant fear every day. I want them to live in terror." Zhuo Wenbin couldn't help but click his tongue, surprised by Wang Heng's ruthless tactics. This was a strategy to first break their spirit before taking their lives. With Wang Heng's growth, his enemies would surely live in constant anxiety, more painful than death. After sending Zhuo Wenbin off, Wang Heng returned to the underground training room with the spirit stones. He took one out and examined it closely. The spirit stone was filled with rich, pure spiritual energy from heaven and earth, and refining it could instantly replenish the consumed energy within. This could enhance endurance during combat, Wang Heng thought to himself. But carrying this pile of spirit stones is inconvenient. You can't fight with a huge bag on your back. I'll save them for opening the acupoints later. Wang Heng put away the spirit stones and continued to sit cross-legged, meditating and comprehending the flame's essence. Days passed like water. Before he knew it, it was the end of the month. On this day, Wang Heng received a message from Zhuo Wenbin. Haida's application to the Temple of War for him had been approved. However, he had to wait for Haida to start the new term, as Principal Zhao would have to take him to the Temple of War after delivering the opening speech, since Principal Hua was still in seclusion. On August 31st, Wang Heng met with Li Shui, Zhao Hai, Zhao Lei, and Fu Yuhan at the school cafeteria. They had planned this gathering as it would be their last meal together. Wang Heng, are you going to the Temple of War tomorrow? Zhao Hai asked. Wang Heng nodded. After Principal Zhao's speech, he'll take me to the Temple of War. Zhao Hai looked envious. With your talent, you'll probably become a war god soon after reaching the Temple of War. Zhao Lei chimed in. We're still struggling to reach the war general level, and you're already 1 foot into the war god level. It's infuriating. Wang Heng laughed. What do you mean 1 foot into the war god level? I can already kill war gods. Ah, you damn show-off. Can't you give us ordinary folks a chance? Zhao Lei exclaimed in mock exasperation. Wang Heng laughed heartily. You're ordinary, but others aren't, like our classmate Fu here, who might soon head to the Temple of War too. Fu Yuhan, chatting with Li Shui, responded with mock annoyance. Compared to you, I'm just ordinary. Li Shui smiled. You're all doing well. I've been on this martial path with this guy from the start, watching him rise step by step, and I've never lost my balance. Wang Heng admired Li Shui's mindset. While others had become war generals, she persisted in cultivating the vermilion bird divine body. With such perseverance, she might indeed become a war god in the future. All right, let's raise our glasses and toast to us all becoming war gods. After eating and drinking, they departed one after another. All good things must come to an end. Wang Heng could only silently wish them well in his heart. The next day, after Zhao Wu finished his speech, he and Wang Heng boarded a sleek silver-gray fighter jet, heading towards the Kunlun Mountains. Inside the cabin, the two sat side by side. Zhao Wu turned to Wang Heng with a serious expression and said, this time you've only passed the outer hall's assessment. To enter the inner hall, you'll need to pass the test set by the intelligent life form. However, with your skills, it shouldn't be a problem. Wang Heng furrowed his brow and asked curiously, Principal Zhao, what kind of test does the intelligent life form arrange? Zhao Wu shook his head slightly and explained, the intelligent life form values comprehension the most, so most of its tests are related to that. You have the ability to master techniques at a perfect level, so passing the test should be a breeze. He paused, looking intently at Wang Heng, and his tone became solemn. By the way, during the test, make sure to fully showcase your abilities. The intelligent life form aims to cultivate geniuses, so the better you perform, the greater the benefits you'll receive after passing. Concerned that Wang Heng might hide his abilities as he did in school, Zhao Wu added, I remember your mother has a leg disability. The intelligent life form has treasures that can restore her legs. What? Wang Heng sat up abruptly, his eyes momentarily frozen. His mother's leg disability had always been a burden on his heart, and even the university's marketplace didn't have anything to cure her. He had resigned himself to this fate, never expecting to hear such good news from Zhao Wu. Seeing Wang Heng's shocked expression, Zhao Wu smiled and said, don't forget, the War God Hall is an alien relic. That intelligent life form can rejuvenate Earth's spiritual energy, so healing your mother's legs is a piece of cake. Wang Heng took a deep breath, recalling the advances in human medical technology, and nodded. He clenched his fists, determination shining in his eyes, and said quietly, I must cure my mother's legs. Zhao Wu, observing Wang Heng's reaction, couldn't help but smile with satisfaction. In his view, Wang Heng excelled in many areas but was overly cautious. While being careful isn't a bad thing, being too cautious stifles youthful vigor, which isn't conducive to progress in martial arts. 2 hours later, the fighter jet began to circle above a small airfield in the Kunlun Mountains. Through the window, Wang Heng was surprised to see a sizable villa community nearby, with numerous villas scattered in an orderly fashion, contrasting sharply with the desolate mountains surrounding them. Noticing Wang Heng's astonishment, Zhao Wu explained, this is the outer hall of the War God Hall, and the real War God Hall is 3,000 meters underground beneath this community. After a smooth landing, Wang Heng followed Zhao Wu off the plane and into the villa community. Their arrival caused quite a stir. Another newcomer. I heard his name is Wang Heng, and he can kill a mid-level war god across ranks. Is he really that impressive? Passers-by cast curious glances, especially focusing on Wang Heng. They were already familiar with the infamous Bloodblade assassin, Zhao Wu. Wang Heng's recent fame on the internet also made them naturally assume that Zhao Wu had brought him here. Wang Heng glanced around, sensing the powerful aura emanating from everyone. His expression grew slightly serious as he thought to himself, these people are not ordinary. Zhao Wu led Wang Heng through the bustling crowd to an ancient-looking pavilion nearby. A long line of newcomers was waiting at the entrance to get their identity cards. Just then, Wang Heng's attention was caught by a familiar figure. Xie Yuanhao. Wang Heng exclaimed in surprise. The young man not far away turned around at the sound, and it was indeed Wang Heng's old acquaintance, Xie Yuanhao. Their eyes met, and Xie Yuanhao's expression instantly darkened. He clenched his fists, a hint of resentment in his eyes. Having been overshadowed by Wang Heng during their time at Haida, he had finally made it to the Temple of War, only to find Wang Heng trailing him once again. Wang Heng smiled and approached, greeting him with feigned casualness. Xie Yuanhao, long time no see. Or should I call you Yuanhao Morgan now? Xie Yuanhao gritted his teeth and replied, Wang Heng, don't get too cocky. I'll surpass you sooner or later. With that, he hastily completed his paperwork and left without looking back. Wang Heng shrugged and joined Zhao Wu in line to get his identity card. Soon, he received a card with a metallic sheen. He carefully examined the information on it. Name, Wang Heng. Age, 17. Cultivation level, Advanced Warrior. Skill level, Perfect. Number of comprehensions of the 4 great aspects. 1. Temple of War Warrior ranking, 127th. Zhao Wu explained from the side. Currently, there are 127 warriors at the Temple of War. Since you just joined, you're naturally at the bottom. Xie Yuanhao arrived before you, so he's probably 126th. Wang Heng thoughtfully asked, what does this ranking do? Zhao Wu's eyes lit up with excitement as he explained. It has a lot of significance. On the last day of each month, the Temple of War's intelligence system distributes point rewards based on the rankings. The higher the rank, the better the rewards. He paused and added, oh, and accumulating 1,000 points can earn you an opportunity to comprehend the 4 great aspects. Hearing this, a sharp glint appeared in Wang Heng's eyes. He eagerly asked, so how can I improve my ranking? When Wang Heng entered the dormitory, he eagerly inserted his ID card into the virtual helmet. As the system booted up, the world of the virtual arena unfolded before his eyes. Here, trainees challenged each other using identical body templates, with the victor claiming the defeated's ranking. Standing nearby, Zhao Wu explained with a hint of regret. Here, your advantage from enhanced strength is gone. To win, you must rely solely on pure skill and mastery of swordsmanship. Hearing this, Wang Heng furrowed his brow. Without the power boost from his fusion clones, he was indeed on par with other advanced warriors. This realization stirred a bit of unease within him. Noticing Wang Heng's concern, Zhao Wu offered reassurance. Don't worry too much. Every newcomer needs an adjustment period, and few rise to the top quickly. After all, this place is a gathering of geniuses, and they have several more years of training than you. Once you grasp the concept of intent, and with steady practice, breaking into the top 50 is definitely achievable. Wang Heng nodded slightly. Although his skills might rank at the bottom at the moment, with over 200 clones at his disposal, once he comprehended intent, surpassing those ahead was only a matter of time. Oh, by the way, Zhao Wu reminded him, by scanning the QR code on the back of your ID card with your smart wristband, you can check your points and ranking anytime. Wang Heng promptly followed the instructions, opened his smart wristband, and placed the QR code on the back of his ID card in the scanning area. The screen instantly displayed his points, 0. Driven by curiosity, Wang Heng opened the leaderboard. A series of unfamiliar names appeared before his eyes. Number 1, Ulysses Rothschild, International Chamber of Commerce. Number 2, Kane Mercenary Alliance. Number 3, Xiao Rangrazia. Number 126, Xie Yuanhao International Chamber of Commerce. Number 127, Wang Heng Grazia. Wang Heng slowly scrolled through the screen, eventually finding his name at the bottom of the list. Each name on this list represented a top-tier talent among the younger generation of humanity. Gazing at the leaderboard, a burning ambition ignited in Wang Heng's eyes. His past achievements at Haida now seemed trivial. Only by dominating this stage could he prove himself as the true ultimate genius. Principal Zhao, it seems our country, Daxia, is slightly at a disadvantage on this ranking. The top 2 spots are actually occupied by foreigners. Wang Heng stared at the leaderboard, his brow furrowing unconsciously. The unfamiliar names at the top seemed to mock their nation's strength. However, Zhao Wu smiled and casually explained, actually, the talent among the top 10 is quite similar, but their ages vary, which is why there is a difference in ranking. He pointed to the third name and continued. Take Xiao Ran, for example. In terms of talent, he surpasses the top 2, but because he's a few years younger, he hasn't taken the lead yet. As he spoke, Zhao Wu glanced at Wang Heng, a hint of approval in his eyes. You're the same. Your talent may even surpass many on the list, but since you've just joined, you might find it hard to break into the top 100. Wang Heng nodded slightly, contemplating. The duration of training is indeed a critical factor, but he had a unique advantage: numerous avatars assisting in his cultivation. This secret weapon boosted his confidence, and he believed he could soon surpass these top-ranked cultivators. Let's go. I'll first take you to the dormitory and introduce you to a couple of senior students, Zhao Wu said as he started to walk. Before long, they arrived at a row of villas named Tianhai Martial University. Two young men had been waiting for some time and respectfully greeted Zhao Wu upon seeing him. Principal Zhao. Wang Heng carefully observed these senior students. The one on the left carried a long sword, and the one on the right bore a blade. Both were about 6'3", giving off a strong and imposing presence. Zhao Wu introduced them. The one on the left is Zhang Zhan, who has already grasped the concept of intent and currently ranks 13th in the Hall of War Gods. The one on the right is Zheng Feng, currently ranked 76th. Like you, he is exploring the concept of fire, and you two can exchange ideas and spar. Zhang Zhan, dressed in athletic or with neatly cropped hair, gave off an impression of efficiency and competence. He offered Wang Heng a brief smile, though not very talkative. His eyes conveyed friendliness. Hello, Wang Heng, he said simply. Wang Heng nodded in response. Hello, senior. Zheng Feng appeared more enthusiastic, smiling broadly as he said, Wang Heng, I've also perfected the vermilion bird divine body and am exploring the concept of fire like you. Let's exchange ideas in the future. Wang Heng responded earnestly. I look forward to learning from you, senior. Let's not talk about teaching, let's progress together, Zheng Feng quickly added, his tone full of sincerity. Both seniors showed considerable respect towards Wang Heng, clearly aware that his abilities were not to be underestimated. Zhao Wu interrupted their conversation at the right moment. All right, you can talk more later. Wang Heng, I'll take you to participate in the intelligent life assessment first. We'll come along to watch, Zhang Zhen suggested, with a hint of anticipation in his voice. Zheng Feng agreed. Yes, let's see. With your abilities, you might receive a very high evaluation from the intelligent life. The group entered the villa and took an elevator down. Wang Heng noticed the elevator had only two options, the first floor and the basement level. As the elevator descended, Wang Heng was quietly amazed at the depth of the basement level. Sensing Wang Heng's curiosity, Zheng Feng explained, Wang Heng, the basement level is over 3,000 meters deep, so it takes more than 10 minutes to get there. No wonder, Wang Heng realized. About 11 or 12 minutes later, the elevator doors slowly opened. Wang Heng held his breath, and before him was a magnificent hall, resplendent and grand. This must be the Hall of War Gods, Wang Heng thought to himself, his eyes shining with anticipation and excitement. The Hall of the War God exudes a sense of futuristic technology, with materials that seem metallic yet mysterious, emitting a cool and enigmatic glow. As Wang Heng and his companions entered the hall, they were immediately awestruck by its grand and majestic interior. The walls were densely covered with ancient and mysterious runes and patterns, silently narrating the legends of a distant past. Upon entering the main hall, rows of towering columns came into view. They were thick and upright, supporting the weight of the entire structure. Each column was intricately carved with exquisite reliefs depicting the mighty deeds of the war god. As Wang Heng was absorbed in the magnificent scene, a familiar figure caught his attention. It's someone from High University. Zhao Wu is here too, Wang Heng murmured in surprise, speculating. He must have been sent to bring me here. By now, many in the hall had noticed the newcomers and cast scrutinizing glances their way. However, Zhao Wu remained unfazed by the attention. He pointed upwards with a hint of reverence in his voice. Look, that's the intelligent life of the Hall of the War God. Following Zhao Wu's direction, Wang Heng looked up and widened his eyes in amazement. Suspended at the top of the hall was a swirling mass of chaotic gaseous forms, constantly changing shape, with flashes of electricity coursing through it, resembling a living entity. Its unique form far exceeded Wang Heng's expectations of intelligent life. Zhao Wu continued to explain, this intelligent life controls everything within the Hall of the War God. Whether you're participating in an assessment or observing the four great manifestations, it can instantly transport you to any location within the hall. His tone suddenly turned serious as he earnestly warned, remember, Wang Heng, never engage in combat inside the Hall of the War God. Otherwise, even the strongest beings in the superhuman realm would be instantly obliterated by the intelligent life. You must keep this in mind. Wang Heng couldn't help but gasp, nodding repeatedly. Clearly, within this mysterious hall, the invisible intelligent life was the true master. Now, Zhao Wu instructed, open your smart bracelet and apply for the outer door assessment of the inner hall. Following the instructions, Wang Heng quickly found the option for the outer door assessment on the Hall of the War God page. As he clicked to apply, a new adventure was about to begin. Once the outer gate assessment begins, you will be directly transported to the assessment hall. Do not panic, just follow the instructions of the AI. Zhao Wu's voice echoed in Wang Heng's ear. He nodded solemnly, and then used his smart wristband to apply for the assessment. The smart wristband blinked with a blue light and emitted a mechanical countdown. Application approved. Outer Hall student Wang Heng is about to take the assessment. Countdown, 321 inch. Before the voice finished, Wang Heng's figure vanished, leaving only a slight breeze. The surrounding students were unfazed, well aware that within this majestic war god hall, the AI was like an omnipotent deity, controlling everything. I wonder what level of evaluation Wang Heng will receive. Zhang Zhen pondered aloud, his gaze still fixed on the spot where Wang Heng disappeared. A smile appeared on Zheng Feng's face. Wang Heng is incredibly strong. He might even get a level evaluation. Level? Zhang Zhen's brows furrowed slightly. So far, only 3 of our human leaders have reached the level standard. Can Wang Heng really achieve that? The AI's evaluation system is divided into 4 levels: A, B, C, and D, with no one having reached a level yet. Among Earth's humans, only 3 have achieved a level evaluation: Grand Marshal Xiao Weigua, International Chamber of Commerce President Rothschild, and Mercenary Alliance leader Vladimir. Others have only reached as high as C. Although Wang Heng's displayed strength was impressive, Zhang Zhen and Zheng Feng knew that the AI's evaluation standards focused more on perception rather than sheer power. Even though Wang Heng had elevated his skills to a perfect level at the age of 17, making him a genius, such outstanding individuals were not uncommon in the outer hall of the War God Hall. Just wait patiently. The AI does not solely focus on perception, Zhao Wu said calmly, his demeanor unflustered. He stood quietly, waiting for the results to be revealed. The others around had no intention of leaving either, all eager to see Wang Heng's assessment outcome. News spread like ripples, drawing more people to the area, which gradually became lively, filled with a tense yet expectant atmosphere. Meanwhile, Wang Heng felt a sudden dizziness, finding himself in an unfamiliar grand hall. The walls of this hall were perfectly sealed, with no windows or doors, and above him hovered the chaotic vortex-like intelligent being. Curious and puzzled, Wang Heng was about to ask about the test when a cold mechanical voice echoed from above. Wang Heng, I will teach you a meditation technique. Then, I will present 4 images before you, which you must observe carefully and visualize in your mind. As the voice finished, familiar characters of the great Xia kingdom materialized in the void. With his enhanced memory from martial arts training, Wang Heng memorized them at a glance. He then sat cross-legged to begin practicing the meditation technique. Guard the spiritual realm with a focused mind. Let all forms enter the heart unseen. Calm the spirit, clear the thoughts. The true essence of chaos unfolds. Observe oneself to understand the meridians. Let the vital energy flow like a mighty river. Explore the mysteries of the vast void. Stars shine brilliantly with radiant light. Focus a single thought to dispel distractions. The tranquil mind reflects the heavens. The meditation practice was not difficult, and Wang Heng quickly mastered it. During the process, he felt an unprecedented clarity of mind, completely relaxed, and his understanding of swordsmanship improved significantly. Wang Heng marveled at the power of this meditation technique, realizing that this journey was already worthwhile. Have you mastered it? The voice of the intelligent being suddenly asked. Wang Heng immediately collected his thoughts, opened his eyes, and nodded solemnly. I have mastered it. Next, I will present 4 images one by one. You need to observe them carefully and then use the meditation technique to visualize them in your mind. The intelligent being instructed. Holding his breath, Wang Heng focused all his attention on what lay ahead. He understood that the real test was just beginning. Suddenly, a gentle breeze swept through. Countless points of light, like stars, gathered and slowly formed an image in the void before him. As the image appeared, Wang Heng felt his soul deeply drawn in, his spirit shaken. In a trance, he seemed to see a vast, boundless expanse of land. Majestic mountains rose from the ground, winding rivers nourished the earth, and countless lives thrived on this land. The river of time flowed quietly, yet this land remained unchanged through the ages. About 10 seconds later, the image abruptly vanished. Wang Heng awoke as if from a dream and quickly closed his eyes to visualize the scene he had just witnessed. Instantly, countless yellowish light points surged towards Wang Heng from all directions. Earth Element Law, Level C. The intelligent being's voice interrupted Wang Heng's meditation. Confused, Wang Heng looked up at the intelligent being. The image you just saw was formed by the Earth Element Law. Based on the test, your comprehension of the Earth Element Law is at Level C, the intelligent being explained. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng frowned deeply. Wang Heng learned from Zhao Wu that intelligent life forms evaluate students on 4 levels: A, B, C, and D. His recent C- rating in the Earth Element test was barely passing among the outer hall students. Don't worry, the intelligent life form said calmly. There are still 3 more illustrations to test. They correspond to the wind, water, and fire elements, assessing your comprehension in these areas. Hearing this, Wang Heng took a deep breath and focused once more. The next moment, a breathtaking image slowly unfolded before him. It felt as if he was swept into a storm, his soul being torn apart. After 10 seconds, the image vanished, and Wang Heng regained his composure, closing his eyes to recall what he had just seen. Wind element, plus, the cold voice of the intelligent life form announced. Hearing this evaluation, Wang Heng frowned even more. Clearly, his understanding of the wind element was not as strong as the earth element. Continue, the intelligent life form instructed, beginning to form the next image. This time, Wang Heng seemed to witness endless flowing water, nourishing all things and eventually converging into a vast ocean. When the image faded, he concentrated deeply, feeling his soul drift with the water. A genuine sense of joy filled his heart, as if he were basking in the warmth of a mother's embrace. Water element, minus. The intelligent life form's voice showed a slight fluctuation for the first time, losing some of its coldness. Wang Heng opened his eyes and felt a surge of delight at the result. His comprehension of the water element had reached AB level, significantly better than his previous performance. The final image, the intelligent life form reminded. Wang Heng held his breath and focused intently on the last image forming before him. It depicted endless flames, clearly representing the fire element. Once the image disappeared, Wang Heng immediately began visualizing. Instantly, the surrounding fire elements surged more vigorously than before. Fire element, plus. Well done. The intelligent life form's voice fluctuated again, offering praise to Wang Heng for the first time. Wang Heng opened his eyes, his face beaming with excitement. A plus level was close to an A, indicating his high comprehension of the fire element. He speculated that this might be closely related to his practice of the vermilion bird divine body. Wang Heng, your comprehension is impressive, the intelligent life form concluded, especially in the fire element. I suggest you focus on understanding the fire element further in the future. Wang Heng stood at the center of the assessment field, his brow slightly furrowed, unable to hold back the question that had long troubled him. What are the laws? The voice of the intelligent being began to explain. The laws are the mysterious principles governing the operation of the universe. Everything within the universe abides by the four fundamental laws: earth, wind, water, and fire. It paused briefly before continuing. The flame insight you have begun to comprehend is merely a tiny fraction of the fire law. Upon hearing this, Wang Heng couldn't help but smile wryly. He looked down at his hands, silently lamenting that he had yet to grasp even the slightest bit of the laws. Sensing his thoughts, the intelligent being continued. To advance to the level of a war god, you must understand insight. To reach the extraordinary realm, you must comprehend a domain, and beyond the domain lies the laws. It used a vivid analogy. If the laws are like a vast ocean, then a domain is just a drop of water in that ocean, and insight is merely a single molecule. After hearing this, Wang Heng felt deeply embarrassed. He silently clenched his fists, realizing he had not yet grasped even a single water molecule. The intelligent being seemed to perceive Wang Heng's discouragement and spoke encouragingly. Wang Heng, you have exceptional talent in the fire laws. I suggest you focus on observing the flame aspect among the four great aspects. Start by delving into the fire laws, and when you reach a bottleneck, then explore the water laws. Wang Heng took a deep breath and nodded. This advice was indeed sound, igniting a spark of hope within him. At that moment, the intelligent being's voice spoke again. The assessment is complete. You have passed the outer door assessment with outstanding performance. I hereby grant you the status of an inner disciple in advance. As these words fell, a palm-sized black token appeared out of thin air, slowly floating toward Wang Heng. He reached out to catch it, examined it closely, and then carefully placed it in his pocket. Just then, Wang Heng's smart wristband lit up, displaying a notification. Ding, you have received a reward of 1,000 points. Seeing this message, Wang Heng's eyes lit up with excitement. He recalled Zhao Wu mentioning that 1,000 points could be exchanged for an opportunity to observe the four great aspects. This meant he now possessed two valuable chances to observe them. Wang Heng clenched his fist, his eyes shining with determination. He knew this would be an important step on his path to becoming a strong warrior. Having another opportunity to observe the four great dharmas. I refuse to believe I can't grasp the essence of flames, Wang Heng thought to himself, a determined glint in his eyes. At that moment, an object manifested in midair, capturing all of Wang Heng's attention. It was a golden sphere, about the size of a fist, its surface shimmering with a golden light, resembling a miniature sun suspended in the air. This is the standard battle armor for inner disciples of the War God Temple, called the Radiant Gold Armor, the artificial intelligence's voice explained. A single drop of blood can refine it, and with a mere thought, it will cover your entire body. Its defensive power is invincible. Even superhuman warriors find it difficult to damage. Hearing this, Wang Heng's pupils contracted sharply, his face filled with shock. Is its defense really that strong? With no blind spots, wearing it would make even superhuman warriors unable to harm me. He was both surprised and delighted, his heart pounding with excitement. The AI continued. It can protect your body from harm, but if an enemy's power is overwhelmingly strong, they can still shock you to death from a distance. Nevertheless, with this armor, ordinary god-level warriors can't take your life. Only the inner disciples of the War God Temple are eligible for this armor. Including you, there are only 4 inner disciples. The other 3 are the leaders of Earth's humanity. Wang Heng couldn't help but gasp, feeling both honored and surprised. He had thought there were many inner disciples, but it turned out only those 3 leaders shared this title with him. The AI's tone suddenly became serious. Remember, do not easily reveal this armor, or it may bring fatal danger. In my nearly 1,000 years of observation, the self-destructive tendencies of Earth's humanity are all too common. Even now, with the beast invasion, it has not changed. Wang Heng nodded solemnly, planning in his heart. This radiant gold armor was so precious that if exposed, it would surely attract the covetous eyes of other superhuman warriors. He wasn't confident in his ability to contend with them yet. The assessment is over. You may choose to observe the 4 great dharmas or leave, the AI said. Wang Heng hadn't forgotten his mother's disability and quickly asked, I heard there are treasures here that can restore physical disabilities. How can I obtain them? Now that you are an inner disciple of the War God Temple, you can exchange items in the temple's point store, the AI answered. The cheapest life elixir requires only 100 points. Even if an ordinary person is on the brink of death, they can recover instantly. Wang Heng looked down and opened his smart wristband, and indeed saw an option for a point store. He quickly opened it, and various treasures appeared before him. He swiftly searched and found the life elixir and its description. Without hesitation, he immediately chose to purchase it. Soon, a small jade bottle floated in the void before him. He hurriedly grabbed it, feeling overjoyed. With this, his mother's legs could be healed, and she could practice martial arts. Losing 100 points, leaving him with 900, meant he couldn't afford another chance to observe the 4 great dharmas, but Wang Heng didn't mind. He thought to himself that since he had joined the War God Temple, improving his ranking and earning 100 points shouldn't be difficult. Do you have any other requests? The AI's voice came again. Wang Heng took a deep breath and said with determination, I want to observe the flame dharma. As you wish, the AI responded. In the next moment, Wang Heng felt the world spin around him again, as his consciousness was drawn into a new realm. When Wang Heng regained his senses, he found himself inside a fiery red palace. Before him stood a towering statue of the flame aspect. It resembled a blazing sun, radiating dazzling brilliance and burning fiercely as if it would consume the entire world. The form of the flame aspect was ever-changing, at times like a roaring fire dragon with claws bared, and at others like a soaring phoenix dancing gracefully in the air. Each flame seemed to leap and cheer with life, releasing boundless energy. The colors transitioned seamlessly from deep crimson to bright gold, and then to a mysterious azure. The surrounding space was distorted by the intense heat, making the air almost unbearable. The powerful aura emitted by the flame aspect inspired awe, as if it was the most primal and pure force in the universe. Wang Heng stared intently, almost hearing the crackling of the flames and feeling the overwhelming heat that seemed to ignite his very soul. Suddenly, with a loud boom, Wang Heng's body shuddered as a powerful surge of primordial energy erupted from within him. The surroundings instantly turned crimson, and the temperature soared, unleashing a tidal wave of heat. This familiar scene reminded him of the fiery realm displayed by Zhou Wenhui during their battle. Have I just comprehended the flame realm? Wang Heng thought, both surprised and delighted as he stood at the center of a sea of fire. Before he could ponder further, everything blurred, and Wang Heng found himself in the main hall of the Temple of War. Zhao Wu, Zhang Zhun, and Zheng Feng stood nearby, casting concerned glances his way. Wang Heng has passed the assessment with an overall rating of B, echoed the voice of the intelligent life throughout the main hall. Wang Heng's eyes flickered as he realized the intelligent life was deliberately concealing his evaluation. Clearly, inner sect disciples held a much higher status in the eyes of the intelligent life than outer sect disciples. After all, with Wang Heng included, there were only 4 inner sect disciples among Earth's humans. Voices of discussion arose around him. B. That's already a very high level. In a few years, Wang Heng might even break into the top 10 of the rankings. The Great Xia Kingdom is truly fortunate to have birthed another super talent. Zhao Wu patted Wang Heng's shoulder, smiling as he praised. Not bad. Although you didn't reach in a level, AB rating is rare among humans, and you have a great chance to advance to the extraordinary realm in the future. Zheng Feng, with an envious look, said, Wang Heng, you're truly impressive. I only received AB rating back then. Zhang Zhen also congratulated him. Congratulations, Wang Heng. He added that his own evaluation had also been AB. Achieving AB rating meant that, with a few years of honing, most could break into the top 10 of the rankings. These individuals had a significant chance of advancing to the extraordinary realm, and at the very least, they would become peak war gods. Like Zhao Wu, who had also received AB rating in the past. After leaving the War God Hall, Wang Heng and his group took the elevator back to the first floor. In the row of villas at Tianwu University, Wang Heng chose an unoccupied villa as his residence outside the hall. The villa was spacious and bright inside, fully furnished, clearly prepared with care for new students. Zhao Wu turned to Zhang Zhun and Zheng Feng, instructing, Wang Heng is new here, and as seniors, you should look after him. Zheng Feng patted his chest in reassurance. Don't worry, Principal Zhao. We at the university are very united. We won't let Junior Wang Heng be mistreated. Zhang Zhun nodded repeatedly in agreement. Zhao Wu smiled and patted Wang Heng on the shoulder. I'll be heading back now. Focus on your training here. Principal Zhao, let me see you off. Wang Heng quickly said, a hesitant look in his eyes. Zhao Wu noticed that Wang Heng seemed to have something to say privately, so he nodded. All right, you can walk me out. Zhang Zhun, Zheng Feng, you two go ahead. After the others left, Wang Heng followed Zhao Wu to a secluded spot. Zhao Wu stopped and turned to ask, what is it you want to say? Wang Heng took out a small jade bottle from his pocket and handed it to Zhao Wu, saying, this is the life elixir I exchanged for at the War God Hall. The intelligent life form said it can heal my mother's legs. Please help me take it back to her. Zhao Wu accepted the jade bottle, raising an eyebrow in surprise at Wang Heng's ability to obtain such a precious item. However, he didn't ask further and simply promised, no problem, I'll personally ensure it reaches your mother. After giving his instructions, Zhao Wu advised Wang Heng, focus on your training here. Don't rush to reach the War God level. You're still young and can earn more points. Once you reach the War God level, earning points becomes exceedingly difficult. Wang Heng nodded solemnly, I understand. After watching Zhao Wu leave in a fighter jet, Wang Heng turned back to the villa. On the plane, Zhao Wu examined the small jade bottle in his hand and recalled Wang Heng's demeanor, revealing a meaningful smile. This kid is really something. Even the intelligent life form chose to hide his true evaluation. Zhao Wu knew very well that Wang Heng, being new to the War God Hall, didn't participate in the rankings and couldn't have earned points through conventional means. Clearly, this life elixir was exchanged using reward points from an assessment. Earning over 100 points at once indicated an outstanding performance in the assessment. Zhao Wu remembered that he only received a C rating back in his day, with a maximum reward of 10 points. He speculated, this kid must have at least achieved a B rating. As far as he knew, reaching a B rating almost guaranteed advancement to the extraordinary level. Thinking of a future extraordinary powerhouse with the ability to create avatars, Zhao Wu couldn't help but marvel. This kid's potential is unimaginable. Zhao Wu felt secretly delighted. He had made the right bet this time. With Wang Heng's strong sense of family, Zhao Wu was sure that he would reap rich rewards in the future. A thought struck him. Wang Heng had a sister, and Zhao Wu decided to take her as his disciple when he returned. His gaze turned profound, as if he could already envision a grand future. In the past, Zhao Wu only valued Wang Heng for his potential to become a war god, with his ability to create avatars being merely an added bonus. But now, with the high likelihood of Wang Heng advancing to an extraordinary realm, Zhao Wu's attitude shifted dramatically. His eyes gleamed with shrewdness, as though calculating the return on this investment. Zhao Wu contemplated. A superhuman with the talent of creating avatars would undoubtedly stand shoulder to shoulder with the three current leaders. How could he not prepare in advance for such a promising blue-chip stock? A barely noticeable smile played on Zhao Wu's lips. Meanwhile, in a villa outside the main hall, a lively party was in full swing. Xie Yuanhao was the center of attention, surrounded by a group of blonde, blue-eyed foreign guests. His eyes sparkled with excitement, as if he had finally found his stage. Let Morgan's voice resonated throughout the venue. Ladies and gentlemen, this is my brother-in-law, Xie Yuanhao. Please extend your support to him in the future. His tone carried a hint of pride. The guests nodded in acknowledgement, none daring to slight a member of the illustrious and exceptionally gifted Morgan family. Standing beside Let, Xie Yuanhao's eyes shone with ambition. As an class genius, he felt that this was the stage where he should shine, not some insignificant place like Haida. His chest puffed slightly, as if he could already see his own bright future. Suddenly, a blonde, blue-eyed man spoke up. Let, I've heard that there's a newcomer from Daxia Wang Heng, the one making waves online recently. Upon hearing this, Xie Yuanhao's brow furrowed instantly, a flicker of displeasure crossing his eyes. The mention of Wang Heng's name brought back unpleasant memories of being overshadowed at Haida, and his fists clenched involuntarily. Let Morgan, noticing Xie Yuanhao's reaction, glanced at his brother-in-law before turning to the crowd with a confident smile. Wang Heng, I've heard of him too, although he's had some fortune that allows him to amplify his strength many times over. However, everyone present was well aware that the essence was the key. At the level of an advanced warrior, what truly mattered was the essence. Just as these words were spoken, a student eagerly interjected, I just received news that Wang Heng has passed the inner hall assessment and received a B rating. This unexpected news hit everyone like a sledgehammer. Wright Morgan's expression darkened instantly, his brow furrowed. He recalled that he had only received a B rating himself, which meant that Wang Heng's insight was no less than his own. Xie Yuanhao, standing nearby, felt even more unsettled, with mixed emotions. As a student who entered through a special quota, he had not yet mastered the perfect level of skill and hadn't even qualified to take the inner hall assessment. The news spread like wildfire, quickly reaching every corner of the outer hall. Students were buzzing with discussions, some were amazed, some doubtful, and others secretly competitive. Meanwhile, the protagonist, Wang Heng, had quietly returned to his villa. After closing the door and ensuring no one was around, Wang Heng softly said, "Gold battle armor." Before he finished speaking, a layer of golden liquid surged from his chest like a living creature, swiftly covering his entire body. He turned to face the mirror on the wardrobe, revealing a dazzling humanoid armor. Even though his eyes were fully covered, his vision remained unaffected. This is truly extraordinary, Wang Heng marveled to himself. Ever since he bonded with the golden orb through blood, the armor could be summoned and retracted at will, both convenient and discreet. As Wang Heng reveled in his newfound power, Senior Zheng Feng's voice suddenly called from outside. "Junior Wang Heng, they're all here. Come quickly." Startled, Wang Heng quickly retracted the armor and responded loudly. "Brother Zheng, I'm coming right away." With that, he tidied his clothes and strode out the door. Upon arriving at Zheng Feng's villa, Wang Heng found the room filled with numerous young men and women. As he stepped into the room, all eyes instinctively turned toward him, filled with curiosity and intrigue. "Ladies and gentlemen, this is our university's super genius, Wang Heng," Zheng Feng announced with excitement, introducing the newly arrived Wang Heng to everyone. With a smile, Wang Heng shook hands and exchanged pleasantries with the talented individuals present. The banquet hall buzzed with a lively atmosphere, filled with the clinking of glasses and continuous laughter. Everyone was eager to meet this renowned genius. Wang Heng's feats of defeating a demon king beyond his level and killing Zhou Wenhui had long spread throughout the War God Hall. Everyone knew that once Wang Heng advanced to the War God level, he would become a pinnacle warrior like auguries, especially with his rare talent for creating avatars. Who wouldn't want to befriend such a powerful figure? 2 hours later, Wang Heng saw off the last guest and let out a long sigh of relief. "Phew, it's finally over," he said, rubbing his sore cheeks, overwhelmed by the enthusiasm he had encountered. Zhang Zhun and Zheng Feng exchanged a knowing smile. Zheng Feng joked, "Wang Heng, with your skills and talent, it's only natural for everyone to be so eager to meet you. When I had my welcome party, it was over in just half an hour." Wang Heng chuckled and then asked, "By the way, I didn't see Xiao Ran." "Xiao Ran is participating in a trial mission from the War God Hall and hasn't returned yet," Zhang Jin explained. Seeing Wang Heng's puzzled expression, Zheng Feng added, "Anyone who makes it to the top 10 in the outer hall qualifies for the trial missions issued by the Intelligent Life System. The rewards are unimaginably generous upon completion." Wang Heng realized that this must be a special privilege granted by the Intelligent Life System to top talents. Zhang Zhan, with a hint of envy, said, "Wang Heng, with your talent, a few more years of training and you'll be in the top 10, ready to take on missions. I won't have that chance." Wang Heng was confused. "But Zhang, you're ranked 13th now. You're so close to the top 10. Why wouldn't you have a chance?" Zhang Zhun smiled wryly as Zheng Feng explained, "There's a rule in the outer hall. Once you're 25, you can't participate in the rankings anymore. It's like graduation. Zhang has to leave the outer hall next year." Wang Heng understood then that there was an age limit, likely to make way for newcomers. Zheng Feng laughed. "I'm 22 now, so I have 3 more years. I hope to see you make it to the top 10, Wang Heng, and bring glory to our university." Wang Heng thought Zhang was being too modest, believing he might break into the top 10 this very year. After bidding farewell to the two, Wang Heng returned to his villa. After freshening up, he lay on his bed, browsing through the War God Hall's information. As an inner disciple, he had access to more resources. Wang Heng calculated that although the outer hall had a 25-year age limit, it didn't affect him much at 17. More importantly, he didn't intend to stay in the outer hall long. His goal was to quickly break through to the War God level, increase his number of avatars, and speed up his training. However, Wang Heng decided to delay his advancement to the War God level. He checked his points balance and found he was 100 points short of exchanging for an opportunity to study the 4 great aspects. The impact of observing the flame aspect today was too profound for him to pass up. Wang Heng studied the points reward system and made a plan to reach the top 50 within 2 months and earn the 100-point reward. He set a short-term goal for himself to advance to the War God level by the end of the year. In the opulent estate of the International Chamber, a tense conversation unfolded between the blonde-haired, blue-eyed ogress and the black-haired man, Zhou Tiange. Zhou Tiange's brow was furrowed, and his tone was icy. "Ogress, because of you, our Zhou family lost a mid-level war god." Hearing this, Ogress appeared anxious and hurriedly explained, "Dear Zhou, This has nothing to do with me. Who could have anticipated that Wang Heng would be capable of killing a mid-level war god? Zhou Tiange scoffed, not directly blaming Ogris, but his dissatisfaction was evident. Sensing the tension, Ogris quickly took out a palm-sized jade box from his pocket, carefully placing it on the table and pushing it towards Zhou Tiange. Zhou Tiange raised an eyebrow and opened the jade box. As he saw the contents, his pupils contracted sharply, and his breathing became rapid. Yuan Lingua, he exclaimed, his hands trembling slightly. As a mid-level war god, Zhou Tiange understood the rarity of the Yuan Lingua. Consuming it would immediately elevate him to a high-level war god. However, he resisted the urge to seize it, knowing that even against a mere avatar of Ogris, he might not prevail. Ogris, what do you mean by this? Zhou Tiange asked, trying to steady his breath. Ogris smiled contentedly and explained, no matter what, Zhou Wenhui died while working for me. Consider this Yuan Lingua as compensation for your family. Of course, I have a small request. Zhou Tiange snorted. Go ahead, I knew you wouldn't be so generous. But I won't make a move against Wang Heng for you. Ogris shook his head. I'll handle Wang Heng myself. I need you to test the boy's strength and see if he's grasped any concepts. He just joined the War God Hall, and even with a top evaluation from the AI, it seems unlikely he's already grasped a concept. Zhou Tiange looked puzzled, thinking Ogris was being overly cautious. Ogris explained, better safe than sorry. Remember that kid Xiao Ran from the Xiao family? He also grasped a concept soon after joining the War God Hall. Zhou Tiange countered. You can't compare the two. Xiao Ran trained with an S-level blade technique, reincarnation, and had exceptional insight, almost grasping a concept before joining the War God Hall. He only needed one session with the 4 great aspects to understand the life and death concept. Ogris insisted, it's better to be cautious. I need to know Wang Heng's exact strength to plan accordingly. The boy is exceptionally gifted, and I might only get one chance to strike. If I fail, it will be hard to subdue him again. Zhou Tiange thought for a moment and finally agreed. All right, since you're so insistent, I'll have my son Zhou Long test his strength. At this point, Zhou Tiange also understood why Ogris had approached him. The Zhou family had a prodigy, Zhou Long, in the outer hall, making the arrangement less likely to alert Wang Heng. Although Ogris could find other talents in the international chamber, doing so might arouse Wang Heng's suspicion. The situation with the Zhou family is different. Since the Zhou family has already become enemies with Wang Heng, even if Zhou Long provokes Wang Heng would only suspect that the Zhou family is plotting against him and wouldn't realize that the mastermind is Ogris. On the second day of September, the morning light was just beginning to break. Wang Heng got up early, quickly washed up, and hastily ate breakfast before eagerly starting his training. This month, he had only one goal in mind: to improve his skills as quickly as possible in preparation for achieving an ideal rank at the end of the month. Wang Heng remained focused on training in the art of the dominating blade. Since he had grasped the concept of the flame aura, his progress with the dominating blade had been like a runaway horse, advancing by leaps and bounds. Time flew by, and before he knew it, it was already September 7th. Whoosh! In the training room, Wang Heng suddenly opened his eyes, which shone with a fierce brilliance. A powerful and unparalleled aura erupted from him, like a dormant beast suddenly awakening. He gripped his iron war blade tightly, his movements as swift as lightning, the blade's light like a rainbow. Each action brimmed with immense power and mystery, and as he swung the blade, the air was torn apart with a sharp whistle. As Wang Heng's movements became increasingly swift, his figure and the blade seemed to merge into one. The blade was the man, and the man was the blade. The overwhelming blade intent surged like towering waves, crashing outwards in successive bursts. The air in the training room was agitated by this force, producing a series of piercing explosions. When Wang Heng finally sheathed his blade and stood still, the surroundings gradually returned to calm, though the powerful aura around him lingered. He was secretly pleased. In just 5 days, he had advanced the dominating blade to the 4th level. As far as he knew, even Senior Zheng Feng had only mastered the 4th level of this class manual. Wang Heng calculated. With his current strength, he could rank around the 70th or 80th place on the leaderboard. With the flame aura he had comprehended, he might even break into the top 50. He recalled what Brother Zheng had once said. Geniuses who could enter the top 50 had all comprehended an aura. With more than 20 days left until the end of the month, Wang Heng resolved to give it his all and believed it might be possible to break into the top 50. Afterward, Wang Heng went to the viewing room, eager to learn about the insights of extraordinary realm experts on aura. He activated his smart wristband, searched for lecture videos by the outer hall instructors, and projected them onto the large screen opposite him. On the screen appeared a burly Manzhao Yangyan, an admiral in the Grand Xia Navy. Standing on the lecture hall's platform, he spoke solemnly. Today, we will discuss the basics of aura. Many of you know that only by comprehending an aura can one ascend to the rank of war god. However, you may not be aware that auras are also divided into different levels. Hearing this, Wang Heng couldn't help but sit up straight. He truly hadn't known that auras were categorized into levels. He listened intently, determined not to miss any crucial information. On the large classroom platform, Professor Zhao Yangyan stood straight, his gaze intense as he swept over the students below. His voice was clear and powerful as he continued to delve into the mysteries of artistic conception. There are 3 levels of artistic conception. The first level, we call it passive conception. Zhao Yangyan traced an arc in the air with his finger. This is the state shortly after you begin to comprehend the artistic conception. You haven't fully mastered it yet, and can only use it passively with elemental force. Because the power is too dispersed, its impact is naturally limited. A glint flashed in his eyes. You've probably seen online videos of war god level experts using the ice and snow conception to freeze all the surrounding beasts, haven't you? The students below responded in unison, nodding vigorously. Zhao Yangyan shook his head and smiled. Don't be fooled by appearances. Although this large-scale display is impressive, the power distributed to each beast is actually very weak. This is the limitation of passive conception. His tone gradually rose. The second level, we call it active conception. At this stage, you can begin to control the conception, compressing it within a specific range, which reduces energy consumption and enhances power. Zhao Yangyan's eyes became profound. Finally, the third level is the consummate conception. Further compressing the conception, it's said that if compressed to the extreme, it can evolve into a domain. You all know that comprehending a domain means advancing to a transcendent realm. These words struck like thunder, leaving Wang Heng profoundly shaken. His understanding of artistic conception was elevated to a new level instantly. After class, Wang Heng immediately returned to the training room, eager to unleash his flame conception. In an instant, an endless sea of fire surged, filling the entire space. If not for the walls being made of super strong alloy, they would have long turned to ashes. The energy is indeed too dispersed. I can't control it at all, let alone compress it. Wang Heng frowned in thought. He finally understood why he could easily defeat Zhou Wenwei back, then not only because of Zhou's carelessness, but also because Zhou's conception was stuck at the first level. Recalling the epic battle between Principal Zhao Wu and ogres, the pitch-black shadow world left an indelible impression on Wang Heng. That level of conception could alter the surrounding environment, seemingly creating another realm, starkly different from Wang Heng's current, ignite a fire level. Video explanations are ultimately limited, Wang Heng mused. If I could witness teacher Zhao Yangyan's flame conception in person during a lecture, it might provide me with greater insights. A burning desire for progress ignited in his eyes, determined to advance further on the path of artistic conception cultivation. Wang Heng stared at the calendar, calculating in his mind. There were exactly 10 days until teacher Zhao Yangyan's next class. A master of extraordinary realms, unlike ordinary teachers. Only 4 such powerful figures taught at the outer hall each month, imparting the essences of earth, wind, water, and fire. For Wang Heng, only the lessons on the essence of fire were truly beneficial at this stage. He set a reminder for the 17th on his smart bracelet, afraid of missing this valuable learning opportunity. Then, Wang Heng fully immersed himself in his training. During the day, he practiced the dominating blade with intense dedication. At night, he meditated on the essence of fire. Thanks to the miraculous effects of visualization techniques, even after a night of arduous training, he felt energized the next day. With 261 avatars training simultaneously, Wang Heng's progress was astounding. Having just mastered the 4th level of the dominating blade, he already had initial insights into the 5th level. A single day of training equated to what would take an ordinary person more than half a year of hard work, an efficiency that was truly staggering. Time flew by, and soon it was 3:22 p.m. on September 11th. Wang Heng stepped into the viewing room, activated his smart bracelet, and projected a video call with teacher Wu Jingshan onto the large screen in front of him. On the screen, teacher Wu Jingshan appeared, smiling as he asked, Wang Heng, how is your blade technique training progressing? Wang Heng immediately bowed respectfully, ready to report his training achievements to his teacher. A few days ago, Wang Heng successfully mastered the 4th level of the dominant blade technique and immediately sought further guidance from his teacher, Wu Jingshan, on more advanced blade techniques. As they frequently exchanged insights, their relationship grew closer. Wang Heng intended to formally become Wu Jingshan's disciple to express his gratitude for the thorough guidance. However, Wu Jingshan gently declined this request. He candidly explained that Wang Heng had already grasped the concept of flame intent and could soon advance to the level of a battle god. At that point, Wang Heng's strength would rival his own, leaving him unqualified to take him as a disciple. Despite this, they maintained a relationship that was both that of teacher and friend, with Wang Heng continuing to hold Wu Jingshan in high esteem. On this day, Wang Heng reached out to Wu Jingshan via video call for advice. Gazing earnestly at his teacher on the large screen, he said, Mr. Wu, I've been encountering difficulties while practicing the 5th level of the dominant blade. Each time I perform it, my power seems scattered and unfocused. It feels like something is missing. Could you offer some guidance? Upon hearing this, Wu Jingshan's lips curled into a slight smile. He stepped away from the screen, his footsteps fading. Soon, the video switched to show a spacious underground training room. Wu Jingshan stood in the center, holding a long blade. Smiling at the camera, he said, "Wang Heng, watch carefully as I demonstrate the 5th level of the dominant blade." Wang Heng immediately focused, his eyes fixed intently on the screen, fully attentive to Wu Jingshan's demonstration. Wu Jingshan's long blade sliced through the air with a sharp whoosh. He began to execute a series of continuous, fierce blade techniques. Each move was executed with incredible precision and intensity. As the demonstration unfolded, a powerful, dominating aura seemed to burst forth from the screen, as if trying to transcend the virtual barrier. Even through the screen, Wang Heng felt an invisible pressure bearing down on him. He instinctively stepped back, his mind momentarily shaken. "Did you feel it?" Wu Jingshan's voice came through the screen. "Even through the video, you should have sensed something." Wang Heng nodded quickly, his voice filled with awe. "Yes, I felt it. It was as if a commanding force was rushing toward me, leaving me in awe." Wu Jingshan smiled with satisfaction and explained, "That's right, it's the blade's aura. When you reach the 5th level of the dominant blade, you need to comprehend the dominating essence of this technique to grasp the blade's aura. Only by mastering the blade's aura can you truly achieve the 5th level." "I see," Wang Heng exclaimed, his eyes lighting up with understanding. He finally realized the crucial element he had been missing in his training. Wang Heng was deeply immersed in practicing his swordsmanship, fully absorbing the essence of the domineering blade technique. He repeatedly rehearsed the movements, striving to embody that sense of dominance with each swing. Sometimes he would fall into deep thought, attempting to merge his inner strength with the momentum of the blade. Other times, he would wield the sword with wild intensity, seeking that explosive power. Sweat soaked through his clothes, and his muscles ached from the prolonged practice, but Wang Heng felt no fatigue. He understood that the core of the domineering blade lay in its essence of domination, requiring an unstoppable momentum. Each strike was not just a release of power, but also an expression of his inner strength. Under the moonlight, the blade's glint flickered, and Wang Heng's silhouette moved tirelessly in the courtyard. After countless failures and adjustments, Wang Heng gradually found his way. His movements became increasingly fluid, his power more concentrated and fierce, and the aura of the domineering blade began to manifest in him. Just as he was about to swing his sword again, his smart bracelet suddenly beeped. Only then did Wang Heng snap out of his practice, glancing at the bracelet in surprise. Unbeknownst to him, it was already September 17th, the day of Zhao Yanyan's lecture. He hurried to the bathroom, quickly washed up, changed clothes, and rushed out of the villa. As soon as he stepped outside, he ran into someone familiar. "Wang Heng." Zheng Feng waved from a distance. Wang Heng quickly approached. "Zheng Ge," Zheng Feng teased with a smile. "You're working too hard, always practicing behind closed doors. Aren't you worried about burning out? You should relax occasionally." Wang Heng smiled shyly. "I'm at the bottom of the rankings, the pressure is high, so I have to work twice as hard. You're new here, no need to rush, take it slow." Zheng Feng patted him on the shoulder. "By the way, are you heading to Zhao's lecture?" Wang Heng nodded. "That's where I'm headed." "Let's go together then," Zheng Feng suggested. "We both study the flame realm. We can spar and exchange insights after the class." Wang Heng reluctantly agreed, though he felt a bit helpless inside. He had already grasped the flame realm and feared that sparring with Zheng Feng might discourage him. The gap in their abilities was significant, truly a case of comparison leading to frustration. In the large classroom, over 30 people had already gathered. Wang Heng was surprised. "There are quite a few people. Are they all studying the flame realm?" Zheng Feng explained. "Many choose the flame realm because it allows for the cultivation of the vermilion bird's divine body." Wang Heng understood, having chosen this path for the same reason. Suddenly, Wang Heng furrowed his brow, sensing a cold gaze. Following the hostility, he saw a young man not far away staring intently at him. "Zheng Ge, who is he?" Wang Heng asked quietly, a sense of caution arising. Wang Heng turned to Zheng Feng beside him, his brow slightly furrowed and a hint of confusion in his eyes. He wondered why he was being treated with hostility by a young man he had never met before. Although he wasn't afraid, Wang Heng didn't want to offend anyone without reason, so he naturally wanted to understand the situation. Zheng Feng glanced around and spoke in a low voice. "That guy is Zhou Long, from the Zhou family of the International Chamber of Commerce. Zhou Wenwei, whom you killed, was also from this Zhou family, considered one of his elders." "That explains it," Wang Heng realized, a flash of understanding in his eyes. He looked down at the outer hall leaderboard and found Zhou Long ranked 65th, slightly ahead of Zheng Feng. Noticing Wang Heng's action, Zheng Feng remarked, "That guy has trained the Thunder 9 transformations to the 5th level, making him a bit stronger than me. He hasn't grasped the concept of intent, has he?" Wang Heng asked, a hint of disdain in his voice. Zheng Feng sneered, "Of course not. If he had comprehended intent, with his 5th level blade skills and the boost from intent, he'd be among the top 50. Wang Heng was unimpressed, a trace of contempt in his eyes. Without understanding intent, Zhou Long posed no threat to him. Just then, a loud voice rang out from the crowd. Professor Zhao Yangyan is here. Everyone's attention turned to the podium. A tall, imposing middle-aged man dressed in a crisp military uniform strode onto the stage. His presence instantly silenced the room, and everyone held their breath. Wang Heng stopped speaking, focusing intently on Zhao Yangyan. He was a Grand Admiral of the Great Xia Navy, someone Wang Heng often saw on television, frequently leading troops to repel sea monster invasions and earning the people's respect. It was surprising to find him also teaching at the outer hall. Wang Heng speculated that the International Chamber of Commerce and the Mercenary Alliance likely had extraordinary instructors here as well. Zhao Yangyan wasted no time and began the lecture. As I mentioned last time, to enhance your intent, you need to both comprehend and compress it. Everyone listened intently, and Wang Heng was especially focused, afraid of missing a single word. He knew this lesson was crucial for his training. Zhao Yangyan stood on the podium, his gaze sharp as he scanned the eager faces below. Taking a deep breath, he began to explain the technique of compressing intent. Find a point of resonance with yourself, break through at that point, and gradually master the entire intent. Zhao Yangyan's voice was strong and clear. Despite being an extraordinary expert who had comprehended the domain, he could still release intent. He split a thread from his flame domain, transforming it into intent that danced in the air. With a gentle lift of his hands, a tiny spark of fire suddenly ignited within the intent. He focused intently on it, slowly compressing the point while allowing it to spread outward. The fire blossomed in the air like a living thing, forming intricate patterns. The audience watched, captivated and entranced. This step-by-step breakdown by an extraordinary expert was far more effective than their blind attempts at understanding. They held their breath, afraid to miss a single detail. Wang Heng stood among the crowd, his eyes unblinking. Suddenly, a flash of insight struck him. So that's it, breaking through at a point. Why didn't I think of this? He slapped his forehead in frustration. I was such a fool, trying to forcibly compress the entire intent as if battling the whole world. Breaking through at a point, using force against force, that's the proper way to cultivate intent. As Zhao Yangyan continued his explanation, Wang Heng felt his previous confusion dissolve like melting snow. When the lesson ended and Zhao Yangyan left, Wang Heng felt as if he had awoken from a dream. He couldn't wait to go back and practice this new method. Just then, a cold voice interrupted his thoughts. Wang Heng. Wang Heng turned to see Zhou Long approaching aggressively. The people around them quickly stepped back, eager to watch the unfolding drama. Wang Heng narrowed his eyes, staring intently at Zhou Long, and asked coldly, "What do you want?" Zhou Long arrogantly lifted his chin. "I'm Zhou Long. You must know who I am. Do you dare to face me in the virtual arena for a wagered battle?" Zhou Long dashed towards Wang Heng like a bolt of lightning, his eyes sparking with hatred. The crowd in the large classroom held their breath, their focus entirely on the two young men. The air was thick with tension, like a powder keg ready to explode. "Wang Heng, do you realize the heinous crime you've committed?" Zhou Long demanded through gritted teeth. "You dared to kill Zhou Wenhui, the war god of my Zhou family." The surrounding students buzzed with conversation upon hearing this. It was clear that the feud between Wang Heng and the Zhou family ran deep, explaining Zhou Long's fury. Zhou Long stared coldly at Wang Heng, a provocative smirk playing at his lips. "So, Wang Heng, do you dare to challenge me to a duel? I know you don't have any points right now, so how about we wager 10 points? You can owe them if you lose." Before he could finish, Zheng Feng, standing beside Wang Heng, erupted in anger. "Zhou Long, how shameless can you be? Wang Heng just joined the War God Hall, and you're already bullying him? If you're so confident, wait 3 years to challenge him. Unless you dare to fight him in real life." The crowd nodded in agreement, clearly disapproving of Zhou Long's lack of sportsmanship. However, Zhou Long ignored them, casting a cold glance at Zheng Feng. "Zheng Feng, this is a private matter between the Zhou family and Wang Heng. I suggest you stay out of it." Seeing this, Zheng Feng turned to Wang Heng, advising him. "Wang Heng, don't pay attention to him. You just joined the War God Hall, and points are hard to come by. Don't lose them so easily." Zhou Long, noticing Zheng Feng's intervention, sneered and continued to taunt. "Wang Heng, you were able to defeat a war god beyond your rank. Are you telling me you don't have the courage to gamble in a duel?" Just as Zheng Feng was about to object again, Wang Heng spoke up, his voice calm and steady. "A duel? Fine." Zheng Feng was taken aback, while Zhou Long looked pleased. However, Wang Heng's next words stunned everyone. "But 10 points is too little. How about we wager 100 points? Do you dare?" Zheng Feng was momentarily dumbfounded, wondering if his junior had lost his mind. Not only did he accept the challenge, but he also raised the stakes. After a moment, Zheng Feng considered the possibility that Wang Heng was trying to scare Zhou Long off. Zhou Long was also shocked. Although he had been in the outer hall for 2 years, he had not made it into the top 50 of the rankings, and his points were just over 100. It was well known that points in the War God Hall were a rare and valuable resource, with people willing to pay billions to buy just 1 point, yet no one would sell. No one would be foolish enough to trade away such precious points. Points are the ultimate treasure in the eyes of a War God level warrior. They cannot be exchanged for mundane money but can only be obtained through merits from intelligent life forms. For those who have reached the pinnacle of War God status, worldly wealth has long lost its appeal. Only the rare treasures in the War God Hall can pique their interest. Wager 100 points. Zhou Long squinted, staring intently at Wang Heng. His mind was racing, trying to decipher Wang Heng's intentions. The number was so astonishing that even a seasoned veteran like Zhou Long was momentarily at a loss. Did Wang Heng truly have the confidence to defeat him in the virtual arena, or was this merely a bluff to intimidate him? The preciousness of points made Zhou Long's heart skip a beat. He had to admit, the wager did indeed make him hesitate. With a teasing smile, Wang Heng taunted, "What? Are you afraid?" Sensing the subtle shift in the situation, Zheng Feng quickly whispered, "Wang Heng, that's enough. We should just head back." He was worried that Wang Heng's provocation might backfire, and if Zhou Long impulsively accepted, Wang Heng would be in a tough spot. However, Wang Heng shook his head, nonchalantly saying, "If you're scared, forget it. Zheng, let's go." Relieved, Zheng Feng immediately grabbed Wang Heng, ready to leave. Just then, a gleam flashed in Zhou Long's eyes. He suddenly realized this might be a tactic to make him back down. With a decisive grit of his teeth, he shouted, "Wait a minute." Zheng Feng's heart sank as he anxiously looked at Wang Heng, fearing the worst had happened. Wang Heng turned to face Zhou Long, calmly asking, "Are you agreeing to wager 100 points?" Zhou Long inwardly sneered, convinced he had seen through Wang Heng's trick. He responded bluntly, "Fine, 100 points it is. I'll take the bet. You set the time. 3 days from now, I'll be waiting for you in the virtual arena," Wang Heng said as he turned and walked away, leaving Zheng Feng standing there, anxious and unable to stop him. Zheng Feng wanted to persuade him otherwise, but it was too late. He could only sigh helplessly and quickly follow Wang Heng. Zhou Long remained where he was, his gaze fixed on Wang Heng's receding figure, his brow furrowed in thought. Questions raced through his mind. Is this guy just bluffing, or is he truly confident he can defeat me? Regardless, this is a task assigned by my father, and it must be completed. Besides, the value of a yuanling fruit far exceeds 100 points. Zhou Long contemplated, a look of determination in his eyes. In the outside world, Zhou Long wouldn't dare challenge Wang Heng to a duel, but in the virtual arena, the situation was different. There, all participants' physical attributes were adjusted to the same level, and the competition was about skill mastery and understanding of blade techniques. Zhou Long recalled the intelligence he had gathered. Wang Heng only reached a perfect skill level in July this year, and his mastery of the dominating blade was only at the 3rd level. This information was confirmed by auguries, who had witnessed Wang Heng defeating Zhou Wenhui last month. Zhou Long's confidence began to swell. He calculated in his mind, in terms of skill mastery, I am more proficient at the perfect level. Regarding blade techniques, I have reached the 5th level of the Thunder 9 transformations, far surpassing his 3rd level dominating blade. Even if he has made progress this month, at most he would reach the 4th level, still not a match for me. With this thought, Zhou Long's lips curled into a slight smile as he turned and left, his steps exuding confidence. As the crowd dispersed, news of the impending duel between Wang Heng and Zhou Long spread like wildfire throughout the outer hall. The entire outer hall buzzed with excitement, filled with lively chatter. Wang Heng's popularity had been soaring recently. As the first to defeat an intermediate war god at the war general level, his name was already well known. Even in the War God Hall, where talents gathered, his brilliance was dazzling. The duel in 3 days was set to become the hottest topic in the outer hall. Everyone eagerly anticipated this peak showdown between geniuses. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.